A new virus sweeping the globe is just the prelude to catastrophe. After infecting the human body, the virus can mutate directionally like program code. Within just 15 days, 99% of the global infected have transformed into irrational, terrifying monsters. Shao Ming, studying in the UK, received the last message from his distant hometown. He must traverse this hellish Europe, where order has completely collapsed and monsters roam, in search of a glimmer of hope and the bond deeply embedded in his bloodline. Chapter 1. Manchester. Exiting the University of Manchester, Shao Ming and Li Long walked into a restaurant. The restaurant wasn't very large, and there was only a chubby owner inside, but due to the delicious Thai food, it was very popular among students. Fortunately, the two had fewer classes that morning. Otherwise, there would likely be no seats available. "How did you do on the financial risk exam yesterday?" Li Long asked as soon as they sat down. No. Shao Ming threw his bag onto the table and said, "It's about how well I guessed that." Li Long chuckled. "Hearing you say that makes me feel better. I'll be sitting next to you for the exams next semester." "Seriously, are you going to copy me again, even if you retake the course?" The owner approached their table and handed them the menu. "Hi, Johnny," Li Long greeted the owner. "Hi, Chinese boys." Shao Ming glanced at the menu and said, "1 order of codfish and chips, 2 orders of pork chops, a plate of Thai stir-fried rice noodles, add 2 fried eggs, and 2 glasses of orange juice." "Same as usual, right?" The owner picked up the menu. "It'll be ready soon." Li Long looked at Shao Ming and said, "Your English accent is getting more standard." Shao Ming raised an eyebrow. "You should learn from me." "Get lost." Shao Ming tilted his head and glanced around. Usually, this small restaurant was run by the couple together, but today he didn't see the owner's wife. "Why isn't his wife here today? Didn't I tell you?" Li Long replied, "I heard she got worse after recovering. Just last week she was lying at home." "Why not go to the hospital?" "Hospital? There are quite a few people with severe aftereffects lately. You can't get in without queuing." Shao Ming pursed his lips, thankful he hadn't been infected during the pandemic. Li Long continued, "It's strange. It's been half a year since the last pandemic. Why are there aftereffects popping up now?" "You should be careful," Shao Ming reminded him, recalling that Li Long had also been infected 6 months ago. "Don't worry about me." Li Long patted his chest. "Look at my physique." Shao Ming glanced at Li Long's build. This guy had always liked working out in China and was quite muscular. "That's true. If you mutate, you'd definitely be an elite monster." A customer dining at the restaurant picked up the remote and turned up the volume on the TV. 3 days ago, the first case of severe aftereffect from the virus infection began to circulate with more and more videos online. People are starting to wonder if the aftereffects of the infection could turn individuals into zombie-like states. Currently, the officials have not responded to the related videos, but rumors suggest that the virus's activity was not eradicated after the infection ended and has undergone further mutations in the bodies of the infected. The virus itself is enough of a stretch. Now, it's mutating into zombies? Your food. The owner placed the stir-fried noodles and pork chops in front of them, then turned off the TV and switched it to a sports channel. "I think after infection, it's not a big deal." The two exchanged glances and remained silent. After lunch, they walked towards their off-campus apartment. Although it was off-campus, it was just across the street from the university, and like the student dorms, it was also a 2-bedroom apartment. They spent a bit more money, but the social apartment had larger rooms with a private bathroom and washing machine, making it quite comfortable to live in. The apartment had 6 floors, with only an old elevator. Alongside the elevator were stairs leading up, with the doors of each apartment located next to the stairs. It was said that this building was constructed before World War I and miraculously survived the bombings from the German army during World War II, remaining intact to this day. As they climbed the stairs, Shao Ming asked Li Long. "Wilson said he wanted to go to the shooting range this weekend. Are you going? You guys are going again?" Li Long rummaged through his bag for a long time before pulling out a key. "I'd rather use that money to visit my sister." "Is there anything in your brain besides women?" "Fitness." Arriving at the apartment door on the 3rd floor, just as Li Long was about to insert the key into the lock, they heard a series of annoying footsteps coming from downstairs. "Quick, open the door," Shao Ming urged. Li Long hurriedly opened the door, and as they entered, before they could fully close it, a man's shout echoed from the hallway. "Asian, why aren't you leaving yet?" "Hey, you white pig," Li Long retorted from behind the door. Hey, open the door." The door was violently pounded, and Shao Ming feared the door might get knocked down, not because he was afraid of the man outside, but because he didn't want to add another expense to their bills. The man outside was a middle-aged white man named Bryden, who lived across from them, that he was a single man with a fiery temper, often drinking heavily at home and exhibiting severe racist tendencies. If this guy were in America, he would certainly be one of those Texas rednecks, making him far from a good neighbor for the son of a bitch. Li Long grabbed a baseball bat from beside the door, ready to confront him. Hey, Shao Ming quickly pulled Li Long back. Is this your first day dealing with him? Just ignore him, and he'll leave on his own. That I said, we should have moved somewhere else. Li Long tossed the baseball bat aside, and the two could only pretend they didn't hear the sounds coming from the door. After less than 2 minutes, the noise outside indeed subsided. Shao Ming lay on the sofa, took out his phone, and opened YouTube. The screen was flooded with news about after effects from the infection. Some vloggers were explaining the mutation mechanisms of the virus. Others were uploading symptoms of people around them worsening from after effects, and some were teaching how to prepare for a biochemical crisis. This virus is such a hassle, Shao Ming sighed. While Li Long took a can of cola from the fridge, he said, "It's the Americans' doing. I said it was a man-made virus from the start." Shao Ming put down his phone and glanced at Li Long, then picked up his phone again to click on a video about preparing for a biochemical crisis. In this episode, we have Doomsday Prepper expert Jack, who will introduce how to stockpile supplies and survive during a zombie crisis. If there really is a biochemical crisis, Li Long tossed the cola into Shao Ming's hands. We won't have to take exams. Just as the two were lying on a sofa playing on their phones, a loud crash echoed from downstairs. Chapter 2. The Accident Below. Damn it. Li Long nearly jumped off the sofa and rushed to the window to look down. Shao Ming quickly followed him to the window to see what was happening downstairs. Below, a sedan had crashed into the rear of a small truck, completely crushing the car's hood. The driver's cabin was completely deformed, and they could see that the driver inside appeared to have half of his body disconnected. Oh my God. Li Long turned away, unable to bear to look any longer. The sudden crash startled those around. Some pedestrians had just reached a safe place and were preparing to call for help, while a few strong individuals rushed over to check the situation. Quick, save him. Save him. He's still moving. The driver is still moving. Quickly move the truck. Under the encouragement of onlookers, the truck driver snapped out of his shock and moved the vehicle slightly forward. Since the sedan had crashed into the right rear of the truck, the driver's cabin was relatively intact, but the passenger seat was already a bloody mess. Cough. Although Shao Ming usually watched a lot of extreme movies, seeing such a scene in real life for the first time still made his stomach churn. Several passers-by downstairs immediately started to vomit by the roadside. Shouts and cries filled the street, and some students in nearby schools stopped to watch. A few people were trying to rescue the driver from the car when they suddenly heard an exclamation. "There's someone in the back seat." One of the rescuers shouted, "It's a child! It's a child!" Several others rushed over, and luckily the rear door hadn't been deformed, so they quickly pulled the child out. Shao Ming looked over and saw a baby, appearing to be only 8 or 9 months old, staring blankly to the side. "There's a child," he said as he turned back. "Oh my God." Li Long, standing inside, gasped. This child's psychological trauma will last a lifetime. Shao Ming was not someone who easily empathized, but he couldn't help but think that the parents were likely in the front seat. "Oh, damn it, let go." The shouting outside caught Shao Ming's attention, and to his surprise, the child who had just been rescued bit down on the person holding him. The surrounding people were clearly startled again. No one expected so many changes to occur in less than 10 minutes. "Damn it. Someone come and get him off." As the baby was about to tear a piece of flesh from the passerby's neck, a woman, presumably the passerby's girlfriend, rushed forward to try to pull the baby away. Unexpectedly, this pull only helped the baby bite down harder on the passerby's neck. The baby was pulled away, but Shao Ming watched as it tore a piece of skin from the passerby's neck and chewed on it. Its 2 little teeth were also pulled out along with it, but it didn't care, just staring at its prey with blood-red eyes. This was bad. It was truly a biohazard now. The passerby's girlfriend was also stunned. Frightened, she let go, and the baby fell to the ground. Oh my God. The baby landed on the ground and seemed to feel no pain at all, flipping over and crawling toward the woman using all fours. Shao Ming, like the other passers-by, was completely confused. On the left side of the road was a completely deformed sedan and a small truck full of blood, while on the right side was a bizarre baby crawling towards others while chewing on human flesh. "Zombie! Zombie!" someone shouted, and the surrounding people began to scatter. Even those who were helping the driver ran away. Except for a few brave ones on school grounds and apartment windowsills, the once bustling street suddenly became deserted. However, many onlookers had gathered at both ends of the street. Li Long returned to the window, feeling nauseous but curious about what had happened downstairs. Seeing that its food had fled, the strange baby let out a howl towards the sky. The baby's tender throat produced such a bizarre sound that everyone present shivered. "Where's my phone?" Li Long fished out his phone from his pocket and opened camera. The baby turned its head and saw the two watching from above, grinning at them. Usually, Shao Ming would tease Li Long, saying, "You understand TikTok," but now he was so shocked that he couldn't say anything. Several patrol officers ran out from the crowd, and 2 police officers rushed towards the baby by the roadside. "Officer!" Several college students shouted from the campus, "Stay away from it. It bites." The officers exchanged glances and frowned. "Officer, don't go near it." On the other side of the intersection, the injured man's girlfriend also shouted. Shao Ming looked towards the voice and noticed that the surrounding passers-by had consciously given the couple enough space while the man was being helped by another officer to apply pressure to his wound that moment. The baby also noticed the police officers behind it, opening its bloody mouth and crawling towards the two, its once innocent eyes now a bloody red. Now, the officers didn't need anyone to remind them that the baby was not right. Having never encountered such a situation, the 2 police officers didn't know how to handle it and could only retreat repeatedly. Others who were helping the driver heard the commotion and sent someone over. Shao Ming saw 2 officers exchange a few words. One began to move to the right while the other 3 officers surrounded the strange baby in the middle. "Step back." The only officer still in front of the baby placed a hand on his stun gun, while another officer pulled out handcuffs. "Get him!" It was unclear which officer shouted. One behind the baby dashed forward and grabbed the baby's clothes, lifting it up. The baby kept screaming, its blood-soaked little hands flailing in the air. "Calm down, calm down." Another officer quickly moved forward to cuff the baby's feet, while the baby continued to struggle and turn its head, trying to bite the 2 officers behind it. The sound of sirens could be heard from a distance, and the surrounding onlookers quickly made way. An ambulance took the injured away, and with the police's help, they managed to control the mutated child. The onlookers gathered again, wanting to get an explanation from the officers. "This is an isolated case." A seemingly higher-ranking officer shouted to the crowd, "Everyone, don't panic. Hurry home." A massive number of isolated cases were unfolding across the city of Manchester. Chapter 3: Strange Events. Due to the unbelievable scene that happened downstairs at noon, Shao Ming and Li Long decided to skip their afternoon classes. After a phone call with their families, Shao Ming spent the entire afternoon sitting on the sofa, scrolling through all the news about After Effects online, his frown growing tighter with each article. Meanwhile, Li Long began to lift weights like a madman, as if only exercising could calm his mood. Gradually, Shao Ming not only looked up information online, but also brought out several pieces of paper to start taking notes. 1 or 2 hours later, the street became noisy again as many people rushed out of their homes to the supermarket to stock up on supplies. Just as the two were hesitating about whether to join the crowd in grabbing some supplies, an old man suddenly collapsed on the ground. The old man was already in poor condition, and the elderly woman who intended to help him to the hospital cried out helplessly, but no one dared to step forward. Instead, people moved further away from the two, with some even choosing to detour around the road. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the old man, who had spent his life with his companion, bit down on the neck of the woman he had loved for a lifetime. However, this chaos didn't last long. The public service system was still operational, and police and doctors quickly arrived at the scene to control another mutant. Such incidents had already occurred in most communities in the city, in major cities across the country, and in many countries around the world. This completely frightened the two upstairs. They unanimously agreed that it was best to stay in the apartment for now. As evening approached, the sunset glow bathed the room in warm light. From this afternoon until now, there have been 48 police sirens outside, Li Long said as he put down the barbell. "Look at this." Shao Ming stood up and dragged out the unused whiteboard from the corner of the living room. Then he placed the whiteboard in the middle of the living room and wrote a date 3.5 on it with a marker. 3 days ago, on March 5th, the first video circulated online. Shao Ming showed his phone to Li Long, and in the video, a man with blood-red eyes was frantically chasing his family in a residential area, with blood still on his lips. When the video was first released, many people thought it was special effects or some kind of short film, Shao Ming said. After the video finished playing .so, it didn't create much of a stir online. By yesterday, Shao Ming wrote 3.6 on a whiteboard, continuing, videos similar to this one started popping up like mushrooms after rain. Yesterday, we were all preparing for this morning's exam and spent the whole time in the library without checking our phones, so we actually missed this information. Li Long took the phone and browsed through it in Shao Ming's viewing history from the afternoon. There were at least hundreds of videos from different locations and starring different characters, but they all share common feature. Their eyes were covered in blood red, with no visible pupils or whites, just like the baby they saw this afternoon. And today, Shao Ming wrote today's date, there are already tens of thousands of related videos appearing worldwide. And the most concentrated outbreak location is in the UK. Wow, is it really zombies? Li Long asked. Shao Ming shrugged and said, the problem is that these people typically turn into this state about half a month after a sudden infection. Of course, there are some, especially younger people, who mutate in a very short time. Li Long's face turned pale. If this was related to a pandemic, he wouldn't be safe either. Seeing Li Long's expression, Shao Ming comforted him, saying, there's still no direct evidence. What Shao Ming didn't say was that a blogger had already compiled the locations of various videos, which basically aligned with the pandemic trend from half a year ago. Many people experiencing a resurgence of symptoms would deteriorate rapidly in the last few days or even hours, showing symptoms like blindness and internal bleeding. Although there is currently no record of how people specifically transform into that terrifying state, the post-infection symptoms seemed undeniably connected to becoming a zombie. Did I hope so? Li Long slumped on the sofa. If it really is, I don't want to become like that. Don't think like that. Shao Ming patted Li Long's shoulder and said, it's not said that everyone infected half a year ago will definitely experience a resurgence now, nor that a resurgence will necessarily lead to mutation. Before Shao Ming could finish, a loud rumbling sound came from outside the window. The two looked in the direction of the sound to see a black shadow rapidly descending from the sky. A few seconds later, they saw clearly that it was a large passenger plane. The plane crashed into a skyscraper in the city center, followed by a violent explosion. Oh my! The two exchanged glances, realizing that the apocalypse had indeed arrived. Half an hour later, the two, panting, gathered all the useful items from the apartment. 2 boxes of instant food, 2 barrels of bottled water, a few apples, 16 bottles of beer, 6 bottles of cola, 1 piece each of frozen pork chop and lamb chop, some vegetables, some seasonings, about 10 packages of various snacks, hundreds of masks and gloves hoarded during the pandemic, a baseball bat, and a kitchen knife. Conservatively estimated, it was enough for 2 people to eat for a week. Should we go out and take a look? Li Long asked. We don't have much left at home. Shao Ming wasn't sure if they should go out. Not to mention whether they could find anything at the supermarket now. If what those bloggers said was true, then you wouldn't know if the people outside had already experienced a resurgence of symptoms and might turn into zombies at any moment. Shao Ming looked at Li Long beside him. At least this guy was still safe for now. But he also feared that his companion might become one of the zombies at any time. He knew, and Li Long knew too. They were just avoiding the topic. I should have listened to my mom back then, Shao Ming said with a wry smile. Half a year ago, during the pandemic, his parents had reminded him to stock up on supplies at home, but he hadn't taken it seriously, and now he regretted it. The current dilemma was whether to starve at home or go out and get randomly bitten to death. Chapter 4 Hardware Store. After much deliberation, the two decided to venture out to scavenge while the sun was still up. Firstly, although the government was still operational, whether it could truly control the situation was questionable. They couldn't just sit idly by. Secondly, even if the government was still functioning, it seemed on the verge of collapse. If they waited for the military to enter and impose a full lockdown on the city, it was uncertain whether there would be any guarantees of survival. The various sirens in the city had not ceased, and after the plane crash, the city's rescue and law enforcement capabilities were nearing collapse. Just like when the pandemic first began, public order was about to be shattered within 72 hours. However, unlike the initial outbreak, people had been afraid of being infected by the virus 6 months ago, while now they were uncertain whether they would start showing symptoms of relapse at any moment. If this continued, the number of mutated individuals would increase day by day, and the government would undoubtedly seal off the city. Even zombies would have to turn into homebodies. As night was approaching, Many people who had been looting supplies had already returned home, allowing them to avoid the violent crowds. Each of them strapped on a backpack. Just before heading out, Li Long gripped a baseball bat in his hand, while Shao Ming tucked a kitchen knife behind his waist. Li Long glanced back at Shao Ming and opened the door, stepping outside. Descending the stairs to the street, a few pedestrians hurried by, carrying bags of various sizes. Aside from the distant plumes of black smoke and the few bloodstains on the ground that had yet to be cleaned, the scene didn't feel too different from usual. Not far from the apartment, there was a fresh food supermarket, and the two decided to try their luck there first. The supermarket was still open, but the shelves were in disarray, and an employee was sweeping the floor at the entrance. Seeing them approach, the employee waved his hand and said, "There's nothing left." "Aren't you going home?" Shao Ming asked. "I'm working," the employee replied, glancing at Shao Ming before continuing to sweep the floor. Unsure of what to say, Shao Ming could only leave with Li Long. Most of the shops downstairs were already empty or had their doors tightly shut, so the two had to explore farther afield. Suddenly, a roar came from a building nearby, followed by a woman's scream and a child's cry. The healthy people downstairs, holding supplies, heard the commotion and quickly fled the area. Shao Ming glanced at Li Long, whose face looked terrifyingly pale. "Are you okay?" Shao Ming asked. No, I'm fine," Li Long replied. "I don't have any symptoms of relapse right now. I'm fine, really. If you do have any symptoms, please tell me, okay?" Shao Ming placed a hand on Li Long's shoulder. "If I turn, remember to hit me on the head. Tell my mom I love her." Li Long was on the verge of tears. Shao Ming shook Li Long and said, "At least you're alive right now. Don't you remember what you often tell me? Your attitude towards life? Even if you're going to die tomorrow, you should live well today." Li Long couldn't hide his fear but nodded and said, "Okay, I'll live well." Stepping out onto the main road, they found a street filled with vehicles stranded due to traffic control. Many people had already abandoned their cars and were walking away. "There's a commercial area further north along this road," Shao Ming said. Li Long nodded. That area had quite a few bars and clubs, as well as many shops. "We should hurry," he said, looking around. Many people, like them, were heading towards the city center with bags in hand. The further they went, the more chaotic the streets became, running crowds, blaring horns, shattered glass from street-side shops. Approaching the commercial area, chaos was an understatement. Hundreds, if not thousands, of people were looting various stores, and some were even banging on police cars maintaining order, trying to drag the officers out. The two decided to take a detour and enter through a small alley that was locked up. This was the back alley of the commercial street, where most shops receive their goods. Shao Ming pulled on the iron gate, but it was locked and wouldn't budge. Li Long looked at the sides of the gate, estimating it to be about 6 feet tall. He patted Shao Ming and said, "It's not too high. We should be able to climb over." After searching for a short while, they spotted a shop with its back door open. With a mindset of giving it a try, they entered the shop's warehouse. A few people were crouched beside the shelves, unpacking boxes and stuffing packaged food into their bags. When they saw the two enter, they merely glanced at them before continuing to fill their bags. The two quickly joined the fray, ripping open large boxes on the shelves and stuffing their backpacks. A commotion erupted outside the warehouse, followed by someone beginning to bang on the warehouse door. Those who had come in first had already run off, and the remaining ones were also preparing to escape. This warehouse wasn't very large. If people from outside charged in, they weren't sure if they could keep what they had in their bags safe. "How much do you have?" Shao Ming asked. "About enough," Li Long replied, shouldering his backpack and grabbing a box of cookies to hold in his arms. Seeing this, Shao Ming also grabbed the nearest box in front of him. The two hurriedly left the shop's warehouse, climbed over the iron gate, and returned to the main road. "Look over there." Shao Ming pointed to a hardware store across the street. "Let's go get some weapons." Just as they were about to head over, they saw the hardware store owner pulling down the rolling shutter. Shao Ming quickly rushed over, threw his box aside, and propped the shutter up with his hands. "No, we're closing, not selling anything," the owner said, trying to push the shutter down. Li Long arrived just in time to help Shao Ming hold it up. "We can trade with you," Shao Ming said. "I want a chainsaw." The owner hesitated for a moment and asked, "What do you have to trade?" Sensing that the owner was easing up on the shutter, Shao Ming quickly worked with Li Long to push it up to half a person's height and squeezed inside. He kicked the box of food he had brought to the owner's feet and said, "Is this enough?" The owner looked at the two and then at the other box behind Li Long, saying, 300 pounds for both boxes, in exchange for one chainsaw. Just as Shao Ming was about to turn around to ask Li Long's opinion, he saw him raise the baseball bat. The next second, the owner's head was bloodied as he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Chapter 5. Evacuation news blending into the crowd. The two returned home, putting together the items they had scavenged with what they already had at home. A box of biscuits, a box of instant fried chicken fillets, a bit of nuts, and quite a bit of bread, of course. There's also a chainsaw and 2 barrels of premixed oil. Shao Ming placed the last pack of biscuits in the cabinet and said, "These should last us about 2 weeks if we ration them." Li Long tilted his head back on the sofa, not saying anything, just picking up the remote and turning on the TV. Since the first case of human frenzy syndrome appeared a few days ago, similar incidents have been reported in many parts of the world. By the time of this report, over 1 million similar cases had been confirmed. Famous athlete Mei Dong was reported to have a recurrence of flu sequelae and is now bedridden. In the United States, tens of thousands gathered in front of the White House, hoping the government would respond to the zombie incident, and during the rally, over 100 people were arrested by the government. After switching through several channels, all of them reporting zombie news, Li Long switched to the local drama channel. But instead of the soap opera that was supposed to air at this time, there was only a blue background with white text and a monotonous voiceover. The Manchester city government announced that after the plane crash incident this afternoon, a curfew would be implemented citywide starting at 10 o'clock tonight. Citizens are advised to stay home and secure their doors and windows. If your family, friends, or neighbors exhibit symptoms including weakness in limbs, diminished vision, loss of taste, etc., please isolate them and contact the authorities. If symptoms like high fever or bleeding occur, seek medical treatment immediately. Please note that the situation is still under control. All patients will be properly handled, and everyone is advised not to panic excessively and refrain from raiding supermarkets for supplies. For more information, please visit Twitter to follow the official account of the city. Shao Ming sat down and just caught the TV broadcast, so he picked up his phone and opened Twitter to take a look. The comments under the city government post were completely flooded, with some saying the government was lying, others claiming their family members had mutated, some saying they were starting to show symptoms, some praying for God's protection, and others declaring the end of the world. Setting aside these nonsensical comments, he found that someone had created a topic for Manchester survivors to exchange information. With a mindset of giving it a try, Shao Ming clicked in. The tweets under this topic mostly described the symptoms of the users or those around them. He put down his phone and saw that Li Long was also looking at his phone, so he asked, "Any news?" In the group chat for international students, someone mentioned that there might be an evacuation organized in a couple of days. When the last pandemic started, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had launched a large-scale evacuation operation, and Shao Ming had left the UK around that time. Otherwise, he might have also fallen victim to the infection. "That's good news," Shao Ming said, sitting up straight. "The sooner we get home, the better." Li Long nodded, his expression visibly relaxed. If these mutants were indeed related to the massive infection from half a year ago, he didn't want to die in a foreign land, regardless of whether there was good medical assistance back home. "I should call home," Li Long said as he stood up and walked into his bedroom. Shao Ming watched Li Long's departing figure, wanting to say something but not knowing what to advise. When the video call connected, he saw his mother's anxious face. "I was just about to call you. I saw online that a plane crashed there. Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Shao Ming replied, patting his chest. "A plane did crash, but it was at least 10 kilometers away from us, so the impact isn't too big. The city has just started a curfew. Are you short on food and supplies? What about medicine? Do you have enough?" Shao Ming smiled wryly. Given the current situation, it couldn't even be called shopping. Everyone was just taking things for free on the street. However, he didn't want to worry his mother, so he almost reflexively answered, "We have enough supplies. I just went out with Li Long today and brought back a bunch of things. Don't worry. That's good. I saw some videos. Those foreigners look like monsters, just like what you told me this morning. We still don't know what the situation is," he continued. "Some say it's related to the pandemic, but no official word has come out yet." After asking a few more questions about home, Shao Ming asked his mother, "How's the situation back home?" His mother replied, "I haven't heard any news, but several cities have been locked down since yesterday. The domestic outbreak had started on a large scale, and if these mutants were indeed related to the pandemic, then it should have started in the country about half a month ago. However, thinking back, It seemed that about a week ago, cities in the country had begun locking down again, with the official statement being that a second wave of infection was coming. Shao Ming quickly opened Twitter to check news about the country. Several cities that had been hit hardest during the outbreak were now in lockdown, with ambulances and police cars continuously moving through the streets, but the impact on the daily lives of normal people seemed to be minimal. Other than that, there were no further updates. The cities with the most severe infections had only seen tens of thousands infected, spread out across a city with millions of people. It might not be as severe as abroad. What's wrong? His mother asked when she saw Shao Ming not speaking. Nothing, Shao Ming replied. You all should stock up on supplies at home. After chatting with his mother for a while longer, Shao Ming hung up the phone. Li Long still hadn't come out of his bedroom. He thought about going in to check, but decided against it. Maybe spending more time with family would lift his spirits? Shao Ming walked to the window, intending to get some fresh air, but he heard occasional screams and howls, along with the incessant sound of police sirens. So he had to close the window again. He picked up his phone and entered the group chat. The international students were in a frenzy over the possible evacuation news. Li Long then came out of his bedroom, looking much better. Just as the group was buzzing with chatter about the evacuation, a sudden message interrupted everyone's conversation. I think I'm starting to show symptoms of sequelae. Shao Ming put down his phone and said to Li Long, who was also reading the messages, Let's stop looking at this. Want to eat something? Chapter 6. Deterioration as the pot heated up with oil. Shao Ming tore open a bag of thawed frozen steak and tossed it into the frying pan. The sizzling sound masked the noise from outside the window. Li Long began switching TV channels, but after several attempts, he couldn't find a satisfactory program. Let's watch the next few episodes of a drama, Shao Ming said, flipping the steak in the pan. If the world really ends in a couple of days, we need some spiritual nourishment. You're right, Li Long replied, turning off the TV and walking into the bedroom to grab his tablet. How about The Walking Dead? No way. We might soon be living in a real-life version of it, so let's not watch the fake one. The two laughed, and the aroma of the steak gradually filled the room. Time quickly passed to 10 o'clock, and with the sound of police sirens and sporadic gunfire, the outside gradually fell silent. Shao Ming and Li Long exchanged glances, trying not to imagine what was happening outside. We should check the pharmacy tomorrow, Shao Ming said. We still need to stock up on some essential medicines. If we can successfully evacuate back to the country, we won't need to, Li Long replied. It's good to be prepared for both scenarios. Shao Ming paused and added, if it comes to that, we could just open the door, and whoever finds it can take it. Ideally, the evacuation will be successful. Li Long pulled out his phone again. The group chat for international students had also quieted down, with no new information. Let's get some sleep, Shao Ming said, standing up to pat Li Long on the back before heading to his bedroom. Shao Ming lay in bed, unable to sleep. So much had happened that day. He had been taking exams in the morning, and by the afternoon, the city was already in a state of riot. Monsters, car accidents, plane crashes. The image of that baby's blood-red eyes was deeply etched in Shao Ming's mind. It was just like when the pandemic first started. It had come so suddenly. Even more so than that. At least the pandemic had given a month's time before spreading worldwide. Did the hospital receive so many patients with sequelae without any news? Was the government completely unaware, or were they covering up information to avoid panic? Or did the sequelae have anything to do with mutations? Could those who survived the influenza pandemic be lucky enough to escape this crisis again? He didn't know how long he had been lost in thought until he finally fell asleep. It was unclear how much time had passed when Shao Ming was awakened by the noise outside. Groggily, he checked his phone. It was already 9 in the morning. When he opened the door, he saw Li Long, who also had dark circles under his eyes. The two went to the window to look outside. Not far down the main road, a large parade was marching forward. They could vaguely see some people holding signs that read things like "We want the truth" and "What happened to my family." Some protesters were carrying various weapons, ranging from sticks to firearms. Shao Ming ran his fingers through his hair, left the window, and went to the cupboard to grab 2 bags of cookies. Sitting at the dining table with cola and the noise from outside, they began to eat breakfast. Do we need to fill up the water? Li Long asked. I don't know. Shao Ming shook his head. If the city has completely collapsed, we need to prepare for a sudden water cut one day. But it seems like the city's public services are still operating. Just to be safe, they filled all the containers in the house with water. Now we have food, water, basic medicines and weapons, Shao Ming said. But we might still need some antibiotics and painkillers. Given the situation, it's best not to go outside, Li Long said, opening his phone to continue checking evacuation news. They stayed in the house for a while, planning to wait until the parade dispersed before venturing out. But the sound from the parade outside grew louder, quickly followed by the sound of gunfire. Now it's turned into a civil war, Shao Ming said to Li Long. You know, this is actually a good thing. At least so many people are still able to protest. Maybe, Li Long replied. Or it could mean the government is still functioning and the police are still working. Just minutes ago, protesters were throwing bricks and homemade Molotov cocktails at riot police, who were retaliating with being bag guns and tear gas. As everyone's attention was focused on the street in front of the parade, a man sitting by the roadside suddenly collapsed in pain. Many people had already been hit by tear gas, so this man's fall didn't attract much attention. A few seconds later, the man got back up, but his eyes had turned blood red. The parade had been forced back by the police. But this man charged straight at the shield wall formed by the riot police. Engage, a riot officer shouted. His partner immediately extended his beanbag gun through the shield wall and shot at the man. However, instead of collapsing, the man charged even more furiously at the police line. His body slammed against the riot shield wall, and several officers rushed forward to shoot him with stun guns. The man's muscles immediately seized up, and he fell to the ground convulsing. One officer, seeing the man incapacitated, quickly pulled out handcuffs to restrain him. Unexpectedly, the man suddenly unleashed an unimaginable strength, breaking free from the officer's grip and biting down on the officer's hand. "Ah, damn it, I've been bitten," the bitten officer shouted, striking the man's head, but the man not only held on, but bit down harder. As the situation spiraled out of control, an officer in the back raised his rifle and shot the man in the head. This finally seemed to have some effect. The man fell to the ground and stopped moving. Several teammates quickly helped the bitten officer to the back of the line. The police killed someone. Someone shouted from the parade. Upon hearing this, someone in the protest pulled out their handgun and opened fire on the police. The ordinary riot shield made of acrylic could not stop the bullets. A 9mm round penetrated a riot officer's shield and struck him in the neck. "Officer down. Medical assistance. Where's the doctor?" Then another bullet shot out from the crowd. "Return fire. Return fire," a senior officer shouted. "At whom?" Another officer asked. More bullets flew in, and 2 officers in the front line fell. "Everyone, shoot at anyone you see with a gun." Chapter 7. Terror at the pharmacy. An hour later, the streets gradually quieted down. The police began to clear the bodies from the ground. Since the hospital had become a hot spot for mutants, many of the wounded could not receive any treatment and could only lie by the roadside, waiting for their blood to drain. Meanwhile, the 2 who were still hiding in the apartment learned about the situation on the street a few hundred meters away through online videos. Under normal circumstances, videos of protesters and riot police exchanging deadly gunfire would definitely ignite global public opinion. However, today, major social media platforms were filled with videos of conflicts and riots from various locations. Some people rushed to the streets because their family members had mutated. Some hoped the government would reveal the truth. Some exhibited symptoms of after effects and rushed out, and others tried to blend in with the protesters to loot supplies. Shao Ming clicked on a video where a doctor was desperately hiding in an office, bidding farewell to his family. "I don't know what to do. My patients have all mutated. They've gone mad. Please don't come to the hospital anymore. My colleagues and I have tried our best. The after effects are related to the mutations. They really are, but some people have shown symptoms and still haven't mutated, yet they've been bitten to death, literally bitten to death. Some normal people have already gone crazy. Alexia, I'm sorry. Dad can't come home to celebrate your birthday." The doctor broke down in helpless tears, and the video ended there. Shao Ming exited the video, feeling a mix of emotions. It wasn't until noon that the streets returned to a semblance of normalcy. Some residents had left their homes to search for supplies. "It's time to go." Li Long shouldered his backpack and handed another bag to Shao Ming. The pharmacy with the most supplies was near the Manchester Royal Hospital, which was closest to the apartment. Although the situation inside the hospital was unclear, the videos from others indicated that the police had taken control of the hospital. This 18th century hospital was now completely sealed off by the police, since all patrol officers had been deployed to maintain order. The officers sealing off the hospital were fully armed special police. Of course, it was also possible that the firepower of ordinary police was completely insufficient to deal with a breach of the hospital. Several armored vehicles surrounded the hospital entrance, and the special police aimed their guns inside. Some people, seemingly relatives of patients, gathered nearby, pleading with the special police to rush in and rescue their loved ones. Others were demanding that the special police immediately clear the entire hospital. The commander of the special police could only keep explaining that the situation in most major hospitals across the country was similar, and the orders from above only allowed for the hospital to be sealed off, with no further actions permitted. Through the glass doors of the hospital, Shao Ming saw the horrific scene inside. Countless mutants were pressing against the doors trying to break out, and some doctors in white coats lay dead, their bodies mangled. Fortunately, the hospital's main entrance had been reinforced with steel bars by the police, so for now, it seemed the mutants could not break out. "Let us go," Shao Ming said. "Let's try our luck near the hospital." On the main road, the situation was even more gruesome than the day before. Almost every few steps revealed a pool of blood, and abandoned vehicles on the road were either damaged or had slogans scattered on them. Crossing the street, the two finally arrived at the first pharmacy. From here, they could already see the main building of the Manchester Royal Hospital. Through the tightly closed doors, Shao Ming could only see empty shelves. They had no choice but to continue approaching the hospital. Shao Ming felt uneasy. If the mutants breached the police blockade, getting bitten to death over a few bottles of antibiotics would not be worth it. "I'll check the situation." Shao Ming signaled Li Long to stop and jumped onto the roof of a small vehicle to look ahead. The police had indeed set up a cordon at the hospital entrance, and the main doors were sealed. Shao Ming breathed a sigh of relief. For now, the problem didn't seem too big. Right next to the blood donation center, directly across from the hospital's main entrance, there was a fairly large pharmacy, and the two jogged over. Perhaps due to the morning's riots or the thousands of mutants in the hospital across the street, there weren't many people in the pharmacy. The order in the pharmacy was relatively normal, perhaps because the special police were right across the street. Customers were quietly selecting and paying for their items in front of the shelves. As soon as Shao Ming entered the store, he saw the owner leaning against the counter with his head down. Shao Ming said to Li Long in Chinese, "The owner's condition doesn't look too good." Li Long nodded, pulling a baseball bat from his backpack and gripping it tightly. "I'll go look for medicine." Shao Ming opened his backpack and walked to the back shelves to search for antibiotics. Ming. Just as Shao Ming was stuffing the antibiotics he had finally found into his bag, he heard Li Long calling him loudly. Shao Ming hurried back to the counter, only to see the shopkeeper had collapsed unconscious on the counter. He just fell over, Li Long explained to the arriving Shao Ming. "Are you okay?" A daring black man reached out and patted the shopkeeper, but unexpectedly, the shopkeeper suddenly opened his mouth and bit down on the man's hand. "Damn it, hit him!" Without needing Shao Ming to shout that, Li Long's baseball bat had already struck the mutated shopkeeper's head. The mutated shopkeeper seemed dazed from the hit, and the black man quickly withdrew his hand, scrambling out of the pharmacy. The shopkeeper then roared in anger at Li Long and Shao Ming, pushing himself off the counter. The fluidity of this movement was completely different from that of a zombie in movies and TV shows. Li Long dashed forward, delivering a hard hit to the mutated shopkeeper's head. The latter staggered back 2 steps, but then came charging back. "Damn it!" Li Long quickly brought the bat up horizontally, and the mutated shopkeeper bit down hard on the bat. Shao Ming pulled out a kitchen knife from his waist and circled around behind the shopkeeper. Li Long was forced to retreat step by the shopkeeper, knocking down medicines from the shelves on both sides of his baseball bat. Shao Ming slashed down hard at the shopkeeper's neck, and the blow severed half of the shopkeeper's neck. The shopkeeper's body lost control and, propelled by inertia, staggered forward a couple of steps before collapsing to the ground. Chapter 8. The Marchilo defense line. The mutated shopkeeper's head was barely attached to its body by a thin piece of flesh, its blood-red eyes fixed on the ground, while its mouth was weakly biting. "Dog thing." Li Long raised the baseball bat and struck the shopkeeper's head fiercely. Again and again, the shopkeeper's forehead was caved in. "Young man, put down your weapon." 2 SWAT officers appeared at the pharmacy door, shouting at Li Long and Shao Ming. Li Long did not stop. He swung down with all his strength for one last blow. Bang! The shopkeeper's head was smashed by Li Long, exploding like a watermelon. Only then did Li Long stop, panting heavily while holding the baseball bat. The bloody smell stimulated Shao Ming's nostrils. He hurriedly picked up the backpack on the ground, only to see that the two officers had already raised their weapons. Hey, hey! Shao Ming quickly raised his hands, signaling Li Long to drop the bat. We need to arrest you, sir, one of the officers said to Li Long. Shao Ming quickly stepped in front of Li Long and asked, Why? What did he do? He killed someone. This answer took Shao Ming by surprise. How could that thing lying on the ground still be considered human? Those are monsters, don't you know? Shao Ming asked. No, the orders from above are to treat them as patients. Just like how you shot people in the street today. A sound of shattering glass from the direction of the hospital interrupted their conversation. The four looked towards the sound, surprised to see that the glass on the upper floor had been smashed by the mutated beings, with one mutated creature falling directly from above. Then came the second, third, and more mutated beings bursting out from the fourth floor, some landing headfirst and dying instantly, while many others wobbled and got back up, heading towards the SWAT line. Now the steel barricades were just decorations. Fortunately, the fourth floor was high enough that many mutated beings broke their legs upon falling and could only advance with a limp. Oh no! The SWAT captain quickly ordered, "Free fire! Block them!" Instantly, gunfire erupted. Those slow-moving mutated beings were no match for submachine guns and rifles. The ones that had just jumped down fell in droves like grass being mowed. The two SWAT officers blocking Li Long and Shao Ming no longer cared about them, immediately returning to their positions. What are you looking at? Hurry and run. Shao Ming grabbed the stunned Li Long and took off running. Just as the two didn't run far, one SWAT officer accidentally broke the glass of the main door. Now it was bad. The mutated beings crazily squeezed through the barricades and charged towards the SWAT officers. Several SWAT officers quickly turned their guns to try to block the gap at the door. However, many mutated beings had already squeezed out and rushed towards the SWAT team. Reload. The SWAT officers alternated their fire, but there were still endless mutated beings pouring out of the hospital. Block the door. Use the vehicles. Quickly block the door. The SWAT captain shouted. One officer closest to the armored vehicle jumped onto it without thinking, started the engine, and charged at the door. The armored vehicle crushed several mutated beings and slammed against the door. The temporarily welded steel bars were instantly bent, and two vertical bars were directly broken, but this successfully blocked the door for the time being. The driving officer quickly crawled to the back of the vehicle, opening the rear door to jump out. However, when he pushed open the rear door, a mutated being happened to jump down from above and land on the roof of the vehicle. The mutated being crawled in through the open firing port on the roof and grabbed the officer's foot. The officer pulled out his handgun and fired several shots at the mutated being's head. Just as he turned to escape, several mutated beings had already blocked the door of the vehicle. The magazine of the handgun quickly ran dry, and several mutated beings climbed into the armored vehicle. The officer's heroic sacrifice seemed to have stalled the advance of the mutated beings. Many SWAT officers had drawn their handguns and started shooting, while more mutated beings continued to pour out from above. Before the mass mutation occurred, there had been at least thousands of people piled up inside the hospital, and now most of them had already mutated. Amidst the fierce battle, no one noticed that the 9-ton armored vehicle was being pushed by hundreds of mutated beings stacked on the first floor. One mutated being squeezed through the gap and charged towards the SWAT officers. I'm out of bullets. I have 2 left. The SWAT officers watched as the mutated being got closer, some already pulling out batons and knives. Get in the vehicle, retreat. Tell Team B and Team C that the door has been breached. Retreat immediately. The SWAT captain jumped into a police vehicle and shouted to the remaining officers. Hurry and retreat. Contact headquarters. The Royal Hospital has been breached. Seal off this area. The SWAT officers quickly entered the nearest police vehicles, and the last remaining armored vehicle floored the gas pedal, crashing through the vehicles blocking the road and escaping with the remaining police cars. With the SWAT officers no longer blocking the way, the mutated beings surged out of the hospital, starting to run wildly down the streets in search of food. Those who couldn't run fast enough all became a feast for the mutated beings. Meanwhile, Li Long and Shao Ming had just run to the bottom of an apartment building. Hearing the gunfire stop, Shao Ming could only think of the worst. The hospital must have been breached. The two quickly ran back home and locked the door. Shao Ming didn't even take off his backpack and immediately ran to the window to look outside. About a dozen mutated beings ran past on the street. And just then, a person happened to dart into the street below Shao Ming's apartment. Seeing Shao Ming looking out, he hurriedly shouted, "Help me! Help me!" Shao Ming looked behind him and saw several mutated beings following that person. Without thinking, Shao Ming shut the window. Now to save him would likely mean putting his own life at risk. Shao Ming could only mentally apologize to that person. "I hope he wasn't just looking at me," Shao Ming thought. "What is wrong?" Li Long asked, noticing Shao Ming's expression. "Nothing." Shao Ming took off his backpack, feeling his hands trembling. Li Long walked over and sat on the sofa. Perhaps it was the sudden calm after the chaos. But his body suddenly went into a stress response. His breathing became rapid, his heart raced, and he gripped the baseball bat tightly. Seeing Li Long's condition, Shao Ming hurriedly supported him and asked, "Are you okay?" "Iem me fine. Iem me fine. Iem okay." Li Long waved his hand, breathing heavily, just feeling a bit anxious. "Maybe I was too tense just now. Let us take a break. I'll get you a bottle of water," Shao Ming said. "Uh-huh." Li Long nodded, trying to adjust his breathing. After drinking the water that Shao Ming brought, Li Long rested for a while. His body was mostly fine. He threw his backpack onto the sofa and walked into the bathroom with the bloodied baseball bat. Shao Ming looked at Li Long, who was becoming increasingly silent, and then at his own hands. In just a day or two, it seemed that both of them had been completely changed. Chapter 9. Missing the evacuation due to a sudden situation at the pharmacy, the two only brought back a few bottles of antibiotics. Shao Ming returned to the window and saw several mutants crouching together, gnawing on a corpse. He couldn't tell if it was the person who had called for help earlier. Shao Ming shook his head, hoping it wasn't, but he felt a voice inside him blaming himself. Perhaps if he had seen a similar video online, he would have firmly believed he would rush out to save someone, but when the incident happened right before his eyes, he instinctively chose to escape, both physically and psychologically. Today was the first time the two had such close contact with mutants. Unlike the zombies in traditional cultural works, these mutants were exceptionally agile and fast. In some respects, they even seemed to have the upper hand over humans. Fortunately, after seeing so much bloodshed online and in reality over the past 2 days, Shao Ming managed to hold back his nausea at the pharmacy. Li Long sat on the sofa, staring blankly at his baseball bat. Shao Ming took a can of beer from the fridge and handed it to Li Long, who immediately poured it into his mouth. "Drink slowly. Cough, cough." Li Long spat out some beer and wiped his mouth. The two fell silent again. Shao Ming took out his phone and checked the messages in the international student group. The group was flooded with messages again, but this time all were about packing up and arranging transportation. Shao Ming quickly scrolled through the messages, and a message they both eagerly anticipated appeared before him. A notification from the embassy in the UK announced that an evacuation plan was about to be launched to evacuate Chinese citizens as quickly as possible. "Look at this," Shao Ming said excitedly to Li Long. "We can go home." "What?" Li Long hurriedly grabbed his phone to check the message along with Shao Ming. They opened the embassy's post and searched for evacuation news regarding Manchester. "Chinese citizens in Liverpool, Manchester, and Leeds please proceed to Manchester Airport by 1 p.m. local time tomorrow." "It's time to set off," Shao Ming said, unable to contain his excitement. "Did you see that? We need to be at the airport by 1 p.m. tomorrow." Li Long finally regained some spirit, nodding happily. No matter when, going home was always a joyful thing. Shao Ming looked at the time. It was already 5 p.m. "We'll set off early tomorrow," he said. The two quickly began to pack their things. Shao Ming stuffed some food and drinks in his backpack and picked up the chainsaw from beside the sofa. The distance from their apartment to Manchester Airport was about 15 kilometers, and no one could guarantee that they wouldn't encounter other mutants along the way. Various messages online and what they had witnessed today indicated that normal people and mutants were now mixed in the city, and as time passed, there were fewer normal people and more mutants. 15 kilometers, it will take at least 3 hours, Li Long said. "Let's leave at 7 a.m. We should definitely reach the airport by noon." "No, let's leave at 6 a.m., Shao Ming replied. The two spent the night with excited hearts, even preparing a big meal. Going out to get medicine was really a bad decision, Li Long said. Shao Ming thought of how Li Long had smashed the shopkeeper's head and could only say, "We'll be home soon." After a satisfying meal and a phone call with their families, they went to bed early. It felt as if everything that had happened in the past 2 days was just a dream, and all the terror, panic, and anxiety would be left behind. Shao Ming finally had a peaceful sleep. However, during the night, he vaguely heard rumbling sounds and gunfire. The next morning, the two set out early. Shao Ming opened the window and took a look. There was only a mangled corpse left downstairs, and the mutants they had seen yesterday had long since disappeared. They cautiously walked onto the street, which was eerily quiet, as if everyone was hiding in their homes, afraid to come out. However, when they reached the main road, they were met with a scene of despair. Hundreds of mutants were roaming the streets, clearly the ones that had broken through yesterday. Further away, roadblocks made of heavy truck containers and police buses had been set up. Due to the breach at the Manchester Royal Hospital yesterday, the entire neighborhood surrounding the hospital had been completely sealed off. The police force was no longer sufficient to clear the numerous mutants. Many officers had died in the line of duty during riot control and lockdowns, and many others had shown symptoms of relapse. The police could only isolate all neighborhoods around large hospitals, as these areas were hotspots for mutants. Since the lockdown had been implemented at night, the two had not checked any messages upon waking and were completely unaware that they were now in a lockdown area. More importantly, the Manchester city government had not issued any announcements before the lockdown. Only a few sleepless netizens and nearby residents had seen the lockdown process and uploaded photos. Hungry mutants spotted the two clueless individuals walking onto the street and all charged toward them. The two immediately turned and ran back to their apartment. Completely unaware of how dire the situation on the street had become, they rushed into the apartment and locked the front door. Several of the fastest mutants crashed into the door, roaring at the two inside the hallway with their gaping mouths. Seeing that the door temporarily held off the mutants, the two hurried to their home. Once back inside, they pushed several pieces of furniture against the door, while downstairs, dozens of mutants had gathered. Li Long anxiously said, "Quick, call the Ministry of Foreign Affairs." Shao Ming trembled as he fumbled for his phone, taking a long time to finally pull it out of his pocket. After several attempts, he finally dialed the correct number and connected to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but all he heard was a cold female voice. In disbelief, Shao Ming hung up and dialed again, but no matter how many times he called, it was always that same cold voice. "The line is busy." Shao Ming trembled as he said. Li Long sat on the ground in despair and slowly said, "We can't leave now." Chapter 10 Neighbors. Shao Ming said, "Cheer up. It's still early, and there are still ways out." Li Long almost shouted with a cry, "Ways? Why don't you ask the dozens of zombies downstairs if they have any ways?" Shao Ming looked at the time. It was only 6:30. Maybe they'll disperse soon? He suggested. "Impossible." Li Long murmured to himself, "I don't want to die. We can't go back. I don't want to die. There are so many international students around the school. What about those inside? The Ministry of Foreign Affairs won't just ignore us, right? The embassy will find a way, right?" Li Long raised his head and yelled at Shao Ming. "Don't you understand the situation? Even if the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has great capabilities, can they send a division to escort us out? If the Ministry of Foreign Affairs can't help, we'll rely on ourselves. There has to be a way," Shao Ming insisted. Li Long suddenly stood up and shouted at Shao Ming, "The police have sealed off our area. You've seen it. Even if we could rush through hundreds of zombies, how would we get over the high walls stacked up by the police?" Shao Ming was startled, but continued, "There must be a gap. There must be a gap. There are so many alleys nearby. How could the police seal them all off? In one night? I don't believe it." Shao Ming continued, "If you don't want to die, then find a way. If you want to go home, then find a way. What good does it do to be negative here?" Bang! 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 The door was being pounded violently, and the two immediately stopped talking. Shao Ming cautiously approached the door, crouched behind the sofa blocking it, and looked through the peephole. Outside the door was not a zombie, but their neighbor, Bleedin'. "Asian pig, hurry up and open the door. What good thing have you done? I know it's you." Bleedin' angrily banged on the door. Seeing him take 2 steps back, Shao Ming noticed a black object emerging from his waist. Shao Ming took a closer look and realized it was a handgun. "He has a gun," Shao Ming said to Li Long outside. Bleedin' continued to shout, "Open the door. I know you're in there. Don't hide in there without making a sound. If you have the capability to attract zombies, why can't you open the door?" Shao Ming saw Bleeding raise the gun and aim it at the door. He quickly took 2 steps back, moving away from the door. Open the door. I'm going to throw you out to feed the zombies. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and a bullet shot through the wooden door, hitting the inside of the room. Both were startled. They didn't expect Bleeding to actually fire. Calm down. Calm down. Shao Ming shouted at the door. Let's talk this out. What talk? I want you both to roll out and clear the zombies at the door right now. Bleeding replied. Otherwise, I will come in and force you down. After saying that, he charged at the door again. The old door couldn't withstand the continuous banging and gunfire. If he maintained this momentum, the door would be completely blown open in a few minutes. Put the gun down first. Shao Ming shouted, put the gun down, and then we can talk. Open the door. Bleeding banged on the door again. If I don't force you, you'll just stay huddled in there. As soon as he finished speaking, another bullet shot in. Open the door and come out, or I guarantee I'll smash your rotten door. Meanwhile, the roars of the mutants outside grew louder, with more and more mutants converging on the building after hearing the gunfire. Hey, I'm going to open the door, Shao Ming said to Li Long. Are you crazy? Li Long replied. Open the door and let him in to kill us, or we wait for him to keep shooting and attract more zombies. Shao Ming retorted. If we open the door, we still have a chance. If we don't, this madman will keep shooting inside. It seemed to confirm Shao Ming's words when 2 more bullets shot in. Shao Ming had only one thought in his mind now. Only by facing him directly would there be a chance. What do you want to do? Li Long asked. I don't know, Shao Ming answered, but I feel like he doesn't want to kill us right away. The zombies downstairs are still there. If he doesn't kill us, we can go clear the zombies downstairs. How do you know? Li Long asked. You open the door, he shoots, and we're all done for. Listen, Shao Ming said. There's no other way now. Open the door, you hide in the dark, and you can take him down. If we don't open the door, he'll break it or attract more zombies, and we're all done. The 2 looked at the wobbling door, with the continuous roars of the mutants in their ears. It seemed there was no other option but to open the door to gain some advantage. Li Long shook his head in disbelief, picked up the baseball bat, and stood behind the door. Hey, Shao Ming shouted at the door, don't shoot first. I'll open the door, and we'll go clear the problem downstairs. Then hurry up and open it. Bleeding shouted, and then rolled downstairs. It's best if you clear it out and get out of the apartment. The gunfire outside did indeed stop. Shao Ming looked at Li Long and pushed the sofa away from the door. His mind was blank, completely unprepared for what was about to happen. Shao Ming held his breath and opened the door, and Bleeding immediately raised his gun, aiming it at Shao Ming. Looking at the dark muzzle, Shao Ming felt his legs shaking. Now, Bleeding swung his gun and said, you and your friend go deal with all the zombies downstairs. Okay. Shao Ming raised his hands and took 2 steps back. You have to let us grab some tools, right? Seeing Shao Ming retreat, Bleeding stepped forward. Where's your friend? Let him come out too. Just as Bleeding stepped forward, his hand reached inside the door. Li Long seized the opportunity and swung the bat down. Your dad is here. Bleeding was struck by the sudden blow, but since it hit him on the back, the intense pain didn't make him let go of his gun. Images of countless action movie scenes flashed through Shao Ming's mind. His instinctive reaction was not to dodge, but to rush forward and grab Bleeding's gun. Bleeding was already dazed from the hit, and the distance between them wasn't far. By the time he regained his senses, Shao Ming had already knocked his gun aside. Bleeding gritted his teeth in pain, fiercely holding onto the gun, while Shao Ming suddenly pulled back, dragging Bleeding into the room. Seeing this, Li Long raised the baseball bat and swung it at Bleeding's head. Bleeding's head took a heavy hit, and he instinctively squeezed the trigger, firing a bullet. The bullet hit the wall, fragmenting, and one of the shards ricocheted at an angle, striking Li Long's thigh. Chapter 11 gunshot wound Bleeding covered his bloodied head and staggered back 2 steps before collapsing to the ground. Damn it, Li Long cursed, intending to kick Bleeding while he was down, but his legs gave out and he fell. Shao Ming quickly supported Li Long, looking down to find blood flowing from Li Long's leg. Due to the adrenaline rush, Li Long didn't even realize he had been shot. You've been shot. You've been shot. Shao Ming hurriedly helped Li Long to a nearby sofa, where blood had already soaked a large area of his pants. Damn it, how could I get hit? Li Long said, as the pain surged up. He felt like his left leg, which had been shot, was no longer his own. Don't talk, lie still, Shao Ming said, as he went to search for bandages. Luckily, he had organized things in the past few days, and the medical supplies were neatly stored in the cabinet. Shao Ming took out a roll of bandages, along with a bottle of alcohol and some painkillers. Given the situation, they had to make do with what they had for now. Pants off, Shao Ming told Li Long, seeing Li Long's condition. He had no choice but to do it himself. It hurts, it hurts. Just hold on. Shao Ming pulled Li Long's pants down a bit, revealing a prominent wound immediately. Hang in there, I'm going to disinfect the wound. Seeing Li Long drenched in sweat, Shao Ming grabbed a pillow from the sofa and handed it to him, saying, "Bite down, it'll be over soon." Shao Ming opened the alcohol spray. He wasn't sure if this was the right way to handle it, but he thought it couldn't be too different from treating a sports injury. Moreover, he couldn't extract the bullet from the wound anyway. He sprayed the alcohol directly onto the wound. The intense pain nearly made Li Long faint, but thankfully it was just for a few seconds. Shao Ming then used a tissue soaked in alcohol to clean around the wound. "Lucky for you, it doesn't seem to have hit an artery," Shao Ming said, although the wound on Li Long's leg was alarming. The amount of blood loss suggested that the artery hadn't been damaged. However, there was still a significant amount of bleeding. Shao Ming picked up the bandage and wrapped Li Long's wound. Blood continued to seep out, but it seemed to have stopped for the most part. "Don't we need to remove the bullet?" Li Long asked with difficulty. "I can't take it out," Shao Ming sighed, placing the bandage aside. "The bullet is embedded in the flesh. If it's pressing against another blood vessel, removing it recklessly could do you more harm. I'm afraid there will be some rejection reaction. Removing the bullet is mainly for cleaning the wound, not just to get the bullet out. Don't worry, I'll find you better medical care," Shao Ming said to Li Long. "Just lie still and keep an eye on the wound. I'll go check the situation downstairs." Shao Ming went to the window and looked down. The mutated creatures had gathered even more, all thanks to Breeden's few shots. Now, whether the door downstairs could hold was questionable. He turned around and noticed that Breeden was still lying at the door. Of course, after taking a hit to the head, he wouldn't be going anywhere. "Almost forgot about you," Shao Ming said as he walked over to Breeden and picked up the gun. Earlier, Li Long getting shot had completely drawn their attention. Compared to the drunken guy lying on the ground, his friend's bloody wound was definitely a higher priority. Shao Ming immediately recognized it as a Sig Sauer P320 handgun, 9x19mm caliber with a standard 15-round magazine. Although Shao Ming had never shot at a range, the weight of the gun in his hand felt substantial. However, according to British law, this was definitely not a weapon that could be legally owned. He disengaged the safety and tucked the gun into his waistband. Shao Ming grabbed the unconscious Breeden and dragged him into his room. After dropping the heavy body, he glanced around Breeden's room. It was a complete mess, with clothes and liquor bottles strewn everywhere. The most eye-catching item was a photo placed in the center of the room. In the photo, a young Breeden was smiling while hugging a black girl, and there was a very young black child between them. "Well, looks like your ex-wife really hurt you," Shao Ming said to the still, unconscious Breeden. He looked at Breeden lying on the ground, listening to the wailing of the mutated creatures outside, and felt a strong urge to throw him out the window. If it weren't for this madman, perhaps there would have been more opportunities, and Li Long wouldn't have been hurt. Damn it, Shao Ming kicked him, but ultimately he couldn't bring himself to throw a living person to feed the mutated creatures. He hadn't considered killing anyone yet, even as society slowly collapsed, order still existed. Throwing Breeden out was no different from the mutated creatures or this madman. Moving an unconscious person was far more difficult than Shao Ming had anticipated. After a struggle, he finally got Breeden onto the bed and tied his hands to the headboard with a piece of rope. With that done, his gaze fell on the 2 magazines and a box of bullets on Breeden's bedside. "All right, thank you. I'll take this as payment," Shao Ming said as he stuffed the magazines and bullets into his pocket. Before heading home, Shao Ming locked his neighbor's door, holding the gun as he made his way down the hallway to the first floor. The front door wasn't fully sealed. The upper half was designed with gaps. The mutated creatures outside became even more agitated at the sight of a living person. Fortunately, the old building's front door was still quite sturdy and hadn't warped from the pressure of the creatures. Just to be safe, Shao Ming dragged over some trash and propped it against the door. After doing all this, he returned home and locked the door securely. "Where did you go?" Li Long asked. "I brought back some gifts," Shao Ming said, tossing the magazines and bullets onto the table. "Go lie down on the bed." Shao Ming helped Li Long into the room and onto the bed. Li Long wiped the sweat from his face and said to Shao Ming, "Do you think I'm close to death?" Shao Ming sat down beside Li Long, took out the gun from his waistband, and replied, "Why are you being so negative again?" It didn't hit any vital organs. Shao Ming pulled back the slide, ejecting a bullet. "Given the situation, let's not even talk about whether I'll turn into one of those monsters outside. My leg is definitely not getting out of here. And who knows if I might die from this. This little injury," Shao Ming chuckled. "Are you doubting my bandaging skills or your own resilience?" Li Long also laughed, but remained silent. Shao Ming pulled back the blanket to take a look. "The bleeding should have stopped. I realize I can't let you sit idle. Why do you always start overthinking when you have nothing to do?" Li Long chuckled a couple of times and replied, "Aren't people like that when they have nothing to do?" Shao Ming shook his head, taking bullets from the box and loading them into the magazine. "I want to call home," Li Long said. Shao Ming looked up at Li Long's pale face and said, "I suggest you wait a bit before calling. Or should I help you?" Li Long shook his head. Although he hadn't seen his own face, he could imagine it looked terrible, and he didn't want to worry his family too much. "No need. Let's talk about it later." Shao Ming nodded and said, "The bullet is still in your leg. We need to get it out." Chapter 12: The Patient on the Rooftop. Shao Ming stuffed the loaded magazine into the pistol, and he needed to think about what to do in the coming days. Li Long had an injury on his leg. The block was sealed off. There was a group of starving mutants downstairs, and there was an unfriendly neighbor living across the hall. "We will go home," Shao Ming said to Li Long. "There's always a way. Just rest well for now." "Where are you going?" Li Long asked as Shao Ming tried to get up and leave. "To check the situation," Shao Ming replied, "or to see if there's a way to get you to the airport." Li Long didn't know what to say. He nodded and replied, "I'll continue to contact the embassy and see what they can do." "Okay." Shao Ming tucked the gun into his waistband, saying, "I'll check the front door first. Then go to the rooftop." As Shao Ming reached the door, he turned back to Li Long and said, "I'll take the keys and I'll be back soon. If anyone else knocks, send me a message." "Be careful," Li Long said. "I don't want you dead before I am." "You won't die, and I won't either," Shao Ming replied. "We'll go home together." Leaving Li Long's bedroom, Shao Ming took out his phone to check the time. It was almost 7:30. He quickly thought about how to get to the airport. Given Li Long's current condition, a mode of transportation was essential. But even if he had transportation, would the roads be suitable for vehicles? Additionally, he needed to figure out how to deal with a group of monsters downstairs. Should he lure them away? Or find a way to take them all out? More importantly, how to accomplish all this in the remaining 6 hours? Shao Ming felt like his head was about to explode. Reaching the corner of the stairs on the second floor, Shao Ming cautiously glanced down. The mutants were still gathered outside the front door, banging on it. Fortunately, the door remained steadfast. Shao Ming breathed a sigh of relief and quickly retreated upstairs. Upon reaching the top floor, he discovered that the door leading to the rooftop, which should have been tightly locked, was ajar. The key to the rooftop should be kept by the building manager, but the manager had been absent for a long time. So the rooftop key was locked in the security room on the first floor. Under normal circumstances, he might not have paid attention to such trivial matters. But in this world, he had to be extra cautious. Shao Ming lowered his footsteps and pulled out the pistol from his waistband. Although he had Li Long's baseball bat, he still felt that the gun was more effective. Holding the bat in his left hand and the gun in his right, he carefully made his way to the rooftop. As he slowly pushed open the rooftop door, Shao Ming was met with an unexpected sight. A makeshift shelter had been set up on the rooftop, under which lay various daily necessities such as pots, bowls, and bedding. A man was kneeling beside a makeshift bed, tightly holding the hand of a woman who lay on it. The man's attention seemed entirely focused on the woman in front of him, completely unaware of Shao Ming's arrival. "Hi," Shao Ming spoke up. The man jumped in surprise, hurriedly shielding the woman behind him, and asked, "Who are you? How did you get in?" The man's face was haggard, and Shao Ming glanced at the woman behind him. She seemed to be very ill, her face pale, struggling to breathe while lying in bed. Seeing that Shao Ming was looking at the woman behind him, the man quickly said, "She's fine, she's fine. She just feels a bit unwell." "Why are you here?" Shao Ming asked. He initially thought they were homeless or vagabonds, but their clothes were relatively neat, and their belongings didn't seem like they were picked up from the street. The man seemed hesitant, then changed the subject. "You first answer my question. Who are you? How did you come up?" I live downstairs. Why can't I come up? Shao Ming replied. Now it's your turn to answer me. We. The man stuttered upon seeing the gun in Shao Ming's hand, speaking softly. She's sick. We were kicked out. Roommates? Shao Ming asked. Then my parents. What is wrong with her? Shao Ming inquired. The man hurriedly explained in a panicked tone. She's fine. Nothing's wrong. She's fine. Before Shao Ming could speak, the man suddenly knelt down. Please don't kill her. I heard gunshots. Are you killing people downstairs? Please don't kill her. I'll give you anything. Shao Ming looked at the gun in his hand and realized the man had misunderstood him. He paused for a moment and said to the man, I heard the gunshots too. I just came out to check and make sure everyone is okay. Okay. The man said, I hope everyone is all right. Mind if I take a look? Shao Ming asked. With two people suddenly appearing on the rooftop, he was both curious and concerned about whether they would interfere with his actions. No problem. The man suddenly remembered something and added, just don't look at her. Do you need help? Shao Ming asked, gripping the gun tightly. This was originally a habitual polite question, but the world had changed drastically in the past 2 days. As soon as he said it, he regretted it. If they really needed help, he wouldn't know how to respond. She's sick. I told you she's sick. The man suddenly shouted, then immediately lowered his voice. I'm sorry. It's just, she's just sick. I can take care of her. It's fine. I can take care of her. Although Shao Ming didn't know what illness the woman had, he could only assume the worst, that she might be suffering from after effects. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Pull out the gun and shoot the woman. Shao Ming shook his head, pushing that thought out of his mind. At least the woman was still alive for now. Moreover, this frantic lover didn't seem to pose a threat. If he were to harm his beloved, it would likely create an enemy willing to fight to the death. The man hunched back under the shelter, staring blankly at his beloved, his body swaying slightly as if he were soothing a child. Shao Ming walked toward the edge of the rooftop. Across the street, the once bustling campus was now eerily silent, while thick smoke was rising from various parts of the distant city, with occasional gunfire echoing in the background. However, he discovered that he could climb from the rooftop to the top of the building, allowing him to move directly to the rooftop of another building. Traversing the rooftops was certainly safer than making his way through the horde of zombies on the ground. Chapter 13 Console Wong. Shao Ming threw the baseball bat onto the roof and tucked the handgun into his waistband, preparing to see if he could climb up to the roof. He glanced back at the man, who had crouched down next to the woman. After confirming that the man wouldn't suddenly jump up and stab him from behind, Shao Ming shook his head and grabbed the edge of the roof. He pulled himself up with effort and climbed onto the roof. Due to the different architectural styles of the two buildings, the roof was level with the next building's rooftop. Shao Ming flipped over to the neighboring building, which also had a rooftop terrace. He walked to the edge of the terrace, where there was just a 2-meter-wide alley separating it from the next building. If he continued along this path, he could reach the street. However, it was somewhat awkward that their row of apartment buildings was separated from the others. Even if they could reach the street, they would have to find a way to cross a road to get to the rooftop closer to the main road. Shao Ming shook his head, realizing that this way wouldn't work. He wandered around the terrace for a bit and suddenly noticed that the backside of this building had an outdoor escape ladder, which could lead directly down to the parking lot behind the building. After all, the apartment only had one entrance, and going from a rooftop to the neighboring building and then down could be a way to escape. The premise was how to get the injured along up here. Shao Ming returned to his rooftop, picked up the baseball bat, and climbed down. The woman lying on the bed turned her head to look at Shao Ming, her eyes seemingly pleading, as if to say, "In my life." Shao Ming had a fleeting thought of taking this woman out, and, if necessary, the man too. If the woman was a liability, when it came time to leave the rooftop, there could very well be 2 infected individuals on the terrace. But he couldn't do that. He neither knew what illness the woman had, nor could he bring himself to harm a living person. As soon as he opened the door, Li Long's voice came through. "Ming, is that you? Come see this." "It's me." Shao Ming turned around to lock the door and pushed the sofa over to block the entrance. He went into the bedroom, where Li Long was typing on his laptop. "What's up?" Shao Ming asked. "The embassy has sent news." Shao Ming quickly inquired. "What do they say?" "About 1/5 of people in situations like ours are trapped, but the flights will still take off on time today. They're contacting the UK to see how they can get us out." I told you there would be a way, Shao Ming said excitedly. The embassy won't give up on us. There has to be some hope, right? Li Long replied. I envy your mindset. Envy, huh? Shao Ming laughed. You should learn from it. Get lost. Shao Ming checked the time. It was already 8 o'clock. Want something to eat? Anything is fine. Shao Ming stirred the codfish and chips in the pot, eager to get home as soon as possible. Regardless of what happened, even if the embassy didn't come and pick them up, he had to return home. After preparing breakfast, Shao Ming took out his phone and sent a few messages to his family. It was now midday in Beijing, but his family had not replied yet. Maybe they haven't seen it. Shao Ming comforted himself. He brought breakfast into Li Long's room and sat down beside him. The embassy sent me a message. Li Long turned his laptop around to show Shao Ming. They told us to email Consul Wong at the Manchester consulate if we have any issues. Consul Wong. Shao Ming said, I'll send him an email later detailing our situation. Li Long nodded, set the laptop aside, and began eating breakfast. Any other news? Shao Ming asked. There are a lot of messages online, but they're mostly bad news. Li Long paused and continued. It seems the order in the city has collapsed. There are hardly any doctors left, and many police and firefighters are starting to get sick. The government's call is for everyone to take up arms to protect themselves. The UK, France, Germany, the US, Russia, Canada. These countries are all in similar situations. What about back home? Shao Ming asked. What's the situation there? Much better than ours, Li Long replied. Most places have reported cases of mutants, but they can basically be controlled. We have to go back no matter what. Shao Ming sighed. I haven't shown any symptoms of aftereffects, Li Long said, chewing on his fries. Maybe aftereffects aren't related to everyone. There was never any evidence to fully prove a connection between the two. Most of it is just speculation, Shao Ming said, half comforting Li Long. Unsure if he was comforting him or himself, Shao Ming grabbed a piece of cod and stuffed it into his mouth, pulling out his phone to open the international student group chat. The number of people talking in the group was much less than a couple of days ago. Those still speaking were mostly people from outside the lockdown area preparing to head to the airport. A few students were discussing how to reach the airport, but he didn't know which district they were in. I really should have switched to another apartment. Exiting the WeChat group, he opened Twitter and clicked on the Manchester survivors topic. The discussions there were even more chaotic. It seemed that after the events of the past 2 days, many people were facing mental breakdowns. Some were praying to God, claiming they had symptoms, crying out in videos, and there were even some live-streaming naked parties. But the most popular was a tweet titled Today as Survivors. Shao Ming looked closely. It seemed to be saying that those still alive and asymptomatic should reply in the comments. There were already 12,000 comments below, which was quite a lot. Usually, a topic about a city would only get a few dozen replies, so it seemed there were still quite a few survivors. Shao Ming thought for a moment and decided to reply with a 1. Suddenly, a sound of shattering glass came from outside the window, sounding very close. Chapter 14. The jumper Shao Ming hurriedly ran to the window to check the situation. He saw a person on the opposite building break the glass and stand on the windowsill. The person looked quite young, barely an adult. Before Shao Ming could react, the person jumped directly from the 7th floor. Thud! The person landed on the ground with a muffled sound, struggled a couple of times, and then lay still. The sound of a woman's cries came from the building above. Following the sound, Shao Ming saw a middle-aged couple crying out in anguish by the window. Before long, a group of mutated beings crawled in from the alley and began to feast on the person's body. Shao Ming took a couple of steps back. Although he had seen such scenes in the past couple of days, witnessing someone being devoured still made him feel nauseous. What is going on? Li Long asked. Someone jumped off the building. Shao Ming replied. Zombies? Li Long recalled what he had seen at the hospital yesterday and asked. No. It seems the person was still normal. Shao Ming shook his head, uncertain of the situation. Maybe they couldn't take it anymore, felt everything was too unreal. Li Long said. Shao Ming looked out the window again, and everything did seem so unreal. In the building opposite, the woman continued to cry, while the man beside her struggled to convince her to come inside. Judging by their age, they might be the parents of the person who just jumped. The mutated beings downstairs were enjoying their meal, showing no interest in the crying from above. The woman, possibly the mother, was helplessly slumped on the ground, while the man tightly held his wife in his arms. However, The mother suddenly broke free from her husband's embrace and jumped down without a second thought. The mutated beings, already enjoying their feast, received another meal from above. Oh my! Shao Ming was dumbfounded. What now? Li Long asked. It seems like her mother jumped down too. Sigh. Li Long sighed. What has this world come to? The man upstairs knelt down in despair, and Shao Ming found it hard to imagine his feelings. Losing both his wife and child in a matter of minutes must be utterly devastating. Such sudden farewells between life and death had happened too often in these past 2 days. The man shook himself up, stood up, and turned to go back inside. Shao Ming stood by the window, watching the mutated beings devour the bodies of the mother and child. The smell of blood attracted more mutated beings. And to Shao Ming's surprise, some mutated beings even came out from nearby buildings. However, in less than a minute, the man's figure appeared at the hallway entrance. He held a wooden stick in his left hand and a kitchen knife in his right, roaring as he charged at the mutated beings feasting on his wife and child. He swung his weapons like a warrior. Seeing someone disrupt their meal, the mutated beings surged toward the man. One swing sent a mutated being flying, and the kitchen knife struck another mutated being on the head. The impacted mutated being lost half its face and collapsed to the ground, motionless. The man struck another mutated being on the shoulder with his knife, but got stuck in its flesh just as more mutated beings rushed at him. Shao Ming closed the window, the man's screams piercing through the glass into their ears. Li Long opened his mouth, but could guess what had happened without asking. Let us change the subject, Shao Ming said. At least he didn't die in vain. The two fell silent again. 2 hours passed like this. Shao Ming leaned back in his chair, refreshing Twitter repeatedly, hoping to find some useful information. I finished writing it, Li Long said, handing the laptop to Shao Ming. Shao Ming took a look. It was an email to Consul Wang. After a brief glance, he found no major issues. Send it to the consul, Shao Ming said, hoping for some good news. But to be honest, both of them had already lost hope that the consulate could help them. Li Long took back the laptop, double-checked the email address a few times, and clicked send. Outside, it had started to drizzle at some point, and the weather gradually turned gloomy. Shao Ming stood up and went to the window. Downstairs, there was only a pile of bones and blood left. The mutated beings seemed to have wandered off somewhere. Shao Ming walked to the living room window to look at the street. Only 1 or 2 mutated beings were still wandering around. Maybe the mutated beings don't like the rain, Shao Ming thought. They chose the wrong country. With nothing to do at home, Shao Ming began rummaging around, hoping to find something useful. Li Long sat on the bed, browsing news online, occasionally checking for incoming emails. Outside, accompanied by the patter of rain, the mutated beings stumbled into the shops by the street. Gunshots, sounds of fighting, and cries occasionally echoed from some buildings as survivors hid in their homes, praying that they or their family members wouldn't turn into monsters in the next moment. The city was desolate, the streets filled with abandoned vehicles, and smoke billowed from places where fires had started due to lack of attention. Shao Ming weighed the clothes-drying rod in his hand, thinking about how to turn it into a usable weapon. He fetched a kitchen knife to measure it against the rod. It didn't seem very easy to wield. Perhaps this thing was best suited to be made into a spear. Shao Ming recalled how he liked to use the drying rod at home to mimic a spear when he was a child. This drying rod had been sent to him by his mother, even though Shao Ming had tried to stop her. First, very few people hung clothes outside in foreign countries. And second, there was a dryer downstairs in the apartment building that made it unnecessary. However, his mother had 2 reasons. First, the public dryer charged fees and wasn't clean, and second, clothes hung out didn't have the smell of sunshine, although it was quite a hassle to send it. His mother still managed to send the drying rod to Shao Ming. Shao Ming flipped the drying rod upside down and discovered that if he sharpened the wooden handle, it could also serve as a sharp, long-handled weapon. Chapter 15 Troops arrived before turning the drying rack into a spear. Shao Ming first had to remove the drying head. After all, he didn't want to accidentally injure himself or Li Long before he could stab the mutated beings. Shao Ming recalled how his mother had gone through water transport to send him this drying rack, even spending several times the cost of the rack itself on shipping. He wondered how the situation was back home today. Shao Ming took out his phone. His mother still hadn't replied to his messages. He set the drying rack aside and called her. No one answered. After several attempts, all he got was silence. It had been over 2 hours since he last messaged her. Why was no one picking up? Shao Ming couldn't help but worry. He placed his phone on the table. It was already 7 p.m. Beijing time, so his mother shouldn't be out. He picked up the drying rack again and twisted the head with force. Fortunately, after a few minutes, his mother's call finally came through. There was nothing wrong at home. They'd just gone out to collect supplies. His mother's phone had run out of battery, and she hadn't taken it with her. After hanging up, Shao Ming sighed in relief. He took a small knife from the cabinet and began to sharpen the drying rack. "Hey, look at this," Li Long's voice came from the room. And immediately Shao Ming's phone received a share. Clicking the link, it was an announcement from the UK government. "To all citizens, we are experiencing unimaginable calamities alongside other nations. Basic societal order has collapsed. Cities have suffered devastating blows. Parliament has passed a special bill authorizing the military to enter our cities. We will identify the cause and restore order in the shortest time possible." The announcement was lengthy, but in short, it meant the military was going to take over the cities. What does this mean? Shao Ming walked into Li Long's bedroom. Is it good news or bad news? Li Long shrugged. Probably good news. Shao Ming clicked on related news. Someone had filmed the first batch of troops entering the suburbs of Manchester from the south side of the city. "I have a question," Shao Ming said. "How many soldiers are in the British Army?" "I don't know. Maybe 100,000? Li Long replied. 100,000? How can they manage all the cities in the UK? Even in big cities like one area in London, one in Birmingham, and one share between us and Liverpool. Each area would only have 30,000. Are you saying the army might not be able to control the situation? A reasonable guess?" Shao Ming replied. "No one knows how many living people are out there." Li Long suddenly thought of something and laughed. SC Char Dinger's living person. You'll never know if they're the living person or a zombie until you open the door. Shao Ming laughed too. That was also a problem. Even if the army came, how could he tell which people would turn into zombies and which wouldn't? "That's not our concern," Li Long said. "I'm more worried about how the consulate will come to get us." "No news yet?" Shao Ming asked. Li Long shook his head. "No, maybe they can't handle the mail." "It's time to change your bandage," Shao Ming said. Shao Ming's concerns about the British Army were valid. The army couldn't even seal off the cities, let alone enter to clear out mutated beings and restore social order. The British Army was gathering outside major cities, but their orders were not to enter until the cities had completely fallen. The military couldn't distinguish between uninfected and infected individuals in a short time. If they mixed infected individuals with uninfected refugees, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, they adopted the simplest and most direct method. Wait a month or two. Those who are still alive definitely won't mutate. Although the mutated beings have lost their sense of pain, they're still flesh and blood. Even a 50 caliber machine gun could turn them into a pile of mush, not to mention main battle tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, and armored vehicles with heavy armor. But all of this depended on the military not being affected by the mutations. The situation within the military was not optimistic. Many soldiers and officers were beginning to show symptoms of after effects. Many soldiers were already on duty while sick, and only a few reported to their superiors because many who had reported were taken away and never seen again. After changing Li Long's bandage and preparing lunch, Shao Ming finally sat down to watch videos. In fact, life over the past couple of days, aside from staying indoors, didn't seem much different. TikTok was filled with the most abstract performance art humanity could create in the face of the apocalypse. Shao Ming felt nauseous just looking at the corpses downstairs. Yet watching TikTok almost made him throw up. He came across some videos showing the military had entered the suburbs of major cities, but strangely, the military seemed to have no intention of advancing further. Instead, they began to set up camp after clearing a safe zone in the suburbs. Were there infected individuals within the military? What was the military's true purpose? Various conspiracy theories began to brew in the comment section. Some explained that during the initial infection, a significant number of people had not gotten sick, while others expressed belief that the military would not disobey orders. However, it was clear that the current environment did not require such rational understanding. These responses received no likes and were instead attacked fiercely. Shao Ming scrolled to another video. In it, a soldier was hiding in a dilapidated wooden room, his young face filled with fear. They are not here to save us. Their plan is to slaughter everyone. Everyone, Chapter 16. Going out again. The rain outside was getting heavier, and dark clouds covered the entire sky. Shao Ming finally sharpened one end of the clothes-drying pole. He waved it a bit and thought it could be useful in an emergency. After all, a chainsaw needs fuel, a gun needs bullets, and a baseball bat might not deliver a fatal blow. A long-handled weapon has lethal potential and a certain margin for error. Shao Ming set this makeshift spear aside and thought how nice it would be to have a metal spearhead. As he waited aimlessly, it was now 6 in the evening. The rain continued to fall outside, adding a strange atmosphere to the desolate city. Shao Ming stood by the window, looking out. Quite a few homes still had their lights on. After dinner, both of them found it hard to keep busy. Shao Ming even did a thorough cleaning of the house, intending to watch television, but he couldn't concentrate at all as he was waiting for news from the consulate. The consulate has news, Li Long said. You can see for yourself. Shao Ming took the computer, noticing Li Long's expression, which indicated it wasn't good news. Sure enough, the British side was unable to cooperate with the evacuation and had also prohibited the Chinese side from organizing a convoy into the blocked area. The only piece of good news was that the embassy and consulates in various locations would not be evacuating for the time being. I'll ask if anyone in the group is in the same situation as us, Shao Ming said. There's no point in asking, Li Long replied dejectedly. Even if we ask, what can they do? Plus, with my leg, how can I get to the consulate? The consulate isn't far. We just need to get past those roadblocks, Shao Ming said. He opened his phone, and to his surprise, the situation in the student group was even worse than Li Long had imagined. Those who hadn't left were in a state of chaos in the group chat. Forget it. We'll have to rely on ourselves, he concluded. I need to sleep for a bit, Li Long said. Shao Ming helped him lie down and then exited the room, closing the door behind him. Back in his own room, Shao Ming held his phone and studied the map again. He decided to go out tomorrow. First to see where the roadblocks were, and second, to check if there were any alleys nearby that the police had missed. Of course, if he could find usable transportation, that would be a bonus. He couldn't believe that such a complex urban road system could be so tightly sealed off. Until the early morning, Shao Ming still felt no sleepiness. He lay on the bed, dozing off for a bit, when he was startled awake by a gunshot. There had been sporadic gunfire during the nights lately, but this time it was clearly coming from downstairs. Shao Ming checked the time. It was 4 in the morning. He approached the window and only saw a shadow running into the adjacent building, with a few mutated beings following closely behind. More gunshots rang out, followed by a series of screams. This scene made Shao Ming reconsider. Wandering outside alone was not a wise decision. But what if it didn't go out now and the gap was sealed off in a couple of days? Or if more mutated beings appeared in a few days, making it even harder to get home? Shao Ming comforted himself, thinking that as long as he could find a way out of the blocked area and reach the consulate, everything would get better. He decided to get a good night's sleep and go out to explore tomorrow. At 8 in the morning, Shao Ming gathered all his belongings and prepared to leave. He tucked a gun into his waistband, slung a baseball bat over his back, and held the clothes-drying pole spear in his hand. Just to be safe, he also put on a backpack. Using tape, he bound 2 thicker textbooks to his arm, creating a makeshift arm guard. He never expected that the textbooks he had disliked just a few days ago could now be something that might save his life. He didn't plan to wake Li Long. After sending him a message, Shao Ming moved the sofa aside and exited the door. The downstairs entrance had been blocked by a pile of garbage that Shao Ming had piled up himself, so the only way out was through the rooftop he had discovered yesterday. He could also check on the situation of the couple he had seen on the roof. Shao Ming cautiously made his way to the rooftop. This time the door was still ajar, but he clearly remembered closing it when he went downstairs yesterday. Although he couldn't lock it without a key, it had definitely been shut. He lowered the spear in his hand and used it to push the door open. What he saw this time shocked him even more than the last. The woman's headless corpse lay on the bed, while her head was cradled in the man's arms. The man seemed dazed. When he saw Shao Ming approach, he simply glanced at him coldly and continued to speak softly to the woman's head. Oh my! Shao Ming didn't know what to say. Rainwater dripped on the man's head as he trembled, holding the woman tightly. She was just sick. The man began to speak slowly. She passed out. Then she bit me. As he spoke, he raised his arm. Shao Ming hadn't noticed earlier because it had been hidden by the woman's head, but now he could see clearly that despite a simple bandage, a large chunk of flesh was missing from the man's arm. I had no choice. I had to use a knife. I didn't want to. I didn't want to. Tears mixed with the rain streamed down the man's face. Shao Ming aimed the spear at the man. He had already been bitten, and Shao Ming didn't know how long it would be before he turned into a mutated being. Seeing Shao Ming lower the spear at him, the man said nothing, merely lowered his head and continued to weep over the woman. My parents kicked me out. The woman I loved has turned into a monster. Please give me a quick end. The man pleaded with Shao Ming. Shao Ming put away the spear and drew his gun from his waistband. He couldn't guarantee that the spear or the baseball bat would end the man's life in one blow. He didn't want to inflict any more pain on him. Holding the gun in his hands, Shao Ming had been to shooting ranges many times, but today he felt as though he couldn't hold the gun steady. Please, the man pleaded. Shao Ming closed his eyes and pulled the trigger. The man fell to the ground, but he still did not release his grip. Chapter 17. Heading to the park, Shao Ming trembled as he put down the handgun and walked over to the man. The bodies of the man and woman could not be left here, but Shao Ming also did not want to throw them down to feed the mutants. He suppressed the nausea rising in him and dismantled the makeshift rain shelter, wrapping the two bodies together in a waterproof cloth. Shao Ming glanced at the woman's severed neck. The cut was jagged, indicating that the man had struck many times. However, this brief glance made Shao Ming unbearable, being so close to a headless corpse. Especially one that had already developed corpse spots, caused his stomach to churn, and he ran aside to vomit. After regaining his composure, Shao Ming wrapped the bodies in bedsheets and bedding several times, then tied them together with rope and dragged them to the side. Just as he was about to cover the bodies, the roar of a mutant came from nearby. Shao Ming quickly picked up a spear from the side and climbed to the rooftop. The sound was coming from the adjacent building. It was likely a mutant that had entered the building last night after hearing the gunfire. Shao Ming reached the rooftop of the adjacent building and peered over the edge. Through the gaps in the fire escape stairs, he locked eyes with a mutant that was twisting its head upward. The mutant immediately began to roar and scrambled up the fire escape towards him. Fortunately, Shao Ming was on the rooftop. The fire escape did not lead directly to the rooftop. He readied his spear and took a stance. Sure enough, when the first mutant charged up, it couldn't climb onto the rooftop and could only reach up with its hands, trying to drag Shao Ming down. Shao Ming thrust his spear, hitting the mutant squarely in the eye. The mutant's body went limp and fell, but the makeshift spear remained stuck. He was pulled off balance and fell on the fire escape. Luckily, it was only 1 story high, but Shao Ming still felt pain in his face. He quickly got up and pulled the spear out. The second mutant charged up. Fortunately, the fire escape was narrow, allowing only 1 mutant to come up at a time. Shao Ming thrust his spear just in time before the mutant reached the top, but this thrust didn't penetrate its brain as he had imagined. The spear tip broke upon hitting the hard skull, which exceeded Shao Ming's expectations, and the makeshift sharpened spear clearly lacked the necessary penetration power. The mutant staggered but managed to reach the rooftop platform. Shao Ming discarded the clothes-drying pole in his hand and pulled out a baseball bat from behind, swinging it horizontally at the mutant's head. The mutant leaned against the wall, but this blow did not incapacitate it completely. Shao Ming quickly followed up with a kick, sending the mutant to the edge of the railing. He raised the baseball bat horizontally and delivered a heavy strike to the mutant's head. This blow did not crush its head, but the mutant lost its balance and fell down the stairs. Shao Ming didn't have time to check if the fallen mutant was dead because a third one was charging up. He couldn't change his grip in time and had to swing the baseball bat. The third mutant rolled down from above, and while it was still down, Shao Ming quickly readied his bat. The mutant charged up again, and Shao Ming swung, landing a heavy hit on its head, deformations appearing on its face as it leaned against the railing. However, this did not kill the mutant. It lunged at Shao Ming, pinning him to the ground. Seeing the mutant open its mouth to bite him, Shao Ming hurriedly raised his left hand to block. The mutant bit down on the book tied to his hand. Although its bite force was incredible, it couldn't penetrate the thick book. Shao Ming swung his right fist, hitting the mutant's head repeatedly. Thankfully, his previous hit had fractured the mutant's skull, and with a few more heavy strikes from Shao Ming, bone fragments lodged into its brain. The mutant's mouth gradually loosened, and it stopped moving. Shao Ming pushed the mutant's body away, spat on it, and glanced at the book in his hand that had been torn in two, saying, The power of knowledge planted. Getting up from the ground, Shao Ming confirmed that there were no other mutants nearby and began to descend the fire escape. Most of the windows in the adjacent building were tightly closed, with curtains drawn shut. One household on the 4th floor had even boarded up their windows completely. Reaching the 2nd floor, he noticed that the glass of one window had been shattered, and a strong smell of blood wafted from inside. Peering in, despite the rain and poor lighting conditions, he could see half a body lying within. It seemed this was the unfortunate person from last night. Shao Ming took out his phone and turned on the flashlight. The scene inside the room was horrific. By the light of the flashlight, he saw a body that was missing its lower half. The room was covered in blood, with some internal organs and severed limbs thrown aside. Shao Ming gasped but knew that staying in such a bloody place was not a wise move. He fought the urge to vomit and pulled the curtain closed. After descending the last section of the stairs, the old fire escape made a loud noise. Shao Ming held his breath and pulled out his handgun. Fortunately, it seemed no mutants were attracted by the noise. He cautiously climbed down the stairs and reached the ground. He carefully searched his mental map. Going left on the main road was not feasible, as the hospital and roadblocks were in that direction. However, if he continued forward, passing through Manchester University would bring him near Whiteworth Park. The school should be safer than the streets after the curfew. Shao Ming and the others had received a notice of classes being suspended, and most of the teaching buildings should be safe. After all, mutations did not happen instantaneously. Many students should still be locked in their dormitories, and there should also be quite a few who had not mutated hiding in the school. Having confirmed his route, Shao Ming crossed the alley and reached the main street. There were hardly any signs of mutants on the street, but he did spot several swaying figures in a shop across the street. Shao Ming quickly crouched down, using the vehicles parked along the street for cover as he approached the curb. Chapter 18. Student Dormitory. Due to the numerous interconnected places inside and outside the school, Shao Ming easily entered the campus. The school was quite desolate, but the bloodstains on the arcade floor told the story of the bad things that had happened here. Shao Ming crouched as he crossed the square, keeping close to several teaching buildings, hoping to reach the road on the west side of the school quickly. As Shao Ming expected, most of the teaching buildings were empty, with neither living people nor mutated beings inside. Upon arriving at the main road on the west side, the situation was similar to that near the apartment, with chaotic vehicles on the road and no sign of mutated beings. However, if he continued south along this road, he would still reach the area near the hospital. If he didn't take this road, he would need to go through the student dormitory buildings to get to the park. The situation in the student dormitory was unclear, with a large number of students piled inside, and if there were any mutations, the consequences inside the dormitory could be imagined. But with the thousands of mutated beings in the hospital now unaccounted for, if they were still gathered near the hospital, it was clearly beyond Shao Ming's ability to handle. Shao Ming climbed onto a car and looked toward the hospital. There seemed to be no mutated beings on the road, but the situation inside the hospital was still unclear. After much contemplation, Shao Ming decided to enter the park through the back door of the hospital. Firstly, many mutated beings had already been lured out of the hospital in the past 2 days. Secondly, he could at least advance across the road. As if 2 mutated beings came out from the first floor of the student dormitory, he might not even have time to react. Shao Ming pressed himself against the vehicles by the roadside, cautiously feeling his way forward. He could already see the hospital and the park across from it. Just ahead, he spotted an abandoned police car on the roadside. Shao Ming tightly gripped his baseball bat as he approached the police car. The glass of the police car was shattered, and the trunk and passenger door had been pried open. Shao Ming leaned in to take a look. There was only a pool of blood left on the seats. Looking through the car window, he seemed to spot a few scattered mutated beings inside the hospital's back door. Shao Ming pulled back, concealed the baseball bat behind him, and stealthily slipped into the police car through the open door. The gun inside the police car had been taken, and the car was filled with shell casings. He carefully opened the glove compartment on the passenger side, which contained only a pile of disordered documents. Shao Ming took out the documents and examined them, finding nothing useful except for a paper map. Unfolding the map, he saw several red circles drawn on it, with the Royal Manchester Hospital marked in one of them. There were 8 more such red circles, all indicating large hospitals within the city. Shao Ming then opened the central compartment. which contained some miscellaneous items and a pair of handcuffs. With the sound of rain as cover, Shao Ming slipped the handcuffs into his pocket. Just as he was about to leave the police car, a loud crash sounded from behind the police car. Shao Ming pulled out his gun, vigilantly watching outside. In front of the car, a mutated being was gnawing on a severed arm, while another mutated being was struggling to snatch it away. The two mutated beings collided with a nearby car during their scuffle, which caused the noise, and as they continued to wrestle, they had already moved in front of the police car. Shao Ming quickly held his breath and aimed the gun at one of the mutated beings' heads. One mutated being was fiercely clinging to the severed arm, while the other was desperately reaching for it, trying to take the arm away. If it weren't for the arms they were holding, they would look no different from two insane patients in hospital gowns. What surprised Shao Ming was that these two mutated beings did not howl loudly, seemingly not wanting to attract more mutated beings' attention. However, it was clear that their intelligence wasn't that high. During their tug-of-war, the two mutated beings bumped into another car. Suddenly, the alarm of that car went off. Shao Ming felt darkness before his eyes. He kicked the car door open and tried to escape. The mutated being that had not managed to get the arm saw a living person suddenly appear beside it and eagerly lunged at him. Shao Ming instinctively raised his hand to block, and the power of knowledge saved his life once again. Although it didn't bite through the thick book, it still knocked Shao Ming down onto a nearby car. Shao Ming glanced over and saw dozens of mutated beings rushing out of the hospital. At that sprinting speed, it would only take them a few seconds to cross the flower bed and reach the road. Now, he couldn't afford to think too much. Shao Ming drew his gun and fired at the mutated being's temple. The creature's brain matter and blood splattered out the other side, and Shao Ming quickly pushed the mutated body aside and turned to run toward the student dormitory. To his surprise, there were indeed mutated beings emerging from the student dormitory. Now, the two worst possibilities had piled up together. There was still some distance to the park, and the park was wide open. So he had to grit his teeth and run back into the school, hoping to find a building with fewer mutated beings to escape to. Shao Ming pulled the baseball bat off his back and gripped it tightly, raising his right hand to aim at an approaching mutated being, and fired. Although he had been to the shooting range a few times, Shao Ming had not undergone systematic shooting training, and his hit rate with a handgun at 10 meters while moving was basically zero. The bullet missed the mutated being, and seeing it about to pounce on him, Shao Ming quickly dodged to create distance and aimed for the mutated being's head, firing again. The obstacle fell to the ground, and Shao Ming had no time to think further as he continued to run forward. The mutated beings behind him were also sprinting with all their might, now only about 50 meters away from him. Another mutated being emerged in front of him, but fortunately, Shao Ming managed to run away before it could get up. At the end of this dormitory building, Shao Ming made a sharp turn into the road on his right, but this did not shake off the mutated beings. They followed Shao Ming's right turn. Due to the commotion along the way, more and more mutated beings were climbing out of the windows or doorways of the dormitory on the first floor. Shao Ming could see the road at the end of the path, but even if he made it to the road, he would probably be in a place with nowhere to hide. Just as his pace began to slow down, the door of the dormitory on his left suddenly swung open. Run over here. Chapter 1. The Clash of Blood and Fire Suburbs of London, 15 days after the first mutation. 6 months ago, London was hit hard during the Great Infection, with nearly 10 million people across the city virtually unaffected, except for a few well-protected royal family members and government officials. By the time of the Great Mutation, almost all of these millions had turned into mutants. The last 5,000 uninfected soldiers of the British Army were gathered in the suburbs of London, tasked with rescuing the royal family members and government leaders sheltering in Buckingham Palace. An HC-3 helicopter flew over the London Eye, heading towards Buckingham Palace. The pilot looked down at the ground, where dense crowds of mutants were clustered near the city center. Lunar 1, this is Moon 1. The rescue team has entered the area. Please proceed to the intersection of Pulley Avenue, 250 meters ahead. They are encountering some resistance. Received. Moon 1 heading to the intersection of Pulley Avenue, 250 meters ahead. Over. The helicopter turned around, leaving behind the mutants waving their hands on the ground, flying towards the southern part of the city. Meanwhile, The main force was engaged in fierce combat with mutants at Winston Park in the northeast corner of the city. About a 500-strong team was slowly advancing, with corpses and limbs piled up from the city edge to near Winston Park. The Challenger 2 main battle tank at the front of the line had exhausted all its main ammunition, but its coaxial machine gun and roof-mounted machine gun continued to fire at the relentless waves of mutants. Dozens of 30mm cannons on the warrior infantry fighting vehicles roared angrily, shredding the mutants in front of them into pieces with high-explosive shrapnel. Meanwhile, another dozen infantry fighting vehicles were reloading and changing barrels a few meters back. Combat engineers were digging up the land in the park, building blast walls nearby, planning to turn Winston Park into a transit base within the city. 2 foxhounds, accompanied by several supply trucks, rushed into the defensive position, although the route had been cleared once. The bloodstains on the front of the vehicles still indicated the state of the journey. Dozens of combat vehicles formed a circle, using bullets and shells to create an impenetrable barrier. Several 82mm mortar shells rained down, blowing dozens of piled-up mutants into a mass of flesh. Several Apache attack helicopters circled in the sky, with each shot from the 30mm cannon under the nose shredding several mutants. Any unfortunate soul hit directly would leave only a mist of blood. At a military base several kilometers away, for M270 rocket launchers were fully loaded, and with the commander's order, the whistling rockets sent all the mutants in front of the frontline troops into the sky. Immediately after, shells from 15 M77 howitzers fell from the sky, sending nearby mutants and decades, or even centuries-old buildings to meet their maker. No flesh could withstand the firepower of a modern army, not even 100,000. For several hours, not only had hundreds of thousands of mutants been cleared, but over 100,000 mutants had also met their doom. The influx of mutants from the northern region continued unabated. But as long as ammunition was sufficient and logistical supplies were not an issue, this force could continue to fight until all the mutants in London disappeared. These mutants did not hide, had no tactics, and simply charged forward in masses. For the human army, it was only a matter of ammunition projection. Moreover, the officers in the base had received the highest authorization. They could, if necessary, override control of all non-nuclear forces at other missile bases for the purpose of clearing mutants. The helicopter flew towards the southern part of the city. It was not difficult to find the convoy, as only those few vehicles were still active on the entire road, and the noise they made was quite significant. A Challenger equipped with an old-fashioned chain mine clearance device led the convoy, the whirling chains tearing any mutants in its path to shreds. A military engineering bulldozer followed behind the tank, responsible for clearing any vehicles crushed by the tank that might block the way for the subsequent convoy. 2 Rafales flew over the convoy, dropping 8 GBU, 12 bombs on ground. A tall building collapsed with a roar, burying the mutants inside and below in the rubble. Mars 1, this is Moon 1. The helicopter pilot saw a dense mass of mutants surging like a tide on the main road several kilometers away. There are tens of thousands of targets approaching 2 kilometers ahead, approximately 1 kilometer long. The tank at the head of the convoy came to a stop, and its mine clearance device ceased operation. The turret slowly turned to face the front, the cannon pointing directly at the road ahead. The bulldozer that had been in second position began to reverse, replaced by an Ajax armored vehicle, with its 40mm cannon loaded. Soon, a dark mass of mutants appeared on the road filled with vehicles. They surged from the middle of the road and the rooftops like a tide. The tank's main gun fired, raising a cloud of dust. The high-explosive shell landed among the foremost group of mutants, blasting over 60 mutants into fragments. The helicopter circling above also descended, and the machine guns on either side of the door began to sweep fire at the tide of corpses. The mutants crowded the street so densely that precision was not a concern. As long as they fired, mutants would fall. Some soldiers left their vehicles, their task not to deal with the tide of corpses ahead, but to guard against any straggling mutants attacking the convoy from the roadside. Minutes later, the tide of over 10,000 mutants was reduced to a few lucky ones dragging themselves along the ground. The infantry quickly boarded their vehicles, and the convoy started moving again. The Ajax crushed a sedan, allowing the bulldozer to return to its second position. The poor sedan was directly flattened by the 50-ton infantry fighting vehicle. The The tank's mind clearance device began to rotate again, the spinning chains pounding the ground like a demon. Chapter 19 Survivors in the dormitory building. Shao Ming rushed through the dormitory door, and the person behind quickly shut the door. However, a mutated hand reached in and got stuck in the door. Without thinking, Shao Ming aimed and fired a shot at its head. The door was finally closed, and Shao Ming leaned against the wall, panting heavily. He was just one step away from being caught by the mutant. He looked up and saw about 10 people standing on the stairs. I told you not to let him in. Now look, there are hundreds of zombies piling up at the door. If he doesn't help us, we're all done for, one person whispered to another, who seemed to be the leader. As he went upstairs, the leader asked, "Do you need anything?" "No, I don't need anything." Shao Ming adjusted his mindset and stood up to respond. A few people ran down the stairs, hurriedly bringing things to block the door. "I'm Gary," the leader said, extending his hand to Shao Ming. Shao Ming tucked his handgun into his waistband and reached out to shake Gary's hand, but he noticed his hand was shaking uncontrollably. Shao Ming tightened his grip on Gary's hand to steady it. "It's a race against life and death," Gary said. "It's not a good decision to wander outside alone." Shao Ming shrugged and said, "I just wanted to see if there was a way to leave here." "From his hospital?" Gary laughed. "Forget it. This area is heavily fortified. You should head north." "What about the park?" Shao Ming asked. "The park won't work either. A few of us came from the dormitory near the park, and after the police had a fierce battle with the zombies a few days ago, the other end of the park was sealed off." "How did they do that?" Shao Ming asked. "There are quite a few mutants that haven't made it to the other side of the park yet. The government showed remarkable efficiency. They used iron walls to seal off the south side of the park." Gary paused and added, "But I think it's futile. That iron wall can't stop hundreds of zombies. Not even dozens." Gary led Shao Ming to the second floor, where the 10 or so people had already disappeared. "So, you guys are also students?" Shao Ming asked. "Of course," Gary replied. "Otherwise, how would we be here?" "I thought the situation inside the dormitory would be terrible," Shao Ming said. "It's terrible. This building has mutated the least, which is why we're here," Gary responded. Since entering, Shao Ming had only seen those 10 people, so he asked, "Why are there only so few of you?" There were over 400 people living in this building. Originally, more than 90 didn't mutate, but as time went on, more and more mutated. Now, these 10 are the only ones still able to move, and there are more than 30 who have already shown symptoms. They're all locked up in the dormitory on the 4th floor. "What exactly is this after effect? Have you lost internet access?" "The internet says the after effects are related to mutations," Gary said. "Also, we've recently found that the onset time for after effects is getting shorter. Some people even show symptoms in the morning and mutate by night." As they reached the 4th floor, Shao Ming could already hear the roars of the mutants. A few people were gathered at the entrance of a dormitory, holding various weapons and waiting. "We've discovered some more things." Gary continued to lead Shao Ming upward. "These zombies are not perpetual motion machines, but they can enter a state similar to hibernation at any time, lowering their metabolic levels drastically." Shao Ming asked, "So theoretically, won't they starve to death after a while?" "Do you know about dormice?" Gary said, "These animals hibernate for half the year." "Are you saying they can maintain a hibernation state for a long time?" Shao Ming asked. Gary shook his head and replied, "There aren't enough samples yet. We only have 2 days of data, so we can't conduct more research." "What was your major before?" Shao Ming asked. "Biological sciences." Upon reaching the 5th floor, it looked as if people were living there. There was even an induction cooker in the hallway. The person who had been reluctant to let Shao Ming in turned and went back into the dormitory when they saw the two come up. "Please don't mind." Gary said, "That's my boyfriend." "All right," Shao Ming thought. "No wonder he's a true British citizen." "It's fine," Shao Ming said. "Living in the same dormitory is quite convenient." "What?" Gary asked. Nothing. Gary didn't pursue the matter further and adjusted his tone, saying, "We hope you can go to the laboratory. On the right side of Lab 2, there's a 2000x metallographic microscope on the table, and there are some petri dishes and reagents in the nearby cabinet." Gary's request surprised Shao Ming. He had thought this group of students was just playing around, but it turned out they really wanted to research the mutants. Perhaps sensing Shao Ming's doubts, Gary said, "If this creature only needs to eat a little to maintain a long life and mobility, it's simply incredible for humanity. Moreover, the virus left by the massive infection having such a significant impact on humans is also hard to imagine. At a time when the apocalypse was upon them, this group wasn't thinking about how to survive, but rather about researching the mutants, which genuinely impressed Shao Ming. However, he also doubted that they would live to see the day when they could make any discoveries. Besides, could a dormitory environment really yield any research results? Even if they achieved something, would this world still need it? How can I help you? Shao Ming asked. We saved you, Gary said, and you have a gun. We don't have any. What if I run away? Shao Ming asked. If you come back, we'll tell you how to get out. Provided you have the ability to get out, Gary said. If you don't come back, then go find your own way north. He continued, but next time, you might not be so lucky. Chapter 20. Crossing the teaching building, you can leave through the window on the other side, Gary said. We used to go down like this when there were a lot of zombies in the school. But we could only send one person down at a time to look for supplies. Shao Ming couldn't help but ask, what can you study with just a microscope? A lot of things can be studied with a microscope, Gary replied. Some basic tissue structures, how viruses operate, and so on. Besides, I can't let you carry out those hundreds of pounds or tons of equipment from the lab. When Gary talked about research, his eyes lit up. Then I wish you success, Shao Ming said. You'd better really know how to get out of the quarantine zone. He leaned closer to Gary and whispered, otherwise, you might get more than just your microscope, perhaps a bullet too. After saying this, Shao Ming felt incredibly cool. However, Gary didn't seem intimidated. He replied, no, it's definitely true, and it's absolutely 100 times safer than looking for it yourself. Take me down, Shao Ming said. Following Gary down to the second floor, the howls of the mutants echoed from below. A few people were throwing things out of the main door, and the loud noise made the mutants restless. Shao Ming took out his phone. It was 10 o'clock, and Li Long hadn't replied to his message yet, probably still waking up. I'm at school. After sending the message, Shao Ming reached the windowsill. The two people had already opened the window and lowered a rope made of bed sheets and curtains. No matter what these students were thinking, if they really knew the way out, Shao Ming didn't care what they wanted to get. He suddenly felt like a mercenary. After waiting for a few minutes, and seeing that the mutants on this side were attracted to the front, Shao Ming grabbed the rope and climbed down. He cautiously peeked around the wall. Hundreds of mutants were concentrated in front of the main entrance, and some things were occasionally flying down to attract their attention. Using the dormitory building as cover, Shao Ming quickly left the area. He looked back. Fortunately, no mutants followed him. Because the people inside the dormitory had made quite a noise, many nearby mutants had been drawn away, allowing Shao Ming to safely reach the vicinity of the road. The experimental building was in the campus across the road. This side had open areas, and to get to the experimental building, he had to cross the road. Shao Ming readied his baseball bat and crept behind a double-decker bus. The bus doors were open, and there was a trail of blood on the steps. He stuck his head out and glanced around. Two mutants were standing in the street. One of the mutants was right across from the bus, facing away from it, seemingly unaware of Shao Ming behind the bus. However, the mutant was positioned right at the entrance of the teaching building, and to enter the area where the experimental building was located, he had to go through this main entrance. Through the windows of the teaching building across the street, Shao Ming could see several mutants standing inside, presumably teachers who had transformed. There weren't many cars on this road. It wasn't realistic to cross the street using so many abandoned cars on a main road. As Shao Ming pondered how to proceed, he spotted a bag inside the bus. The bag was open, and some bottles and jars of cosmetics were scattered outside. An idea struck him. He reached out and grabbed a bottle of cosmetics. Then, Shao Ming leaned out and threw the cosmetics with all his might. The bottle hit the wall across the street and shattered on the ground. The mutants, hearing the noise, stood up and walked toward where the cosmetics had fallen. Taking advantage of the distraction, Shao Ming quietly crossed the road and approached the teaching building. The main door of the building was slightly ajar, and Shao Ming cautiously pushed it open. Unexpectedly, the ancient and heavy door let out a loud creak. Although it was drizzling, the sound of the rain couldn't cover the noise of the door. The mutants, drawn away by the cosmetics, immediately turned their heads and spotted the sneaky Shao Ming outside the door. Shao Ming quickly pushed the door open and slipped inside the teaching building. But before he could catch his breath, two mutants charged out of the office. Shao Ming swung his baseball bat and knocked one mutant to the ground. He then kicked the other mutant behind him, causing it to stumble back and fall. The first mutant that he knocked down flipped over and grabbed Shao Ming's leg. Shao Ming instinctively tried to pull his leg back, but the mutant's grip was surprisingly strong, holding onto his leg tightly. Seeing the mutant about to bite him, Shao Ming raised the baseball bat and swung with all his strength. The impact nearly fractured his hand, but the blow crushed the mutant's head. The other mutant got back up, and Shao Ming kicked in the chin with his freed leg. The just-risen mutant was knocked down again, and the door behind them burst open, with 2 more mutants rushing in from street. Shao Ming didn't have time to deliver another blow and dashed toward the exit in front of him. He rushed out of the teaching building and quickly turned around to close the door behind him. The mutants slammed against the door, but fortunately, it opened inward. With their intelligence, the mutants couldn't figure that out. Having safely passed through the teaching building, Shao Ming finally saw the experimental building. Shao Ming was originally a finance major and wasn't very familiar with this area of the campus. Lab 2, Lab 2. Shao Ming muttered as he arrived near the experimental building, but froze in confusion. There were several different experimental buildings here, and who knew which one housed Lab 2? He really should have left a phone number, as now he couldn't even ask Gary and the others. However, the good news was that several experimental buildings surrounded the square in the middle, preventing the mutants from entering for the time being, giving him plenty of time to figure things out. Chapter 21. The laboratory. Shao Ming leaned against the nearest window and took a glance. It looked like a chemistry lab, with equipment that didn't seem suited for biological research. He made his way to the entrance, and sure enough, it was labeled as the chemistry laboratory. In the next building, he immediately spotted portraits of Newton and Galileo hanging inside, confirming it was the physics laboratory. After searching around several buildings, Shao Ming finally found the biological research building. The main door was tightly shut, and when he tried to push it, it wouldn't budge. He walked over to the side and attempted to push the window, but it was also locked. He couldn't just break a window. He feared that the mutants inside might not know he was there. Shao Ming pondered what he had on him that could help open a window or the door, and suddenly remembered he had a few bank cards in his bag. The design of the school windows wasn't complicated, and these laboratories built 20 years ago were hardly cutting edge. He took out a bank card, which still had 200 pounds left over from last year's scholarship. He found it amusing that he had been reluctant to spend the scholarship, and now it was practically useless. Shao Ming slid the bank card into the gap of the window and tried to move it a bit. To his surprise, the lock actually shifted. Seeing a glimmer of hope, he quickly increased his efforts. With a click, the window opened. Shao Ming grabbed the windowsill and climbed into the laboratory. This room looked like a file room, and he managed to push the door open just a crack. The laboratory was dark, without lights on, and the rain outside created a hazy atmosphere, making the corridor pitch black and hard to see anything. Using the emergency exit lights, Shao Ming couldn't see any movement in the hallway. He slowly pushed the file room door open and stepped into the empty corridor. The emergency lights emitted a ghostly green glow. Despite it being daytime, Shao Ming felt an eerie chill. He took out his phone, turned on the flashlight, and approached the sign in the hallway. Lab número 2. He searched the sign and finally found lab number 2 on the second floor. Following the light from his phone, Shao Ming climbed the stairs to the second floor. He switched off the flashlight and peeked out, looking around. Fortunately, this floor seemed relatively safe. However, as he passed one of the laboratories, he caught sight of a shadow through the window. He was puzzled about why these people wouldn't go home despite the curfew. They could at least return to their dorms instead of turning into mutants outside and making survival harder for others. He noticed that this was indeed lab number 2. Well, it seemed that anyone who could get into this lab had to be a top student. Today, the slacker, he was also had to make an appearance. Shao Ming readied his baseball bat, took a deep breath, and pushed open the lab door. The mutant inside suddenly turned around and lunged at Shao Ming. To his surprise, he saw that the mutant was charging at him with a small knife. As expected of a top university ranked among the best in the world, even the mutants wielded scalpels. The mutant swung the scalpel at Shao Ming, who quickly dodged to the side. Although he avoided the sharp blade, he bumped into a table, causing a bunch of unidentifiable bottles and jars to crash to the floor. Shao Ming was startled and quickly glanced at the microscope on the opposite table. Thankfully, it hadn't shattered. He quickly turned around and kicked the mutant that had leaped over him down to the ground. Shao Ming stepped forward and swung the baseball bat at the mutant's head. Just as he prepared to deliver a finishing blow, he heard another noise behind him. He quickly turned around and saw another mutant had appeared behind him. This was bad. Shao Ming cursed inwardly. He had realized there were two mutants inside when he entered, having already created such a ruckus by knocking over so many bottles. Shao Ming decided to go all out. He quickly pulled out his gun and fired a shot. The unfortunate mutant behind him collided headfirst with the gun's muzzle. The mutant holding the knife was getting up from the floor, but Shao Ming Wu-Ti gave him another chance to stand. He kicked the first mutant in the back, sending him back to the ground. Shao Ming tucked the gun back into his waistband and resumed swinging the baseball bat at the mutant on the floor. He struck the mutant's head several times until it stopped moving. Then he finally stopped to catch his breath. He really needed a dagger. He couldn't keep using his gun as a melee weapon. But there was no time to think about that now. He hurriedly opened his backpack and stuffed the microscope inside. A roar from a mutant echoed from downstairs, and Shao Ming thought about how sensitive these creatures' hearing was. Having finally secured the microscope, he quickly slung his backpack on and ran towards the door. It was clear that retracing his steps wouldn't work. There were still several mutants locked inside the buildings he had passed through, and many were gathering outside. Shao Ming could only run toward the end of the laboratory building. When he reached the stairs at the end of the building and descended to the first floor, he was taken aback. There was no way to return to the square between the buildings, only a large door leading outside. Now, he had two options: brave the road or go back to the square and exit through another building. Shao Ming decided to take a bold chance. The noise from earlier had drawn the mutants toward the center of the laboratory, and now might be a good opportunity to escape through the side door. He approached the laboratory next to the side door and peered outside. A few mutants were running across the road. After waiting a moment and seeing that most of the mutants had gathered, Shao Ming readied his gun and pushed open the side door. As expected, most of the mutants had been attracted to the center of the laboratory, though there were still about 10 left. After all, while this was a public road, it was still part of the school, and not many people remained inside after the curfew was announced. Shao Ming quickly acted and ran toward the dormitory building. Chapter 22 Aftermath. Walking back along the road. After turning left, Shao Ming arrived at the teaching building where he had entered the experimental complex. The double-decker bus was still there, but the mutants seemed to have all been attracted to the teaching building. If there was any difficulty, Shao Ming felt it was like being in a novice village. He quickly crossed the road. There were indeed very few mutants in the school, and he jogged toward the apartment where Gary and the others were. As he got closer, the roars of mutants came from the direction of the apartment. Shao Ming hid behind a dormitory building and peeked out. Now he understood why he felt like he was in a novice village just now. The mutants gathered at the bottom of the apartment building had more than doubled. It seemed that the mutants from the surrounding dormitories had all concentrated at the bottom of the dormitory where Gary and the others were. Shao Ming quickly withdrew his head. There were simply too many mutants, probably around 600 or 700 surrounding the dormitory. He retreated along the back of the dormitory and returned to the side of the double-decker bus. Compared to the area below the dormitory, this place was eerily quiet. He squatted behind the bus and quickly made a decision. Forget it. He could just find his own way out. Finding his own way could be dangerous. But handing the microscope to Gary meant diving straight into the tide of corpses. And besides, no one knew if what Gary said was true. Although Shao Ming felt a bit guilty, Gary and the others had indeed just saved him, and most of the mutants downstairs were brought over by him. But Shao Ming's body was already standing up, and his legs had already taken a step towards the exit of the school. Nonsense. Only a fool would go back. Gary and the others squatting in the dormitory might not even die, but he would definitely die if he went over. Shao Ming returned to the main road, and the mutants at the hospital entrance had disappeared. Shao Ming realized a basic truth. The more mutants gathered in one place, the louder their roars became. The louder the roars, the more mutants would gather. Shao Ming crossed the abandoned vehicles and arrived at the hospital entrance. Taking advantage of the fact that the mutants had all been attracted away, he planned to see if there was anything useful on the police and ambulance outside. There was an armored vehicle on the sidewalk, and some pieces of corpses wrapped in police uniforms were scattered nearby, emitting a foul smell. Shao Ming held his breath, stepped over the body parts, and came to the open back door of the police armored vehicle. Inside the vehicle, there was a long drag mark of blood. indicating that the owner of the blood had crawled into the armored vehicle and was pulled out again, becoming part of the scattered human tissue on the ground. As for the other parts, they were definitely in the stomachs of the mutants. Shao Ming climbed into the armored vehicle. There was a cabinet next to a row of seats, and its drawer was pulled open. He walked over and pulled out a flashlight and 2 tourniquets from the drawer. Shao Ming pressed himself against the door connecting the cabin and the front of the vehicle and looked inside, only to find a dead SWAT officer sitting in the driver's seat, apparently having committed suicide by gunshot. Shao Ming held back his nausea and tried to open the small door at the connection. The stench of the corpse hit him, and he hurriedly pushed open the side door and vomited. With nothing in his stomach, he grabbed the SWAT officer's body and dragged him from the driver's seat to the floor of the cabin. Looking at this bloated, foul-smelling corpse with a hole in its head, Shao Ming quickly stripped off his tactical vest and put on himself. Judging by the weight, there were ballistic plates inside the vest, and there was still one standard 5.56 by 45 NATO magazine left in the pouch on his chest, which was definitely for AG-36 assault rifle. "Where's your rifle?" Shao Ming searched the vehicle. Since there was a magazine, there must be a gun. The cabin was empty. Clearly, the SWAT team wouldn't keep their arsenal in the vehicle. Shao Ming climbed into the driver's seat, and AG-36 assault rifle was quietly lying on the floor of the driver's cabin. Shao Ming felt overjoyed. This was a good find. He picked up the G-36, removed the magazine, and checked it. There were bullets. Shao Ming slung the rifle over his back and jumped out of the armored vehicle through the side door. Fortunately, the outside was empty. The mutants should not have returned to the hospital yet. It was just a pity that this armored vehicle didn't have keys. Shao Ming was about to check the ambulance parked nearby when he heard knocking sounds coming from inside. He raised his baseball bat and cautiously approached the back of the ambulance. He propped himself up and looked through the window, but he didn't see anything inside. Shao Ming carefully opened the door. A mutant suddenly sprang out, lunging for Shao Ming's thigh. Although he was mentally prepared, it still startled him, causing him to stumble back. But this also allowed him to dodge the mutant's attack. This mutant that crawled out of the vehicle was missing its lower half, with its spine and intestines exposed. The mutant dragged its intestines along the ground, trying to grab the delicious meal in front of it. "Can't even eat shit while it's hot," Shao Ming cursed, and struck the mutant on the head with the bat. After dealing with this mutant, Shao Ming climbed into the ambulance. He rummaged around, but found nothing useful besides a bunch of bandages and a defibrillator, or at least he didn't know if those things were useful. Shao Ming didn't dare to explore deeper into the hospital. The rain had not stopped, and if there were a few mutants hiding inside the large hospital, it would be quite dangerous. Taking advantage of the gap while hiding in the ambulance, Shao Ming took out his phone to check for messages. It was already past 12 o'clock, and Li Long still hadn't replied. His parents had called him countless times. Shao Ming quickly sent a message to his parents to report his safety. Then he called Li Long. "Please don't let anything happen at home," Shao Ming thought. The call connected, but Li Long's voice didn't come through. "Li Long? Hello?" Shao Ming asked. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, and then Li Long's sobbing voice came through. "What's wrong with you?" Shao Ming asked. "What happened?" "I have symptoms." Chapter 23 returned to the apartment, putting down his phone. Shao Ming found it hard to accept the news. Although he had been telling himself and Li Long that there was no authoritative information linking sequelae and mutations directly, the facts seemed to be right in front of him. He had always hoped that Li Long was an exception, but he didn't expect that what was meant to come would eventually arrive. In any case, the immediate priority was to get back to the apartment. Shao Ming jumped off the ambulance and made his way toward the apartment. There were significantly fewer mutants on the main road, indicating that he had indeed drawn away quite a few mutants. Thinking about it, Shao Ming still felt a chill. If it weren't for that group of people in the dormitory, he would have been doomed. It seemed that he had to be more cautious in the future. Speaking of which, he truly felt sorry for them. However, there was no time to dwell on that now. Shao Ming navigated through the abandoned vehicles on the main road, and it was only a 10-minute walk back to the apartment. The sound of helicopter blades filled the sky, and Shao Ming quickly stopped and looked back. A formation of several helicopters was approaching from the direction of the suburbs, heading toward the city center. Two of the helicopters broke away from the formation and began to slow down. Judging by their speed, their landing spot seemed to be near Manchester University. Shao Ming hurried his pace toward the apartment building, whether he wanted to signal the helicopters for help or observe their purpose. The rooftop of the apartment had an undeniable advantage over the tops of cars on the main road. The sound of helicopters undoubtedly stirred the anger of the mutants, and the roars of many mutants echoed from the buildings on both sides of the road. As he had initially suspected, most people had mutated at home, which made the streets relatively safer. Shao Ming quickened his steps, hoping that two mutants wouldn't fall from the sky and block his path. He dodged several mutants using the wrecked cars as cover and safely returned to the front of the apartment building. He quickly climbed up the fire escape. Upon reaching the rooftop, the helicopters that had broken away from the formation had already landed. Due to the obstruction of the buildings, Shao Ming could only hear the rotor sounds of one of the helicopters, but couldn't see where it had landed. The other helicopter seemed to be hovering over a certain rooftop, and judging by the direction, it looked like the area where Gary and the others were. A series of rapid gunshots rang out, indicating that firefights were taking place near the helicopter landing zone. To Shao Ming's surprise, the helicopter that was relatively close to him took off first, trailing black smoke. This was clearly not caused by mutants. It was the result of someone shooting at the helicopter's engine. What had happened in the few minutes it took him to get back to the rooftop? The helicopter took off with black smoke, while fierce gunfire and the roars of mutants continued to echo from the ground. However, the gunfire soon ceased, leaving only the sounds of mutants. The other helicopter had yet to take off, so Shao Ming took down his rifle and used the scope to look toward the helicopter. This G-36C had an ACOG sight attached, which could provide a magnification of 5 to 6 times, depending on the submodel. Shao Ming raised his rifle, aligning the scope with the direction of the helicopter's sound. Due to the obstruction of the buildings, he could only see the main rotor of the helicopter and couldn't make out who boarded it. However, from the paint job and silhouette, he could still determine that it belonged to the British military. After a short while, the other helicopter also flew away. Shao Ming lowered his rifle, preparing to return to the apartment rooftop when he heard shouting from below. He quickly looked down to see a woman running wildly toward the helicopter's direction. "Wait for me! Help! Wait for me!" she shouted as she ran forward. But it was clear that the helicopter would not hear her cries for help. However, the mutants on the street heard her very well. They swarmed her and tore her apart. So foolish, Shao Ming thought. He looked away and jumped back onto the rooftop, returning to his apartment. There was noise in the corridor, and Shao Ming leaned against the stairs to take a look. Someone was running up. He raised his rifle, confirming that the safety was off. The person running up was none other than the resident from across the hall, Blyden. It was evident that he had mutated, with red eyes and an open mouth. The distance from the corner of the stairs was just a few seconds for someone rushing up, and Shao Ming had no time to aim as he hurriedly pulled the trigger. Several bullets hit Blyden's chest, but failed to stop him. Blyden lunged at him, and Shao Ming quickly turned the rifle sideways to block the oncoming bite. Shao Ming was pinned against the wall, watching as Blyden fiercely bit down on the rifle. His bite was incredibly strong. The front rail of the rifle was nearly crushed. Shao Ming kicked Blyden's abdomen repeatedly, finally managing to push him away. Blyden staggered back and fell off the edge of the stairs. Without thinking, Shao Ming raised his rifle and shot Blyden in the head. The bullet struck true, and Blyden, who had just gotten up, collapsed to the ground, no longer moving. Stepping over Blyden's body, Shao Ming quickly reached his apartment door. Though he remained relatively calm, his adrenaline was surging. After experiencing a life-or-death moment, his hands were trembling uncontrollably. After struggling to insert the key and unlock the door, Shao Ming finally returned to his apartment. He had only been out for a morning, yet it felt like he hadn't been home for several days. Shao Ming locked the door and hurried into Li Long's room. Li Long was lying on the bed, pale, with red, swollen eyes. It seemed he had been crying for a long time. "What is wrong with you?" Shao Ming set his rifle aside and approached Li Long's bedside. "I feel terrible," Li Long said weakly. Shao Ming touched Li Long's forehead, which was burning hot. "You have a fever." Shao Ming stood up to go outside for a thermometer. "I feel so uncomfortable," Li Long said. "Don't worry," Shao Ming turned back to Li Long. "I remember that sequelae don't include fever as a symptom." Chapter 24. Former companion. After taking Li Long's temperature, Shao Ming found that it was nearly 40 degrees Celsius. Was it a wound infection, sepsis, a serious infection sequela, or just a cold. Shao Ming was not a doctor. He could only try to identify the cause of the illness. He unwrapped the bandage on Li Long's leg and saw no signs of infection or ulceration. If it were a wound infection, it should have been pus-filled, but the wound looked relatively clean. If it were sepsis, he had already helped Li Long disinfect and bandage it with alcohol at the first moment. And he had changed the bandages over the last couple of days, so there shouldn't have been any bacteria entering the bloodstream. Shao Ming sighed and picked up a bottle of alcohol spray nearby. "Take it away. I don't want it," Li Long said quickly when he saw Shao Ming picking up the alcohol spray. "Don't let me suffer anymore." "Don't think like that," Shao Ming replied. "I think it's mostly just a cold. You don't understand." Li Long murmured, "They say people sense their death before it happens, and I feel it." Shao Ming wanted to jump up and scold Li Long for being so dramatic without knowing the cause of his illness. "Let's take some fever medicine first," Shao Ming said, handing Li Long the fever reducer he had just brought in. Li Long swallowed the pill, and Shao Ming rewrapped the wound with a new bandage, helping him lie down on the bed and covering him with a blanket. Li Long remained silent, staring blankly at the ceiling. Shao Ming didn't know what he was thinking. What does one ponder when they know their time is near? If it were him, he might feel the same way. Shao Ming shook his head. Li Long might not necessarily be dying, and he couldn't think that way. "I'll go make something to eat," Shao Ming said. He placed the lunch he had prepared on the bedside. Li Long didn't move, only glancing at him. Shao Ming didn't say anything and stepped out of the room, closing the door behind him. After a morning of activity, he felt his muscles ache all over as he rested. The rain outside gradually stopped, and the dark clouds were slowly dissipating. He scrolled through his phone. There was still internet access, and many survivors were uploading their current situations. Compared to the chaos and panic of the previous days, all the photos and videos now conveyed a sense of desolation and despair. More and more people were turning into bloodthirsty mutants, while those who hadn't mutated yet were barely surviving under the watchful eyes of the mutants. The army, which was supposed to maintain order in the city, had begun to crumble from within. Many hadn't even had a chance to fight before they mutated, from the wealthy and famous to the beggars and common people. This disaster affected everyone. He browsed the internet again for information about sequelae and mutations. It was no different from a few days ago, filled with speculation and theories. Shao Ming didn't want to think about it. He hoped Li Long was just suffering from cold. He returned to Li Long's room with cold medicine, and the lunch he had placed on the bedside earlier had not been touched. "Drink some medicine," he said, handing Li Long the prepared bowl of cold medicine. Li Long took the bowl and sipped from it. The cold medicine, which should have been bitter, tasted like plain water to him. Li Long realized that his sense of taste had vanished. "I can't taste this anymore." Suddenly, Li Long, in a fit of anger, threw the bowl across the room. Shao Ming quickly tried to calm him down. "Don't do that. It's definitely not sequelae. You can still get a fever from a cold." Li Long interrupted him, saying, "You don't need to persuade me anymore. I can feel it. It's not just a cold. It's different." His voice was trembling, and tears streamed down his cheeks. "If I'm going to mutate, just kill me. I don't want to become a monster." Shao Ming shouted at Li Long, "I won't kill you. You're still a person. You might not turn into a zombie." Li Long sobbed in response. "I want to go home." This young man in his 20s, full of muscle, was still just a child at heart. He wanted his mother. He wanted his father. Everything Shao Ming and Li Long had done was not just to survive, but to return home alive. Now that wish seemed as difficult as reaching the heavens. Shao Ming looked at his companion, with whom he had studied abroad for 2 years, and suddenly realized that this person might truly be leaving. Li Long might have been strong, but when death approached him, that strength crumbled. "We will go home," Shao Ming said, unable to bear to look any longer, and left the room. He returned to the living room to search for all related information. But the more he read, the more convinced he became that Li Long was suffering from sequelae, even though most people only exhibited 1 or 2 symptoms before mutating. Inside the room, Li Long had calmed down again, lying silently on the bed while crying. He didn't know how much time had passed when a commotion came from Li Long's room. Shao Ming rushed in to check, and what he saw shocked him. The room was filled with a foul odor, making Shao Ming feel like he would vomit. The smell was even more unbearable than that of a corpse. Inside the room, Li Long lay weakly on the bed, looking even more feeble than he had a few hours ago. Li Long had lost control of his bowels, his face pale, lying motionless on the bed. What he had expelled was not normal waste, but blood. Shao Ming recalled what Gary had said that morning. The time for mutation had now been shortened to 1 or 2 days. When Li Long saw Shao Ming enter, he reached out his hand weakly and said, "Home." Shao Ming took Li Long's hand and replied, "Home, home, we will go home." Li Long's eyes gradually closed, and his grip on Shao Ming's hand grew weak. Shao Ming gently released Li Long's hand, took 2 steps back, and drew his handgun from his waist. He couldn't bring himself to pull the trigger. He remembered the first day he met Li Long, how the kid had casually put his arm around him as if they were old friends. He recalled attending classes together, experiencing the local customs of a foreign land, and complaining about how terrible British food was. He remembered how, after the mutations began, Li Long had walked with him through the chaotic crowds, looting supplies from stores, and taking down the British soldiers together. A tear rolled down the corner of Shao Ming's eye as he aimed the gun at Li Long's head and pulled the trigger. Chapter 25 Power Outage. Shao Ming wrapped Li Long's body in a clean bedsheet and dragged it to the rooftop, placing it next to the bodies of the young couple. As for the dirty bedsheets, he simply threw them down from the building. He stood on the rooftop, gazing towards the distant city center. The fog had dissipated, and visibility was good enough to see near Manchester train station. The sun was slowly setting, and the city still looked splendidly lit. However, it was uncertain whether the figures standing under the dazzling lights were mutants or humans. Shao Ming raised the rifle in his hand, looking through the scope into the distance. Since there was a helicopter, it meant that there were still military forces or other organized groups surviving. The apartment was in the city center, making it difficult to see what was happening outside the city. He didn't necessarily need to see anything. He just felt a sense of chaos inside. Putting down the rifle, Shao Ming resisted the urge to look at Li Long's body. For this roommate and friend of 2 years, he felt more of an inability to accept the loss than sadness. Perhaps the inability to accept the fact of his death was a form of sadness in itself. Shao Ming left the rooftop, and, before closing the door, he took one last look at Li Long's body. While cleaning Li Long's room, he found a letter wrapped in an envelope in the bedside table. It appeared to have been written a couple of days earlier. Li Long likely wrote it as soon as he realized the aftermath was related to mutation. The envelope had a note on it. "Ming, if I die, please give this to my parents." Shao Ming didn't open the envelope, but instead put it in his backpack. Looking at Li Long's empty bed, he felt as if he were dreaming. Just yesterday, Li Long was lying in bed, lively except for an injury on his leg, and even spoke to him this afternoon. Now, by evening, he had become a body wrapped in a blanket. He had to survive and return home, at the very least to deliver Li Long's letter. Moreover, his own parents were waiting for him to come back. Shao Ming took out his phone to report his safety to his family. But he did not mention anything about Li Long. From his parents' messages, it seemed that the situation back home had entered a turbulent period. But overall, it was still under control, starkly different from the apocalyptic scene abroad. It appeared that only the domestic situation was the safest haven. For both emotional and rational reasons, he had to find a way to return home. The sun had completely set outside, and Shao Ming had no appetite for dinner. He took out his phone and browsed the internet. Someone had uploaded a video from a military gathering place in the suburbs, showing hundreds of mutants in uniforms standing inside, with thick armored tanks and vehicles already turned into piles of scrap metal before they could be deployed. The replies to the Manchester survivors topic on Twitter had significantly decreased, with only a few hundred people still responding. Shao Ming noticed that these people seemed to be attempting to save themselves. A few from an Northampton area had already met up, preparing transportation to flee to the suburbs, while in the Brindle area, dozens of survivors had cleared out a community, using debris and abandoned vehicles to block roads and starting to barricade doors and windows with wooden planks. He too had to prepare to leave. Even though Li Long was gone and they could still last a few more days with the food supply, staying in the apartment was merely waiting to die. But these places weren't Shao Ming's destination. He first needed to go to the consulate. If it fell, he would seek other means of transportation, plane, ship, car. There had to be a way to get home. Shao Ming picked up Li Long's notebook and opened his email. There was still no reply from the consulate. Given the current situation, the chances of survival for the consulate were slim. Nonetheless, he still decided he would check the consulate before leaving. Shao Ming looked at the international student group chat, which had gone silent since yesterday. He couldn't tell if everyone had safely returned home or if they had unfortunately transformed. Just as he was preparing to plan his route, the lights in the room suddenly went out. The power light on the notebook also lit up, indicating that the power had been cut off. Shao Ming set down the notebook and went to the window to check. It wasn't just his apartment. The entire city had plunged into endless darkness. The power outage came much earlier than Shao Ming had anticipated, but it wasn't unexpected. The mutation was accelerating, and it was hard to say how many people were still alive, let alone if the power plant workers could maintain the electricity supply. In fact, the workers at the power plant fought until the last moment. A small number of workers had not left their posts. Perhaps all their families had transformed, or perhaps their homes were in a lockdown area. A dozen workers remained at the power plant, maintaining the city's electricity supply, hoping to buy more time for others until they either became mutants or were torn apart by them. Shao Ming took out his phone to check. The network signal was still there. The power was out, and it was uncertain how long the batteries at the signal base station would last. Shao Ming quickly took out his tablet and connected it to a power bank. He needed to start downloading electronic maps of the world. Electricity was easy to find. Starting a car could power electronic devices, and diesel generators or wind turbines in certain areas could also maintain power, but no one was maintaining them. How long could the internet hold out? Besides the maps, he also searched online for survival guides to download, covering basic water procurement, vehicle maintenance, gun care, and various other topics. Li Long had already downloaded a TV series. Shao Ming continued to download several novels. He was now very grateful he had bought a tablet. It was finally serving its purpose. However, for Shao Ming at this moment, electricity had become a scarce resource that dwindled with each use. There were still a few problems. First, after the power outage, it was unlikely that power would return. If the frozen meat in the refrigerator wasn't consumed in the next couple of days, it would spoil quickly. Second, there were no emergency lighting tools like candles at home, and the only flashlight was the one Shao Ming had scavenged in the morning. Chapter 26, The End of the World After the Power Supply, was interrupted. The city fell into an unprecedented darkness. Perhaps for centuries, or even for over 1,000 years, this area had never been as dark at night as it was now. The darkness enveloping the city was not just a lack of light. It extinguished more than just the streetlights. In the past, nights were times of family joy. Even the homeless would return to their little nooks to count their spoils from the day. Now, however, the night felt more like a joke played by death on human civilization, as mutants paused to sense the rustling around them, while the survivors hid in their homes, praying to stay alive. In the UK, France, Germany, Russia, the United States, the same scene unfolded in every country around the world. Astronauts on the International Space Station might see the darkness as the curtain falling on human civilization. Of course, this assumes the astronaut wasn't eaten by their mutated companions. Some national leaders have been vaccinated in advance and were not infected during the pandemic 6 months ago. Now, they were holed up in doomsday bunkers, struggling to survive. A small number of governments and militaries were still operational, establishing safe zones, rallying survivors, and trying to maintain the remnants of social order. In the distant Eastern superpower, even though the massive infection was well controlled 6 months ago, over 10 million had turned into mutants. While the situation was temporarily under control, it seemed to be heading toward chaos. Survivors who had not become mutant food fled the cities, hoping to find a refuge in places less trodden by humanity. If any country could be said to have survived intact, it might be the mysterious nation in the northern part of the Korean peninsula. Acting as a single player in the game of Earth, the pandemic had caused them almost no harm. And now they were gathering their military to unify the peninsula while their southern neighbors had turned into mutants. Shao Ming looked out the window. The moonlight scattered across the empty streets of the city. A wave of desolation surged in his heart. The ancients said that the bright moon evokes homesickness, and Shao Ming finally understood it thoroughly. Without electricity and not daring to use it, Shao Ming lay in bed and drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, Shao Ming woke up naturally. He had never woken up this early without an alarm, perhaps because he had never gone to bed this early when he had a phone. The sun had already risen, and Shao Ming glanced at his watch. It was just past 7. Unable to sleep anymore, he got up and began organizing supplies at home. Although the refrigerator had no power, The ice in the freezer had not yet melted, and it seemed that the chicken fillets could last for a while. There were still plenty of biscuits left, and if he rationed them, they would last a month without issue. All the containers at home that could hold water were filled, as it was uncertain how long the tap water would last. Even if the water pressure remained normal after a month or two, the untreated tap water would become very dirty. Luckily, this was the UK, and rainwater would not be lacking, so drinking water wasn't a major issue. The remaining medicines were also quite a lot. Although he hadn't brought much back from the pharmacy, there were plenty of external injury supplies like alcohol, disinfectant, and bandages, and he still had a bottle of antibiotics along with a few boxes of common cold and anti-inflammatory medications. Shao Ming reorganized the magazines. The G36 rifle had 46 rounds and 2 magazines. The P320 had 2 full magazines with 30 rounds, plus an additional 58 rounds in a box. Li Long's baseball bat had been cleaned, and there was also a fruit knife at home that could be used. Shao Ming picked a book to use as an arm guard, replacing the one that had been bitten to shreds by a mutant. From a tactical vest, he had stripped off a SWAT officer. There were several cable ties for glow sticks and a police radio. Shao Ming pulled out the bulletproof insert, thought for a moment, and put it back. It was a delusion to think that this thing could block a mutant's mouth completely. But considering the zombie literature he had read and the helicopter that had been smoking the day before, he thought it was equally important to protect himself from human firearms. Shao Ming fiddled with the radio for a while. It turned on, but only picked up static. He tossed the radio aside and looked at the neatly stacked supplies in front of him. If he had no intention of staying long-term, these supplies would be more than enough. Shao Ming packed away food and water he could take, along with bullets, a tablet, and a power bank in his backpack. After organizing his backpack, he began planning the route to the consulate. Using the map he had found in a police car, Shao Ming decided to head east this time, as following the main road east could lead him out of the lockdown zone, and this area had more residential buildings, possibly more exits left. If what Gary and his group said was true, the route from the school to the park was not reliable. However, starting from the residential buildings meant he would have to take a longer detour to return to the consulate after leaving the lockdown zone. And compared to leaving south from the school, the risk of navigating through the residential buildings was greater. Shao Ming decided to eat breakfast first, waiting for the sun to rise a bit brighter before setting out. He didn't want to be ambushed by some old six mutant. Shao Ming took 2 chicken fillets from the refrigerator and tossed them into the frying pan. If all went well, this should be his last meal in this small apartment. The taste of the frozen chicken fillets wasn't great, but thinking that he might not even have frozen chicken fillets to eat in a few days, he swallowed it down with some beer. As for the remaining beer, Shao Ming had found a good use for it. He would take a few with him to make Molotov cocktails if necessary. Shao Ming took his last shower, which was also the first in several days, changed into clean sweatshirts and work pants, put on his tactical vest, slung his backpack on, and tucked the baseball bat behind him while holstering his pistol at his waist. He picked up his rifle and pushed open the door to his home. Now, it was time to set out for home. The sun had risen, and sunlight poured over this lifeless land. Chapter 27, leaving the apartment, stepping out of his home. Shao Ming decided to leave the apartment from the first floor. Li Long's body still lay on the rooftop, and he couldn't bear to leave from there. Unexpectedly, as he descended to the second floor, a sudden crashing sound came from the door on his left, followed by the roar of a mutant. Shao Ming quickly slowed his pace and lowered his body as he continued toward the first floor. He tiptoed down to the first floor and moved aside the garbage pile at the entrance. Peering cautiously over the top half of the railing, Shao Ming looked outside. Fortunately, the recent roar of the mutant hadn't attracted more mutants, and he didn't see any traces of them downstairs, likely drawn away by the helicopter for the previous evening. He opened the front door to find the street eerily silent. To avoid making too much noise, Shao Ming slung his rifle on his back and chose to use a baseball bat as his primary weapon. This time, unlike his previous outings, he turned right upon leaving, walking along a row of residential buildings away from the main road. Most of the shops along the street were empty, primarily coffee shops and grocery stores, and Shao Ming had no interest in rummaging through them. The sooner he left the city, the better. Not far ahead, Shao Ming saw containers piled on the street. He couldn't help but marvel at the local government's impressive execution capability. How could they not have managed such lockdown measures half a year ago during the pandemic? Climbing directly onto the containers was not realistic, but if he could enter the residential buildings flanking the street, it wouldn't be unrealistic to jump from a window onto the containers. Of course, it would be best if the back of the buildings wasn't sealed off. Behind the containers was a church, and passing the intersection where the church stood would lead south toward the consulate, turning right in front of the containers. Shao Ming entered a cluster of residential buildings. This was an open space surrounded by buildings, with some playground equipment in the middle and a sandpit nearby. The exit to the left led to the church, but was blocked. However, it was uncertain whether the entrance to the building ahead was locked. If he could get into that building, he could jump from a window onto the containers. On the back side of the street, the ground floor of a house had its window wide open. Shao Ming peered through and saw two mutants staring out at the window. He was startled and froze, feeling his heart racing. However, the mutants seemed not to see him. Perhaps their eyesight was poor, or they had none at all. Shao Ming cautiously stepped forward, and the two mutants remained still. Perhaps this was what Gary referred to as a hibernation state. Nonetheless, to be safe, he tried to edge closer to the opposite building, putting more distance between himself and the window. At that moment, Shao Ming was on high alert, needing to control his movements to avoid making noise. Staying aware of any activity inside the window, and always on guard for other mutants inside the building. As he carefully moved forward, a sudden thud came from behind him. A mutant crashed into the window behind him. Already tense, he jumped in shock and couldn't help but yell, "Damn!" This shout immediately awakened the sleeping mutants nearby, and by the time Shao Ming realized he needed to silence himself, it was too late. The two mutants from a building with the open window charged out first. Shao Ming swung his baseball bat at them. The first mutant was knocked backward and fell to the ground. Before he could regain his stance, another mutant lunged at him. With no time to react, Shao Ming raised one hand to block. The mutant bit down on the book strapped to his right hand, forcing him to stumble backward. He saw the first mutant that had fallen getting back up, and he couldn't escape yet. Shao Ming quickly drew a fruit knife from the side of his backpack with his free left hand and stabbed it into the mutant's head. Although the fruit knife wasn't particularly sharp, he aimed accurately, piercing the mutant's temple. Seeing the blade penetrate the mutant's brain, he turned it with force, turning the mutant's brain into mush. Finally dealing with one, Shao Ming noticed silhouettes of mutants appearing behind the windows of the surrounding buildings, banging on the glass. He knew he couldn't stay there any longer. He pushed the body toward the incoming mutant and turned to run. The mutant that had just gotten up crashed into the corpse of its companion. Shao Ming reached the entrance of a nearby building, and fortunately, the door was not locked. He turned the handle and opened it. However, the sight that greeted him made him gasp. Dozens of mutants were crowding in the hallway of the house. They had been startled awake by the sounds of the earlier struggle and were searching for the source of the noise. Without thinking, Shao Ming quickly pulled the door shut. Now, the only path left was to the right, through an alley into another residential area. He hoped there would be a way out. Shao Ming hurried into the alley, with mutants already bursting out from windows all around him. The alley was not long, and midway through, a large dumpster had been pushed directly beneath a fire escape, just enough for an adult to climb up. Shao Ming realized that someone had exited this way. He quickly glanced back. Some mutants that had climbed out of windows had likely broken their legs and were stumbling toward him, while a few others were charging from the first floor, uninjured and moving at high speed. Raising his rifle, Shao Ming quickly aimed at the leading mutants. Stay calm, he told himself as he tried to steady his rifle. The opportunity to shoot was fleeting, and the mutants were not far away. However, the advantage was that their movement was not great. His basic training at the shooting range came into play as Shao Ming pulled the trigger, and bullets flew from the barrel. Two mutants fell to the ground, and he quickly adjusted his aim to shoot at the two mutants further back. Seeing that the fastest mutants had been taken down, he hurriedly climbed onto the dumpster. Chapter 28. Climbing over the isolation wall before more mutants surged up. Shao Ming climbed up the fire escape stairs. He glanced back and saw at least a dozen mutants gathered at the bottom of the stairs. Some mutants had already begun trying to climb up the garbage bins, and Shao Ming was relieved that he had knocked down the first few fully intact mutants. The ones that followed from the second and even third floors were either missing legs or arms. Shao Ming carefully recalled the height of the shipping container. It seemed to be just slightly lower than the second-floor windowsill. Although the police weren't foolish enough to place the shipping container directly beneath the window, it was still low enough to jump over. Reaching the second-floor window, Shao Ming kicked the glass, but to his surprise, it only shook and did not shatter as he had imagined. All right, he thought, pulling out the baseball bat from his back. How could a mutant push open a window? With the impact of the bat, the glass shattered completely from the point of the hit. Although Shao Ming was in a hurry, he had to be cautious. After the window broke, some shards remained on the window frame, and he didn't want to scrape off any flesh while climbing through. He quickly cleared the exposed sharp glass and climbed into the second-floor corridor. Sounds of mutants could be heard from the rooms on both sides. The doors were being banged on, and it seemed like a horde of mutants could burst out at any moment. Shao Ming ran toward the end of the corridor where the street-facing window was located. He reached the window and looked out, only to find that the distance to the shipping container was still quite far, about 5 to 6 meters away. If he could get into one of the rooms and jump out from there, it might be a viable option. Shao Ming tried to twist the doorknob of the adjacent room, but it wouldn't open. He raised his leg and kicked the door, but it didn't budge. Damn it, Shao Ming cursed inwardly. Why was his path to survival so different from others? In the dramas, doors could be kicked open with a single blow, right? Shooting the lock was also a similar concept. Not to mention the waste of a bullet, the ricochet from such close-range shooting could be deadly. Shao Ming's brain raced. According to convention, the storage room on the first floor usually had spare keys for the entire building, and if he didn't go downstairs to find the keys. The only option left was to climb over the wall facing the street. The second option was clearly unrealistic, so Shao Ming quickly made his way to the first floor. The mutants in the rooms were still banging on the doors, and every time he passed the doorway, he could hear the mutants inside knocking even harder. He could only pray that the quality of these doors held up and wouldn't be breached by just 1 or 2 mutants. It felt like running naked down the street without pants. The main entrance on the first floor was tightly shut, but through the transparent window of the storage room, Shao Ming saw the mutated manager inside. A set of keys hung from his waist. The door to the storage room was locked as well. Not because Shao Ming had keen eyesight, but because a thick iron chain was hanging on the door. Seeing Shao Ming approach, the manager lunged at the glass, opening his bloody mouth as if to bite him. Without thinking, Shao Ming pulled out his handgun and fired 2 shots at the manager's head. The first bullet shattered the glass and penetrated the manager's forehead, while the second shot went in through his chin. The manager's body fell backward and stopped moving. Shao Ming climbed through the window and yanked the keyring off the manager's waist. Returning to the second floor, he inserted the key into the lock of the room at the end of the corridor. Although there was no sound from inside, Shao Ming still drew his gun, just to be safe. He turned the key, and the door opened gently. Shao Ming took out a fruit knife with his left hand and steadied his handgun with his right. Fortunately, the room was quiet, and there were no mutants inside. He hurried to the window. From this room's windowsill, he could jump directly onto the shipping container, and the distance wasn't too far. He first took off his backpack and threw it over. It rolled a couple of times before landing accurately on the container. Shao Ming climbed onto the windowsill and made a strong leap. Thankfully, the distance of just over 2 meters wasn't too far, and Shao Ming landed firmly on the shipping container. Picking up his backpack, Shao Ming looked out beyond the isolation wall. Next to the church was the front of an 8-wheeled Scania truck, and like a gift from the heavens, there was a mutated driver sitting inside. Just as Shao Ming was about to jump down from the container and rush towards the truck, he didn't expect the mutated truck driver to grip the steering wheel tightly, roaring at Shao Ming while stepping on the gas. Thanks to the ignition system, the driver revved the engine back to life. What the hell? Before Shao Ming could react, the truck was already charging towards him. He quickly ducked down, grabbing the edge of the container. The truck slammed into the container, pushing it out of shape. Fortunately, the police had placed quite a bit of heavy equipment inside the container, preventing it from tipping over completely. The violent impact nearly threw Shao Ming off. He clung tightly to the edge of the container to stabilize himself. The truck pushed the container aside and charged forward, knocking over several cars before finally crashing into a building and coming to a stop. Meanwhile, the mutated driver continued to stomp on the gas pedal. Shao Ming stood up, his heart racing in fear. How could a zombie drive a car? He quickly climbed down from the container. The noise created by the truck was too loud, and he could already see many mutants climbing out from the windows on both sides of the street. If he walked a bit further along the church, he could reach another main road, which would also lead him around to the consulate. Taking advantage of the mutants being distracted by the truck's crash, Shao Ming hurriedly retreated along the road in the opposite direction of the isolation area. Although it was called an isolation area, there wasn't too much difference between the inside and outside of the walls. If he had to say, there might even be fewer mutants on the roads outside the isolation area. After all, the reason for the isolation was that the mutants from the hospital had broken out. Shao Ming hurriedly sprinted towards the consulate. Chapter 29. The consulate. Shao Ming hurried towards the consulate as quickly as possible without making too much noise. As expected, there were not many mutants on the street due to the long duration of the mutation. Most people either had symptoms that prevented them from going out or were hiding at home out of fear. Half an hour later, Shao Ming finally arrived in front of the consulate. The consulate was located in a traditional European-style building, and the fluttering national flag gave Shao Ming a sense of belonging. However, the scene beneath the flag was far from beautiful. The entrance of the consulate was piled high with luggage, and blood and body parts were scattered everywhere. 2 buses were parked on the road beside the consulate. It seemed that the consulate had organized an evacuation but was attacked before it could evacuate. A strong smell of blood filled the air, but Shao Ming had become numb to it after smelling it so much in recent days. Strangely, there was no sign of mutants near the consulate. Shao Ming looked back at the buses, and besides the empty street, he saw no mutants. Logically, he had seen scattered mutants on the street a couple of days ago. Could it be that there were really so few mutants outside? He glanced at the horrific scene before him. This certainly did not look like it could be caused by just 1 or 2 mutants. Perhaps they had all wandered away. Shao Ming thought to himself, still cautiously raising the baseball bat in his hand. Carefully approaching the entrance of the consulate, he saw an old man squatting on the ground, eating a piece of a corpse. The man did not notice Shao Ming behind him and continued to enjoy his spoils. Shao Ming put down the baseball bat and took out a fruit knife from his backpack. He looked around, confirming that there were no other mutants in the hall, before quietly approaching the mutant from behind. Shao Ming felt his heart racing. He had rehearsed countless scenarios in his mind. What if the knife didn't go in? What if it didn't kill it in one blow? What if he alerted other mutants? But he couldn't think about that now. He plunged a knife into the mutant's neck. The mutant let out a muffled groan and fell to the ground. Shao Ming let out a long breath and pulled out the fruit knife. It seemed that silently taking down mutants was indeed feasible. Although there were several floors in the consulate, judging by the hellish scene on this floor, there were most likely no survivors left inside. However, Shao Ming's purpose for coming was not to find survivors. The fall of the consulate was expected. More importantly, he hoped to find documents related to evacuation. It would be even better if he could contact the organization. After all, the resources available at the consulate were far more than what he could figure out at home. Shao Ming found the consul general's office on a sign and headed upstairs. The consulate had one wall without windows, leaning against other buildings, and, since the power was out, the stairwell was pitch dark. Shao Ming took out his flashlight and turned it on. The stairwell was not just eerie. It could be described as terrifying. He raised the flashlight and shone it upwards through the gaps. There didn't seem to be any mutants in the hallway. He climbed the stairs to the floor where the consul general's office was located, peeking his head out to look down the corridor. It was eerily silent, except for a pool of blood at the entrance of a room with its door wide open. Shao Ming put away the flashlight, raised the baseball bat, and walked towards the door. As he approached, he suddenly heard a noise coming from inside one of the rooms. Shao Ming held his breath and readied his bat. A mutant stumbled out from the door. It had been in a dormant state after eating its fill, but Shao Ming's footsteps had startled it awake. Seeing the mutant emerge, Shao Ming swung his bat directly at it. The mutant fell to the ground, and before it could open its mouth to scream, Shao Ming struck again. Within a few hits, the mutant lay still on the ground. Inside the consulate office, a corpse lay on the floor. To be precise, only a skeleton and a pile of incomplete flesh remained, as the mutant had eaten everything else. Shao Ming picked up a name tag from the pile of flesh. It read Consul Wang Wenhua. It seemed this was the consul who had been responsible for contacting Shao Ming and the others not long ago. Although Consul Wang hadn't had a chance to reply to their email, Shao Ming approached Consul Wang's desk and searched through the papers. Right on the right side of the desk was a registration book. He opened the register, which contained the phone numbers of Chinese citizens residing in Manchester, many of which had been crossed out. It was unclear whether they had evacuated or had met with misfortune. After flipping through a couple of pages, he found the phone numbers of himself and Li Long, thinking of Li Long, who was now a corpse lying on a rooftop. Shao Ming's mind seemed to conjure up the expression in his eyes before he died. He quickly shook his head, preferring to face the pile of flesh on the floor. Sitting in the office, Shao Ming began calling the numbers listed in the register. It had been less than 24 hours since the power went out last night. If luck was on his side, most cell towers should still be operational. Several calls either went to voicemail or were unanswered, making him doubt whether he was wasting his phone's precious battery. However, he still held onto a glimmer of hope. There were dozens of pages and thousands of phone numbers in the register, and he didn't believe that all these people were dead. He just wanted to find a fellow compatriot in this apocalyptic foreign land. Shao Ming dialed the next number. To his surprise, the ringtone came from a mutant he had just knocked down. Well, Shao Ming dialed the next number. After nearly dozens of calls, all unanswered, he decided to try a few more. If he couldn't find any survivors, then so be it. After all, time was what he had the least of, but his phone couldn't last forever. If his phone died, that would completely sever his connection with home. 1, 2, 3. Shao Ming continued dialing. And just as he was about to give up, one of the calls actually connected. Chapter 02 Evacuation Action. Wang Wenhua had already made hundreds of phone calls in his office, but he still had hundreds of emails to address. The office was filled with various documents and files, in stark contrast to the several neatly trimmed green plants on his windowsill. Yes, I am Wang Wenhua. Okay, please make sure to prepare the planes. Good. Wang Wenhua hung up the phone and let out a sigh. The evacuation flights were finally arranged. After negotiating with various parties, he managed to have 2 Air China 737 scheduled to take off tomorrow. Now, it was not just an airline issue. The pilots also did not want to stay on British soil for a second longer. To be precise, if given a choice, the pilots would prefer to stay airborne without landing. Consul Wang, the office door was knocked on, and the secretary walked in with a phone. There's an elderly couple on vacation at the Diamond Hotel. They hope we can send a car to pick them up. One of them has a disability and has difficulty moving. Do we have any cars left? Wang Wenhua asked. No. The last one was just taken by Johnson to send Mr. Yang and his wife to the airport. Wang Wenhua closed his eyes and thought for a moment before saying, The Diamond Hotel, Tony is closest to that location. Go ask him if he can pick them up after he finishes with the people from Denton. Okay, I'll contact him right away. The secretary nodded and quickly left the room. Wang Wenhua sat back down at his computer. He still had hundreds of emails unanswered. Although his staff had returned many calls and emails, messages from the public kept coming in. There were not only emails from local surviving citizens, but also from relatives back home. Since the outbreak of the mutation, Wang Wenhua had not had a good night's sleep. Yesterday, he had organized over 3,000 people to return home, and today it was conservatively estimated that there were still 1,000 or 2,000 people left to evacuate. And this only included those with Chinese nationality. Today's situation was even more chaotic than the previous days, with mutated individuals chasing after the living in the streets this morning. The street conditions were not as severe a couple of days ago. There were mostly riots and disturbances, and police cars and ambulances could still be seen racing through the streets. The situation inside the consulate was also not optimistic. Many staff members had already shown symptoms and had taken leave to return to their dorms or go home. The remaining staff in the consulate was already few, and many were trapped in quarantine zones waiting to be evacuated home. The police responsible for security downstairs had fired their weapons several times today. The number of mutants was increasing, and it would not be long before their numbers surpassed those of the living. Wang Wenhua knew well that the longer they stayed here, the less safe it became. Going home, these 2 simple words felt exceedingly heavy at this moment. The British government could no longer be relied upon. They were too busy taking care of their own citizens, let alone having the energy to escort foreign nationals. Wang Wenhua dialed the transport company's number again, knowing that getting so many people to the airport far exceeded the consulate's capacity. Consul Wang. He was on the phone with the transport company, which was the third one he contacted. The first 2 had no staff available. Just then, The secretary rushed in. Consul, the British police responsible for security at the entrance have left. They said the police force in the city is about to collapse, and they can no longer stay here. Wang Wenhua followed the secretary downstairs. As they stepped outside, they only saw the police car speeding away. They ran away really fast. The secretary commented as they watched the departing police car. Close the main door. Wang Wenhua turned to the secretary and said, Everyone go find some usable weapons. No one should stay on the first floor. Shouldn't we block the door? The secretary asked. No, what if someone comes looking for help? We can't block it. Just keep an eye on the situation from the stairs, Wang Wenhua replied. The others on the first floor heard this and dispersed to look for weapons. Shao Li. Wang Wenhua turned to the secretary and said, I've arranged for 2 buses to evacuate this afternoon. Each can carry 120 people. You take a few of the older colleagues from the consulate and go. I'm not going, the secretary replied. If you don't go, I won't go either. I need you at the airport to assist with boarding and evacuation. Wang Wenhua looked outside and said, in this situation, if I go, I don't even know if I can come back. Someone has to stay here to make decisions for the consulate. The secretary wanted to say something, but Wang Wenhua interrupted her. Send out a notification to inform those outside the quarantine zone who haven't evacuated yet, telling them to come to the consulate before 5 p.m. Those who live nearby and have transportation should go directly to the airport. What about those inside the quarantine zone? The secretary asked. Contact them one by one. I've been in touch with the embassy. The situation inside the quarantine zone is complex. We will hold out for another week to prepare for their return home. Wang Wenhua paused and added, the situation is getting worse every day. A commotion was heard outside the consulate. And Wang Wenhua and the secretary looked out to see a group of people rushing past the consulate entrance, scrambling for supplies. A young staff member rushed to the door, trying to pull it shut and lock it. Suddenly, the consulate's door was slammed open, and a mutant charged in, heading straight for the young person trying to close the door. Wang Wenhua reacted instantly, stepping forward to push the young person out of the way. The mutant lunged at Wang Wenhua, and he instinctively raised his hand to block it, but the mutant bit down hard on his arm. Consul Wang. People around him rushed over, grabbing various weapons to strike at the mutant's head. Although the mutant was hit, it still held onto Wang Wenhua's arm, tearing a chunk of flesh from it. Someone landed a heavy blow to the mutant's head, and it finally stopped moving. The crowd hurriedly moved the mutant's body aside and rescued the fallen Wang Wenhua. I can't believe my old body can still move this fast, Wang Wenhua said, covering his arm, blood seeping through his fingers. Chapter 30 Siblings Hello. A faint female voice came from the other end of the phone. Shao Ming had never felt excited about a simple hello in his life. Hello. Shao Ming collected his emotions and glanced at the list on the table. The owner of the phone was surnamed Feng, given name Yuxing. Is this Feng Yuxing? The voice on the other end became even more agitated, and the girl's voice trembled uncontrollably. Yes, it's me. I'm Feng Yuxing. Shao Ming then asked, Are you currently living at 28B, Everett Road in Manchester? Yes. No, I'm not at home. I'm in the rooftop compartment. From the phone, it was clear that Feng Yuxing was trying hard to control her emotions. Are you here to save us? Are you from the consulate? Shao Ming glanced at the consul Wang, who had turned into a puddle of blood, and could only say, I can be considered one. The consulate has no hope left. Now we can only find a way to get out of the city ourselves. There was a pause on the other end of the line, and she slowly asked, So we can't go back? Not exactly, Shao Ming replied. There are always ways to return by plane or ship, but we can only rely on ourselves now. The other end fell silent for a moment before she said, I want to go back. My family is still waiting for me at home. Do you have any plans? To be honest, Shao Ming didn't have a clear plan yet. He only knew he wanted to go home, that his family was still alive in the country, and he didn't want to die here or struggle to survive in the UK. After thinking for a moment, he answered, First, go to the airport. If there are no evacuation flights, we can change course to Birmingham and look for a ship to drift back. Okay. Can you take me with you? She asked on the phone. Do you have a car? Shao Ming suddenly remembered to ask. No, I don't. Shao Ming quickly thought about whether to take her and how to do it. Bringing someone along wouldn't necessarily increase their chances of survival, but he couldn't just leave her here to wait for death. If he was to take her, she had no means of transportation, and he would have to find a way to pick her up. I'll find a way to come get you, Shao Ming said, glancing at the time, 12 o'clock. If he walked, It would take until tomorrow to get there. I need to find a means of transportation first. Stay at home and don't move. Pack your things, and I will contact you again. Okay. Are you alone? Shao Ming asked. Are you injured or infected? Yes. I'm alone, Feng Yuxing replied. I'm not injured, nor have I been infected. After hanging up the phone, Shao Ming initially wanted to make a few more calls from the list, but the phone's battery was already below half. Moreover, after this call, more questions lay ahead of him. He still had no idea how to return to his distant homeland and how to meet up with his compatriots after making contact. Shao Ming gathered his thoughts. The urgent task was to find a means of transportation, whether to the airport, Birmingham, or to search for other survivors. It was impossible without a vehicle. There were also many issues with going home. He had no professional skills, could not fly a plane, and knew nothing about sailing. The only option was to drive back. Well, it seems that the dream of a global journey has come much sooner than expected. Shao Ming pondered where to find a means of transportation and turned around to see a bus parked downstairs. He had seen the bus with its doors open next to the consulate before coming up. Why not go down and take a look? Shao Ming folded the phone directory and put it in his bag, grabbing a baseball bat as he walked downstairs. Back on the street, Shao Ming looked around. To the left, he saw 2 or 3 mutated beings wandering, appearing from who knows where. He quickly crouched down and made his way to the bus door. Climbing onto the bus, Shao Ming felt he was indeed lucky today. The bus key was quietly inserted in the lock. He just needed to turn it gently to start the engine. Shao Ming placed his backpack and rifle to the side, sat in the driver's seat, and glanced at the fuel gauge, half full, quite sufficient. There was a switch on the left control panel with a door icon. He tried pressing it, and the bus door made a sound, slowly closing. Turning the key, the bus made a noise, but the engine did not start, and the key bounced back. The noise startled the mutated beings outside, and they began to approach the consulate. He tried to hold the key in the on position for a while, but the bus still wouldn't start. While Shao Ming was examining the bus, a mutated being slowly crawled up from behind one of the seats. This mutated being had a broken leg, and the bones in his hand were exposed, limping toward the front of the bus. Shao Ming heard the commotion behind him and quickly turned around. The mutated being stretched out its hands and let out a growl. This mutated being was already injured and moved very sluggishly. Shao Ming stood up, pulled out a fruit knife, and walked up to it, stabbing it under the chin. The head of the mutated being was completely pierced, collapsing to the ground. Shao Ming withdrew the fruit knife and checked the bus, confirming that no other mutated beings were inside. This little incident had not harmed him, but several mutated beings were rushing toward the bus from outside. With a bang, one mutated being slammed against the windshield. Growl! There were 6 mutated beings surrounding the front of the bus, angrily pounding on the windows, trying to break in and tear Shao Ming to pieces. Shao Ming cursed under his breath and hurried back to the driver's seat. This time he pressed the brake and turned the key, finally igniting the bus. He pressed the clutch and shifted into first gear just as he was about to move. The engine stalled. He was too anxious and released the clutch too quickly, causing the engine to die. Shao Ming was about to yell. The mutated beings were right in front of him, separated only by a sheet of glass. Chapter 31 Driving Fun. Shao Ming finally got the bus into first gear, pressed down on the accelerator, and the 2 mutants in front of the bus were directly swept underneath it. Although Shao Ming had never driven such a large vehicle before, the current situation didn't require him to consider traffic rules or accidents. As long as he could drive away, that was enough. The bus made a right turn and got onto the main road. While holding the steering wheel, Shao Ming took out his phone and searched for Unit B, number 28, Everett Road. It would take at most 10 minutes on the main road, especially since there were no traffic jams or traffic lights. The road conditions were very good. He opened his call log and called Feng Yuxing. I found a vehicle. I'll be there in 10 to 15 minutes. Okay. Feng Yuxing replied repeatedly. I'll pack my things right away. Shao Ming set his phone aside and took a glance at the center console. There was a USB port, but no compatible charger. He only thought about finding a means of transportation and forgot to bring a charger. At this moment, Shao Ming wanted to slap himself. At least for the next 2 days, while the base stations were still operational, his phone was not just a brick. Moreover, he hadn't had the chance to inform his family that he was safe yet. Coincidentally, not far down the road, a mobile phone accessory store appeared. Unfortunately, Two mutants heard the noise of the bus and rushed out of the store. Without thinking, Shao Ming swerved on a sidewalk and directly crashed into the two mutants. With the mutants crushed under the bus, it shook and came to a stop. He pulled a handbrake and opened the bus door. The accessory store was right next to him. Although there were no mutants in the street, he could hear their roars from upstairs. Judging by the sounds, it seemed that everyone in that building had mutated. Shao Ming quickly jumped off the bus, dashed into the store, grabbed 2 boxes of chargers from the shelves, and ran back to the bus. The whole process was seamless, and in less than a minute, he was back in the driver's seat. Just as he was about to start the bus, a dull thud came from the roof. Immediately after, a mutant fell right in front of him, followed by a second and a third. Shao Ming then realized how foolish it was to stop the bus and rush into the nearby store. The mutants trapped inside the building were all startled by the roaring of the bus. Those with open windows jumped out, while others banged against the glass. Not wanting to miss this rare party. Just 2 days ago, he had been telling himself not to act impulsively, yet here he was behaving like a reckless fool. Shao Ming pressed down on the accelerator, knocked over a trash can on the side of the road, and sped back onto the street. In the rearview mirror, a dozen mutants were diving down from the building. Just when Shao Ming thought he was safe, there was another noise from the roof of the bus. At that moment, a mutant was clinging to the roof and crawling forward. Although the bus was still moving, it wasn't enough to throw the mutant off. The mutant crawled to the sunroof and squeezed its head through the slightly open window. Shao Ming turned around and saw the mutant desperately trying to push itself inside. He quickly pulled out his gun, steadying the steering wheel with one hand while shooting backward with the other. It was already difficult to shoot backward, and the awkward position made it hard for Shao Ming to control the recoil of the gun, not to mention needing to navigate the narrow street outside the bus. After several missed shots, Shao Ming decided to slam on the brakes, stopping the bus in the middle of an intersection. The inertia actually helped the mutant, allowing it to squeeze into the sunroof. The mutant fell heavily to the ground, and before it could get back up, Shao Ming had already shot it. After dealing with the threat on the roof, he quickly restarted the bus. He was very close to Feng Yuxing's location now. The navigation finally displayed that he had arrived at his destination. Shao Ming stopped the bus and took out his phone. Before he could even dial, a girl ran out from the nearby building. This must be Feng Yuxing. She looked to be in her 20s with a high ponytail, appearing very capable and not the delicate type. She opened the door and rushed into the bus, panting. Before she could catch her breath, she saw the 2 corpses on the floor. If you feel like throwing up, Shao Ming started. It's okay, it's okay. Feng Yuxing patted her chest, took off her backpack, and placed it on the seat beside her. I've taken down a few myself. Shao Ming closed the bus door and set the navigation to Manchester Airport before driving off again. Thank you, Feng Yuxing said. I still don't know your name. My name is Shao Ming, he replied. Oh, thank you, Feng Yuxing said as she sat down. Are there no other survivors? Shao Ming moved the backpack aside and said to Feng Yuxing, speaking of which, their SA contact list I got from the consulate in the bag. You could try calling other people while their S still a signal. Okay, I'll give it a try. Feng Yuxing took the backpack and found the list inside. She saw the tank top Shao Ming was wearing and asked, Are you a policeman? Can policemen speak Chinese so fluently? Shao Ming found the question somewhat amusing. I'm an international student at the University of Manchester. Feng Yuxing probably also felt her question was a bit silly, and she chuckled. Sorry. I haven't chatted with anyone for a while. Shao Ming swerved around 2 cars squeezed in the middle of the road and pressed down on the accelerator again. A mutant was knocked away, leaving a pool of blood on the windshield. Shao Ming turned on the wipers to clean the glass. A while? He asked. It's only been about a week since the mutation started. I was sick before, lying at home for almost half a month. I just recovered when the world turned into this. Upon hearing she had been sick, Shao Ming immediately furrowed his brow and became alert. Seeing Shao Ming's expression change, Feng Yuxing quickly explained, It's not a lingering effect. I just have a bit of arthritis. Chapter 32, The Zombie-Tide Arthritis. Shao Ming thought to himself, It must be serious to lie in bed for half a month. Rheumatism? That was the first thing that came to his mind. Ha ha ha. Feng Yuxing laughed. It's traumatic. I fell, and the doctor said I dislocated it, causing joint wear. That must hurt a lot. Shao Ming glanced at the rearview mirror and said, It's okay. The bus drove out of the neighborhood and back onto the main road. The 2 chatted casually on the bus. And Feng Yuxing was different from her performance on the phone. Shao Ming thought she would be more panicked. But the atmosphere in the car felt more like two fellow villagers going on a spring outing. On the right side of the road, there was a fairly large hospital, but the first floor was completely sealed off, and the situation inside was invisible. But it wasn't necessary to see. As the bus passed, the deafening roar from inside already explained everything. Shao Ming slammed on the gas pedal and hurriedly left the area. The bus turned onto the urban expressway, and there were quite a few cars scattered on the main road. But as they got closer to the airport, the number of cars increased. Near the overpass 2 kilometers outside the airport, Shao Ming saw thousands of cars jammed in the direction of the airport. He stopped the bus on the overpass and looked ahead. The road from a city to the airport was filled with cars, with some mutants standing in the middle of the traffic, while more people had abandoned their vehicles and disappeared. Further in the distance, only a few airplanes were parked on the tarmac, and the terminal was billowing thick smoke. Feng Yuxing also saw the scene before her and stood up from her seat to walk to the front. Shao Ming said, "It looks like we can't go back to the airport. What should we do next?" Feng Yuxing said, "I've called about 10 people, but no one is answering." Shao Ming took out his phone and searched for other routes on the map. "Let S go to Liverpool." He said, "That's the nearest port city. Maybe we can find a boat there?" "Boat?" Feng Yuxing murmured. "How long would it take to sail back?" "Provided that we can actually sail back," Shao Ming replied. "If you think that's not feasible, I can drop you off in a less populated area outside the city, like a village or the mountains. It would be safer." Feng Yuxing thought for a moment and said, "Let's give it a try." The bus was parked on the overpass, and there weren't many mutants nearby, so Shao Ming decided to take a break and send a message home. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and Shao Ming hadn't eaten anything since he left home. He took out 2 bags of cookies from his bag and handed one to Feng Yuxing. She took the cookies and pulled out a beef jerky from her bag and handed it to Shao Ming. "Thank you," Feng Yuxing said. "Eat this, I like this. I have plenty more." "Thanks." Shao Ming took the beef jerky and stepped outside to call home. The family was doing pretty well, although there were many mutants around. Basic social order was still functioning. Aside from 1 or 2 cities that had been completely occupied by mutants, other areas were still relatively safe. Halfway through the call with his parents, the network signal suddenly began to lag, and Shao Ming watched helplessly as the signal disappeared. "Why now?" Shao Ming turned his phone around, and it was clear there was no signal in this area. He quickly switched back to the map. Thankfully, the planned route was still displayed. After a simple lunch, Shao Ming restarted the bus and drove down from the overpass. The bus was weaving through the city, and if all went well, it wouldn't be long before they could head out of the city towards Birmingham. However, they hadn't driven far when they saw a scene even more despairing than the abandoned airport. The streets were packed with mutants, conservatively estimated to be in the tens of thousands. Well, at least now they knew where all those people from the empty cars on the airport expressway had gone. "My God!" Feng Yuxing, who was originally standing beside him, was so scared that she sat back down in her seat. Tens of thousands of mutants heard the noise of the bus and all raised their heads to look over. Shao Ming slammed the steering wheel, but it was too late. The bus almost tilted over, and Shao Ming quickly turned the wheel back to stabilize the vehicle. The mutants surged towards them like a tide from the end of the street, and Shao Ming was forced to drive off the navigated route. Moreover, the deafening roars of the tens of thousands of mutants were extremely loud, and their cries seemed to call out to even more mutants. Mutants on both sides of the road rushed out of the buildings, and Shao Ming collided with several mutants in succession, realizing that the bus's bumper had been knocked off. From the building to the left, a dozen mutants rushed down, and Shao Ming hurriedly veered right onto the sidewalk to avoid them. The bus charged down the sidewalk, knocking over a lot of debris piled up on the road. The side of the bus scraped against the walls of nearby buildings, sparking a shower of sparks. Looking back through the remaining rearview mirror, he saw the densely packed mutants still chasing them, even pushing some parked cars aside. However, they were already further behind the bus. Shao Ming accelerated again, turning several corners, and it seemed they had shaken off the mutants. After all, no matter how fast the mutants ran, they couldn't outrun the wheels of a vehicle. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they had the bus to quickly shake off the tide of zombies. Shao Ming checked the map. They needed to get back to the main road ahead. The bus turned another corner, but unexpectedly, There was a small car right in the middle of the road. The bus crashed heavily into the abandoned small car, and Shao Ming reacted quickly, turning the wheel hard. But the bus uncontrollably veered towards a nearby square. He slammed on the brakes, and the bus came to a stop in the middle of the square. Unexpectedly, just as the bus stopped, it stalled, and the engine at the back started to emit a puff of white smoke. Shao Ming turned the key, and the bus let out a groan before falling silent. "The bus is broken," Shao Ming said. Feng Yuxing didn't respond, just patted Shao Ming's shoulder, as she seemed to see many mutants rushing over. Chapter 33 Airport. Shao Ming turned his head, about to ask Feng Yuxing what was wrong, when he saw several mutated creatures charging towards them not far away. "Don't just stand there, hurry up." Shao Ming quickly stood up and shouldered his backpack. Seeing that Feng Yuxing didn't seem to have a weapon, he handed her the pistol from his waist. "I have this." Feng Yuxing pulled out a kitchen knife from her bag. "And I don't know how to use a gun. Just pull the trigger when a zombie comes at you," Shao Ming said as he opened the car door and jumped out. Looking at the 5 or 6 mutated creatures rushing towards them, and even more coming out from the buildings in the distance, Shao Ming continued. "A kitchen knife won't cut it." Due to the horde chasing them, the bus was weaving through the urban area near the airport, going in circles and ultimately returning close to the airport again. The few mutated creatures at the front were less than 100 meters away. Shao Ming raised his rifle and pulled the trigger. Shooting the oncoming mutated creatures was not difficult, and they quickly fell. Seeing that Shao Ming wanted to turn his gun towards the more distant creatures, Feng Yuxing hurriedly patted him and said anxiously, "Let's go, more are coming." Shao Ming lowered his rifle and glanced back. It seemed there were more sounds of the horde in the distance. He nodded and ran back with Feng Yuxing. Behind them, crossing the road, was the T3 terminal of Manchester Airport, where it seemed all the mutated creatures were concentrated outside among the horde, and there weren't many inside the airport. The two ran to the terminal, where many vehicles were parked outside in the parking lot, and numerous pieces of luggage were scattered nearby, indicating that many people had rushed to the airport a few days ago. At the airport entrance, there was a temporary checkpoint and barricades set up by the police, with some checkpoints showing signs of bloodstains. The two crossed over the obstacles and quickly reached the entrance. Inside the airport was eerily empty. Before they could catch their breath, the mutated creatures had already caught up. "Hurry up," Shao Ming said, pulling up his backpack and dragging Feng Yuxing, who was about to stop to run. The mutated creatures were clearly not skilled at overcoming obstacles, and a pile of debris at the entrance tripped many of them. Taking advantage of the delay, the two hurried into the terminal. Inside the terminal, there were still many pieces of luggage and bloodstains, and countless shell casings were scattered on the ground. However, unlike what Shao Ming saw a couple days ago, there were no bodies here, not even bones left. But the fragments of clothing and the dried blood on the ground spoke volumes. A few days ago, Manchester Airport was filled with people trying to flee on planes, many of whom were on the verge of mutation. After the mutated creatures bit those carrying the virus, these people mutated in a very short time and went on to bite more people. In just half an hour, Manchester Airport had fallen, with no one escaping. Those who were still alive had been torn to pieces and swallowed by the mutated creatures. The two did not witness this tragic scene. They only saw the bloodstains on the ground. Walking further into the terminal, compared to the outside filled with mutated creatures, the inside was terrifyingly quiet. Noticing that the mutated creatures behind them had not caught up, their pace gradually slowed. Carrying a backpack made it difficult to sprint. Shao Ming held his rifle cautiously, surveying the surroundings. Chaotic souvenir shops, broken glass windows, luggage scattered everywhere, and blood trails on the ground all testified to the many terrible events that had taken place here. The sounds of the horde echoed from the nearby urban area, prompting them to quickly leave the terminal's large glass windows and hide behind a row of shops. Through the large windows near the tarmac, they saw the source of the black smoke rising from the airport. Two planes had collided on the runway, and further away, the fuel depot was left with a large pit. "What now?" Feng Yuxing asked. "Staying at the airport definitely won't work. We need to find a way to get transportation to Liverpool. As long as we find a boat, we have a chance to go home." "Do you really think we can go home?" Feng Yuxing looked at the crashed passenger plane, where the logo of China Southern Airlines could still be faintly recognized. "Of course," Shao Ming replied. "My family is still waiting for us." The two continued walking through the terminal. The side door was not far ahead. "So where is your hometown?" Shao Ming asked. Sichuan, and you? I'm from Shaanxi, Shao Ming said. Sichuan, I was planning to visit after studying abroad. Come on, Feng Yuxing said. You come over. I'll treat you to a meal, to eat skewers and rabbit heads. I really love rabbit heads. They taste amazing. Sure, Shao Ming said. You should come to Shaanxi. I'll treat you to knife-cut noodles. We have knife-cut noodles too, Feng Yuxing replied. Not the same, not the same. Shao Ming quickly shook his head. Then I'll treat you to a bowl of tuo. You definitely haven't tried that. While the two were chatting, they suddenly heard the sounds of mutated creatures behind them. The creatures at the entrance had finally caught up. Shao Ming turned back and saw at least 20 mutated creatures charging towards them. Run! Shao Ming shouted while turning around and raising his rifle. Feng Yuxing hurriedly ran towards the side door, but upon reaching it, she found the door was locked. Shao Ming shot at the approaching mutated creatures, taking down several of them. What's the matter? Shao Ming asked while retreating. It's locked. I can't open it. Feng Yuxing anxiously pulled at the door handle, but the middle of the side door was locked with a chain, and it was impossible for an ordinary girl to pull it open. Shao Ming looked back and fortunately saw that the side door was made of glass. Break the door, Shao Ming shouted to Feng Yuxing. With your pistol? Feng Yuxing quickly raised her pistol, closed her eyes, and aimed at the glass door, pulling the trigger. As the bullet passed through, many cracks appeared on the glass door. Shao Ming shot down 2 more mutated creatures, but a dozen more were rapidly approaching. Feng Yuxing kicked the glass door, and it shattered instantly. Hurry! Feng Yuxing shouted to Shao Ming. Chapter 34 Airport Station. The two of them squeezed through the glass door and ran toward the tarmac. Since Feng Yuxing had only shattered the lower half of the glass door, the pursuing mutants all crashed into the upper half. To the right of the tarmac was Terminal 2, while the two had just run out of Terminal 1, which was connected to Terminal 3. Just as they were about to run towards Terminal 2, several mutants in ground crew uniforms came charging at them from the garage inside Terminal 2. The two quickly changed direction and ran towards the space between the two terminals, but ahead of them, there were only 2 fuel tanks and a locked standalone building besides the high airport wall. Shao Ming turned around and shot at the mutants rushing out of Terminal 2. After several missed shots, he finally took down one mutant, but at that moment, a dozen mutants that had been chasing them also emerged from Terminal 1, charging towards the two. Run! Feng Yuxing shouted anxiously at Shao Ming, who was still not moving. Shao Ming put away his rifle, thinking that if he had known it would come to this, he should have spent more time at the shooting range. The airport wall was about 2 stories high, but aside from the 2 meters at the bottom, the rest was made of barbed wire. When they reached the base of the wall, Shao Ming noticed that the concrete layer at the bottom was wide enough for a person to stand on. Can you climb the wall? Shao Ming asked. I can't now. Can I? Feng Yuxing replied, putting away her handgun. Shao Ming crouched down, allowing Feng Yuxing to step on his shoulders to reach the barbed wire. At his height of 185 meters, he could probably grab the barbed wire with a jump, but Feng Yuxing at 160 meters couldn't do that. The mutants were still some distance away, but they only had 30 seconds left. Feng Yuxing stepped on Shao Ming's shoulders and grabbed the barbed wire, and Shao Ming stood up with all his strength to push her up to the wall. You go first. Seeing Feng Yuxing wanting to turn back to pull him up, Shao Ming quickly said to her. Feng Yuxing didn't say much and began to climb the barbed wire. The nearest mutants were almost at the wall, but Shao Ming was still confident. He pulled the trigger and took down several mutants, clearing a space for himself. Shao Ming took 2 steps forward, turned around, and ran up the wall, reaching for the barbed wire. A mutant came charging and reached out, missing Shao Ming's foot by mere inches. The two climbed over the wall, leaving behind dozens of mutants angrily roaring at the wall. After finally making it outside the wall, a bigger problem arose. Although they had been forced into the airport by a small group of mutants, it didn't mean that the large horde had retreated. In the city beyond the highway, not far away, tens of thousands of mutants were surging towards them. The horde had been momentarily distracted by the buses, but the continuous gunfire was too much for them to ignore. Over there, Feng Yuxing pointed to a building not far ahead, which seemed to be the only place nearby to hide. The two supported each other as they ran towards that building, which was the train station connected to the airport. The entrance hall of the train station was similar to that of the airport terminal, with the ground piled high with debris and luggage. However, the train station was quite spacious, and the nearby shops were almost all without doors, making it hardly a proper hiding place. They ran deeper into the train station and soon saw the platform with two trains parked next to it. One train was completely empty, but the other train, closer to them, contained quite a few mutants. Seeing two living people running onto the platform, the mutants inside the train became agitated, with several scrambling out through the broken windows, charging at the two. "We're done for. This is a dead end," Shao Ming thought. Putting down his rifle and pulling out the baseball bat from behind him, he swung the bat and knocked down the nearest mutant while quickly contemplating their next move. There were a few obstacles in front of them that could be dealt with, but more mutants were trying to squeeze out from the windows, and the horde was closing in on the train station. Although Feng Yuxing was a girl, she fought fiercely. After all, mutants didn't care whether you were male or female, young or old. To them, everyone was just food. The two fought their way towards the empty train, with Shao Ming's baseball bat proving very useful, sweeping away several mutants with one swing. Feng Yuxing struck a mutant in the head with her knife, splitting the scalp and exposing the skull inside. However, this did not stop the mutant from advancing, and it lunged at Feng Yuxing, ready to bite. She suppressed her urge to scream and curse, quickly using her right hand to choke the mutant's neck to prevent it from biting her, while raising her left hand to shoot at the mutant's body. "Aim for the head," Shao Ming shouted to Feng Yuxing. His reminder helped her calm down. She aimed her gun at the mutant's temple and pulled the trigger, causing brain matter to splatter everywhere. Although this shot saved Feng Yuxing's life, the loud noise provided the horde with a precise location, and they quickly surged towards the train station. Shao Ming turned around. He could already see several mutants charging along the train tracks. The two finally reached the side of the empty train, and Shao Ming swung his baseball bat to shatter the window, shoving Feng Yuxing, who hadn't reacted yet, into the train. She was almost thrown into the train, seeing the mutants rushing towards them. Shao Ming raised his rifle and shot at the nearest mutant without having time to aim. Fortunately, luck was on his side, and he managed to take down two mutants that were close enough to reach him, giving him time to jump into the carriage. The two ran along the train carriage towards the front, away from the shattered window at the back. The inner-city train wasn't too long, and they quickly dashed into the driver's cabin and locked the door. Shao Ming removed the magazine and stuffed it into his vest, then pulled out another magazine to load into his gun. Hundreds of mutants from the horde rushed into the train station, violently banging against the train, and the two could only hide under the control panel, not daring to move, praying that the horde hadn't discovered them. Chapter 35. Drones. More and more mutants surged in, blindly searching around the train and the nearby station. A few even climbed into the carriages but failed to find the two people hiding in the cockpit. The height of the train made it difficult to see inside, with only the platform side providing a view, and the control panel conveniently blocked their figures. The mutants, unable to find anyone, became even angrier, having just seen signs of life, only to find that their meal had vanished, leaving them feeling cheated. They frantically banged on the carriage, while the two hid under the control panel, not daring to make sound. Feng Yuxing finally lost control, tears streaming down her face. If it were just a dozen or 20 mutants, it wouldn't be so bad. At most, they would feel disgusted at seeing corpses. But now, there might be tens of thousands of mutants nearby, and the only things protecting them were the thin metal of the train and a layer of glass. The threat of death was close at hand, and anyone would be scared. Shao Ming cautiously shifted his body, pulling Feng Yuxing into his embrace. Although they had only met that morning, he recognized that she was a remarkably strong girl, and besides wanting to comfort her, he was also feeling frightened himself. If they were discovered, the horde could tear the train apart. Feng Yuxing did not reject Shao Ming's embrace, burying her head in his chest and softly sobbing. She didn't blame him for taking her along. After all, nothing in this world was predictable anymore. They didn't know how long they had been curled up under the control panel before they fell asleep in stiff positions. Shao Ming suddenly woke up with a start. Glancing at his watch, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning, having been 1 when he fell asleep. Whether from running around all day yesterday or from sleeping under the control panel all night, Shao Ming felt achy all over. Outside, it had started to drizzle again, and it seemed the mutants really disliked the rain, as many had dispersed from near the front of the train. Shao Ming gently pulled his arm out from behind the sleeping Feng Yuxing and shook it, it felt numb. He slowly straightened up to take a look outside. With the dim moonlight, he could still see a few mutants standing on the platform, resembling late-night commuters waiting for a train home. Shao Ming withdrew, carefully taking the handgun from Feng Yuxing's hand. He felt scared, just recalling that she had been sleeping with a loaded handgun last night. He replaced the magazine with a new one, disengaged the safety, and placed the handgun in his backpack. In the latter half of the night, Shao Ming did not sleep well. He dozed off for a bit, but kept waking up in a daze. It was not until the next morning that Feng Yuxing woke up and saw Shao Ming sitting on the floor with dark circles under his eyes. "Did you not sleep?" Feng Yuxing asked softly. Shao Ming shook his head. "I slept for a while. There are fewer zombies outside now." Feng Yuxing remembered last night's events and shyly said to Shao Ming, "I'm sorry, I lost my composure yesterday." "Oh, no," Shao Ming quickly replied. "You did really well. I was scared too." The two fell silent again, and Shao Ming pulled out a bag of cookies from his backpack and handed it to Feng Yuxing. To be precise, it was just cookie crumbs. He didn't know when they had all turned to powder. Feng Yuxing took the cookies and said thank you. "Don't mention it," Shao Ming said. "Just treat me to a bowl of spicy hot pot when you get back." Feng Yuxing smiled. Though she couldn't be called a modern popular internet celebrity beauty with a heart-shaped face and big eyes, she had the charm of Hong Kong stars from the 80s and 90s, and her smile was particularly infectious and beautiful. She pulled out a can from her backpack and placed it between them, saying, "When we get back, I'll treat you, but I have this now." Shao Ming opened the can, and a wave of pineapple fragrance filled the cockpit. It was more of a sour smell, though. Shao Ming didn't usually like fruit, but now the sweet and sour taste of pineapple stimulated his taste buds, making it feel like paradise compared to the bland and tasteless compressed cookies. The rain outside intensified, washing away the blood on the streets, but failing to cleanse the evil in the city. With the sound of rain masking their voices, the two finally dared to speak a little louder. "How old are you?" Feng Yuxing asked. "Me? I'm 21, Shao Ming replied. "And you? Don't you know a woman's age is a secret?" Feng Yuxing laughed and said, "But you have to call me sister." 24? Shao Ming ventured. A look of surprise flashed across Feng Yuxing's face, but she quickly said, "Not telling you." "Okay, sister," Shao Ming teased, calling her sister. Feng Yuxing giggled and responded, Hey, what are you doing in England?" "I was sent here by my company for an exchange program," Feng Yuxing replied. "But I fell and injured my meniscus shortly after arriving." "Oh, I'm sorry," Shao Ming quickly said. "You're really accomplished for your age." "You're not bad either," Feng Yuxing said, a talented student from the University of Manchester. The two suddenly switched to mutual flattery mode. They chatted about their hometowns, their lives in England, their hobbies, and life before the apocalypse, finding more and more common ground and feeling a strong sense of camaraderie. By the afternoon, the rain finally stopped, and the weather gradually cleared up with the sun reclaiming the earth. A buzzing sound like mosquitoes came from outside the car. Shao Ming quickly signaled for Feng Yuxing to be quiet. He poked his head out to take a look, and to his surprise, it was a drone. Shao Ming quickly scanned the surroundings and found no sign of mutants. The drone clearly knew the two were hiding in the train, circling around the front before finally hovering directly in front of it. Feng Yuxing peeked out from behind the control panel and saw the hovering drone. "Is there still someone alive?" Feng Yuxing whispered. Chapter 36 Rescue Plan. The drone hovered for a while before flying away from the front of the car. Shao Ming quickly opened the car door, grabbed his rifle, and chased after it. Seeing Feng Yuxing wanting to follow, he hurriedly stopped her, signaling her to wait inside the train. The drone seemed to be guiding Shao Ming forward. After flying a short distance, it stopped again. When Shao Ming ran over, the drone continued to fly ahead. It flew along the railway towards the direction where the zombie horde had come from yesterday. But today it was unclear where the horde had wandered off to. Shao Ming followed the drone, climbing up to the grassy area next to the train tracks, where an independent office building appeared before him. It looked like quite a few mutants were resting on the first floor of the office building, and a few mutants outside were looking up at the drone. Shao Ming quickly crouched down behind a patch of grass. The drone ascended to a higher altitude and stopped on the rooftop, where a person leaned over the railing. Shao Ming did not expect there to be a living person nearby, and so close, only 400 or 500 meters from the train station. In fact, Feng Yuxing inside the car could vaguely see Shao Ming. The person excitedly waved in Shao Ming's direction, and Shao Ming raised a hand from behind the grass to greet him. It appeared that the person was trapped on the roof, with an estimated 100 mutants lurking below. Between the train tracks and the office building was an open lawn, completely exposed with no cover. Stepping out of this greenery would definitely attract the mutants' attention. The man on the rooftop withdrew, and there was no further movement. After a while Shao Ming was observing, the drone flew out again. It was unclear whether the drone failed to pique the mutants' interest or they were just too lazy to move. The mutants only watched as the drone flew back and forth without pursuing it. This seemed like a strange phenomenon. The mutants were very sensitive to the sounds of vehicles and gunfire, yet it was as if they knew there was no one on the drone. The drone flew over Shao Ming's head, dropping a piece of paper from its underside onto the tracks. Shao Ming left the grass and returned to the tracks to pick up the paper and unfold it. It read, "Please help me. I've been trapped here for a few days, and I'm running out of food and water. I need to get out of here." There was another line on the back. A large horde of zombies headed towards the city last night. Shao Ming indeed had the intention to rescue this person, but there were simply too many mutants downstairs. Even if he had the firepower to deal with 100 confined pigs, it would still take a long time, let alone facing 100 agile mutants. Shao Ming looked up. The drone was hovering above him, its camera pointed at him. After thinking it over, he realized the only thing he could do was replicate the operation of luring the zombie horde from yesterday and use the vehicle to draw the mutants away from the building. Shao Ming decided to return to the train to discuss this matter with Feng Yuxing. The drone followed closely behind him like a little sidekick. When Feng Yuxing saw Shao Ming running back, she quickly opened the door for him. "What is going on over there?" she asked while handing him a bottle of water. "There's a person trapped on the roof," Shao Ming said as he twisted the cap off and took a sip. "Their water supply was running low. The drone is mine. He hopes I can rescue him." Feng Yuxing glanced at the drone outside the window and asked, "Is that feasible?" "Not really." Shao Ming shook his head. "There's zombies all below that building." "What do you plan to do?" Feng Yuxing asked. "Do you need my help?" Shao Ming thought for a moment and felt it would be better to handle this alone. Perhaps sensing Shao Ming's concerns, Feng Yuxing quickly added, "I won't hold you back. I know how to deal with zombies." "No, I won't let you go," Shao Ming said, thinking back to how he had put both of them in a very dangerous situation yesterday. Besides, even if they rescued him, someone would need to stay in the train to open the door for him. "Then what do you want to do?" Feng Yuxing asked. "Like yesterday afternoon. Use the vehicle to lure the mutants away." "Do you have a car?" "What about the horde? What if they are attracted?" Shao Ming scratched his head. He really had no better plan. While the building was similar to those on the street, this office building was a standalone structure, and the rooftop was inaccessible. A car was indeed a good idea, but he didn't know where the large horde was now. Driving into the city could easily lead to getting trapped, and heading towards the airport would attract the mutants. Shao Ming thought of giving up. The horde was not around, and the airport was far from the suburbs. Why risk his and Feng Yuxing's lives for a stranger? He slapped his forehead. Attracting the mutants was indeed correct, but why did he have to drive around? Could he find a parking lot across the road, kick a car, and run? The car alarm would attract the mutants, right? The streets were so quiet now that a car alarm a few hundred meters away could be heard. As long as the person on the rooftop could safely come down in the opposite direction of the mutants, it would work. "All right, I might have an idea," Shao Ming said, pulling out his tablet. Luckily, he had downloaded a map, and there were several car rental centers along the railway. "I'll go to these rental centers. We don't need to drive around honking to attract the zombies. A car alarm can do the trick too, and the horde won't follow like yesterday." After hearing this, Feng Yuxing said worriedly, "What about you? When the alarm goes off, the zombies will definitely swarm over. I'll circle back from the airport direction. There are more obstacles and cover over there." He opened the doodle function on his tablet and wrote down a few words about the alarm attracting zombies here. The drone lowered its altitude to take a look and then turned and flew away. Chapter 37. Railway engineer Shao Ming picked up a handgun from the side, turned off the safety, and handed it to Feng Yuxing. He then pulled out a magazine from the pouch and placed it on the control panel. "Are you sure?" Feng Yuxing asked one last time. "If we can save them, we should," Shao Ming said as he opened the door. "Wait for me to come back." Feng Yuxing didn't say much. Since Shao Ming had made his decision, she wouldn't stop him further. to get to the rental car company's parking lot. The most direct way was to follow the railway tracks, using the cover of the slopes on both sides to reach the road closer to the airport. Shao Ming stepped carefully on the sleepers, trying not to make too much noise as he passed over the tracks. The drone had already disappeared, probably flying back to the rooftop. Unlike the railway leading to the office building, the rental car company was located next to another railway, with the distance to the station and office building resembling a triangle. Using the bushes on the railway slope for cover, Shao Ming safely arrived beside the rental car company. He climbed up the slope and saw the parking lot filled with cars. There was a barbed wire fence blocking the side of the parking lot near the railway, but the gate on the side facing the road was wide open. There were no signs of mutants in the parking lot, likely having wandered off with the horde. Despite the presence of an overpass, railway, and trees beside the railway blocking the view, Shao Ming could still see the rooftop of the office building from next to the parking lot. The person he was looking for was not on the rooftop, and it was hard to see the mutants below. Shao Ming didn't enter the parking lot directly. Instead, he walked around the area to plan an escape route. The entrance and exit of the rental car company parking lot led directly to the road, where 2, 3, or 4-story parking garages across the street would block the mutants' line of sight coming from the office building. Shao Ming casually chose a car and kicked it. As expected, the car immediately let out a loud alarm. For safety, Shao Ming quickly moved to another car and smashed the window with the butt of his gun. The first hit didn't shatter it, but after a second hit, the window finally broke into a pile of glass shards. After doing all this, Shao Ming swiftly left the parking lot and ran towards the parking garage. He didn't head toward the station, but first slipped inside the parking garage. The parking garage wasn't fully enclosed. Through the half-height walls, he could see what was happening outside. The mutants indeed took the bait and swarmed towards the parking lot as soon as they heard the car alarm. Now, Shao Ming could only pray that there weren't 2 hearing-impaired mutants left in the office building. Seeing that the distraction was working well, Shao Ming then left towards the station. He jogged along the railway slope until he turned a corner and could no longer see the large group of mutants near the parking lot. Finally feeling reassured as he ran towards the train station. Standing next to the train was a typical British man devouring food. He was wearing a uniform with the Arriva Trains Wales logo, carrying a large black backpack, and had a tool set with bloodstains tied around his waist, likely consisting of wrenches, crowbars, and flashlights. Feng Yuxing stood nearby, and when she saw Shao Ming return safely, her tense expression finally relaxed. As Shao Ming approached, the man quickly put down his water and biscuits, stepped forward, and shook Shao Ming's hand, repeatedly thanking him. "Thank you so much. I've been trapped on a rooftop for almost a week, living off 2 bags of chips and rainwater. Just a small favor," Shao Ming replied. "But we need to leave here. The zombies will be wandering around now that they've been disturbed." Upon hearing that they were leaving, the man quickly said, "We can leave by train." "Train?" Shao Ming glanced at Feng Yuxing, who was looking around with her big eyes, uncertain of what she was observing, sometimes checking if there were mutants at the end of the track, and other times examining the things hanging from the man they had just rescued. A train was indeed a good option. It was fast and safer than a car when facing mutant attacks. "Can you drive a train?" Shao Ming asked. "Of course, I can," the man replied enthusiastically, patting the badge on his chest. "I'm a railway engineer." "Can railway engineers drive trains?" Feng Yuxing turned to ask. Shao Ming wanted to ask the same. He didn't really know what a railway engineer did, but it had to be different from train driver. The man seemed caught off guard by the question and awkwardly said, "I haven't really driven one, but I've handled the real thing before and played a lot of train simulation games." Shao Ming and Feng Yuxing exchanged glances, both feeling a big question mark in their minds. "Let us hurry up," the man said, stuffing the last bit of biscuit into his mouth and taking a big gulp of water. "There's a Class 43 train on the platform that hasn't left yet. If all goes well, the key should be inside." With that, he walked toward the platform. It seemed he had been planning this for a while. "This guy's a bit strange," Feng Yuxing whispered to Shao Ming in Chinese. "What?" The man turned back and asked. "Ah," Shao Ming quickly said. "I still don't know your name." Sorry. The man stopped and replied, "My name is Lambert." Following Lambert to the other side of the platform, they saw the Class 43 train, a classic old model that Shao Ming felt he had seen somewhere before. Lambert climbed up onto the platform, opened the train door, and jumped inside. Great, 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 Lambert excitedly said to the two. I knew it. I saw the train driver run out that day, and, the keys are right here. Can you be quieter? Shao Ming said. Did this guy not realize he was still surrounded by over 100 mutants? Shao Ming was observing the distance when he unexpectedly made eye contact with a mutant. The mutant let out a loud howl, and soon more mutants came rushing over from a distance. You better get this big thing moving quickly, Shao Ming said, raising his rifle. Chapter 38. The long whistle. The mutants charged towards the train station, and Shao Ming didn't understand why some of them attracted their companions while others did not. However, it was clear that this was not something he should be thinking about right now. He crouched down, firmly pressed the butt of his gun against his shoulder, held his breath, and aimed at the head of the mutant running at the front. Several mutants' heads were pierced by bullets and collapsed onto the ground. Behind him, Feng Yuxing was not just a bystander. Although she couldn't use a gun, she had prepared her knife to watch Shao Ming's back. Shao Ming had a question mark in his heart about this railway engineer beside him. Perhaps he was just a train enthusiast living out his dream of driving a rail train in the apocalypse. As he saw more and more mutants approaching, Shao Ming shouted, Can you even do this? The train powered up and lit up. Lambert excitedly shouted, It's working! It's working! Get in! Shao Ming yelled to Feng Yuxing. The two jumped into the carriage and pulled the door shut. Lambert turned a lever to change direction, then released the brakes and pushed another lever forward. The train really started moving, slowly inching forward. The mutants rushed to the front of the train and, before they could steady themselves, were crushed into a pulp. The 43-type train had a wedge-shaped front, almost like a platform specifically designed to roll the mutants in. Lambert didn't rush to accelerate, but allowed the train to slowly roll over the mutants. Thanks to the train's design, not much blood splattered onto the windshield. Shao Ming turned his head and saw Feng Yuxing sitting in the co-pilot seat. He asked her in Chinese, What's wrong with you? Nothing, Feng Yuxing replied. Why do you ask? You're not talking, Shao Ming said. Oh, that, Feng Yuxing smiled and glanced at Lambert standing nearby. There's just nothing much to say right now. Okay. As the number of mutants in front of the train gradually decreased, Lambert began to slowly accelerate. I have a question, Shao Ming asked. Where does this railway go? Lambert thought for a moment and said, According to logic, this route goes from Manchester to Birmingham. Birmingham? Shao Ming said. But we want to go to Liverpool. What do you want to do in Liverpool? Lambert asked. From what I understand, Liverpool fell earlier than Manchester. Feng Yuxing chimed in. We want to find a boat. You don't mean. Lambert looked at the two of them and said, Oh my God. You don't want to drift back to China, do you? Or Japan? China. We are Chinese, Shao Ming replied. Oh, sorry, Lambert continued. Do you have any sailing experience? Shao Ming and Feng Yuxing shook their heads in unison. My God, Lambert said, you Chinese are so adventurous. Do you know how to navigate at sea? Can you find a route? What will you do if you encounter a storm? Seeing their expressions, Lambert realized they were completely clueless. It was utterly hopeless. The train turned around a bend, and the houses outside were no longer visible. Do you have any suggestions? Shao Ming asked. Lambert thought for a moment and said, If you want to go back to China, I have a suggestion. The China-Europe Railway Express. China-Europe Railway Express? Shao Ming seemed to be enlightened, wondering why he hadn't considered this. A train is safer and faster than a car. But there are still many, issues, Lambert continued. For example, you need to know where to change tracks to avoid going the wrong way. Also, the track gauge in Russia is different from that in Europe. So you'll need to make some adjustments to the train. And of course, you'll need a train driver. Shao Ming glanced back at Feng Yuxing, who had no objections. He turned back to Lambert and asked, Would you be willing to go to China with us? I have no problem with that. To Shao Ming's surprise, Lambert answered readily. I have no family, and besides, it would be so cool to drive all the way from the UK to China, crossing the entire Eurasian continent. Shao Ming asked, May I ask about your family? I'm an orphan, Lambert said, so I have no family, but the orphanage I grew up in was next to a railway, and I dreamed of having my own train since I was little. As Lambert spoke, Shao Ming saw a glimmer in his eyes. He was amazed that someone could still realize their dreams and values in such an apocalypse. The train sped past a small platform. Okay, Shao Ming said. How can we know where to change tracks? I'm very familiar with the railways around here, Lambert said. My job is to patrol and maintain the railway we're on. But once we leave here, we'll need to find track diagrams at some stations. Just like that? Shao Ming asked. Of course, right now, there's no power. So we can't directly control it from the console. We'll need to manually change the tracks. However, there aren't too many places on the railway that require track changes. What do you think? Shao Ming turned to ask Feng Yuxing. I don't have any objections, Feng Yuxing said. The railway is relatively fast, and there won't be too many obstacles on the way. Then that's settled. The train passed through a green area, and ahead appeared a cluster of buildings. The mutants among the buildings had long heard the noise of the train and were rushing towards it. However, unfortunately, their flesh and blood were far too weak. After about 10 minutes, the train had already passed 2 stations and was heading towards the outskirts. Lambert was closely watching the tracks ahead, while Feng Yuxing and Shao Ming were counting the remaining supplies nearby. This intercity train, 8 cars long, rushed towards Birmingham with the 3 of them. Chapter 39. Stopping at the station thanks to the government's ban issued when the mutations first began. Most trains that should have been on the road were parked at the main station and did not obstruct Shao Ming and his group. Even so, Lambert kept the train at a speed of 50 kilometers per hour, allowing him to brake instantly if any problems arose, while also preventing the mutants from catching up. It must be said that although he had only driven trains in video games, he was, after all, a railway engineer who had handled the real machinery, making it easy for him to operate the train. Shao Ming and Feng Yuxing counted all the supplies they had left. The food supply consisted of only 10 packets of crushed biscuits, a few packs of small compressed biscuits, and dozens of packets of beef jerky. To Shao Ming's surprise, Feng Yuxing had managed to carry a small backpack containing 6 different flavors of canned fruit and 2 bags of soft candy. As for water, it was even more pathetic, with only 2 bottles of mineral water and half a bottle belonging to Feng Yuxing. Lambert's backpack could not be relied upon. Had he not been starving and thirsty, he wouldn't have sought help from Shao Ming and Feng Yuxing. The ammunition was also running low, especially for the long guns, with only a little more than half a magazine left. Shao Ming looked at the tablet and saw that traveling from Manchester to Birmingham would pass through a city called Stoke-on-Trent. But there would certainly be more mutants in big cities, making it difficult to search for supplies. What do you think? Shao Ming asked, handing the tablet to Feng Yuxing. I think, Feng Yuxing said while scrolling through the screen, we should stop at this small town. He paused at a location. The station is a bit far from the town, but it's not too big, so there should be enough food for the 3 of us. Shao Ming looked at the map, nodded, and explained their plan to Lambert. I know the town of Gustery. It's not far ahead. I could stop the train about 1 or 2 kilometers outside the station, Lambert said. Shao Ming checked the time. There were still 2 or 3 hours until sunset. Unsure if that was enough. How long until we arrive? Shao Ming asked. Lambert took his time to answer, and after confirming a roadside sign, he said to Shao Ming, about 15 minutes. Shao Ming nodded and said, okay, let's go to this town to search for supplies and return to the train before sunset. I'll stay behind to watch the train. Before Shao Ming could continue, Lambert proactively said, someone has to guard the train. No way. Shao Ming replied immediately without thinking. 3 people can carry more. It's safer to look out for each other. Lambert showed a difficult expression. It wasn't that he was afraid of the mutants, but that he was worried about the train he had just acquired. Perhaps realizing that it was somewhat ridiculous to think anyone would steal his train in this environment, Lambert pondered for a while and eventually agreed. Shao Ming and Feng Yuxing couldn't know Lambert's thoughts. They could only interpret it as him being afraid of the mutants outside the train. However, since he had agreed, they didn't say much more. The train gradually slowed down and finally stopped among a grove of trees. Wait a minute. Shao Ming didn't rush to open the door to get off. Instead, he waited a few minutes until he was sure no mutants were approaching before opening the door. He jumped off the train first and then turned around to help Feng Yuxing down. Thanks, Feng Yuxing said. Let me take this, Lambert said as he jumped off the train, retrieving his drone. This little guy can still fly for half an hour. The 3 of them walked along the railway towards the town, with Shao Ming leading the way holding a handgun and a baseball bat. Feng Yuxing closely following behind with a kitchen knife, and Lambert bringing up the rear with a wrench and the drone bag. Do you really think we can go back along the route of the China-Europe Railway Express? Shao Ming asked Feng Yuxing when the surroundings seemed relatively safe. I think it's at least more realistic than trying to find a boat or a plane, Feng Yuxing replied, but I still feel it will be very difficult. That's true. Shao Ming sighed. It feels really hard to go home right now. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone abroad. Feng Yuxing pouted. But I believe we can get back. You suddenly seem less talkative, Shao Ming remarked to Feng Yuxing. Maybe it's because there's a stranger around, and I'm not very familiar with him. Feng Yuxing replied. Huh? Shao Ming said. I thought you were the type to warm up quickly. Not really. Feng Yuxing said. I think I'm not as familiar as the one behind us. Can you guys speak English? Lambert, who was walking at the back, asked. Not long after, the three of them spotted the train station in the distance, where there seemed to be a few signs of mutants on the platform. We could turn right from here. Lambert pointed to the wheat fields on the right. Crossing this field will get us to the town. The wheat field was very quiet, with only a combined harvester parked in the center. When they reached the edge of the field, Lambert squatted down to launch his drone. The drone quickly ascended and flew over the town. Through the drone's camera, the three of them saw the empty streets of the town. Aside from a pile of haphazardly parked vehicles, there were no signs of mutants. Lambert tried to maneuver the drone to lower its altitude and indeed spotted quite a few mutants inside the houses. He rotated the camera as he flew forward. It seemed that the town's residents had remained in their homes and mutated without leaving. The drone passed through several streets and arrived at a commercial street. Just like the tragic state of the city, the town's commercial street was also in disarray, with shelves long emptied. Rotating the drone's camera, the three of them found nothing useful. At the end of the commercial street were the town's police station and a bakery. The police station's door was tightly locked, and without any lights, the inside was not visible. Only a mutant in a police uniform could be seen at the entrance. Chapter 40. A quiet place raised the drone a bit, Shao Ming said. Lambert controlled the drone to ascend, revealing the entire layout of the town. It was a neatly arranged small town, with residential buildings and commercial streets situated along the main road that ran through the town. On both sides of the main road were smaller streets lined with residence houses. The number of mutants visible on the streets was minimal. Most of them were hiding inside the houses, making it difficult to cross the residential areas to reach the shops on the main road. Here, Shao Ming pointed to a small alley behind 2 rows of houses. We can sneak through this back alley to the main road. It looks pretty clear, Lambert said. Do we still want to go in? Shao Ming replied. Let's check the police station. There might still be some supplies left in other shops. Once Lambert put away the drone, the three continued forward. After passing through a small forest, the houses at the edge of the town appeared before them. Shao Ming raised his rifle and looked through the scope at the interior of the house. Perhaps due to good luck, there were no signs of mutants inside. Shao Ming was the first to jump into the family's yard, turning back to open the door for Feng Yuxing and Lambert. He hung his rifle at his waist and pulled out a baseball bat, walking toward the half-closed door of the house. He gently pushed the door open, and there were no mutants visible in the living room. It seemed that the family had left in a hurry when the mutation first began. The house was very messy, with various items scattered on the floor. Shao Ming approached the window near the street side and looked outside. The street was eerily quiet. Not even a bird's call could be heard. It seemed there were 3 mutants inside the house across the street, appearing to be a family. Lambert also came to the window to look outside. Over there, he pointed to an opening across the street. We can get to the alley you mentioned from there. Unlike the 2 men, Feng Yuxing entered the kitchen to check the cabinets and found 2 boxes of unfinished cereal, stuffing them into her bag. So how do we get into that alley across the street without being noticed by that family of mutants? Shao Ming whispered. Lambert shrugged, indicating he had no idea. Shao Ming carefully surveyed the street. Although there were some abandoned vehicles, there was still a large open area from the front door to the street edge. If they wanted to use the same trick again, throwing something outside would only serve to draw the mutants out into the street. It seemed his plan would not work. Shao Ming left the window, walked into the kitchen, and pulled out a fruit knife. Let's look for another route. The 3 left this house and went to the back of the neighboring house. This house should be directly facing the alley across the street, and to some extent, it could avoid the mutant's line of sight from across the road. Shao Ming was the first to reach the door, where a mutant was standing inside, staring blankly. Shao Ming took a deep breath and gently pushed the door open, praying that it wouldn't make any noise. As the door opened, the mutant slowly turned its head. Shao Ming leaped forward, stabbing the mutant precisely under the chin with a fruit knife, piercing its skull. The mutant didn't have time to make any sound before its body went limp. Shao Ming quickly supported its body and gently laid it on the sofa. He wiped the fruit knife on the sofa, holding the knife in one hand and the gun in the other, scanning the room for safety. After confirming it was safe, he signaled to the two outside that they could come in. The three crouched by the window. The front door of this house, indeed, faced the alley across the street. "We can use that garbage truck to get across." Lambert pointed to the garbage truck parked at the door, its large body blocking the view to the right. "I'll go first," Shao Ming said, moving to the door and cracking it open a little. The sunset's glow seeped in through the crack, and Shao Ming tried to push the door open a bit more. There seemed to be no movement across the street, so he observed the situation while jogging to the back of the garbage truck. Lambert inside gave Shao Ming a thumbs up, indicating it was safe. Shao Ming peeked out from behind the garbage truck, assessing the situation on the right side of the street. This side seemed slightly better, unlike the left side, where three mutants could be seen in one glance. Having prepared himself mentally, Lambert jogged to the garbage truck as well. Just as Feng Yuxing dashed out, the door across the street suddenly burst open, and two mutants wandered out. Feng Yuxing was right on the lawn in front of the door, with nowhere to hide. The two mutants immediately spotted her on the lawn and charged at her with a roar. Feng Yuxing was startled by the sudden turn of events. Although she was ready with a kitchen knife, she hadn't taken proper stance. Seeing the danger, Shao Ming drew his pistol and aimed at one of the mutants. At that moment, Lambert also jumped out, kicking one of the mutants. Noticing that the roars from the two mutants didn't attract more mutants, Shao Ming quickly put away his pistol and grabbed the baseball bat to rush forward. With the unexpected arrival of Lambert, the two mutants angrily redirected their attention towards him. Meanwhile, another mutant from inside the house charged out, and the three realized it was actually a child. Now it was 3 against 3. Lambert swung the wrench at the mutant in front of him. Although the first mutant stumbled from the hit, the second one lunged at him. Seeing that Lambert couldn't pull back in time, Shao Ming quickly swung the baseball bat, aiming for the head of the second mutant. Feng Yuxing also rushed in, slashing at the neck of the mutant hit by Lambert. The knife, which had already dulled from previous uses, got stuck in the mutant's throat. Blood immediately gushed out, splattering Lambert's face. Ugh! Lambert and Feng Yuxing both stepped back, and the mutant tried to cover its neck with its hand but fell powerlessly to the ground. On Shao Ming's side, the mutant had not fallen despite not lunging at Lambert anymore. Instead, it staggered forward a couple of steps. Lambert kicked it again, knocking it down to the ground. Chapter 41. Trapped. Seeing Lambert subdue the fallen mutant, Shao Ming swung the baseball bat in a beautiful arc, directly knocking away the small mutant that had charged at them. Before the three of them could catch their breath, more mutants emerged from around the room, and upon seeing the three in the middle of the road, they charged at them frantically. "Run!" Shao Ming shouted in Chinese without thinking, but Lambert immediately took off running. Shao Ming pulled out his handgun and shot down the nearest mutant, covering the retreat of the two. He fired multiple shots at the oncoming mutants. "Hurry up!" Feng Yuxing yelled from beside the door. Shao Ming turned and ran into the room, while Feng Yuxing quickly pushed the door shut. A mutant slammed against the door, startling her back a few steps. There was no time to hesitate. They ran toward the back door. Shao Ming was last to run, pushing over some cabinets against the wall, praying they would slow down the mutants. Just as the three of them rushed out the back door, the front door and windows were simultaneously smashed open, and a swarm of mutants flooded in from outside. Shao Ming turned back and fired 2 more shots. The bullets hit a mutant in the chest, but had little effect. The three jumped into the field, with the mutants hot on their heels. A normal person cannot sprint at full speed for long without any assistance, but the mutants could. Before they had even crossed the wheat field, their speed began to slow. Shao Ming turned to shoot again, but found the mutants in the field were too scattered and moving too quickly. He wouldn't even hit them if he stopped. "Over there!" Lambert shouted. "There's a warehouse by the train station." Shao Ming glanced over and indeed saw a corner of a white warehouse peeking through the trees at the end of the field. Compared to sprinting 2 kilometers back to the train, hiding in the warehouse for a while was clearly a better choice. "Are you sure we can get in?" Feng Yuxing asked breathlessly. "Usually," Lambert replied as he ran, "the warehouse is open." Shao Ming looked back. The mutants were already closer. The three climbed up the field ridge with the mutants right behind them. Shao Ming stopped and turned around, firing at several mutants that had reached the ridge. At this distance, There was barely a meter or two between the mutants and the gun muzzle, so aiming was hardly necessary. Just as he continued to pull the trigger, his handgun clicked empty. He quickly swapped in a new magazine and chambered around, taking down another charging mutant. There was a road next to the field, and across the road was the warehouse Lambert mentioned. Seeing that the mutants trailing closely had mostly been cleared, Shao Ming hurried to catch up with his companions as they ran toward the warehouse. The warehouse's large doors were indeed open, just as Lambert had said. But Shao Ming now understood why they usually remained open. They were two 5-centimeter thick, over 3-meter high iron doors, and closing them would be quite a hassle. Lambert was the first to reach the iron doors, pushing them with all his might, trying to close the heavy doors. Even though the doors had wheels at the bottom, the closing speed was painfully slow, and the other door could only be closed by pulling it from inside, or else the three would lock themselves outside. Feng Yuxing wisely ran to the other side to help pull the door, but Shao Ming did not join them, as the mutants were already climbing the field ridge. There was still a road's distance, so Shao Ming focused on regaining his composure and steadying his breath. He took out 3 mutants that climbed up, but 6 more followed. These mutants seemed endless, continuously rushing up, and soon one magazine was empty again. Shao Ming swapped in his last magazine. But then he heard Feng Yuxing's voice from his side. "Shao Ming, watch out behind you." He turned around just as a mutant burst out from behind the warehouse, charging straight at him. Without thinking, he fired a shot, but it missed. The bullet skimmed past the mutant's scalp, and the consequence was that Shao Ming was knocked to the ground. The book in his hand saved him once again, but his handgun slipped from his grasp. Without time to think, he drew the small knife from his waist and plunged it into the mutant's temple. He quickly rolled over to grab his handgun. There was no time to stand up, so Shao Ming lay on the ground, firing several shots and taking down a few more mutants. Lambert finally managed to close the door on one side and rushed over to help Feng Yuxing pull the other door. Shao Ming cursed inwardly. Clearly, he needed help more on this side. He got up from the ground and continued shooting at the mutants. The bullets soon ran out, and Shao Ming raised his rifle to continue shooting. Just as he tossed aside the empty rifle and reached for his baseball bat, the warehouse door was finally about to close. Without needing the other two to remind him, Shao Ming ran into the warehouse. Just as the door was about to close, a mutant charged in and got stuck at the entrance. "Get out of here!" Shao Ming lifted the baseball bat and swung, knocking the mutant's head out. The door finally closed, and the warehouse went dark. Sounds of banging and the mutants' howls came from outside, but they were now helpless against the 3 inside. Shao Ming took out his flashlight and turned it on, sweeping the beam across the large shelves, finally landing on a room on the 2nd floor. "Let's go there," Shao Ming said. The warehouse was filled with mechanical building materials, and Shao Ming pulled out a 1-meter-long iron rod from a large box, handing it to Feng Yuxing. She took the rod and used it as a cane. Shao Ming intended to tell her it was meant as a weapon, but thought better of it. It could serve as a cane, too. The 3 climbed the stairs to the 2nd floor, which was more like a small room along one side of the warehouse wall. This room was the warehouse's office, with several windows facing the center of the warehouse, allowing them to see what was happening inside. Upon entering the room, Shao Ming took off his backpack and threw on the table. Each of them found a chair to sit down, and no one spoke. The previous urgent situation had caused their adrenaline to spike without them realizing it, but now they all felt sore and tired. If their physical condition had been even slightly worse, they might not have made it. Shao Ming scanned the small office with his flashlight and was surprised to find a water dispenser filled with water. The 3 had some water and rested for a while. They had originally brought little food, and now being trapped in the warehouse, they had no food at all. Feng Yuxing stayed in the office searching for useful items, while Shao Ming and Lambert went downstairs to search. Chapter 03, Noah's Ark in the Central Pacific Ocean, 254 nautical miles south of the Hawaiian Islands, the U.S. Navy Nimitz-class nuclear-powered aircraft carrier USS Ronald Reagan is stationed. Lieutenant Rod is piloting an FA-18E, circling near the Reagan, preparing to land. Black smoke is billowing from behind his aircraft, as something seems to have been caught in the engine. However, the flight remains relatively stable and is not severely affected. A few hours earlier, Lieutenant Rod received a message from the Reagan at an Air Force base in Hawaii. Excited, he rushed from the hidden tower to the tarmac. taking off in his F-18 fighter jet. Unfortunately, during takeoff, an unfortunate mutated creature was sucked into the engine, causing the right engine to fail shortly after takeoff. Nevertheless, thanks to his excellent piloting skills, Rod managed to fly smoothly to the area where the Reagan is located and made contact with them. Looking around, the only ship in sight is the Reagan, floating alone on the sea, while its escort vessels have disappeared. The forward part of the ship's island is piled high with various supplies, and many personnel are using elevators to transport supplies into the ship's hold. The small elevator, originally used for transporting bombs and missiles, is now filled with food and medicine. A Hornet is pushed off the deck and falls into the sea, creating a large splash. There are only a few aircraft left on the deck, as most of the fighter jets have been pushed into the sea, with only a few helicopters still safely parked on the deck. Lieutenant Rod aligns his aircraft, with one engine malfunctioning, towards the landing strip and lowers the tailhook. The aircraft hooks onto the arrestor wire securely and comes to a stop on the deck. A tug and ground crew quickly rush over to assist the pilot in getting out of the damaged aircraft. Rod climbs down from his recently stopped jet, and several officers approach him. "Commander," Rod salutes. "Welcome aboard the Reagan." Captain Kirk returns the salute. "Tell me about the situation in Hawaii." "Hawaii has fallen." Rod shakes his head. "The situation is dire. Many people turned into monsters before they even had a chance to pick up weapons. I think I'm the only one who managed to leave Hawaii alive." As Rod stated, Hawaii, like most cities in the world, has become a hell on earth. Even with U.S. troops stationed in Hawaii, they were of little help, as the mutated soldiers posed a greater threat than regular civilians. If the military had managed to escape the disaster, Hawaii would have been cleared out in less than half a day. Unfortunately, the mutation began at the military base. "We're in a similar situation here," Kirk says. "Many people in the fleet have been infected. We only managed to secure this ship. The others have become ghost ships." Rod scans his surroundings. There are still quite a few people active on the deck. "Your situation here is much better than Hawaii's," Rod says. "I heard you want to return to Hawaii. My advice is to stay as far away as possible." "We have nowhere else to go," Kirk replies. "With all due respect, Commander," Rod says, "this ship is your only option. You should go rest." Kirk tells an aide to take Rod away, while he and the remaining commanders head towards the ship's island. "Commander, it seems we won't be able to return to Hawaii," the executive officer says. That was to be expected, sunlight glinting off the metals on Kirk's chest, but our remaining supplies are not enough to get us back to the mainland. Even if we make it back, the situation won't be much better. The Hawaiian Islands have over 1 million people. Even counting just those in the harbor area, there are at least 100,000. How can we clear them out? The captain of a Arleigh Burke-class destroyer says. Kirk glances at the few F-18s parked not far away and says, "I believe we still have plenty of aircraft and ammunition." "Are you suggesting we bomb Hawaii?" "Only dusks. There are over 500 people aboard, exceeding our capacity. You know better than I do whether the supplies salvaged from the supply ship are enough." Kirk looks at several aides. "Only by clearing them out can we go ashore to resupply." As a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, the Reagan doesn't need to worry about power and energy issues for a decade, but a nuclear reactor can't conjure food to sustain an entire crew. "Our aircraft have identification systems and won't be shot down by air defense systems. Theoretically, there shouldn't be a problem," another aide says. "We must consider the noise our ship will make when approaching the shore, so we can only follow the captain's orders to clear all the monsters on the island first." Another officer adds, "Monsters can be dealt with easily. We have various ground attack weapons, especially for those concentrated in urban areas. We just need to be careful about the locations of our supplies when bombing, so we don't send our food into the sky." The remaining officers fall silent, unsure whether they are contemplating or tacitly agreeing with the plan. "We can start preparing now." Kirk says, "I need a combat plan." The Reagan's engines rev up as it turns its bow towards the Hawaiian Islands. Below the aircraft carrier's deck, the hangar that once housed fighter jets is now filled with tents, and crew members are lining up in front of one tent to receive food. Some of these crew members were rescued from other ships in the carrier strike group, while others are survivors who heard the Reagan's broadcasts and rushed from other bases. The original rooms on the carrier are no longer sufficient, forcing the crew to push those aircraft worth tens of millions or even over $100 million into the sea to make room for survivors. However, at this point, these creations, embodying human technological achievements, are practically worthless. After all, humanity is on the brink of extinction, replaced by a group of mutated creatures with virtually zero intelligence. When the disaster broke out, the Reagan strike group was concluding its mission in the first island chain and preparing to return to Hawaii for repairs and resupply. The sudden turn of events clearly disrupted the strike group's planned schedule and diverted the fleet from its course. What they did not anticipate was losing contact with the mainland just a few days later. They could only assume that the same disaster had occurred on the mainland, and that it had likely fallen completely. After drifting at sea for several days, the Reagan finally received a message from Lieutenant Rod in Hawaii, learning about the situation at the base. Now, the Reagan is set to head towards Hawaii once again. Chapter 42. Parkour expert Shao Ming and Lambert came downstairs. The warehouse had at least dozens of shelves stacked with different items. Since Shao Ming had left the flashlight he found for Feng Yuxing in the room on the second floor, Lambert had to hold his flashlight to provide illumination. "Are you really okay with crossing Europe and Asia with us?" Shao Ming couldn't help but ask Lambert again. Of course, railway travel across the Eurasian continent. Lambert's excitement returned at the mention of trains. "We could even modify my train to make it more suitable for this post-apocalyptic survival." "Wait a minute." Shao Ming interrupted Lambert. "It's our train." Lambert seemed a bit reluctant. Shao Ming reminded him, "Without us, you wouldn't be able to get your train, so strictly speaking, it's our train." All right. Anyway, I'm the train driver now," Lambert replied, shining the flashlight on the boxes on the shelves, most of which were labeled with hardware items. Shao Ming asked, "What is this warehouse for?" Lambert swept the flashlight across the shelves, replying, "I don't know, but there's a canteen nearby where we occasionally have lunch." "Why didn't you mention earlier that there's a canteen here?" Shao Ming felt speechless. If there was food here, why did they go to town and attract so many mutants? "The canteen has fresh ingredients every day," Lambert explained, "but the power has been out for 3 or 4 days now, so I think it should all be spoiled." Many foods wouldn't spoil in 3 or 4 days at room temperature. Shao Ming really wanted to punch Lambert in the face. "Forget it," he sighed. "Once the zombies outside disperse, let's go check out that canteen you mentioned." The two searched through the shelves. Most of the goods in the boxes weren't suitable for weapons. Gears, PVC pipes, floor tiles. Shao Ming examined the labels on the boxes, noting that there were quite a few building materials. They continued moving forward. Aside from the box of steel pipes Shao Ming had pulled out at the entrance, nothing else was really suitable for use as weapons. After finishing one row of large shelves, they moved to another row. "So are you two a couple? You seem to be having some issues lately," Lambert asked. "No, we're not." Shao Ming glanced upstairs, where Feng Yuxing was moving about in the room. "I've known her for just 1 day longer than you." "Oh, my bad," Lambert said. "I thought you two were a couple, being two Chinese people. You might want to focus on other things," Shao Ming said, "instead of on human reproduction." Perhaps it was Lambert's reaction when they left the train, or maybe he was a bit too familiar, but it made Shao Ming feel uncomfortable. "All right," Lambert shrugged, continuing to look at the goods on the shelves. "Look at this." Shao Ming fixed his gaze on the second row of shelves. The box only had a label for a metal pipe. The two worked together to lift the box down. Its weight was indeed shocking, and Shao Ming felt his hands cramping after moving it. Lambert pulled out a pair of scissors from his waist and opened the packaging. Inside the box were neatly arranged several dozen half-meter-long iron pipes, about 5 centimeters in diameter, with one end bent. Shao Ming picked up one of the pipes and weighed it in his hands. It was manageable with both hands and could deliver a heavy blow to crush a mutant's head. Lambert also tried one and seemed very satisfied, tucking the pipe into his waist. After all, a half-meter-long iron pipe is much more useful than a 20-centimeter-long wrench. Just as they continued their search, a strange noise came from a ventilation duct on the wall. The two quickly turned around, and Shao Ming only saw a shadow darting into the warehouse. Then came a loud crash, echoing in the quiet warehouse. It sounded like something had fallen onto the shelves. What was that? Lambert turned his flashlight, but the beam revealed nothing. "Yuxing," Shao Ming shouted. "Can you see if something entered the warehouse?" A beam of light shone from the second-floor room. Searching the top of the shelves, Shao Ming pulled Lambert back a few steps away from the shelves to get a clear view of the situation at the top. "Over there," Feng Yuxing's voice came from upstairs. Her flashlight beam landed on the top of the shelf. Through the gaps between the shelves, Shao Ming vaguely saw a figure. The ventilation duct was at least 7 or 8 meters high, higher than the 2 floors. How did this mutant get in? Close the door. Before Shao Ming's voice faded, the mutant lunged directly at the 2nd floor window. Feng Yuxing's scream echoed from upstairs, but fortunately, the mutant's intelligence wasn't enough to comprehend what glass was, and it crashed down hard. Are you okay? Shao Ming shouted. I'm fine. I'm fine. Feng Yuxing replied from upstairs. Shao Ming raised his baseball bat and, along with Lambert, headed toward where the mutant had fallen. The flashlight beam illuminated the ground, but there was no trace of the mutant. The pitch-black warehouse provided the perfect cover for the mutant, taking advantage of the ventilation duct at the top. Shao Ming could barely see the mutant leaping and tumbling on top of the shelves. Is this normal? Lambert asked. Not really. Shao Ming steadied his baseball bat. Lambert's flashlight beam couldn't keep up with the mutant, and they lost track of it several times as it used the goods on the shelf for cover. By the time they found the mutant again, it had already dropped down right in front of them. Shao Ming swung the bat fiercely, but the mutant dodged with a quick movement. The bat struck a nearby metal shelf, breaking apart, and the tremendous impact caused Shao Ming's right hand to tear at the webbing. The mutant's reaction speed exceeded all the mutants Shao Ming had encountered in over a week. None had been able to skillfully dodge an incoming baseball bat. Not to mention a mutant, even a living person wouldn't be able to do that. The mutant darted into the shelves and disappeared. Lambert was about to chase after it, but Shao Ming pulled him back. The space between the shelves was too narrow for them to wield their bats effectively. Shao Ming endured the pain in his hand and lifted the baseball bat again. Various sounds echoed in the dark warehouse. The mutant seemed to be running around, not allowing them to pinpoint its exact location. The sounds of the mutant came from the shelves, getting closer and closer. It's coming, Shao Ming warned Lambert beside him while preparing to strike. Sure enough, within a few seconds, a shadow leaped down from the shelves. Chapter 43. Night in the warehouse. Shao Ming and Lambert simultaneously swung their weapons in perfect harmony. But once again, the mutant dodged out of the way. This time, their weapons collided with each other in an awkward manner. The already torn skin of Shao Ming's hand throbbed painfully, and he nearly dropped the baseball bat he was holding. The mutant didn't run far this time. Instead, it retreated and stood not far from the two. Rather than standing still, its posture resembled that of a sprinter, ready to move in any direction at any moment. However, it didn't rush to pounce again. Instead, it began to continuously change its position in front of them. Feng Yuxing was on the 2nd floor, shining a flashlight down below. The light source in her hand reached farther and illuminated a larger area. Lambert asked, "What does it want?" Shao Ming had no clue. He shifted the weight of the bat to his left hand, which made the torn skin feel less painful. Suddenly, the mutant sprang into action. But contrary to what the two had anticipated, it jumped onto the adjacent shelf and quickly turned to pounce down on Lambert from above. Lambert instinctively raised the iron rod he was holding to block it, but the mutant bit down on the rod, knocking him to the ground without injuring him. Using the flashlight that had fallen to the ground, Shao Ming swung the baseball bat hard at the mutant's head. The mutant immediately released Lambert and bounced away. Shao Ming stepped forward, crossing over Lambert, who was still on the ground, and swung the bat again. The mutant retreated a step, dodging Shao Ming's attack once more. Shao Ming didn't let up and followed up with another strike. The mutant once again stepped back, but this brought it closer to the wall. At this moment, Lambert also got up from the ground and picked up the iron rod to block the mutant's other side. The two gradually cornered the mutant against the wall, with it roaring at them like a trapped beast. Shao Ming tested the mutant's agility with the bat. It was indeed very nimble, almost moving as soon as he made his move. If they hadn't run out of bullets, the two wouldn't be in such a predicament. Predicting its moves, huh? Shao Ming thought, signaling Lambert to stand back a bit. Once Lambert was in position, Shao Ming stepped forward and swung, charging at the mutant from the left side. At this distance, the mutant couldn't dodge back. It could only choose to jump to the right. This jump put it right into Lambert's striking range, and he immediately delivered a blow with the rod. The mutant flipped over entirely and fell to the ground. Lambert didn't hesitate and followed up with several strikes to the mutant's head. He only stopped when the mutant's head was completely flattened. Tough one. Shao Ming shook his head and said, "If it were any smarter, we would have been done for. Too bad it's not that clever." Lambert walked aside to pick up the fallen flashlight and said to Shao Ming. The two returned to the office on the second floor together. As Feng Yuxing opened the door, she saw Shao Ming with his hand hanging. "What happened to your hand?" she asked, pulling Shao Ming's hand to see his torn wound. "It's nothing." Shao Ming quickly retracted his hand, pinching the wound with his thumb and index finger. "Nothing." Feng Yuxing shone the flashlight on Shao Ming's right hand, where there were still traces of blood between his fingers. Shao Ming opened his hand. The skin at the base of his thumb was already torn, and it seemed like the flesh inside was visible. Feng Yuxing hurriedly pulled Shao Ming to sit down, taking out a roll of bandage from her bag, and carefully began to wrap his wound. Lambert poured himself a glass of water and drank it all in one go, then poured another glass and handed it to Shao Ming. Shao Ming took a sip and looked at the table. Feng Yuxing had already organized all the usable items in the office, but there weren't many useful things. The most useful items were just a paper cutter and a pack of candies, along with a water dispenser in the corner. Feng Yuxing focused on treating Shao Ming's wound, and perhaps due to the faint fragrance from her hair, Shao Ming felt a lot calmer inside. "All done." Feng Yuxing released Shao Ming's hand and said, "We'll disinfect it with alcohol on the train later. I didn't bring any with me." Once Shao Ming was bandaged, the three of them found a place to lie down. A pack of candies was divided among the three of them. They were all tired and hungry, so they could only make do with some water and sleep. The sun had already set outside, and the warehouse was plunged into complete darkness. Shao Ming lay by the door, reflecting on the battle that had just occurred. Was it a new mutation, or some special infected? At least in the days they had traveled so far, they hadn't encountered such a nimble mutant with a certain level of intelligence. Could it be that in less than half a month, the virus had mutated? Or was it possible that the virus could enhance a person's physical abilities? Lost in thought, Shao Ming dozed off. Didn't he know how long he had slept when he woke up? Sunlight streamed in through the ventilation shaft. Most of the warehouse remained shrouded in darkness as Shao Ming groped his way up, feeling his muscles protesting in soreness, not to mention the torn skin on his hand. After drinking a glass of water, he heard Feng Yuxing's soft murmurs from the side. Shao Ming thought he had woken her up, but the girl just turned over and fell back asleep. Checking the time on his watch, he realized it was already past 8 o'clock. Shao Ming picked up a flashlight and quietly went downstairs, heading towards the large door near the cafeteria. Outside, there seemed to be no sign of the mutants. He opened a small window on the iron door to look outside. The cafeteria Lambert mentioned was located behind the train station, at a 45-degree angle to the platform. In fact, rather than a train station, this intercity train platform was more like a subway station, occupying a small area. Shao Ming looked around. There were about 4 or 5 mutants near the cafeteria, while the others had wandered off elsewhere. If they had returned to town, taking out these few mutants wouldn't draw their attention since it was still a bit far from town. Hearing noise from the stairs behind him, Shao Ming quickly turned and shone his flashlight over. The person coming down was Lambert, who raised his hand to block the light from the flashlight. Shao Ming adjusted the flashlight and waited for Lambert to come down. "I'm so tired," Lambert said, stretching his arms. "I haven't exercised much. Yesterday's activity took a toll on me." Lambert sighed. "Thanks to you blocking the zombies yesterday, we wouldn't have made it in here otherwise. No need for that. It was also to save myself." Shao Ming waved his hand, stepping aside from the small window. "Take a look. Is the cafeteria across the road what you mentioned?" "Chapter 44 Canteen. We have to take out those few obstacles at the door," Lambert said. Shao Ming nodded, hoping they wouldn't attract more zombies. Lambert took the flashlight from Shao Ming's hand and checked the shelves that hadn't been fully searched yesterday. In fact, they could leave the warehouse and go to the canteen across the road to look for food, but everyone was weak in the legs and arms. And no one mentioned going out. Waiting another 2 hours wouldn't kill them, but cramping up while fighting a mutant would be fatal. Shao Ming initially wanted to go back to the second floor and lie down for a while, but thinking he probably wouldn't be able to sleep, he decided to check with Lambert to see if there was anything else useful. "Look at this." Lambert pointed the flashlight at the top row of shelves, where the packaging had a picture of a nail gun. "This." Shao Ming put his left hand on his waist and asked, "Is it useful?" "It should be no problem to shoot through the skull at close range," Lambert replied. "Using this is definitely better than dragging around an injured hand with a stick." The two worked together to move a ladder, and Lambert climbed up to take a fully packaged nail gun from a box. "How is it?" Shao Ming asked, holding the flashlight. Not bad. Not bad, Lambert said as he came down the ladder with the box, opened the packaging, and handed the nail gun to Shao Ming. The advantage of blank shots is that it doesn't require electricity or gas, but the packaging only included. Lambert counted 15 rounds. Shao Ming took the nail gun and weighed it in his hand. It felt quite different from a handgun. From a distance, it has no lethality, Lambert reminded him. This thing can only be used at head level. It's considered a melee weapon. Forget about melee weapons, and it takes longer to reload, Shao Ming said, feeling the pain in his palm, reminding him. But it can still be used. It's better than nothing. By the time Feng Yuxing woke up, the three of them prepared their gear and gathered by the door. Shao Ming checked his watch. It was just past 9, not too late. Outside, there were still only those few mutants, which were easier to deal with. The sound of pushing the iron door would definitely alert the mutants not far across the road. After some discussion, they decided that Shao Ming and Feng Yuxing would push the door together, and after it opened a crack, Lambert would rush out first to block the mutants. All right, Lambert took a deep breath and weighed the baseball bat in his hand. The door was pushed open a crack, and Lambert dashed out, knocking down a mutant that charged at him. The other two quickly ran out of the warehouse to provide cover for Lambert. Shao Ming swung the baseball bat with his left hand, hitting an oncoming mutant, while raising the nail gun in his right hand and firing at a mutant rushing from the right. The long nail pierced steadily into the mutant's forehead, and Shao Ming dropped the nail gun, gripping the iron bat firmly again. There were only 5 mutants at the door, and the 3 quickly dealt with all of them. The canteen wasn't very large. It seemed to be prepared for the nearby warehouses and a small factory. In the kitchen, the freezer was as expected, out of power. Shao Ming opened the freezer, and a stench of decay rushed into his nose. He quickly closed it. The meat had undoubtedly been in there for over a week and was absolutely inedible. Look at this. Feng Yuxing dragged out an entire box of potatoes from under a cabinet, the quantity easily nearing 100. These potatoes were in good condition, showing no signs of greening or sprouting. This is fantastic news. The 3 hurriedly opened their backpacks and packed all the potatoes inside. Shao Ming slapped his forehead and asked, "Is there a dining car on the train?" Lambert said, "Ours should be a short distance intercity train with 5 carriages and no dining car. Then we'll have to cook them over a fire," Shao Ming said. After packing the potatoes, the 3 continued rummaging through the cabinets and found a decent amount of seasonings and a few boxes of canned luncheon meat. Originally, there were also some vegetables like lettuce in the canteen, but perhaps they had been stored for too long, all of which had rotted away. Other than that, everything else was good stuff. They stuffed all the supplies they found into their bags and sneaked out of the canteen. It was now 10 in the morning, and Shao Ming was itching to roast the potatoes right there and dip them in some seasoning. However, to be safe, the 3 decided to head to the train first before considering eating. Lambert was the first to throw his backpack onto the train and climb up, while the other 2 took out some food from their bags. "Do you have a lighter?" Shao Ming asked. Lambert threw one down from the train and also brought down 2 bottles of water. Feng Yuxing gathered some branches and leaves nearby, and the 3 started a fire on the train tracks. The flickering flames quickly consumed the leaves laid out on top. "How do we roast this?" Lambert asked. The 3 exchanged glances, and finally, Shao Ming picked up a potato and tossed it directly into the fire. While the potatoes were roasting, Feng Yuxing took Shao Ming to the door of the train, leaving Lambert alone squatting by the fire, poking the potatoes with an iron rod. "Let me see your hand," Feng Yuxing insisted, pulling Shao Ming's hand over to unwrap the bandage. The wound showed no signs of infection, and the bleeding had stopped. "Good thing I'm smart. I brought a roll of bandage in my bag." Feng Yuxing climbed onto the train and found a bottle of alcohol inside. After redressing the wound, the 2 returned to the fire. Lambert was just pulling out a potato with the iron rod, and the potato rolled around on the ground before landing between 2 ties. The skin of the potato was charred black, but whether the inside was cooked was still a question. Lambert picked up the potato and used a small knife to peel off the burnt skin. "I'll try it first," Lambert said, shoving the peeled part into his mouth and taking a bite. The other 2 watched expectantly until a satisfied expression spread across his face. Lambert and Shao Ming each ate 3 potatoes and a pack of biscuits, while Feng Yuxing only ate 1 potato. The 3 extinguished the fire and returned to the train. Lambert inserted the key and started the train. The scenery outside the window quickly receded, and the train soon passed the town they had just been in. Finally back on the road, all three felt a sense of relief. Shao Ming sat on the floor, reloading his handgun, while Feng Yuxing sat in the passenger seat, staring out the window in a daze. After the train had been moving for a while, with Feng Yuxing suddenly shouting, Lambert pressed the emergency brake switch, causing the train's tires to screech against the tracks, emitting a piercing sound. Shao Ming almost collided with the control panel as he got up from the floor. He climbed up and looked out the window, only to see another train had actually derailed on the tracks. Chapter 45. The derailed train ahead was a curve, and a train seemed to have derailed, lying on its side beside the tracks. Fortunately, it hadn't blocked the opposing track, so a few people still had a way to go. However, trains are not like cars. It's not that simple to shift from one track to another. Now, this was going to be interesting. Shao Ming instinctively reached for his rifle, only to realize it had been left outside the warehouse. In a moment of panic, he had thrown it away. He could only squint and observe the overturned train. It was a passenger train, but it seemed the mutated beings were gone. "We need to go back," Lambert said, "and find a ramp to get onto the other track." "I'll go take a look." Shao Ming took his handgun and tucked it into his waistband, then opened the door of the car. "I'll go with you." Feng Yuxing also picked up a metal rod and walked to the door. Shao Ming glanced at Lambert, who gave him a meaningful look and said, "Go ahead. I can manage on my own." The two jumped off the train, while Lambert maneuvered the train backward. Shao Ming, with his handgun ready, and Feng Yuxing headed toward the train car. Various pieces of luggage were scattered beside the tracks, and upon closer inspection, there seemed to be a few decaying corpses trapped beneath the car, with flies and gnats swirling around the mutilated bodies. "Ugh!" Feng Yuxing turned her head away, fearing she might throw up the only potato in her stomach. Shao Ming looked at one of the corpses. Its bloodied face seemed to still hold a pair of unwilling eyes. The two moved to the other side and entered an overturned car. This place should be free of mutated beings. If there were any, the commotion from the train would have startled them. Inside the car, suitcases were also scattered everywhere, and there were quite a few bloodstains on the floor. For Shao Ming, the sight of blood was no longer surprising. He seemed to have gotten used to the metallic smell of blood, mixed with what might have been the stench of decaying flesh. Shao Ming surveyed the seats on either side, unsure of what had happened to this train. All the passengers had vanished, not even a corpse left behind. This is a bit creepy. Feng Yuxing instinctively hid behind Shao Ming. The world had turned into this. With Shao Ming holding his handgun in a state of alert, even ghosts didn't seem that scary anymore. After confirming that the adjacent train cars were safe, Shao Ming picked up a suitcase from the ground. "Sorry about this," he said, opening the suitcase. Feng Yuxing followed his lead and started checking the luggage inside the car. Shao Ming opened a suitcase to find it filled with clothes and toiletries. After thinking for a moment, he took out some shower gel and shampoo to put in his bag. You never know when they might come in handy again. Most of the luggage on this train contained valuable items, such as gold and silver jewelry, and they even found an entire box of cash. Clearly, these people had underestimated the integrity of human society while fleeing the city. Now, these items were worth less than a potato. However, fortunately, there were enough suitcases, and they would always manage to find some snacks. The two stuffed the snacks into their bags. These little treats could occasionally improve their meals. Opening these suitcases felt like unboxing a mystery box. You never knew what the next suitcase would contain. After searching one car without finding anything useful, they both felt sore from bending over for too long. The two continued moving forward through the train cars, and the front of the train had already crashed into a field, while the engine seemed to be further away. "Forget it," Shao Ming waved his hand. "Let's see if there's anything useful." He pulled out a photograph from one of the boxes. It was a family portrait, and he thought the man's face in the photo looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Feng Yuxing, seeing that Shao Ming had stopped, leaned over to take a look. To her surprise, she immediately recognized the man in the photo. Wasn't this the person crushed on the train? Shao Ming put the photo back and closed the suitcase. As they continued to search the car, they suddenly heard the roar of a mutated being coming from not far away. The two immediately halted their movements and crouched down. "Shoo!" Shao Ming raised his handgun. "You stay back. I'll go take a look." "Be careful," Feng Yuxing whispered. "I'll wait for you here." Shao Ming moved to the door and peeked out. The wheat field was empty, with only some scattered luggage and train debris visible. but there are no signs of mutated beings. He pressed against the wreckage of the train, cautiously moving forward. He kept an eye on the situation at the edge of the field while also observing the interior of the train through the windows. Near the front of the train, Shao Ming finally heard something banging against the door. This train's engine was similar to the Type 43 train where Shao Ming and the others were located, with the cockpit not connected to the passenger compartment. A massive engine occupied the entire front. However, with Lambert absent, Shao Ming didn't know what model this train was. He raised his handgun and slowly approached the cockpit, the banging noise seemingly coming from there. Bang! Suddenly, a face appeared in front of the cockpit. Shao Ming jumped back 2 steps, relieved that he didn't instinctively pull the trigger. It was a mutated being. The front of the train had been severely deformed from the crash, and the train driver had turned into a mutated being, but half of his body was stuck under the control panel, able only to weakly bang against the window. Shao Ming sighed in relief. He knocked on the window with the butt of his gun and turned to leave. Feng Yuxing was peering over the door frame, and Shao Ming secured his gun and tucked it back into his waistband. The train driver, he told Feng Yuxing, is trapped in the front. In the distance, the sound of another train echoed again. The two looked up to see their train approaching from another track. The train slowly came to a stop, and Lambert stood at the door, waving at them. "Did you find anything good?" Lambert asked as the two approached. "Toiletries," Shao Ming replied, "and some snacks." "There were too many boxes, but not much useful stuff," Feng Yuxing added. The two boarded the train, and Lambert restarted it. The overturned train gradually left the trio's sight, and the distant tracks returned to their unobstructed state. "At this speed, we should reach near Birmingham around noon," Lambert said. Shao Ming checked the map on the tablet and asked, "Now that we don't lack anything, can we find a way to bypass the city?" Chapter 46, Choosing the Path. Lambert shrugged and said, "The railways around here generally run through the city." The train whistled past an urban area, leaving a group of mutants roaring behind. This railway had no branches until we reached Crewe, but it could switch tracks at the Crewe station, heading west towards Shrewsbury, allowing us to bypass Birmingham. After Lambert finished speaking, he noticed Shao Ming looking confused and took the tablet from his hands. "In simple terms, we should go along the west side of Birmingham. There are quite a few small towns over there, but not many large cities." Shao Ming looked at the map and said, "There are supply points, not many zombies, that's good. But there's a small issue." Feng Yuxing also leaned over to look at the map and said, "If we go this way, won't there be too many track changes?" "Yes," Lambert replied. "And the track change in Crewe has to be done at the train station in the city center. But we don't know which direction the tracks in Crewe station are facing." "The city center," Shao Ming said. "The train will definitely attract a lot of zombies, and we will have to jump down and move the ramps." The three fell silent. This was indeed a problem. "We need some powerful firepower." Shao Ming raised his head and said, "At least to buy us a few minutes in the tide of zombies. Since the train would definitely need to switch tracks, and the switch would surely encounter a tide of zombies, the only solution was to keep the tide of zombies away from the train tracks." Feng Yuxing thought for a moment and said, "What if we could switch to another train?" "That might not be very realistic," Lambert said. "A train can't just be started like a car. Most need a key." The group fell silent again. "Where can we get such powerful firepower?" Lambert asked. "We have only a few hours until Crewe." Before they could come to a conclusion, a town appeared at the end of the tracks. The train rushed past a viaduct towards that town. Lambert saw the urban area and awkwardly said, "I might have miscalculated. We will reach Crewe City in about half an hour. Is it too late to stop now?" Shao Ming asked. "Of course." Lambert pulled the lever, and the train quickly slowed down until it came to a complete stop. The train stopped in a wooded area, still a certain distance from both towns ahead and behind. Shao Ming, with a mindset of giving it a try, searched for gun shops on the map, only to find no results nearby. However, there was a gun shop on the road from Crewe to Birmingham, and it was right next to the railway. "The order is wrong," Shao Ming said with a bitter smile. "What?" Feng Yuxing asked. Shao Ming handed the tablet to the other two and said, "We should have strong firepower first before passing through Crewe, not the other way around." Wait, Lambert said. "Then what are we afraid of? If the tracks are heading towards Birmingham, we can acquire a large batch of weapons. And if the tracks are heading towards the suburbs, we can avoid the tide of zombies." The train started up again and headed towards Crewe. "Show me your hand," Feng Yuxing said to Shao Ming. "How can it get better so quickly?" Shao Ming unconsciously hid his right hand behind him and said, "Even if it's not good, you should change the bandage." Feng Yuxing said, "Looking at your hand won't make you pregnant." This left Shao Ming speechless. The train passed through the town, leaving a group of mutants behind. The tall buildings of Crew appeared on the horizon, and the train was speeding towards Crew. In fact, the train would only pass through the suburbs of Crew, still quite a distance from the busy city center. However, there would still be many people active in the suburbs, and by now, they had all turned into mutants. Lambert slightly slowed down the train, and the group could already see mutants pouring out from the city. Shao Ming recalled the tide of zombies he had seen near the airport a couple of days ago, and the situation now was not much different. A mass of mutants was surging out from various gaps in the city. Streets, alleys, everywhere he looked was filled with mutants. Fortunately, the group was inside a powerful steel beast weighing hundreds of tons. Unless there were too many mutants blocking the tracks, they would only end up as a puddle of mush. The train crushed through the wall of mutants and slowly approached the station. Oh no! The train turned a corner, and all three saw that every track at Crew Station was filled with trains. Lambert quickly reduced the speed again. "Steady now, baby, steady." He gripped the lever tightly and nervously watched the tracks. "We're going to crash," Shao Ming said, as mutant blood splattered on the window. The train pushed aside, the mutants blocking its path, slowly coming to a stop at the rear of the preceding train. A few mutants got stuck in between, crushed into a meat patty. Luckily, the cockpit was high enough that the three inside couldn't actually see the mutants they had run over. Otherwise, they would be unable to sleep for days. With a click, the two trains connected. The train pushed against the rear of the preceding train, slowly pushing it forward. Or perhaps it was more appropriate to call it one train now. Lambert pushed the lever, and the front of the train exerted more force to push the train ahead. More mutants continued to surge in, and as the train entered the platform, the three could already see mutants at eye level. Because there was still a gap between the train and the platform, many mutants fell directly down, being crushed and distorted between the train and the platform. Lambert accelerated again. Shao Ming saw a mutant rush to the side of the train, then suddenly fall into the gap and disappear. What the three didn't know was that many bones and flesh from the mutants got stuck in the wheels and were directly ground to pieces. This several hundred meters long station felt like it was several kilometers long at this moment. Since the station was semi-open, the three could still see mutants continuously rushing in from the town not far away. On this journey alone, they had crushed nearly 1,000 mutants. Aside from the train, it would be hard for Shao Ming to find a vehicle with such destructive power. One more firepower was needed. Just this train moving was powerful enough. The train crushed through 2 mutants and moved onto the tracks heading to Birmingham. Lambert looked at the train cars starting to turn and said, "It seems we have a chance to procure some weapons." The train began to gradually accelerate, even though it was pulling 5 cars and pushing 7 or 8 more. Its speed did not decrease at all. Chapter 47. Massive arms procurement. The train was heading towards Birmingham. After confirming that they were some distance away from the city of Crew, Lambert stopped the train. "I need to get off and uncouple the front carriages," Lambert said. "We can also discard a few carriages from the back," Shao Ming added. "1 or 2 carriages will be enough." The three jumped off the train, and the scene outside made them gasp in shock. The originally blue train was half stained red, and there were several dents on the front, with what looked like human tissue stuck in some of the wheels. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood that couldn't be sensed inside the carriages, making it chillingly intense. Feng Yuxing covered her face and turned away, unwilling to look any longer. Lambert fought the urge to vomit, walked to the front of the train, and began to uncouple the cars. "Let's take a look ahead," Shao Ming suggested. Inside the couplings, it was also a bloody mess, making it hard to discern which parts were human. Lambert's face nearly wrinkled up as he nodded and uncoupled the cars. Shao Ming quickly pulled Feng Yuxing away from the train, as the sight of the previous train was equally nauseating, and the two could only turn their heads and walk away. They walked nearly 500 meters before the smell of blood began to dissipate. "Are you feeling better?" Shao Ming asked. "Maybe," Feng Yuxing replied with a bitter smile. If they hadn't been looking at such bloody scenes every day, just the smell alone would have made them vomit for half a day. "I wonder how things are back home," Feng Yuxing said. "It should be fine, right?" Shao Ming was uncertain. He hadn't contacted home for several days, and with no signal on his phone, he had no idea what was happening in the country. "We'll be able to go back soon," Shao Ming said, unsure if he was comforting himself or Feng Yuxing. At the current pace, they would definitely be able to return home within 6 months. 6 months, Feng Yuxing murmured. "As long as we keep moving forward, we can eventually get back home," Shao Ming said. "Let's go check ahead. The gun store I saw on the map should be nearby." The two continued forward, and soon a row of small houses appeared on the right side of the railway. Shao Ming pulled Feng Yuxing away from the tracks and hid them in a nearby thicket. Using the cover of the bushes, they gradually approached the housing area. The area was not safe. Several mutated beings were scattered about. However, this particular housing area was relatively isolated, appearing to be a small rest area beside the road, quite far from the town. Overall, even if they alerted the mutated beings, the number they would face wouldn't be too many. Besides the gun store, they could also see a convenience store, a gas station, and a motel. Other than the motel, the other shops were easy to observe. "You stay here and keep watch for me while I sneak over to take a look," Shao Ming said, pulling out his handgun and using the slope of the railway for cover as he approached the shop. He glanced back at Feng Yuxing, who shook her head, indicating that there were no mutated beings nearby. Shao Ming carefully peeked out. The gun store was still on the left, and he could move a little further along the slope. On the slope, Shao Ming crawled forward using both hands and feet, kicking dirt toward the railway. He steadied himself and climbed up the slope. At the top was a parking lot, where a mutated being was standing behind a jeep, unaware of Shao Ming. Quietly, he approached the back of the jeep and took out a small knife. Shao Ming tapped on the jeep's door, and the mutated being was startled, moving towards the back of the jeep. Upon seeing the mutated being's figure, Shao Ming almost jumped up, stabbing the knife into the being's chin. He had mastered the technique of a quick kill, especially against such unprepared mutated beings, and could take them down in an instant. Supporting the mutated being's corpse, he gently laid it down on the ground. Seeing no other mutated beings around, Shao Ming waved to Feng Yuxing below the slope. When she ran up, they both reached the back door of the gun store. The door was ajar, making it impossible to see inside. Shao Ming held a flashlight in one hand and slowly pushed the door open with his handgun in the other. They cautiously entered the gun store, and Shao Ming heard a noise coming from one side of the room. He quickly instructed Feng Yuxing to go inside first while he raised his handgun, aiming it toward the back of the room. Just as Feng Yuxing and Shao Ming were switching places, the door to the room suddenly burst open, and a mutated being, apparently the store owner, lunged out. Shao Ming was startled, and his handgun fell to the side due to the impact. With his right hand injured, he could only use his left hand to grip the mutated being's neck tightly while his right hand fumbled for a weapon. Roar! The store owner let out a growl, and Shao Ming inwardly cursed. At that moment, Feng Yuxing turned around, raising a metal rod above her head and bringing it down forcefully. The store owner angrily turned to Feng Yuxing, giving Shao Ming the chance to break free and pick up his handgun from the ground. Seeing the store owner about to pounce on Feng Yuxing, there was no time for her to block with the metal rod in the narrow corridor. "Shao Ming!" Feng Yuxing shouted. "Duck!" Shao Ming yelled. He pulled the trigger, and a bullet fired, hitting the store owner in the back of the head. Before they could enjoy the relief of surviving the encounter, numerous sounds of mutated beings could already be heard outside the store. The side of the shop facing the road was the main entrance, and both walls beside the entrance were lined with an array of firearms. Although the store was small, there were at least 100 guns here. Shao Ming moved behind the counter and shot down a mutated being rushing in through the main entrance. What followed was less of a battle and more like target practice, as the mutated beings could only enter through one entrance, all falling victim to Shao Ming's gunfire. It wasn't until he emptied all the magazines that he finally stopped. There were at least a dozen mutated beings' corpses lying on the ground inside and outside the store. Seeing that no more mutated beings were coming, Shao Ming set down his gun. The continuous firing had reopened the wound on his palm, blood soaking through the bandage. However, this didn't dampen his joy. The guns on the walls were like gifts from heaven, perhaps due to the remote location or the surrounding residents being quarantined. There were still quite a few guns left here. The guns hanging on the walls were mostly shotguns, including many common .22 caliber rifles and several semi-automatic shotguns. Shao Ming was not picky. He collected all the guns from the walls and the bullets from the cabinets. However, it seemed that there were no bullets for his 9mm P320 here, indicating that the handgun he had been using for so long was likely a black market gun obtained through some channel. Chapter 48 Shooting Training. The two filled their backpacks to the brim and slung several guns over their shoulders before leaving the gun store. "It's so heavy," Feng Yuxing said. "I don't know how long we can use all these guns. If we encounter a horde of zombies, it won't be enough," Shao Ming said, recalling the horde they had encountered a few hours earlier. The number of mutated creatures was simply beyond what a few semi-automatic shotguns could handle. The two slid down the slope and walked slowly back along the railway tracks. Not far along, a train appeared in their sight, slowly approaching them. Lambert jumped off the train, which had just come to a stop, and took the weapons from their hands. However, he didn't throw the backpack full of weapons into the cabin, but instead walked over to a train car that was further back. Shao Ming noticed that what had originally been a 5-car train now had only one passenger car still attached to the front. "Fortunately, the ramp isn't far," Lambert said. "I removed the extra cars, but I was worried there wouldn't be enough space, so I left one." "That's good," Shao Ming said. 3 people crammed into one cabin is still too small. "We can modify the back a bit." Lambert nodded, saying that if they had materials, they could even create a few separate rooms. Shao Ming thought it was a pretty good idea at first, but then realized that having materials might not be so easy. The 3 of them tossed the weapons into the train car and then returned to the front to grab some food. Taking advantage of the break, Shao Ming changed the bandage on his wound. After starting a fire and having lunch, which was already in the afternoon, the group prepared to return to the train and continue their journey. Just as they were about to step into the cabin, Feng Yuxing suddenly said to Shao Ming, "Hey, teach me how to use a gun." Using a gun, Shao Ming thought for a moment. Since they still had plenty of ammunition and the surrounding mutated creatures had been cleared out, it was indeed a good time to teach the two how to shoot. "Let's do it here," Shao Ming said. "There's still quite a few guns left in the gun store, and the bullets have already been moved to the train. It's perfect for you to practice." "Oh," Lambert said, looking a bit reluctant. "I'm a gun control advocate, but I should still learn." The 3 of them took 3 rifles and 3 shotguns from the gun store and returned to the train. Shao Ming took a paper target he had grabbed from the store, walked about 100 meters into the fields, and set the target against a wall. He then walked back, picked up one of the rifles, examined it for a while, and said to the 2, "Although I can't tell the exact model, this is definitely a .22 caliber rifle. The advantage is that it has low recoil and is easy to handle. But it's generally used for hunting small animals and has limited stopping power against humans." Seeing the 2 look a bit confused, Shao Ming added, in simple terms, "It's easy to shoot, but won't kill unless you hit a vital spot." The 2 nodded. Shao Ming picked up a magazine and inserted it into the gun. "This is the magazine. This gun should hold 10 rounds, so try to aim carefully." He pressed the release button and took out the magazine. "If you run out of bullets, press here to remove the magazine, swap in a new one, and put it back in." Feng Yuxing nodded and tried to reload the bullets himself. Shao Ming opened the safety and told the 2, "This little mechanism behind the bolt is the safety." He explained, "If you don't engage it, you can't chamber a round or fire. Similarly, when you're not using it, turn off the safety to prevent accidental discharge." Shao Ming pulled the bolt back, chambering a round. Now it's ready to fire. He raised the rifle and aimed at the target in the distance. Bang! With a crisp gunshot, the bullet hit the target. Shao Ming pulled the bolt back again, ejecting the spent cartridge. "Did you see that? After firing a round, you need to eject the cartridge and repeat the chambering action to keep shooting." The 2 nodded and mimicked holding the guns. Shao Ming raised a shotgun and said, "This gun has its own sight. Normally, within 100 meters, you just need to align the crosshairs with your target." Feng Yuxing nodded and eagerly said, like a child in class waiting to answer a question, "I know this. I've seen it in a TV drama." Shao Ming was a bit surprised and asked, "You watch that kind of TV drama?" Feng Yuxing replied, "I watched XXX, advertising space available. And that is how it was portrayed." "That wasn't wrong," Shao Ming nodded. "Give it a try." Lambert and Feng Yuxing both followed Shao Ming's instructions to disengage the safety, chamber a round, and aim at the target. They both pulled the trigger simultaneously, but unexpectedly, Feng Yuxing hit the target first. "My God," Lambert put down his shotgun. "Look, my bullet is almost flying to the sky." "Just use your arms to control the recoil," Shao Ming said. "This small caliber has low recoil. With other guns, You might need more than just arm strength. The two continued to shoot a few more rounds, and fortunately, Lambert finally managed to hit the target. Not bad, Shao Ming said. You two picked it up quickly. After a few rounds with the shotgun, Shao Ming also taught them how to use the shotgun. The gunfire by the train gradually ceased as the sun began to set. The three returned to the train, and this time they didn't sleep in the cabin, but rather in the passenger car. After all, lying on a few chairs was much more comfortable than lying on the floor. Shao Ming thought about what Feng Yuxing had said earlier. They had lost contact with their families for several days and needed to think of a way to get in touch. He wondered if his parents and family were okay. As he fell into a deep sleep, Shao Ming seemed to dream of returning home, just as he excitedly ran towards his parents. He was met with their blood-red eyes staring at him. He woke up from the nightmare, realizing it was already morning. Shao Ming rubbed his head. After the mutation, he and T dreamed it all, and last night he had a nightmare. Checking the time, it was only around 7 o'clock. Shao Ming got up, ate something, and returned to the living area to search for supplies. By the time the other two woke up, he had nearly emptied the gun store and also brought back a lot of water and food from the convenience store at the gas station. Lambert looked at the map in the cabin and started the train, while Shao Ming and Feng Yuxing organized the collected supplies and practiced shooting in the back car. The train sped forward amidst the sounds of gunfire, leaving the mutated creatures far behind, while in the distance on the horizon, a city belching thick smoke slowly emerged. Chapter 49 Greenhouse. The train passed through several urban areas in succession, entering the center of a large town. The scenery outside the window gradually transformed from trees and wheat fields to an unbroken line of houses, and of course, numerous mutants. The road conditions in the urban area were worse than those outside the city. Since the railway passed through the city center, many roads were intertwined with the railway, causing numerous vehicles trying to escape the city to be stuck at the railway junction. Shao Ming and Feng Yuxing were not in the front of the train, so Lambert could only grit his teeth and speed up, crashing into the vehicles that were blocking the way ahead. He gripped the control panel tightly and drove the train forward, accompanied by a loud bang and the sharp sound of metal scraping. All the abandoned cars blocking the front of the train were pushed aside, although this did not significantly affect the train's performance. It had already flattened the already uneven front of the train almost completely. At this moment, Shao Ming, who was looking for a place to sit and rest in the carriage, was startled. What happened? Feng Yuxing quickly stood up from the side and asked. The train did not slow down, and soon the wreckage of the cars that had been hit appeared outside the window on both sides. Shao Ming had a rough idea of what was going on. He felt the need to find a walkie-talkie to communicate with Lambert in the front of the train. There must be something blocking the way. Shao Ming said to Feng Yuxing, "Look at that car that was knocked aside." The two thought they could pass through the next stretch of road safely, but unexpectedly, another loud bang came from the front of the train shortly after. After driving a certain distance out of the town, Lambert slowly stopped the train. After confirming that there were no mutants around, Shao Ming jumped off the train with a shotgun in hand. Lambert also happened to open the door and get off the train, and Shao Ming hurriedly asked him what had happened. "The tire is broken." Lambert pointed to the side of the train, and Shao Ming followed his finger to see that the bearing between two wheels had already broken, and something that looked like a water tank had also cracked open a large hole. "This?" Shao Ming looked at it and asked, "What should we do?" Lambert said awkwardly, "Normally we should go to a specialized workshop for replacement, but even if we can find a specialized workshop, we don't have the capability to deal with it." Shao Ming never expected that their journey home by train would end so soon. "The simplest way is to just replace it with another one." Lambert said, "Didn't you say that replacing it wasn't realistic before?" Shao Ming recalled what Lambert had said yesterday. "Just yesterday, you said there was no key." Lambert explained, "I looked at the map, and there should be a repair workshop nearby. Generally speaking, the keys for repairing trains will also be stored there." Shao Ming took the tablet, but was surprised to find that the train repair workshop was actually in the city. "This place," Shao Ming said, "if we stop, we will be surrounded by thousands of zombies, and you can't be sure if there is a usable train inside. Our train can't reach there." Lambert said helplessly, "The junctions in the city have led us in another direction, and we can't move the ramps in the city." Feng Yuxing also got off the train at this moment. She heard the two's questions and asked in confusion, "Does this mean the train can't run?" "The road conditions in the city are too poor. I don't know if these two wheels will suddenly fly off. Then I'll go find a vehicle to come back." Shao Ming said. Looking at the map, where are we now? We should be on the east side of Stoke-on-Trent. If we take the southern route, we should pass through a town. Lambert explained that he had been looking at the map and was most aware of the situation outside the train. After they just passed through the city by railway, there were two railway lines from Stoke-on-Trent. One headed south towards Birmingham, and the other went east towards Nottingham. They were currently stopped on the eastern line, and the repair shop Lambert mentioned was in the city that the southern line passed through, about 7 kilometers apart. At this moment, Shao Ming felt that taking the train was not a very good idea. Although it was indeed faster than a car, it could only run on fixed tracks, which felt a bit impractical. Seeing that Shao Ming was hesitant, Lambert hurriedly said, "We just need to switch tracks on the outskirts. These problems only occur in the urban area." "It better be." Shao Ming rubbed his head and said, "Let us find a vehicle first. Whether we go to the repair shop next or not, we need a vehicle." The three packed their bags, took some necessary weapons and food, and left the train to head back. None of them were thieves, nor could they just hotwire a vehicle like in movies and TV shows. Obtaining a usable car was actually quite troublesome, as they first needed to find the car keys. As Shao Ming walked, he pondered in his mind, whether by train or car, in such an environment, they would inevitably have to endure collisions. Unless they could somehow reinforce the vehicle into a mobile fortress wrapped in heavy steel plates like in some movies. The three walked for about 10 minutes when a greenhouse-like building appeared on one side of the railway. "I'll go take a look first." As usual, Shao Ming signaled for the two to hide and went ahead to scout. He crouched down with a shotgun and made his way to the wall. Inside the wall was a large greenhouse, and behind the greenhouse was a 2-story building. This place was different from other buildings. First, because it only had a solitary large greenhouse, which did not seem like a farmer's home, and second, because all the windows of the building were boarded up. Could there be survivors here? Shao Ming thought to himself as he climbed over the wall. Using the greenhouse as cover, Shao Ming could see the situation inside the building more clearly. Although all the windows were boarded up, he could still see some shadows inside through the gaps. Just a glance couldn't tell whether they were living people or mutants. So Shao Ming waited a moment longer and noticed that the shadows inside remained still, resembling the dormant state of mutants. It seemed he was overthinking it. Shao Ming crawled into the greenhouse, and what met his eyes was a row of neatly planted plants. He reached out and picked a tomato from one of the plants and took a bite. Surprisingly, it was quite sweet. Holding the tomato, Shao Ming exited the greenhouse through another door. Due to the wooden boards blocking the way, the mutants inside did not make any noise. He circled around to the front of the building and saw a small pickup truck parked steadily in front of the small building. Chapter 50. The pickup. Shao Ming walked up to the pickup and looked inside. The interior was very neat and clean, without any dust, making it seem like it hadn't been parked there for long. Could there really be a living person inside? Shao Ming walked around the house again, confirming that all the doors and windows were sealed shut, and then he mustered his courage to shout, "Is anyone there?" The only response he received was the roar of the mutated creatures. Almost the moment he shouted, the wooden boards on the first floor were knocked, and the mutated creatures inside roared, trying to break out. Were these creatures locked inside by someone, or did they lock themselves in and eventually mutate? Seeing that the mutated creatures couldn't get out, Shao Ming lost interest in them and began searching for the keys to the pickup truck. He looked around but didn't see any keys, which only left one possibility. The keys were inside the house. Shao Ming circled the building again and estimated that there were about 5 or 6 mutated creatures inside, based on the gaps in the wooden boards. Just as he was about to climb over the wall back to the tracks, he saw Feng Yuxing and Lambert climbing in. When they saw Shao Ming standing safely in the yard, relief washed over Feng Yuxing's face. "You scared us to death," she said. "We heard the zombies and didn't hear you shoot, and thought something happened to you." "It's not a big deal." Shao Ming pointed to the house behind him. "They're all locked inside." "Who?" Lambert asked, puzzled. "Who has got nothing better to do than lock them in?" "Probably themselves," Shao Ming shrugged. "It looks like they sealed the doors and windows to defend against the zombies." Feng Yuxing peeked out from behind the shed and immediately spotted the issue. The boards were nailed from the inside. Shao Ming slapped his forehead. "He thought of that." "Did you find a car?" Lambert asked. "There's a car, but the keys should be in the house." The three of them looked towards the house, where the mutated creatures were still roaring inside. "I don't want to go in," Lambert said. Feng Yuxing didn't say much, but turned to Shao Ming and asked, "What do you want to do?" "According to the map, this is the only place nearby that has people living in it," Shao Ming said. "There are more zombies in the urban area, so it's better to clear this room and take a chance inside." "Oh, fine," Lambert agreed. The three of them approached the front door, and the mutated creatures inside surged towards them at the front door. "Remember to aim for the head," Shao Ming reminded them as he stepped up to the door. Shao Ming listened to the movements of the mutated creatures on the other side of the door, took 2 steps back, and raised the shotgun toward the door. He aimed roughly at head height and pulled the trigger. The shotgun pellets penetrated the wooden door and shot into the head of a mutated creature inside. He cycled the action, ejecting a spent shell and chambering a new round. A horrific roar came from the mutated creature inside, and without hesitation, Shao Ming fired again. After emptying the 5 rounds in the shotgun, he reloaded and fired once more. Lambert and Feng Yuxing stood to the side with their hunting rifles, feeling their weapons were not much use at this moment. It wasn't until there was no sound from the mutated creatures inside that Shao Ming lowered his gun and approached the battered door. The door was now riddled with bullet holes, and sunlight streamed through them into the room. After observing for a moment, it seemed there were no more mutated creatures alive. Shao Ming kicked the dilapidated door open, only to be surprised as a mutated creature leaped out from among the corpses on the floor, directly knocking Shao Ming to the ground. Holding a shotgun, he could only jam the weapon into the creature's mouth, unable to free a hand to reach for his knife or handgun at his waist. Feng Yuxing quickly raised her gun, but with Shao Ming wrestling with the mutated creature, she couldn't find the right moment to fire and didn't dare pull the trigger. Lambert reacted quickly. He turned the gun around and smashed the stock down hard onto the creature's head. Thanks to Lambert's strike, Shao Ming managed to kick the mutated creature off and escape. Feng Yuxing raised her hunting rifle and fired a shot at the creature that was now on the ground. Bang! The barrel was almost pressed against the creature's head as she fired, the bullet penetrating the skull and turning its brain into mush. "This zombie," Shao Ming said, still shaken as he got up from the ground. "How could it ambush like an old 6? Are you okay?" Feng Yuxing lowered her gun, feeling her hands trembling. "I'm fine," Shao Ming said as he readied his shotgun again. "Thanks, you guys." The wooden forearm of the shotgun had already been bitten by the mutated creatures, and Shao Ming felt uncomfortable holding it. The three of them entered the room, where the floor was covered in the blood and brain matter of the mutated creatures, due to the obstruction of the wooden boards. The light in the room wasn't good. Lambert, walking last, took out a flashlight to illuminate the area. The room seemed to be a bar, but the decor also resembled that of a clinic. The keys to the pickup were easy to find, just lying quietly on the bar at the entrance. Shao Ming picked up the keys and also grabbed 2 bottles of liquor from the shelf, putting them in his bag. "What are you going to do with that?" Feng Yuxing asked when she saw Shao Ming putting the liquor in his bag. "Drink it," Lambert answered for Shao Ming. Shao Ming smiled sheepishly and adjusted his bag. The three of them got into the pickup truck, and Shao Ming glanced at the vehicle, sighing deeply. "Sigh, it's another manual." He started the engine and turned the vehicle towards the railway. The pickup sped down the slope, and the heads of the 3 passengers almost hit the ceiling of the truck. "What a wild driving style," Lambert complained. Feng Yuxing recalled how Shao Ming had driven a bus wildly in Manchester and nodded in agreement. Shao Ming shrugged and said, "There are no traffic cops." However, he still tried to keep the vehicle between the 2 tracks to avoid too much bumping. The 3 of them transferred all the supplies from the train into the truck and drove towards the highway. "Which way do we go?" Shao Ming asked Lambert, who was in the passenger seat. Lambert looked at the map and said, "It's best to cut through the middle area. It's the shortest distance. We could also drive south and take a big detour or head directly north into the city, which would be the fastest." Shao Ming took the map, looked it over, and said, "Let us go south. It's a bit farther, but the road conditions are good, and there are fewer towns." Lambert took back the tablet and said, "You decide. The steering wheel is in your hands." The pickup truck turned around and drove in the opposite direction of the city. Chapter 04. Hidden Corners, United States, Tennessee. United Pharmaceutical Bioresearch Lab, 3 months after the pandemic, 2 months before the mutation occurred. Dr. Aaron, a researcher, rushed into the office, calling out to Dr. Aaron, who was preparing to leave for the day. Dr. Aaron turned around. The woman in her 40s wore a kind smile that made it hard to associate her with deadly virus research. What's the matter? Seeing someone had called her, she paused her hand from hanging up her lab coat and asked, E003 has undergone a secondary mutation. The researcher hurriedly handed Dr. Aaron a tablet. She took it and began to look, her smile gradually fading. How could this happen? How could the same virus infect itself? It's simply unexplainable. The virus within the 003 mutant is devouring each other, merging into a new virus, the researcher said. You need to come and see it with me. The mutation is still ongoing. Dr. Aaron quickly put on her lab coat and rushed with the researcher to the lab where E003 was located. Inside the thick bulletproof glass, a mutant was tied to a chair, struggling in pain. By the time Dr. Aaron saw it, most of the mutant's skin had already peeled off, revealing the bright, red muscle tissue underneath. Just 10 minutes ago, when Dr. Aaron was about to leave for home, the E003 mutant was still completely normal, relatively speaking. Dr. Aaron hurried to the desk and pressed the microphone connected to the room. What's the situation now? The two researchers standing next to the mutant shook their heads, indicating they didn't know either. The mutant's screams penetrated the thick bulletproof glass, sending shivers down the spines of everyone present. The skin on the mutant was peeling off at a visible rate, and the life sign monitoring equipment was only displaying a chaotic mess. Have you injected it with a sedative? Dr. Aaron asked. Another researcher turned around and said, no effect. Dr. Aaron pressed the microphone again and shouted at the two researchers inside, get out of the lab. The two researchers hurriedly fled the lab. The scene inside was simply too terrifying. She then turned to the researcher beside her and asked, how long after the vaccine was injected did this situation begin? The researcher glanced at the screen and replied, 10 hours, 5 minutes, and 24 seconds. Blood began to flow from the mutant's body, and its eyes seemed to be bulging out of their sockets. This group of medical elites was powerless in the face of the current situation, watching as the mutant on the bed gradually became unrecognizable. Suddenly, its pelvis exploded, intestines spilling out of its body, and its eyes burst under the extreme pressure. Preliminary estimates suggest that the vaccine catalyzed some viruses within 003, causing it to mutate, and the virus combined with vaccine components began to attack other viruses. Suddenly, the mutant broke free from the restraints on the bed and rolled off. Dr. Aaron pressed the emergency button on the desk, and a sharp alarm immediately echoed throughout the research base. Warning, biological specimen breach containment. All researchers evacuate to floors D3 and above immediately. Several security personnel rushed in. Although they had never experienced such a scene, their professionalism kept them steady as they raised their assault rifles. The mutant writhed on the ground in pain, its intestines nearly fully exposed. Take it down, Dr. Aaron said. The security captain nodded and led his team to the door of the lab. Anyone entering the lab had to go through a full minute of disinfection procedures, and this mutant only had a minute left to live. The E003 mutant wriggled free from the tubes and needles attached to its body, crawling on all fours to the front of the bulletproof glass. Despite the thick barrier, all the researchers were startled. It was an extremely distorted and terrifying face. All muscle tissue exposed, blood continually flowing from its eye sockets, as if it were crying. It howled to the sky, and the researchers could see how the muscle fibers on its face worked. The door finally opened, and security personnel immediately aimed their guns at E003's head and pulled the trigger. Dozens of bullets struck its head, and blood and plasma immediately splattered onto the bulletproof glass. Seeing the mutant go silent, the security personnel cautiously approached its body. Suddenly, one security officer let out a scream and fell, and due to the blood on the glass, Dr. Aaron could hardly see the situation inside. Next, there were intense gunshots and cries from the lab, with several bullets even hitting the bulletproof glass. More blood was splattered onto the glass, and it was clearly not from E003, but from security personnel. Evacuate, evacuate, Dr. Aaron shouted anxiously. The researchers in the observation room finally reacted and fled out in a panic. One relatively calm researcher immediately closed the lab door, not caring whether any security personnel had survived inside. Dr. Aaron quickly typed a string of numbers on the screen, the last to leave the observation room. Inside the lab, screams, gunshots, and the mutants' roars intertwined, creating a horrific symphony. The alarm in the lab intensified, and a cold, emotionless, synthetic female voice announced, "Warning, a serious biological contamination incident has occurred. Personnel with level 5 clearance or above are authorized. This facility will begin purification in 2 minutes. Warning, a serious biological contamination incident." Dr. Aaron boarded the elevator, fleeing to the ground with the other researchers. Inside the lab, E-03 mutant was crouched on the ground, gnawing on a security personnel's corpse. Suddenly, liquid began to spray from the ceiling's nozzles. E-03 looked up in confusion, examining the nozzle like an animal. Then, accompanied by a small spark, the entire underground section of the laboratory was engulfed in flames. E-03 struggled in the fire until its body was completely cooked. In front of the upper part of the laboratory, hundreds of researchers stood waiting for instructions. "The vaccine is useless," Dr. Aaron said, supported by 2 researchers as she stepped out of the elevator. The end of the world was coming. Just as they stepped out of the research building, a violent explosion occurred throughout the entire laboratory. The mushroom cloud from the explosion was visible from several kilometers away in the city, and the entire laboratory, along with all the researchers, became a large pit. Chapter 51 Train Repair Shop. Although it was a long detour, the actual distance was only about 10 kilometers. Since it was all country roads with not many vehicles, the pickup truck soon made its way to the other side of the city. The houses on both sides of the street increased, and through the gaps between the houses, one could also see the railway on one side. "We're almost there," Lambert said. "The repair shop is next to a large stadium. It should be obvious." "Okay," Shao Ming replied, driving the pickup truck to avoid mutant. The few of them were thrown to one side, and then back again by inertia, and both Feng Yuxing and Lambert had expressions of someone who was already used to it. Shao Ming saw their expressions in the rearview mirror and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Is my driving that bad?" As the pickup truck drove further, more mutants appeared on the road. Apart from the group of mutants following closely behind the truck, more and more mutants were blocking the road ahead. However, it was fortunate that this was the outskirts of a small city, so it wouldn't attract an endless horde of mutants like the previous 2 times. He seized the opportunity, made a turn, and squeezed through the parking lot between 2 houses onto the railway. The train repair shop was just a few hundred meters away, with 6 workshops standing side by side at the end of the tracks. A mutant suddenly sprang out from the roadside, and due to the obstruction of the surrounding wall, Shao Ming didn't see it at first. There was no way to dodge this one. Shao Ming could only slow down and brace himself for impact. "Hold on." With a bang, a mutant charging toward them was knocked away, and the pickup truck's hood was dented. What was worse, the airbag deployed and hit both Shao Ming and Lambert in the face. Startled by the airbag, Shao Ming instinctively slammed on the brakes, and the pickup truck came to a stop on the open tracks. Go. The only one not blocked by the airbag, Feng Yuxing, was in the back seat holding on her backpack, seeing that quite a few mutants were charging toward the pickup truck. The airbag in front of Shao Ming hadn't deflated yet, but he could roughly guess the situation outside and quickly pressed the gas pedal again. Bang! Another impact sound, and Shao Ming felt the truck shake. Luckily, the now-deflated airbag wouldn't deploy again. Shao Ming drove the pickup truck into an open workshop of the repair shop, and the group quickly got out, retrieving their weapons from the truck bed. "Go close the door," Shao Ming shouted as he ran toward the entrance. Lambert and Feng Yuxing each ran toward a door, compared to the heavy doors of the warehouse from the past 2 days. The workshop doors were not only thinner, but also had more tires at the bottom to assist. Shao Ming raised his shotgun and aimed at a mutant's forehead. Several running mutants were taken down one by one, and it had to be admitted that the battles over the past few days had improved Shao Ming's shooting skills. Just as he fired another round from his gun, the .22 caliber bullet did not kill the mutant it hit. After falling, it actually got back up. Shao Ming was busy shooting at the next mutant and didn't notice anything unusual at first, until he aimed the scope back at this mutant's head. He discovered a bloody bullet hole on its forehead. Shao Ming pondered for a moment. Although the .22 caliber bullet had low lethality at this distance of 100 meters, how could it not kill a mutant with no protection on its head? But it didn't matter. He could always shoot it again. The bullets in the gun were all spent, and just as Shao Ming was about to switch to the shotgun on his back, the two behind him finally managed to close the door. "Hurry up and come in," they shouted almost simultaneously, one in Chinese and the other in English. Shao Ming ran toward the workshop, and the door finally closed behind him. He put the shotgun back in the pickup truck and began to examine the workshop. In the center of the workshop was a train undergoing maintenance, with the right side divided into two levels. The first floor had a lot of tools, while the second floor had a locked room. The sun was almost setting, and since the workshop only had skylights, the light inside was quite dim. Type 68 locomotive. Lambert walked over to the train, stroking it. It was only delivered to the country after 2016. "I didn't expect to have the chance to drive this kind of train." Shao Ming and Feng Yuxing exchanged glances. "Why does Lambert seem a bit creepy?" "I'll go find something to start a fire," Feng Yuxing volunteered, starting to unload food from the pickup truck. Shao Ming, holding the shotgun, went up to the second floor. It began to rain outside, and the raindrops made a pattering sound against the steel exterior of the workshop. Outside, the mutants that had finally made it through were locked out, roaring at the workshop door in the rain. The door to the room on the second floor was tightly locked, and Shao Ming tried the doorknob. But it had no effect. Lambert seemed to be looking for something on the first floor, and Feng Yuxing had already started a fire. Shao Ming knocked on the door. It was wooden and not very thick. He stepped back a couple of paces and raised his shotgun next to the door lock. "Watch out for gunfire." He reminded the two downstairs and pulled the trigger. A large hole was blown in the wooden door, but the lock remained attached to the door panel. He reloaded and pulled the trigger again. This time, the lock completely separated from the door panel. Shao Ming pushed open the wooden door and raised his flashlight to illuminate the small room. Inside were two locked cabinets, and on the window side was a small table with a computer on it. On the right side of the small table, there was a key rack nailed to the wall. Shao Ming took down two keys from it and put them in his bag. Although he didn't know what the keys were for, it was better to have them than not. He opened the drawer of the small table, which contained some documents and a pack of cigarettes. Shao Ming stuffed the cigarettes into his bag. Although he didn't smoke, cigarettes had a social aspect to them. As the saying goes, it's better to have than to lack. Using the light from outside, Shao Ming began to flip through the documents. Some were registration manuals, while others appeared to be maintenance manuals filled with many technical terms that Shao Ming didn't recognize. He picked up the maintenance manual, ready to show it to Lambert downstairs, but he heard the latter calling for him from below. "Shao Ming, have you seen the train keys?" Shao Ming leaned his head over the stairs, pulled out the keys from his bag, and asked, "Is this what you're looking for?" He handed the keys and a maintenance manual to Lambert, and saw Feng Yuxing squatting obediently by the fire, fiddling with the potatoes and the flames with a metal rod. The girl's hair fell beside her cheeks, and the firelight made her face appear particularly three-dimensional and beautiful. Chapter 52 Rare Leisure Time. It's time to eat. Feng Yuxing raised her head and happened to make eye contact with Shao Ming. Both of them awkwardly turned their heads away, and Shao Ming wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Finally, it's time for a meal. Lambert jumped down from the train, eagerly picked up a potato from the ground, and started peeling it. He hadn't eaten on time for the past few days. The two people beside him couldn't hide their embarrassment. Shao Ming used the butt of his gun to push out a potato, but when he went to grab it, he got burned and quickly pulled his hand back. He then went to fetch a bottle of mineral water from the pickup, only to accidentally knock down some of the food piled up in the truck. Shao Ming cursed himself in his heart, wondering what was wrong with him. He wasn't inexperienced in relationships, so why was he acting like a young boy who had never seen a woman before? Huffed. Feng Yuxing laughed, covering her mouth as she looked at Shao Ming's foolishness. "Let me help you," she said to Shao Ming, who was picking up potatoes from the ground. No, I can handle it myself. It's just a small matter," Shao Ming hurriedly replied. Feng Yuxing still stood up, walked over to Shao Ming, and squatted down to help him pick up the potatoes. Shao Ming shyly said, "Thank you, I'm so clumsy." "Not at all. You're really capable," Feng Yuxing said. "At least you brought us through this." Lambert was gnawing on a potato while flipping through the technical manual, most of the terms still relatively familiar to him. "We're really lucky, truly lucky," Lambert said as he looked at the maintenance list. "This train has just finished maintenance and is ready to depart. It doesn't need any repairs. It can just leave." Shao Ming stood up from behind the pickup and said, "Don't you think our train needs to be equipped with some armor?" Lambert pondered for a moment and asked, "You mean putting some iron plates on the outside?" Shao Ming nodded, recalling a classic movie, Land of the Dead. Although it featured armored vehicles on the road, why couldn't they transform a train into an armored train? It could be feasible, but the key is the materials, Lambert asked. Shao Ming and Feng Yuxing sat down by the fire. Shao Ming said to Lambert, "The workshop next door is connected to ours with iron plates. And they don't seem too thick. We could give it a try." "Then we need a high-powered cutting machine," Lambert said, "but it can't be too big. If we find a CNC machine, it won't be able to cut through walls. It's best if it's handheld." Shao Ming slapped his forehead, recalling a type of equipment that firefighters use for cutting. He took out his tablet and searched for the fire department. "We also need to check how thick this wall is." Lambert glanced at the iron wall behind the train and said, "But it doesn't look too thick." Shao Ming found the fire department on the map and said, "There's a fire station about 3 kilometers away, but it's in the city." Now Shao Ming felt that the best decision he made was to bring the tablet along and download the global map. "We could try it," Lambert said, "and block the side wheels." "Okay." Feng Yuxing handed Shao Ming a peeled potato, saying it wasn't hot anymore. "Ah, thank you." Shao Ming took the potato and stuffed it into his mouth. Lambert muttered to himself, "Why do I have to peel my own?" After the three of them finished eating, they sat by the fireplace with nothing to do. Shao Ming propped up the tablet on the back of the pickup, connected it to a power bank, and started playing a TV series. "No, what if the battery runs out?" Lambert said, puzzled. "What's the point of watching TV at a time like this?" "There's a charging port in the truck," Shao Ming replied. The three of them sat down and watched the TV. Outside, the mutated creatures had long since quieted down and seemed to have disappeared. Looking at the flickering images on the tablet reminded Shao Ming of the time a month ago when Li Long went downstairs to watch a TV series. Now, the two of them were not only separated by life and death, but also by 1,000 miles. He couldn't help but touch the letter of intent in his tactical vest, relieved that it was still safely in his bag. Feng Yuxing walked to the back of the truck, took out a fruit can, and shared it with everyone, naturally sitting next to Shao Ming. "Let me see your hand." Feng Yuxing pulled Shao Ming's hand over and unwrapped the bandage. The wound on his palm showed signs of healing. But perhaps because Shao Ming had continued fighting and shooting with his right hand after getting injured, the healing wasn't very good. "You need to wrap it up again," Feng Yuxing said as she got up to fetch new bandages. Lambert glanced over and gave Shao Ming a meaningful look. After watching 2 episodes of the TV series, the three of them went to find places to sleep. Feng Yuxing slept in the back seat of the pickup. Shao Ming sat in the driver's seat, while Lambert surprisingly lay down on the floor of the train's driver's cabin. Until midnight, Shao Ming couldn't fall asleep. Outside, there was nothing but the sound of rain, and the entire workshop was silent. His mind was racing with thoughts, occasionally thinking of Li Long who died in bed, and sometimes recalling the couple he had seen on the rooftop. Feng Yuxing behind him turned over, letting out a small murmur. Shao Ming rubbed his eyes, got down from the truck, and draped his coat over Feng Yuxing. The next day, Shao Ming was awakened by the sunlight. He quickly sat up and looked at his watch, surprised to see it was already 11 o'clock. It was all because he couldn't sleep last night. He got down from the truck, and Lambert was studying the train, while Feng Yuxing had already organized the supplies in the back of the truck and moved them into another cabin at the rear. "Why didn't you wake me up?" Shao Ming yawned and asked. "You look so sound asleep." Feng Yuxing smiled and said, "I couldn't bear to wake you." She got down from the train and quietly said to Shao Ming, "Thank you for your coat. I was going to wake you." Lambert poked his head out from the driver's cabin with a resentful expression. "You were snoring. Don't sleep while sitting next time." Shao Ming smiled awkwardly and took a sip from a bottle of water. "Let's go to the fire station after lunch," he said, "to see if we can find a cutter." "For lunch, we'll have cookies with potatoes," Feng Yuxing said. "It's either potatoes with cookies or cookies with potatoes." Lambert's expression of resentment deepened. "At least we have something to eat. Being picky is unnecessary," Feng Yuxing said to Lambert. "We're running out of cookies too. We can look for more food along the way." Okay." Shao Ming nodded, surprised that the cookies he brought could last the three of them for several days. After starting a fire and having lunch, Shao Ming loaded bullets into all the guns. "Bullets are limited. We should use iron rods if we can." Shao Ming handed the shotgun to the two of them and said. Chapter 53. Gordon Shao Ming pushed open the workshop's main door, and Lambert stepped on the gas. Driving along the tracks, The surrounding mutants, hearing the sound of the vehicle again, became agitated and gathered towards the train repair shop. Shao Ming jumped onto the back of the pickup truck, patted the truck bed, signaling that they could set off. Lambert turned the steering wheel and drove onto the road leading into the city. Shao Ming sat in the truck bed, and the low railing gave him a feeling that he might fall off at any moment. Perhaps because this road led to a larger city, Birmingham, there weren't many people choosing to leave the city this way, so the road conditions were relatively good. Unlike when Shao Ming left Manchester, where there were cars everywhere. The pickup truck quickly drove from the suburbs into the city center, and the three of them had already shaken off the third wave of over 100 small corpses. Fortunately, Lambert's driving skills were much better than Shao Ming's. The pickup truck hit quite a few mutants, but the vehicle didn't suffer severe damage. They safely drove into the city center, where the fire station quietly stood at a crossroads. As soon as Lambert parked the pickup truck, hundreds of mutants rushed over from all directions. Shao Ming immediately set up his shotgun in the truck bed, taking out the two closest mutants. The two people inside the truck hurriedly opened the doors and ran towards the fire station. Getting quickly, Shao Ming jumped off the truck, resting his gun on the hood, firing at the incoming mutants with the support of the front of the truck. Once both of them entered the fire station, Shao Ming put away his shotgun and closed the big door. Lambert and Feng Yuxing quickly pushed a table over to block the door. The mutants crashed against the door, and Shao Ming took the baseball bat from his back and wedged it between the doorknob. There were no mutants on the first floor of the fire station, and there were no fire trucks in the garage, suggesting that all the firefighters had been dispatched when the mutation first began. Seeing that they were temporarily safe, Shao Ming came to look at the floor plan and said, "The cafeteria is behind here on the first floor, and their SA equipment room on the second floor. Let's check the cafeteria first." Feng Yuxing said. Shao Ming took the lead, and the three entered the cafeteria together. Since the cafeteria's windows faced away from the street, there were no mutants outside, but the lighting inside was not very good. A shadow flashed across the room and hid behind a cabinet. Shao Ming immediately raised a shotgun, but the shadow didn't look like a mutant. It seemed more like a large dog. The shadow peeked out from behind the cabinet, and the three of them saw its true form. It was a very thin German shepherd, perhaps because they had only seen mutants during this time. The dog was quite cautious. The three humans and the dog watched each other warily. "I think this is a normal dog," Feng Yuxing said. "I think so too." Shao Ming squatted down, extended his hand, and made a kissing sound toward the German shepherd, saying, "Come here, come here." The German shepherd not only didn't come over, but also tucked its tail and took 2 steps back. Feng Yuxing whispered, "Foreign dogs might not understand that." Shao Ming shouted in English, "Come here, come here." The German shepherd seemed to hesitate for a moment, but slowly walked over. "Good boy, good boy." Shao Ming reached out and tried to pet the German shepherd's head. It didn't refuse and slowly relaxed its guard. Shao Ming picked up the pendant on the dog's collar, which had several lines of small text. "Hanlini Fire Brigade. Loyal comrade. Search and rescue dog Gordon." Shao Ming stroked the dog's head and said, "Your name is Gordon, right?" Hearing its name, Gordon wagged its tail and spun around the three of them. "It looks so thin." Feng Yuxing also squatted down and patted Gordon's body. "You guys aren't thinking about keeping it, are you?" Lambert said. "We barely have enough food for ourselves." Shao Ming stood up. He wanted to take the dog with him. But Lambert was right. The big dog would require a lot of food, and it wouldn't be easy to feed 3 people. "Let's find some food first," Shao Ming said. The 3 rummaged through the kitchen, and no one could ignore Gordon, who was following closely at their feet. "Look here." Lambert opened an upper cabinet, neatly stacked with about 10 cans. He stuffed the cans into his backpack, and Gordon, hearing the sound of the cans, ran to sit at Lambert's feet. "No, no, no." "Little guy." Lambert shook his head and said, "This isn't for you." Feng Yuxing glanced at Shao Ming, who could only lower his head. There was nothing else in the kitchen. It seemed Gordon had eaten all the food he could reach. Shao Ming, holding the shotgun, cautiously walked up to the second floor. The corridor on the second floor was pitch black. Not even the emergency lights were on. Lambert pulled out a flashlight from behind and turned it on, allowing the 3 to see where the equipment room's door was. Entering the equipment room, most of the firefighting tools had already been taken by the firefighters, leaving only some equipment in a wire mesh enclosure at the very back. It wasn't hard to find the cutting machine, which was placed in the center. Now, this wire mesh had become the only obstacle. Shao Ming tried to push the door, but as expected, it didn't budge. There must be a key, Feng Yuxing said. I'll go look for it. As the three discussed how to open the door, Gordon seemed to sense their intention, tugging at Shao Ming's pant leg. Do you have something to say? Shao Ming squatted down and patted Gordon's head, asking. Gordon turned and ran a couple of steps forward, then looked back at the three, as if guiding them to follow him. Shao Ming took the lead and followed, and Gordon ran a couple of steps ahead, stopping to look back. Thus, guided by Gordon, the three arrived at the office opposite the equipment room. Gordon ran to a desk and scratched at a drawer with his paw. Shao Ming stepped forward and opened the drawer, where a set of keys lay quietly inside. This dog is really smart. Shao Ming took out the keys and casually directed them towards Lambert. Lambert shrugged and didn't say anything. Good boy, Gordon. Feng Yuxing squatted down and patted Gordon's head. Using the keys provided by Gordon, the three successfully opened the equipment room door. Shao Ming took out the cutting machine and handed it to Lambert, and then took a fire axe from inside. The baseball bat had been left downstairs, so he still needed a melee weapon. Lambert asked, All right, now that we have everything, how are we going to get back? Feng Yuxing looked out the window. Although the mutants were no longer agitated, they were still gathered downstairs. According to the usual pattern, they will disperse by night. Shao Ming looked at the sky and said, We'll go back tomorrow morning. Chapter 54. At a terrifying night at the fire station, the three returned to the office, and the entire second floor had only this one room with 2 exits, which could also be blocked with miscellaneous items. However, the fire station did not have the massive iron doors for protection like the workshop did last night. We took turns standing watch, and Shao Ming began to assign tasks, starting from 10 o'clock, with each person taking 3-hour shifts. I'll take the first shift, Feng Yuxing said. I'm good staying up late. Then I'll take the last one, Lambert quickly replied, thinking that the person in the middle would have it the hardest. The two on either side could get 6 hours of sleep, while the one in the middle would only be able to take short naps. All right, Shao Ming nodded. As he didn't mind, he wouldn't be able to sleep comfortably here anyway. He walked to the window and looked down. The mutants had all entered a dormant state again, standing motionless on the ground below. During dinner, Lambert took out 3 cans of peas from his bag and shared them with everyone. Feng Yuxing took one can, found a small bowl, poured some peas into it, and pushed it towards Gordon. Gordon happily wagged his tail and began to eat. Shao Ming patted Gordon's head, thinking how well-behaved this dog was. But then he realized that having a dog and taking care of it on a train was undoubtedly a burden. After all, a train is not a car. It can't just stop whenever, and they didn't have any compartments left to keep a dog. In the dead of night, Feng Yuxing had already fallen asleep, and Shao Ming, who was taking over the watch, yawned and stared blankly out the window. The mutants downstairs had not dispersed yet, and Shao Ming really wanted to see why these mutants disappeared without a trace every morning. Logically, even if they quickly entered a dormant state, shouldn't they all remain standing still? Why would they disperse on their own? Suddenly, Gordon, who was lying nearby, raised his head warily, sensing that something had entered the fire station. Shao Ming had not yet noticed Gordon's odd behavior and was still observing the mutants below. Gordon suddenly stood up and ran towards the door. His paws made a pattering sound on the floor, and when Shao Ming turned around, he saw Gordon had reached the door and was sniffing with his head raised. What do you smell? Shao Ming quietly asked Gordon as he picked up the shotgun beside him. Suddenly, through the small window on the door, Shao Ming seemed to see a shadow flash by outside. Gordon growled threateningly, crouching low and taking an attack stance. Could a mutant have entered? Shao Ming thought, but that didn't make sense. He hadn't heard any commotion downstairs. It definitely wasn't his imagination. Otherwise, how could he explain Gordon's reaction? Shao Ming tapped Lambert several times to wake him up. When Lambert opened his eyes, he saw Shao Ming with a tense expression making a gesture for silence. Lambert immediately became alert, grabbing a nearby iron rod and leaning close to Shao Ming's ear to ask, "What's going on?" "There might be something in the hallway," Shao Ming replied, looking at the window on the door, which revealed a pitch-black hallway outside. Gordon paced back and forth behind the door, sniffing the air. "I want to go take a look," Shao Ming whispered. "Are you crazy?" Lambert replied. "Why not wait until morning to go out?" "I don't want to sleep with my heart in my throat," Shao Ming answered. "Moreover, if there really is a place that wasn't closed off properly, what if more zombies come in?" He moved the cabinet blocking the door slightly and turned back to ask Lambert, "Do you want to come with me?" All right, all right." Lambert shook his head and picked up the flashlight. Lambert woke Feng Yuxing, asking her to secure the doors and windows after they left and keep an eye on the things in the room. "You two be careful," Feng Yuxing whispered. Shao Ming took the flashlight Lambert handed him, opened the door a crack, and shined the light left and right. The hallway was empty, and Gordon darted out from between Shao Ming's legs. It continued to discern various scents in the air, finally looking towards the end of the left corridor. "All right, looks like it's this way," Shao Ming said as he stepped out of the room and returned the flashlight to Lambert. Shao Ming picked up the fire axe, hooked the shotgun onto his waist, and cautiously moved towards the end of the corridor. Gordon crouched down and stopped a few meters from the corner, letting out a low growl. Shao Ming slowed his pace and raised the fire axe in his hand. Suddenly, a mutant jumped out from around the corner, charging straight at Shao Ming. Just as he was about to block, Gordon leaped up and bit into the mutant's neck. Although Gordon was a search and rescue dog that had been hungry, his sharp teeth were not for decoration. He clamped down hard on the mutant's neck and violently shook it. The mutant struggled wildly for a moment before going limp. Just as Shao Ming was about to pull Gordon away, a sound of running came from behind him. Lambert quickly turned around and saw a mutant rushing towards them, using its hands and feet to move quickly. Behind it was another mutant in the same posture. It was the same kind of mutant they encountered in the warehouse before. Shao Ming had thought it was an exception, but he was surprised to see that there were mutants with such agile mobility after mutation. However, today was different from before. When they were in the warehouse, Shao Ming didn't have a shotgun in hand. "Fall back," Shao Ming shouted. One mutant lunged at him, and Shao Ming lifted the shotgun and fired directly. The mutant was mid-air, its body twisted, and it flew backward. The other mutants saw this and immediately turned to run, disappearing around a corner. Lambert recognized it as well and said to Shao Ming, "It's the same kind of zombie we saw in the warehouse." Outside the window, the dormant mutants were awakened by the gunfire and began to launch an attack on the fire station. There were loud banging sounds and the roars of mutants coming from downstairs. The two exchanged worried glances, feeling that things were going badly. The barricade at the front door might not hold for long, and there was still one mutant inside that had not been dealt with. "We need to grab our things and go," Shao Ming said. "We can't stay here." Back in the office, the three quickly strapped on their backpacks and, with Gordon, ran to the other side of the building. With a crack, the baseball bat that Shao Ming used as a door lock was broken, and the furniture blocking the door was slowly pushed aside. The first mutant burst in with its blood-red eyes wide open, followed closely by a second and third. "How do we get out?" Feng Yuxing asked. "That way." Shao Ming led the two and the dog into a large room. This was the deployment room above the fire station garage, where firefighters could slide directly into the garage. Shao Ming had memorized this place from the floor plan yesterday, just for situations like today. Suddenly, a mutant appeared behind them, rushing towards the group at high speed. Chapter 55, Transforming the Train that was indeed the mutated creature that had escaped. Shao Ming was observing the situation downstairs when he heard the sound of a mutated creature charging towards him. Since he had already used his gun, the mutated creatures downstairs were startled and he wasn't afraid to use it again. Shao Ming pulled the trigger, but to his surprise, the mutated creature quickly dodged to the side. If it had been a different gun, he might have missed. Unfortunately, what Shao Ming held was a shotgun. Although the mutated creature quickly evaded, it still got hit in the leg. Its body lost balance, rolled twice on the ground, and came to a stop. Without hesitation, Shao Ming quickly fired a second shot. This time, he wouldn't miss. The mutated creature's head exploded, and it fell lifelessly to the ground. "Quick, let's go." Shao Ming heard the roars of the mutated creatures, which were now very close to the upper floor. "How do we get out?" Lambert asked anxiously. "Haven't you seen the TV shows? When crisis strikes." Shao Ming's adrenaline surged again as he grabbed the spinning Gordon with one hand and shouted, "Hold on to this iron rod and slide down." Shao Ming was the first to slide into the garage. Although the garage door was wide open, there weren't many mutated creatures inside, as most had rushed to the second floor where the gunshots came from. Shao Ming set Gordon down, raised a shotgun, and charged toward the door. By the moonlight, he saw the pickup truck parked safely at the entrance, and fortunately, there were only about 100 mutated creatures gathered downstairs, with just a few limping ones yet to enter the fire station. Shao Ming shot down the two closest mutated creatures to the pickup truck and tossed his backpack into the bed. Feng Yuxing had already slid into the garage, and just as Lambert was holding onto the iron rod, the mutated creatures burst into the room. One mutated creature reached out from the slide and grabbed Lambert's backpack, leaving him hanging in midair. "Take the backpack off," Feng Yuxing shouted at Lambert. "I won't give up my kin beef." Lambert managed to free one hand and grabbed the shotgun on his back, fumbling to aim it at the creature's head. He pulled the trigger with his thumb, and the bullet instantly pierced through the creature's forehead. Shao Ming shot another mutated creature and jumped into the pickup truck to start the engine. Luckily, Lambert had thought ahead and hadn't taken the car keys out yesterday. The remaining two quickly followed and got into the pickup truck. Shao Ming glanced in the rearview mirror. All three people and one dog were accounted for. He stepped on the gas, knocking over a mutated creature that charged out from the fire station and drove towards the outskirts of the city. After driving a few blocks, the mutated creatures were finally shaken off. It was still deep night, and the headlights shone especially brightly in the dark. They drove back to the workshop in silence. Shao Ming jumped out of the truck and took out the cutter from his backpack. Lambert yawned and said, "Let us sleep first. We'll check it out tomorrow." Early the next morning, Shao Ming was awakened by the sound of metal cutting. He groggily opened his eyes, as if everything that had happened last night had just been a dream. Lambert was cutting wall panels while wearing sunglasses he had found somewhere, and Feng Yuxing had somehow gathered a few iron rods and was heating 2 cans over a fire. As for Gordon, it was lying by the door in a daze. Shao Ming climbed out of his seat and walked over to Lambert. Seeing Shao Ming awake, Gordon wagged its tail and came over for a pet. "Good morning," Feng Yuxing said, stirring the contents of the can with a spoon. "We're finally going to have a hot meal today." "Good morning," Shao Ming replied, patting Gordon's head and greeting Feng Yuxing. With a loud crash, a piece of iron fell down. There was a cutting torch in the adjacent workshop. As Shao Ming approached, Lambert said, "This fire department cutter is indeed powerful. Did you measure it?" Shao Ming asked. "This is the first piece," Lambert replied. "It can be placed on the side of the locomotive to protect the wheels." "Great," Shao Ming said as he squatted down to examine the iron plate. The plate was at least 5 centimeters thick, quite substantial. "Not bad," Shao Ming nodded. "Do you need my help?" "Now." Lambert was gesturing with the cutter against the wall. "Not needed now, but I will need it later." Shao Ming squeezed through the gap into another workshop, which was empty and had no trains parked inside. He walked over to a basket stacked with tools and brought back a welding torch. After chatting with Feng Yuxing for a while, Lambert had cut 4 iron plates and called Shao Ming over to take a look. These two, Lambert pointed to the longer pieces, go in the front, and the other 2 in the back. Shao Ming tried to lift one. Even the shorter pieces weighed at least 400 or 500 kilograms, far beyond what the 2 of them could handle. He regretted not working out with Li Long back in the day, but even if he had been exercising regularly, he doubted it would help much now. Shao Ming shook his hands, saying, "Let us see if there's a jack in the truck." Feng Yuxing, closest to the truck, immediately climbed into the back of the pickup and indeed found a jack in a box. The 3 of them lifted the iron plate again and managed to wedge the jack underneath, successfully hooking it up. "Not bad," Lambert clapped his hands and said. "Now we just need to weld it on." Chapter 56. The Track Dilemma after a whole day of effort. The 3 of them finally finished installing the 4 iron plates on the side of the train. Now all the wheels had a thick outer shell, though the overall appearance was not very aesthetic, due to the recutting of the iron plates. Some excess scrap was added by Lambert to the front of the train at a height just right for a person. For various reasons, they did not completely cover the front of the train with iron plates. First, doing so would block the connection point of the train head, making it difficult to push away if another train were to obstruct the path. Second, the 68 type train had an ice shovel under the front that could be used to clear out mutants. Third, Lambert had already added iron plates in front of the cockpit, making additional plates somewhat redundant. Moreover, the workload was still too much for the 3 of them. Shao Ming threw himself into the back of the pickup truck. Although assisted by a crane, it was almost entirely manual control, which consumed a lot of physical strength. Fortunately, the windows of the 68 type train were not large. Otherwise, they would have to think of ways to reinforce the windows. Now, The only one in the workshop who might still have energy was Gordon. The dog wandered around the workshop and finally sat down next to the leftover cans. Shao Ming patted his stomach. He was hungry too, but too lazy to move. Wanted to just lie in the pickup truck and take a nap. It started raining outside again, and the raindrops on the skylight blurred his vision. Feng Yuxing picked up 3 cans and placed them on the fire, adding a few potatoes on top. "Time to eat," Feng Yuxing called out. The next morning, the group began to pack up and prepare to set off again. Shao Ming really wanted to take the pickup truck with them, but they only had a train head now and no place to put the pickup truck. When they needed to use it, they would have to search everywhere. The 3 prepared some ammunition and food in the front cabin, while all other items were placed in the back cabin. The door, half the height of a person, was not a problem for Gordon. He leaped in easily. Although no one mentioned Gordon's stay, it was clear they had accepted this new member. "Who will open the door?" Lambert asked when everyone was aboard the train. "What door?" "Just crash through it," Shao Ming replied. The train started up and crashed toward the exit. The workshop's large door was pushed open by the train, and after a short stay of a few days, the journey continued. "Okay," Lambert said. "Let's stick to the original plan and head to Birmingham." Accompanied by the sounds of wheels and tracks grinding against each other, the train headed toward Birmingham. With the iron plates in front of the train, Lambert increased the speed a bit, but he still had to be cautious about other trains on the road. "If we have to go through the underwater tunnel," Shao Ming asked as he put down the flat panel, "do we need to go through London?" "We can bypass London from the outskirts," Lambert replied, taking the flat panel and looking at the map. He then said, "The priority is to switch tracks near Rugeley." Rugeley was a stronghold for Birmingham. The railway there split into 2 lines, one continuing south directly into Birmingham City, while the other went west, crossing a small urban area toward the north side of London. This track switch was crucial. Heading south into Birmingham City was practically a death sentence, while going west would lead directly to London, allowing them to exit England via the underwater tunnel. In fact, the fastest train from Manchester to London only takes 2.5 hours, while Shao Ming and his group had already taken nearly a week to cover less than half the distance. "So we can't avoid it this time, right?" Shao Ming looked at the map. The track switch was right in the center of the small town. "We'll know soon enough," Lambert pointed ahead, where rows of neat houses were already visible in front of the train. As the train entered the small town, the mutants predictably surrounded them. Unfortunately for them, they were even less fortunate than their predecessors. The protruding iron plates on both sides of the train became the best weapon for knocking down mutants. As dozens of mutants rushing to eat hot tofu were ripped apart like tofu blocks. Not far away were 2 tracks going different directions. Due to the obstruction of the mutants, the 3 in the cockpit could not see the exact situation of the tracks and could only let the train roar forward. Hundreds and thousands of mutants swarmed from all directions, but they posed no threat to the 3 inside the train. The train went straight through the junction, entering the westbound track. "Oh," Lambert exclaimed, relieved. They had taken a more favorable route. Shao Ming also felt relieved, but a question immediately popped into his mind. He said, "We got lucky this time, but if we don't next time, how can we move that lever surrounded by thousands of zombies?" Lambert awkwardly replied, "We can't. Larger stations like this are generally remotely controlled, and the manual track switching mechanism has been canceled." Shao Ming nearly pressed the gun barrel against Lambert's head. "Don't worry," Lambert said. "Many of the suburban track switching systems still use traditional manual methods. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to change the train's tracks the last 2 times. Moreover, we can also sabotage the automatic control system to change the tracks in the direction we want." "That's good," Shao Ming said. "But what if there isn't one?" Lambert replied. "If there isn't, we'll need to restart the central control computer at some key locations to change the route." "But don't worry," Lambert continued, "at least in the UK, most tracks will eventually lead you to London. Besides, important places like stations will have their own emergency power supply that can be activated." Shao Ming looked out at the dense mass of mutants and once again contemplated the correctness of using the train to go home. The troubles were far more than he had thought. Indeed, trains are robust, and if the tracks are clear, they are fast, but in most cases, they cannot control which track the train enters. If they're unlucky next time and take the wrong direction, it might only lead to derailing. No wonder Lambert always slows down at junctions, severely affecting the progress of the 3. Perhaps using a car in the suburbs would be more convenient. Perhaps sensing Shao Ming's concerns, Lambert said, "Cars can't go through the underwater tunnel. If there's a train blocking the tunnel, we still need to rely on the train to clear it." Shao Ming glanced at Feng Yuxing, whose expression was also quite subtle. "I hope you're right," Shao Ming said. "I still prefer the feeling of being able to control the direction myself." The train toppled two small cars parked in the middle of the road, dragging the corpses of mutants as it drove toward the outskirts of the city. Chapter 57. Pilot Wellington. Shao Ming looked at Lambert beside him. Although they had been through thick and thin together, he felt that this railway engineer was still hiding many things from them. Fortunately, there were no forks in the road for the rest of the journey. The train sped through the countryside, and in less than an hour, they were nearing the outskirts of London. Moreover, the group noticed that the closer they got to London, the fewer mutated beings there were in the nearby villages. They decided to stop first and plan how to get through the city. "I say, why don't we find a vehicle or walk around London?" Shao Ming jumped off the train and said, "The railway system in London is so complicated. Even if we could manually switch tracks every 100 meters, we would still be facing millions of zombies." "Yeah," Feng Yuxing echoed, "it's not very realistic to go through London." Seeing that the two were no longer on the train, Lambert hurriedly said, "We just need to find the main railway station in London." "Do you know where the main station is?" Shao Ming retorted. "Have you considered how to safely enter and exit amidst 100,000 zombies?" Lambert was left speechless by the question. Perhaps he hadn't thought about these issues. "Stop arguing. You too." Feng Yuxing looked toward the nearby tracks, patting Shao Ming on the shoulder. "Look over there." In a field not far away, a helicopter was quietly parked. A helicopter? Although there were trees blocking the view, Shao Ming recognized it as a Lynx HC-2 helicopter at a glance. He pulled out his shotgun, found a spot with less visibility, crouched down, and raised the scope. Through the scope, Shao Ming saw that the helicopter's cockpit door was open, and there were some pots and pans inside. He lowered the shotgun and said, "Let's go take a look." The three crossed the field, and a military green helicopter came into full view. There were 15 small skulls painted on the door of the helicopter. Shao Ming boarded the helicopter, and on the floor inside, there was a portable alcohol stove and several open cans stacked nearby. It looked like someone had been living here. Who would live in a helicopter? Shao Ming touched the alcohol stove and found it still had some residual warmth. There are still living people. Shao Ming turned to the other two outside the helicopter and said. Suddenly, Gordon cautiously focused on the grass nearby, and then a person in military uniform jumped out, holding a gun. To be precise, he was only wearing military undergarments. The soldier tightly gripped an assault rifle, aiming at the three of them. Feng Yuxing grabbed the eager Gordon, who felt like he was about to pounce. "Put down the gun! Put down the gun!" Lambert shouted urgently. "Who are you?" The soldier slowly lowered his gun, his eyes filled with shock. "Are you really alive?" The soldier asked. "Have you ever seen a zombie that can talk?" Shao Ming jumped down from the helicopter and replied, "I thought everyone was dead." The soldier put down his rifle, his face full of joy. "I am 2nd Lieutenant Wellington of the 16th Air Assault Brigade, Army Aviation helicopter pilot." Shao Ming introduced their group to Wellington and asked, "How did you end up here?" Wellington climbed aboard the helicopter, showing no embarrassment as he began to put on his military uniform. "About 2 weeks ago, after the mutation outbreak, I received orders to join the team to maintain order in London, but then the situation gradually spiraled out of control." Wellington handed the three a can. "Want to eat?" When he saw the three shake their heads, he continued, "Within a few days, we had just set up a temporary base, and 85% of the people in the city had mutated. The same was true for the army. Many comrades had turned into monsters. 2 days later, I and a few remaining comrades received orders to gather at the base for a new mission. I took them to the base, where there were still a few thousand living people. The higher-ups gave us a new task, requiring all of us to enter London and rescue the king and prime minister trapped under Buckingham Palace." "Wait a minute," Shao Ming interrupted Wellington. "So there are still troops entering London?" "Not long before you came." Wellington tapped on the insignia painted on the door. "We made 15 sorties to scout for the rescue team. Did you succeed? Do you know what's the most ridiculous part?" Wellington sighed. "Those idiots at the base fired artillery for a whole day and night, attracting all the mutated beings from the nearby small towns. Yes, we succeeded. Those idiot high-ranking officials and royal members were rescued, but when I flew back to the base, I found it full of zombies. And not one person told us where to regroup. Some said to go to Brighton. The French Navy would be there to pick us up. But when I flew there, all that was left was a beach full of abandoned heavy equipment. So here I am, with the helicopter's fuel burned out. After listening, the three exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. A whole unit was sent in just to save a few royal members. Shao Ming wondered if the king had 2 extra eyes compared to ordinary people. What about you? Wellington asked. We escaped from Manchester by train, Shao Ming said. We plan to make our way back to China. Upon hearing Shao Ming's words, Wellington hurriedly asked, will you go through Austria? Or Germany would work too. Lambert nodded. We'll pass through Germany. Can you take me with you? Wellington quickly said, I sent my wife and children to Austria when the mutation first started. I want to find them. Of course, Shao Ming said eagerly. A pilot, that's a high-skill talent. Can you fly large planes? Passenger planes. Wellington awkwardly replied, I only know how to fly a few helicopters. I haven't learned fixed-wing flying. I can't find a plane to take you home. If I could, I would have flown to Austria by now. All right, Shao Ming said, pack your things. Let's head back to the train. You've flown over London, Lambert asked. What's the situation in the city now? It depends on how you go, Wellington said. Most zombies are concentrated in the eastern urban area and the northeastern military base. Didn't you notice that there aren't many zombies on the western side where we are? The three thought about it. Indeed, the closer they got to London, the fewer mutated beings they encountered. Listening to Wellington, Lambert quickly asked, what about the map? It's on the train. Chapter 58 Luton Airport. Lambert returned to the train and took out his tablet to check the map. His gaze finally landed on a station. I have been to Paddington Station in London, where I visited the control room that manages all railway crossings in London. It's computer-controlled, right? Feng Yuxing asked. But there is no power now. Large stations have emergency diesel generators, Lambert replied, which are used to handle sudden power outages. Generally, 2 backup power measures are taken. Otherwise, if a train comes and you can't switch tracks in time, it could lead to a major accident. Because some genius who didn't read past a few chapters of book gave it a 1-star rating thinks only he knows trains need fuel, Lambert continued. Generally speaking, large stations have specialized refueling facilities, and since many trains need to stop at these stations regularly, there is no need to worry about running out of fuel. Besides, changing the locomotive can also solve the problem of insufficient fuel. A locomotive can be fully refueled in half an hour and can run nearly 1,000 kilometers. Same old story, Shao Ming said. I hope you're right. Wait, Wellington said from the side. Are you planning to go into the city of London? Lambert nodded. We need to switch all the tracks to the correct positions so we can smoothly reach the Channel Tunnel. Wellington seemed to suddenly think of something and said, let's go to Luton. There should be a usable helicopter at Luton Airport. Helicopter? Shao Ming asked. Wellington quickly explained, many places in the city have been bombed, and although the west side is not the main attack direction, it is the advanced direction of another rescue team. So the road conditions in the city might not be very friendly. So you want us to take a helicopter in? Feng Yuxing said from the side. Won't the zombies in the city be attracted? No, Wellington said firmly. There are hardly any zombies left on the west side of the city. Even if there are, we can quickly evacuate by helicopter. The remaining 3 thought for a moment and decided to agree with Wellington's plan. Driving would also attract quite a few mutants. They were not new to being cooped up indoors. A helicopter flying overhead would be much safer. Moreover, Luton is only 15 kilometers away from where they are, so it wouldn't hurt to take a look. All right, the plan is set. Shao Ming stood up and said, let's have lunch, and then set off. After lunch, the group began to pack their gear. Wellington was standing at the back of the train, looking at a photo in his hand. When Shao Ming approached, he quickly tucked the photo into his pocket. Your family? Shao Ming asked. Yes, Wellington nodded. A happy smile appeared on the face of this resolute soldier. I have served my country until the last moment. Now I need to find my family. We will be in Germany soon, Shao Ming said. Deep down, he didn't want this pilot to leave the team. If possible, he even wanted to take a helicopter with them. The 4 prepared their weapons and ammunition, took a bit of food, and left the tracks. It only took heading northeast through a small hilly area to reach Luton City. At first, the group was cautious, but before long they realized they were in a very remote area with no mutants nearby at all. Plus, as Wellington had said, there weren't many mutants left in the surrounding city either. The group began to chat, and the 3 seemed to have many questions for the new member. Walking along the country path, it felt like the apocalypse had nothing to do with them. They seemed more like they were out for a spring outing. So you received orders and had no doubts at all? Shao Ming asked, to rescue a group of leaders who no longer have a country? Mind your words. Wellington suddenly said seriously, it's the army's responsibility, the duty of a soldier. At that time, the army hadn't completely collapsed. We needed to obey orders. Oh, all right. Shao Ming was startled by Wellington's serious tone. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. It's fine, Wellington said. If I had known it would turn out this way, I would have just found a plane to escape back then. You said you sent your family out at the beginning. Feng Yuxing asked curiously. How did you send them out? I couldn't get a ticket. Wellington smiled slightly and pointed to his military rank. After all, I'm a small officer. Wellington paused and said, although I don't count for much in London, I still know a few friends in the airlines. Wellington took out a photo of his wife and children from his bag and handed it to the three, saying, look, my wife and child, aren't they beautiful? After saying that, he felt a bit dim in his eyes. They will be fine, Feng Yuxing comforted him. The rain-soaked country road wasn't too difficult to walk on, and about 4 hours later, they saw a cluster of houses not far away. That's Luton, Wellington said in a low voice. The airport is on the outskirts of the city, and it's quite large. It definitely has what we want. Shao Ming could probably guess, after all. Luton is part of London, even though it is farther from the city center. The three climbed a hill, and the airport appeared not far away. Wellington took out binoculars to take a look, frowned slightly, and handed the binoculars to Shao Ming beside him. Shao Ming took the binoculars, and, through the lenses, he could clearly see the terminal filled with mutants, a veritable sea of corpses. Look at the hangar across from the terminal. Shao Ming followed Wellington's voice and saw a Bell 206 helicopter parked in front of a hangar. Ah, I see it, Shao Ming said, a helicopter. Classic model, Bell 206. Wellington said, I will be flying this after I graduate from flight school. We need to go around to the other side, Shao Ming said. There are too many zombies on the terminal side. He then turned the binoculars to the other side, where a C-130 transport plane was parked. Looks like your people have been to this airport, Shao Ming said. Chapter 59. Infiltrating the airport. Wellington took the binoculars and looked at the markings on the transport plane. To be precise, it was the Air Force personnel. But it seems your Air Force friends are blocking our way, Shao Ming replied. Lambert patted Wellington on the shoulder, indicating that he also wanted to take a look. As Wellington handed the binoculars to Lambert, he said, we can first enter the hangar, use its cover to clear the mutants near the transport plane, and then board the helicopter. After thinking for a moment, Wellington added, the helicopter has been there for who knows how long, and I still need to bring over that fuel truck next to it, which will conservatively take about half an hour. Half an hour? Feng Yuxing, who was crouching behind the three, said, if it takes that long, the fuel tank doesn't need to be full, and we'll need at least 10 minutes for the pre-flight check. 10 minutes should be manageable. Shao Ming thought for a moment and said, there's an off-road vehicle with a heavy machine gun next to the transport plane. It will take time for the zombies to rush out of the terminal and cross the runway to the hangar. I guess it's a risk-reward situation. Lambert put down the binoculars and said, it seems crossing the runway will only take 2 or 3 minutes. You can help me get the plane and adjust the track before it gets dark today, Wellington said. Or we could choose to head into London and see which rooms still have zombies hidden in them. Shao Ming didn't want to choose either option, although Wellington's words had proven true along the way. With most mutants attracted elsewhere, what if there were still mutants left in the city like those at the airport? With the helicopter, they could hover above and observe before taking action. On the other hand, there were indeed quite a few mutants resting inside the terminal. If anything went wrong, it might not just be a matter of being torn to pieces for the 4 of them. Shao Ming recalled the horrific scene at Manchester Airport train station, where there was nothing left but debris. Seeing Shao Ming hesitating, Wellington said, we can observe a bit longer. I can fuel and check at the same time. It can be done in 5 minutes. Shao Ming took back the binoculars and looked again, asking, is the fuel truck connected to that small plane on the left? Through the binoculars, a Cessna 172 was seen towing a fuel truck parked on the other side of the helicopter. The 2 planes were not far apart. Can we fly directly to the underwater tunnel? Shao Ming asked. From the range, it should be possible, Wellington replied. But we would need more time to refuel. Shao Ming glanced back at Feng Yuxing. who remained silent as usual. Although he knew she would support him regardless of his choice, sometimes he really was seeking her opinion. Let us give it a try. Shao Ming ultimately made the decision. Even if they didn't get the helicopter, there were still several off-road vehicles equipped with heavy machine guns. The group left the small hill and walked toward the airport. Let us first observe the situation near the transport plane, Wellington said. If there aren't too many zombies, we'll try to handle it this way. As he spoke, he drew a dagger from his vest. The other three nodded. Two of them took out half-meter-long iron rods, and one pulled out a fire axe from behind. Wellington put the dagger back and said, if my Air Force friends are a bit too many, we'll make it quick and grab the heavy machine guns. The three nodded in agreement. Who among you is the best shot? Wellington asked. Feng Yuxing and Lambert pointed at Shao Ming in unison. Shao Ming explained, I just spend more time at the shooting range. All right, Wellington said, I'm about the same. On the way, Feng Yuxing found a rope from somewhere and looped it around Gordon's neck. The four of them and the dog arrived at a road that led directly to the entrance of Luton Airport. In the direction towards the airport, they saw hundreds of vehicles piled up. Shao Ming and Wellington observed for a moment and, seeing no traces of mutants on the road, crossed it first. Once all four had crossed, they proceeded towards the hangar. The wall surrounding Luton Airport was different from that of Manchester Airport. It was merely a barbed wire fence 2 or 3 meters high. The group easily climbed into the airport, and the massive hangar blocked the view of the mutants in the terminal. All right, it should be in the hangar nearby, Wellington whispered. He led the way towards the back door of the hangar, raised his handgun, and pushed the back door open a small crack. Confirming it was safe, Wellington slowly approached the inside of the hangar. Shao Ming closely followed Wellington. Near the back door of the hangar were many mechanical devices that Shao Ming couldn't name, likely used for repairing planes. These machines blocked the mutants' view from outside the hangar, and the two crouched behind the cover, carefully observing. Shao Ming peeked out. Right at the entrance of the hangar was the C-130 transport plane, with 2 Land Rover Defenders parked behind its open cargo door. One of the Defenders was a convertible model, equipped with a 7.62mm caliber M240 machine gun and a 12.7mm M2 machine gun on the front and top. The other was a standard model without any added weaponry. Because of the transport plane's obstruction, Shao Ming hadn't seen the mutants near the transport plane earlier. Now that they were behind the transport plane, he could see clearly. There were a total of 3 mutants standing near the transport plane, 2 fully armed with weapons, and one that seemed to resemble an officer. Additionally, there were numerous dried bloodstains inside the cargo hold and on the off-road vehicles. Looks like your Air Force friends have had a meal of your Air Force friends. Shao Ming retracted his head and said. Wellington said, 3, not many. We can resolve this quickly. Shao Ming looked at the nearly 50-meter-long hangar. There was a very long, open space from where they were hiding to the back of the transport plane. How do we get over there? Shao Ming asked. Let them come to us, Wellington replied. The two signaled the remaining 2 to enter the hangar, and when Gordon's claws hit the ground, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Then, Wellington tapped the nearby scaffolding with his dagger. The noise indeed attracted the mutants, and the 3 of them walked curiously towards the hiding place of the 4. Just as the first mutant approached, Shao Ming, who was closest, leaped up and swung the fire axe down. Immediately after, Wellington shouted loudly, pulling out his dagger and stabbing at another mutant. As for the farthest one, Feng Yuxing let go of the rope tied to Gordon. Chapter 60 Facing the zombie tied. 1 minute later, only 3 corpses remained on the ground. Shao Ming's hands were still aching slightly, but it was much better compared to the previous days, thanks to Feng Yuxing's thick bandaging. I'll look for the helicopter keys. Wellington patted Shao Ming on the shoulder and said, You did well. Let's check the vehicles. Shao Ming took an L-85A1 assault rifle from a corpse and said to Feng Yuxing and Lambert, L-85A1, he thought, looking at the rifle in his hands. Known as the best bolt-action rifle in the world due to its extremely high failure rate. But at least it's a military product, and its power is much greater than the .22 hunting rifle I have on the train. As he approached the 2 Guardians, Shao Ming noticed that the open-top version had an M2 machine gun that was not fed by magazine, but was directly linked to the receiver with a belt. The belt was dragged along the floor of the vehicle, piled together, and looked to have around 600 or 700 rounds. The M240 at the front of the vehicle was still using a bullet box with about 100 rounds loaded. Although Shao Ming had never handled the real thing, he had seen enough in games and movies to have a rough idea of how to operate the two machine guns. Haven't you seen a pig run after eating pork? Both Guardians were stained with blood, and a bulletproof vest with body parts was lying nearby. The corpses were already decaying, with a number of flies buzzing around. It seemed the mutants couldn't unfasten the bulletproof vests or bite through the inserts inside. But this was gross enough. You go look for the car keys. Shao Ming said to Lambert, if something goes wrong later, we'll need these two vehicles to escape. Lambert nodded and began searching inside the vehicle. Shao Ming led Feng Yuxing around the body parts and entered the cargo hold of the transport plane. After searching for a while, they found no supplies in the hold, and the pilot was nowhere to be found. Next, it depended on Wellington. In the hangar, Wellington Pride opened the small storage room window and climbed in. Several keys were hanging in the storage room, but fortunately, each key was numbered, so he quickly found the key for the Bell 206. Wellington climbed out of the storage room, but two keys were missing from the key rack. Shao Ming saw Wellington running out of the hangar, holding a key and waving at the two of them. Wellington made his way to the Cessna 172, and Shao Ming saw him open the cockpit door and climb inside. Do you need to go inside the plane to get the fuel pipe? Feng Yuxing asked from the side. Shao Ming frowned and shook his head. I don't know. This old guy isn't thinking of flying the plane away himself, is he? Fortunately, the two saw Wellington climb out of the Cessna's cockpit again, starting to take down the fuel pipe. Shao Ming returned to the vehicle with Feng Yuxing, but Lambert still hadn't found the keys. Stop looking. Shao Ming grabbed Lambert, who was about to crawl into another vehicle, and said, Can you use a machine gun? How could I possibly? Lambert replied, puzzled. Shao Ming turned to Feng Yuxing and said, Go check if there are any car keys on those corpses inside. He turned back to Lambert and said, Come here. I'll teach you how to use a machine gun. Once Wellington started the fuel truck, it would likely attract thousands of mutants inside the terminal, and then they would have to begin firing suppressively. Shao Ming chambered around in the M240 for Lambert and said, Watch closely, pull here to open the top box, directly load the bullets in, secure it, and then close the top box. Oh, okay, Lambert said. Remember to pull the side bolt to chamber around, Shao Ming reminded him, climbing up onto the roof of the vehicle to set up the M2. Wellington did not start the fuel truck, but instead dragged the fuel pipe over to the helicopter. Due to the helicopter blocking his view, Shao Ming couldn't see what Wellington was doing, only that he took something else from the fuel truck and ran over. Shao Ming aimed the machine gun at the terminal, and although he appeared calm, he was very nervous inside. After all, there were still two people relying on him, and he had unconsciously taken on a leadership role. But facing the horde of mutants filling the first floor, it would be a lie to say he wasn't anxious. He felt his two thumbs on the trigger trembling. At that moment, the terminal felt like a giant cage, trapping the mutants inside. If they made too much noise, this fragile cage would break. Fortunately, Feng Yuxing returned with the car keys, giving Shao Ming a bit more confidence. At least they could escape. Wellington peeked out from behind the helicopter, giving Shao Ming a thumbs up. Shao Ming nodded, indicating they were ready. Wellington opened the helicopter's door and climbed inside. About half a minute later, the helicopter's rotor began to slowly rotate. In the hangar across the runway, a mutant slowly raised its head. It saw the already started helicopter and let out an angry howl. The surrounding mutants were awakened, and they all let out terrifying cries. Shao Ming gripped the machine gun tightly, not knowing which direction of the terminal's glass would break first. The mutants smashed through the terminal's glass and charged out. However, it seemed they forgot that the area where passengers waited in the terminal was generally one floor higher than the ground. Most of the first mutants to charge out ended up breaking their legs, buying Shao Ming and the others more time. The mutants poured down from the second floor like a waterfall. Their sheer numbers were suffocating, but at least a few of them had seen enough zombie hordes before, so they weren't paralyzed with fear. This was the first time they faced a zombie tide directly. Lambert shouted and pulled the trigger. Da-da-da-da-da. The machine gun spat fire, and bullets rained down on the mutants. Oh no, Shao Ming thought. I forgot to tell Lambert that firing like this would damage the barrel. But there was no time to worry about that. The firepower of a single machine gun was not enough to stop the horde. Shao Ming's mind was filled with images from movies he had seen, and he adopted a short-burst firing method. There was no need to aim now. Just firing would take down a bunch of mutants. The 12.7mm caliber was no joke. The two machine guns firing simultaneously left them with ringing ears. But Feng Yuxing still shot at the mutants, slipping through under the machine guns with her hunting rifle. Gordon had never seen such a scene. It curled up, tucking its tail and folding its ears, hiding behind Feng Yuxing, trembling all over. Bullet casings clattered against the vehicle's floor, making a jingling sound. Fortunately, the mutants were relatively concentrated, and so far, none had crossed the runway. But what Shao Ming didn't expect was that after firing for a while, the M2 in his hands suddenly jammed. Chapter 61 Betrayal. Damn it. I had seen Lao Gama malfunction before, but I didn't expect to be this unlucky now. Lambert had emptied a magazine and was reloading. His hand was shaking uncontrollably, and he struggled to get the bullets in. Shao Ming watched the incoming mutants and thought to himself that he had never learned how to clear a jam. This was a disaster. Now, both machine guns had stopped firing, and the mutants were rushing across the runway at an alarming speed. If they crossed the runway, there would only be a taxiway left in the middle, at most just a few dozen meters away. Shao Ming punched the receiver of Lao Ma's machine gun, and to his surprise, the gun started working normally again. He quickly pulled the trigger, and the machine gun continued to pour out ammunition. The helicopter had already started up, and the rotor blades were spinning rapidly. Any safety protocols were now irrelevant. If the mutants were sensitive to sound, then this small position of 4 people was like someone shouting with 200 loudspeakers, "Dinner's ready! Dinner's ready!" The sound of the helicopter's rotor, the gunfire from the machine gun, and the roars of the mutants was deafening. To be precise, the 3 people in the vehicle were nearly deaf. Just then, a Cessna plane next to the helicopter surprisingly began to turn. None of the 3 noticed that Wellington had long since left the helicopter and slipped into the Cessna. Wellington started the engine and taxied toward the runway. "Sorry, guys," Wellington said in the cockpit. "Taking your little plane might not get me to Austria. The train is just too slow." Saying this, he took out a photo from his pocket and glanced at it. "Thank you so much." Wellington looked at the 3 still fighting. "Without your cover, I wouldn't have gotten the plane. I will always remember you." Shao Ming was firing at the endless stream of mutants when he caught sight of the Cessna 172 accelerating down the runway out of the corner of his eye. He widened his eyes in disbelief. The cockpit of that plane clearly had Wellington in it. That old bastard really took off. Due to the helicopter's obstructed view, Shao Ming hadn't noticed that Wellington had started the plane, and with the gunfire and the sound of the helicopter's rotor, he also didn't hear the sound of another plane starting. Shao Ming released the trigger and kicked the already frenzied Lambert. "Stop shooting. Stop shooting, damn it." Shao Ming yelled. "We've been played. That son of a bitch has run away." Lambert also stopped shooting and turned to see the little plane speeding toward the end of the runway. "Huh?" Lambert could hardly believe his eyes. It was Feng Yuxing who reacted the fastest. She threw the shotgun into the back seat and quickly ran to the driver's seat. Fortunately, the Cessna 172 was just a 4-seat single-wing propeller plane and didn't need a long runway to take off. As they approached the end of the runway, Wellington pulled the control stick and soared into the blue sky. Shao Ming was about to turn the machine gun and fire a burst at Wellington, who was climbing into the sky when he noticed that mutants had already rushed onto the taxiway, just 50 meters away from them. He cursed every Chinese and English swear word he could think of in his mind, directing all his anger at the mutants. Feng Yuxing struggled several times to get the key into the ignition. She immediately started the engine and turned toward the airport exit. Due to the hangar's obstruction, the vehicle had to move forward along the taxiway to exit the hangar. She was almost pushing the accelerator into the gas tank. Shao Ming aimed the machine gun at the mutants, but noticed that Gordon was running behind the vehicle. Gordon hadn't gotten into the car. The poor dog had been forgotten by the 3 who were frantically trying to escape. "Dog! Dog!" Shao Ming hurriedly shouted, patting the roof of the car. Feng Yuxing quickly slowed down. Fortunately, Gordon was a search and rescue dog and had received quite a bit of training. It leaped up and jumped into the car. Within seconds, the mutants had reached the helicopter. Shao Ming turned the machine gun and opened fire on the fuel truck. Several bullets pierced the fuel tank, creating sparks that ignited the flammable vapors. Immediately, flames shot out from the puncture in the tank. The mutants had already swarmed the fuel truck when, at that moment, The truck exploded violently. Boom! The explosion took out at least 100 mutants, and those farther away were also blown apart. Since the fuel truck was still connected to the helicopter via a fueling hose, the explosion of the fuel truck triggered the helicopter's explosion. The main rotor, spinning at high speed, was blown off, and a piece of the severed rotor flew directly over Shao Ming's head, embedding itself in the iron wall of the hangar nearby. Feng Yuxing pressed the accelerator and shouted, "Everyone brace yourselves." She then drove the vehicle through a section of the barbed wire, charging onto the land outside the airport. If the pickup truck they had been in for the past few days had good shock absorption for comfort, this military vehicle, the Guardian, did not know what shock absorption was. Shao Ming was jolted so much that he could barely hold his gun and had to return his seat. The Guardian made another turn heading back toward the train. Shao Ming recalled what Wellington had said and realized something was off. How did he know there would be a helicopter at Luton Airport? And how conveniently was there a fixed-wing aircraft being refueled next to it? Perhaps Wellington's claim about the number of mutants was true. After all, they hadn't encountered many mutants along the way. But how could there be so many mutants in the airport terminal when he just happened to need a group of people to cover him? Wellington had clearly already scoped out the area. He just couldn't take off without alerting the horde on his own, nor could he take off while battling the horde. His plan was perfect, just missing a few clueless youngsters to help him draw fire. Unfortunately, Shao Ming and the others were the first batch of clueless youngsters Wellington encountered. Shao Ming slammed his fist on the seat back, startling Lambert in the front seat. Lambert didn't say anything. No one expected Wellington to run off on his own. Shao Ming looked back and saw that the mutants at the airport had been shaken off. They bounced back along the rural road they had come from to the train, and no one spoke. At least everyone was safe. After a moment of silence, Feng Yuxing, holding Gordon beside her, said, "Besides, we brought back such strong firepower." Sigh. Shao Ming sighed. For now, they could only think positively. Chapter 05, The King's Address to the People of Great Britain, My Dear Subjects. In the past 2 weeks, our nation, like much of the world, has suffered tremendous disasters. The government has collapsed, the army has been destroyed, society has crumbled, and the efforts of human civilization over millennia have gone up in flames. Just half a month ago, there were still 7 billion people on this blue planet. But now it is difficult to estimate if even 100 million will survive. When the pandemic struck 6 months ago, no one anticipated today. When mutations began a few weeks ago, few expected today. But today has come, and it will not leave. Darkness has shrouded the world. Please remember, we are facing an unprecedented enemy, one that just days ago were your friends, brothers, and parents. But today, he or she has become a monster that seeks to swallow you whole. Some of you may ask me, "My king, is this the sunset of human civilization? Is this the swan song of England?" I can only tell you, this is not the sunset of human civilization, nor will it be the sunset of the great English people. Some say that the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland has entered a decline, no longer the maritime empire it once was. But in my eyes, we remain as strong as we were a century ago. Some in Parliament have suggested using nuclear weapons against our homeland, but such cowards have been repelled by the curses of all. We will fight for tomorrow. We will fight for hope. I have granted the Prime Minister and Parliament the highest powers of action. We will gather all remaining armed forces. We will assemble all medical resources. We will collect all available supplies. We will unite with all countries still resisting in the world, and with the help of our allies. We will reclaim our lands and rebuild our civilization. If there are survivors, please go to France, where in Paris, the spark of human civilization still endures. The people of Britain and France will fight side by side, whether to eradicate the evil virus or to reclaim our cities and nations. The desire to survive has erased the barriers between our two nations. We will achieve victory through our great friendship and joint efforts, and we will join hands to welcome tomorrow. As far as we know, most countries in the world are still resisting. In Asia, they have established the largest survivor camps. In North America, vaccine development has entered a critical phase. In Central Europe, Eastern Europe, the Middle East, and even Africa, we will not give up. We will not back down. Despite the dwindling human population, we will resolutely resist. We will never allow the spark of human civilization to extinguish in our generation. People of England, we will never abandon our land. Just as we fought against the Nazis a century ago, we will fight in France. We will fight in the countryside. And we will fight in the cities with ever-increasing confidence and strength. Our nation has conquered the world. Our fleets have sailed the globe. We were the most powerful empire in this world. No matter the cost, we must defend our islands. We will fight on the beaches. We will fight on the landing grounds. We will fight in the fields and streets. We will fight in the hills. We will never surrender. God save Britain. Glory belongs to England. God will forever stand by our side. Great human civilization. Long live. The King of Britain delivered this address in Paris, France. Chapter 62, entering London, Wellington's actions took the three by surprise. And during dinner, Shao Ming kept a sullen face. What a bastard, Lambert said, biting into a potato. A white-eyed wolf, heartless. I just counted the things we brought back. Feng Yuxing said, quietly, there are shovels, a spare tire, and a few grenades in the car. Seeing Feng Yuxing's timid appearance, Shao Ming couldn't help but laugh. Why are you so scared? I'm not mad at you. I can see you're in a bad mood. Feng Yuxing handed Shao Ming a candy. Here, eat this, and you'll be happy. Lambert asked, is no one listening to me? After lunch, as Shao Ming was moving the MREs that Wellington left in the helicopter to the train, he suddenly noticed that several of the potatoes they brought last time had sprouted. That definitely couldn't eat them, but could they plant them on the train? Shao Ming pondered the possibility of farming on the train, jumped down from the front of the train, and happened to run into Lambert coming towards him. Now that the pilot is gone, how do you plan to get into the city? Lambert asked. I think Wellington's words are still somewhat credible. Shao Ming understood what Lambert meant. They were currently driving an open-top car, and their protection was indeed too weak. For example, the parts with not many zombies, Lambert said. Right, he can't fool us on that. Lambert nodded, but the situation inside London is another matter. Yes, Shao Ming sighed. We didn't think carefully about what he said at that time. The city of London is so large. Relying on artillery to bombard it for a day and night would probably be hard to make it look like a city of ruins. Not to mention that according to his words, the west side isn't even the main attack direction. Lambert nodded. The few of us being fooled isn't because Wellington's tricks are so brilliant, but because we were too gullible. Is your drone still usable? Shao Ming suddenly asked. It's out of battery, Lambert replied. Who brings a charging cable in the apocalypse? The sky had darkened, and the three decided not to travel at night, planning to set off the next day. The next day, as soon as Shao Ming woke up, he found that it was pouring rain outside, which was quite unfriendly for the few traveling in an open-top car. Lambert was outside in the rain, tying the rain cover on the car's hood to the roof, while Feng Yuxing was still sound asleep beside him. Shao Ming gently woke Feng Yuxing and went outside to help Lambert with the rain cover. After preparing, the group set off in the leaky open-top car towards London. After bumping along the tracks for 20 minutes, the open-top car finally reached the road. Shao Ming was sitting in the passenger seat checking the machine gun, while Feng Yuxing was hugging Gordon tightly because of the cold. Gordon looked around with his round eyes, not knowing what was different about the scenery along the way. Before long, a flip truck completely blocked a small bridge. Below the bridge was a river ditch, its depth unknown. I'll go see how deep this river is, Shao Ming said, putting on a helmet from the car and getting out. Hey, be careful. Feng Yuxing hurriedly jumped out of the car too. What are you doing following me? Shao Ming took off the helmet and placed it on Feng Yuxing's head. It's pouring rain. Feng Yuxing said, you don't know how deep that river is. It's dangerous to just jump in. I'm not that stupid. Shao Ming looked at the small river. The water looked very turbulent due to the rain. He used a fire axe to chop off a longer branch from a nearby tree, took it in hand, and walked towards the riverbank. He poked the bottom of the river with the branch. Although the branch could only reach about a third of the river's area, it was enough. It seemed the river wasn't very deep, just a bit rocky. Shao Ming threw down the branch and clapped his hands, saying, it's just a small ditch, not very deep. Let's head back. Lambert drove the car through the small river, splashing water all over the three of them. The flipped truck blocked the road, and the traffic behind it extended for several kilometers. The three could only drive along the railing, and not far away, the buildings of London came into view. Wellington hadn't lied to them. The mutated creatures in the west of the city had been drawn away. Under the heavy rain, London appeared to the group as a dead city, devoid of humans, mutated creatures, birds, or beasts. It stood quietly, seemingly a relic from ancient times. As they drove into the city, The road was filled with vehicles fleeing outward, forcing Lambert to drive slowly on a narrow sidewalk. Shao Ming vigilantly watched the nearby buildings, fearing that mutated creatures might jump out. As they passed a clothing store, Feng Yuxing called out to Lambert to stop the car. Lambert turned back and asked, "Miss, do you still want to shop for clothes?" Feng Yuxing replied, "Think about how long it's been since we changed our clothes. It's raining so heavily today. If we don't change, just wait to catch a cold. It's not like in the past, where there are clinics to give you IVs." Lambert moved his damp toes in his shoes and said, "It would be best to find 2 more pairs of shoes." "Here." Feng Yuxing pointed ahead with her chin. "There is a sports shoe store not far away. Let us go shopping." Feng Yuxing and Shao Ming jumped out of the open-top car and dashed into the clothing store. All right, I'll go pick out shoes myself." Lambert pulled out the keys and walked towards the shoe store under the awning of a nearby shop. Shao Ming used a flashlight to scan the clothing store. Although it wasn't large, it had a good variety. Moreover, during the disaster, no one would loot clothing stores, so the shop was relatively intact. Feng Yuxing picked several pieces of clothing off the shelves and hugged them. Shao Ming also casually selected a few items. Honestly, even in the past, he wore whatever he had. Shao Ming noticed that Feng Yuxing was not picky about the clothes she picked, mostly grabbing jackets and windbreakers. Suddenly, Feng Yuxing spotted a piece of clothing, set the items in her arms aside, and took that piece to try it on. She turned around and asked Shao Ming, "Does it look good?" "It looks good," Shao Ming answered without hesitation, reminding him of shopping with his ex-girlfriend back home. Thankfully, the mutated creatures had been drawn away. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to enter such a big city to slowly consider clothing. The two threw a pile of clothes and pants into the backseat of the car, and Lambert was coming back with several boxes of shoes. After swapping places, the group all picked out clothes for changing. "All right, ladies and gentlemen," Lambert restarted the engine. "Let's get back to business." Chapter 63, Control Room. There were no mutated creatures blocking the path of the three as they made their way, but the abandoned vehicles on the road posed quite a challenge. Following the map, the convertible car came to a steady stop in front of Paddington Station. "Do you remember where the control room is?" Shao Ming asked. "Of course, it's on the 2nd floor of a standalone building," Lambert replied. "This is London's second emergency dispatch room, capable of controlling all junctions within the city in a 25-kilometer radius when a main station is rendered inoperable." "What about the backup generator?" Shao Ming asked next. It should be near the small building," Lambert said. Shao Ming shook his head and got out of the car with a shotgun in hand. Following Lambert's directions, the three did not enter the train station but headed toward the railway tracks. Looking at the platform, Shao Ming recalled that he always had an impulse to jump off the platform while waiting for the train. The three crossed several railway tracks and finally arrived in front of the control room. Shao Ming approached the door and tried to turn the handle, but wouldn't he open? The door was made of stainless steel and was burglar-proof, so he couldn't simply shoot it open. He had to smash a nearby window with the butt of his gun. "I really wish we had an army to attract zombies before we enter every city," Lambert sighed. If every city had an army, Shao Ming glanced back at Lambert, there wouldn't be any zombies left. Shao Ming reached in to unlock the window. They could have crawled in directly, but there was still a lot of broken glass to clear away. After opening the window, the three climbed in one by one, while Gordon jumped in. The first floor seemed to be a staff dormitory, equipped with beds and daily necessities. The last one in, Feng Yuxing, grabbed 2 towels and stuffed them into her bag. Lambert followed the route he remembered to the 2nd floor, and indeed, a room with a large screen appeared before them. "This is the control room," Lambert said, shining a flashlight around the room, which seemed to be filled with dust. "All right, I'll go see where the generator is," Shao Ming said. "A little tip," Lambert replied, already focused on checking the equipment without looking back. This thing should be quite big. Since Lambert said that, it shouldn't be hard to find, or rather, it was visible at a glance. As soon as Shao Ming reached the 1st floor, he saw the nameplate of the adjacent small building through the corridor window, Emergency Power Supply Room. Shao Ming found a set of keys in the small building, and after some trial and error, finally opened the door to the power supply room. Inside, there was a massive and complex-looking generator. After observing it closely, he realized it wasn't actually that complicated. The identity of the backup generator required it to be able to start quickly to replace the normal power supply. Therefore, The room had a large fuel tank and generating equipment. He stepped forward to turn the valve, and the fuel in the tank made a flowing sound. Then, Shao Ming pulled down a red lever that was practically invisible, and the generator immediately roared to life. Soon after, the lights in the room turned on. Shao Ming let out a sigh of relief, surprised that it could still generate power. He thought to himself that if they could take this thing on the train, it would provide a lot of energy. Unfortunately, they only had the engine left. Back in the control room, the lights were on, but the screen was still dark. Shao Ming asked. Wait. Lambert gestured for Shao Ming to be quiet. This kind of equipment works like this. After a short wait, the large screen finally powered on. Aha, succeeded, Lambert exclaimed, his face full of excitement as he looked at the illuminated screen. I thought I would only control tracks and drive trains and games for the rest of my life. But here we are. Lambert happily started the control system. And in no time, the signal lights on the railway lit up. Not far away, the warning bell at the intersection of a road and railway suddenly rang, and the barriers slowly lifted. In the desolate, lifeless city, this scene looked particularly eerie. The screen displayed all the railway nodes within London, densely packed and almost dizzying. However, Shao Ming noticed that almost all nodes on the east and northeast sides showed no signal, not sure if they had been destroyed by the army. All right, let's take a look. Lambert took the tablet from Feng Yuxing's hands and began comparing the routes. While Lambert adjusted the route, Feng Yuxing took out a towel and started wiping Shao Ming's head. Shao Ming instinctively dodged, and Feng Yuxing quickly said, I just washed it with rainwater. Look at you. You're drenched. Shao Ming scratched his head and replied, What's the big deal? I'm going to get wet again when we go out. Feng Yuxing frowned and said, I work hard for a living. What does it mean to be intimidating without being angry? Shao Ming had no choice but to obediently take the towel and wipe his head. Feng Yuxing chuckled and handed another towel to Lambert. Oh, thanks, Lambert said, taking the towel and putting it in his pocket. All done. Lambert clapped his hands and said, Now we can drive the train straight ahead to the Channel Tunnel. Perfect. Shao Ming sighed. Finally, they could leave the UK today. The rain outside had lessened significantly, and it seemed the sun would come out soon. The three returned to the convertible car and headed toward the train. By the time they got back to the train, it was almost noon. Fortunately, there were no mutated creatures in the city. Otherwise, driving on such a congested road would have been disastrous. It seemed Wellington wasn't lying after all. Shao Ming had wanted to take the convertible with him. He wanted to take everything, but with just the engine, there was nothing to take. Since they couldn't take a complete vehicle, they decided to dismantle it and take the parts. Shao Ming and Lambert worked together to cut off the M2 machine gun along with its mount and weld it onto the top of the train. They also made a hole in the train's roof, raising the floor with the convertible's mount and hood, allowing someone to stick half their body out to operate the machine gun. Since there was a hole in the roof, to prevent rain from leaking in, they dismantled several supports in the canopy from the convertible to make a new canopy on top of the train. They also didn't let the M240 escape, which was mounted on the window of the right cockpit door. All the visible large metal sheets on the vehicle were cut off and welded onto the sides to reinforce the body. At this point, the originally convertible version of the Land Rover Defender was left with only 4 tires and an engine. As a result, they didn't even spare the tires, which were fixed at the front of the engine for impact cushioning. After completing all this, the cutting machine was already overloaded and needed a blade change, and the welding gun was out of fuel. Chapter 64. Safe journey. As the afternoon was coming to an end, the three of them finally finished counting and organizing their supplies, ready to set off. The food supply was still quite abundant, although the potatoes were sprouting more and more. The canned food, packaged food, and water were still sufficient. The three of them and the dog could definitely last a week without any issues. Although Wellington had run away, he had left behind a good amount of military rations and an alcohol stove for them, as well as cups and a small pot for cooking. In terms of firepower, aside from each having around 200 rounds of spare ammunition for their machine guns, they also had 4 hunting rifles, 2 shotguns, 1 assault rifle, and 3 handguns of different calibers, totaling nearly 600 rounds. Additionally, they had 2 grenades. For close combat weapons, there were iron rods, knives, and a fire axe. Shao Ming regretted that Li Long's baseball bat had been left at the fire station. Overall, they had ample firepower, enough to fight off a small horde of about 1,000 zombies. They had gathered all the necessary daily items, toiletries, and change of clothes, which filled the back of the vehicle. After reinforcing the locomotive twice, its protective capabilities were improved. While it couldn't clear a path through a horde in a big city, it would no longer suffer from broken wheels. The weather gradually cleared up, and the three of them changed into new clothes. "Let's go," Lambert said as he boarded the train. The train slowly accelerated, leaving behind a pile of wreckage that had once been a Land Rover. Compared to the congested road filled with vehicles, the railway was almost free of obstacles. Shao Ming noticed that some weeds had begun to sprout from the gravel under the tracks, dotting the gray ground. Since they had prepared their route in advance, Lambert boldly increased the speed of the train. It was no longer crawling at 40 or 50 kilometers per hour. The speed displayed on the control panel was slowly approaching 100. "Shouldn't you slow down a bit?" Shao Ming reminded him. With a hole in the ceiling, the wind noise from the increased speed of the train was terrifyingly loud. Lambert couldn't help but smile, with a train that had no detours, no mutants, and no roadblocks. Of course, he wanted to enjoy the ride. Although London was large, for a train traveling at high speed, it took only half an hour to pass through. The train quickly crossed the Thames River, speeding towards the southern side of the city. It wasn't that Lambert had intentionally avoided the eastern city area where mutants gathered while planning the route. Rather, most of the roads on the eastern side had indeed been destroyed by the military. Nevertheless, they saw layers of ruins in the distance along the Thames. The once tall buildings in the city center had become a wasteland of rubble, and the few buildings still standing were riddled with holes. Shao Ming felt that something was missing by the Thames. After thinking for a while, he remembered that the London Eye was gone. To make matters worse, Big Ben was also gone. Lambert reduced speed as the train weaved through London. Fortunately, although there were many platforms in the city, most trains were stopped at the major stations. Before long, the buildings beside the tracks began to thin out. Surprisingly, what was thought to be the most difficult part, London, turned out to be the quickest to pass through. The train moved onto a high-speed railway, which ran in a straight line from the southern side of London to Ashford without any turns. This delighted Lambert, who completely forgot that the windows had been shattered and a machine gun was mounted. However, his joy didn't last long as the other two, shivering from the cold, interrupted him. Now it finally feels like a railway journey. The train sped through Ashford, and the entrance to the underwater tunnel was just ahead. Lambert began to slow down the train, while Shao Ming looked around at the scenery beside the tracks. It was nothing but trees. "Where's the sea?" he asked. "The entrance to the underwater tunnel isn't in the sea," Lambert explained. "Actually, there's a certain distance from the coast, so you might not see the sea." Shao Ming nodded regretfully. He really wanted to see the English Channel. Having studied abroad for 2 years, he had gone out to play a few times. But due to the pandemic, he had spent over a year back home. The train slowly turned along the tracks and entered a tunnel, revealing a massive train parking lot before them. Several different trains were parked within, some carrying cargo and others specifically designed to transport vehicles. At the end of the railway was a dark hole, as if a deep, inscrutable mouth had grown from the hillside, ready to swallow the train. Lambert said slowly, "Well, I hope you don't have claustrophobia." Seconds later, the train plunged into the darkness. Shao Ming had been worried about the illegal structures above, but fortunately, the tunnel's height was sufficient, allowing them to pass perfectly. "How long will it take to get through the underwater tunnel?" Shao Ming shouted. The train was already noisy enough, and inside the tunnel, it was even louder. They could only hope that after these 2 days, they would still have intact ears. "If we're lucky, 35 minutes. Lambert shouted back. "Let's just hope we don't run into any roadblocks." Beside them, Feng Yuxing silently stuffed 2 balls of cotton into her ears, which she had just pulled from her clothes, and handed 2 more to the 2 men. Lambert seemed to have struck gold. 10 minutes later, a shadow of a train appeared ahead in the empty tunnel. The headlights illuminated the tunnel, revealing it to be a passenger train. The roars of the mutants even drowned out the sound of the train's movement, and as they got closer, the 3 of them saw that the passenger car was packed with mutants. Without hesitation, Shao Ming grabbed the shotgun and climbed onto the roof. He stuck half his body out and set up the heavy machine gun. Lambert did not slow down. Since iron plates and tires had been added to the front of the train, the extra distance was not enough for the coupler to connect with the train ahead. It was better to just ram into it and push. The front of the train crashed solidly into the back of the passenger train, causing Shao Ming to hit his head forward due to inertia, bumping it against a machine gun. Dazed, Shao Ming remembered that just a few days ago, he had thought about getting Lambert a walkie-talkie. Now it seemed truly necessary. Although this collision pushed the passenger train ahead, it also shattered several windows of the car. Due to the obstruction of the passenger train, the speed of their train noticeably slowed, giving the mutants an opportunity. The mutants began to pound on the windows and climb out from inside the car. As the two trains were not moving fast, the mutants started to climb onto the front of Shao Ming's train. Shao Ming rubbed his head, enduring the pain as he raised the shotgun. Chapter 65. Undersea Tunnel. Shao Ming pulled the trigger and shot a mutant off the front of the train. Due to the obstruction of the front vehicle, the headlights could only illuminate a small portion of the area, while most of the surroundings fell back into darkness. As the train continued to speed deeper into the cave, the air around them became increasingly murky and foul. Shao Ming knocked another mutant off that had climbed up, and, as it fell, it took two of its companions down into the darkness with it. Fortunately, as the train picked up speed, the mutants could no longer climb onto the roof from the sides. The threat was not yet eliminated. With the two cars connected, the mutants began to crawl toward Shao Ming through the windshield. Inside the train, Lambert and Feng Yuxing saw the distorted faces of the mutants pressed against the glass, contorted by the pressure of the wind. Shao Ming dared not shoot with the shotgun, fearing he might accidentally shatter the windshield. He drew his pistol and shot through the heads of the two mutants at the front. Shao Ming had no idea how fast the train was going at that moment, but he knew the wind was stinging his eyes. Soon, however, he lost that sensation. As the train drove deeper into the undersea tunnel, the ventilation system, which hadn't been maintained for a month and had lost power, had long ceased to function, and the air in the tunnel was becoming increasingly thin. The two people inside the train began to feel drowsy, and Lambert increased the train's speed. Shao Ming outside felt a tightness in his chest and fatigue, struggling to breathe, his grip on the gun slipping. His body was desperately trying to breathe faster, but there was hardly any oxygen left in the environment. On top of that, he had hit his head, and his ears hadn't recovered from the noise. He felt miserable, yet he continued to shoot at the mutants climbing onto the train. He silently counted the time in his mind, 10 minutes. If he could just hold on for 10 minutes, there should be oxygen again. The train had been in the tunnel for 10 minutes before encountering the mutants, and after a while of fighting, they had started to suffer from oxygen deprivation, indicating they were at the deepest part of the tunnel. Shao Ming noticed the movements of the mutants were also slowing down. It seemed that even though they had turned into monsters, they could not escape the limitations of the human body. However, the mutants had the virus that paralyzed them, and Shao Ming could only rely on his willpower to fight against them. If he passed out now, he and the two people and the dog inside the train would surely meet their end. Oxygen deprivation was far more deadly than the mutants. At that moment, Shao Ming could no longer think about how the mutants survived in such a low oxygen environment. Perhaps it was the influence of hibernation mechanisms, or perhaps it was the paralysis from the virus. All he felt was that he was about to faint. Even a foul, murky smell he had just detected was dissipating in his nostrils. Not because the air had improved, but because his mind was going dull. Fortunately, there was still some oxygen in the tunnel. It was just that there were too many other pollutants, and the hundreds of mutants in the front train were still competing for oxygen, leaving the concentration in the lungs of the few people extremely low. The two people inside had already lost consciousness and were silent. Images began to flash through Shao Ming's mind like a revolving lantern. He saw his family thousands of miles away, saw Li Long tragically dead on the bed, and saw the blood-red eyes of the mutants. Then, joyful images began to surface, his family's smiles, the mutual help he had with his two companions on the road to survival. His heartbeat gradually slowed. His fingers lacked the strength to pull the trigger, and all that remained in his vision was the sight of the mutants slowly climbing onto the roof of the train. Was it all coming to an end? Suddenly, Shao Ming felt he could breathe again. Although the air was still murky, the oxygen content had clearly increased. Shao Ming's breathing quickened. Oxygen flowed into his lungs, and his mind began to clear. Without needing to think too much, he raised his pistol and aimed it at the head of the mutant that had crawled right in front of him. The undersea tunnel, which took 35 minutes to traverse, was nearing the exit after just 20 minutes. While Lambert was unconscious, his hand had remained on the speed control lever, and as he fell forward during his unconsciousness, he inadvertently pushed the train to full speed. Shao Ming once again detected the murky smell in the air, and he felt the wind rushing past his face. He probably never thought he would find that smell pleasant in his life. Shao Ming raised the machine gun and aimed at the front car, pulling the trigger. The bullets penetrated the metal of the car's roof and entered the interior. Shao Ming was unsure how many mutants he would hit with this, as his mind had not fully cleared. Just then, a slight curve appeared ahead on the tracks. The train, traveling at full speed, pushed the front car off the tracks, crashing into the tunnel wall. Because the back train had not slowed down, the front car was pushed along the tunnel wall and flipped onto its side. Even so, Lambert had not yet awakened, and the train's front was still straining to push the car forward. The front car was pushed into a zigzag shape by the overturned front, scraping sparks from the tunnel walls. Fortunately, the flammable gas content in the tunnel was not high at that moment. Otherwise, these train cars would likely have been permanently engulfed in the tunnel. Also, thanks to Shao Ming and Lambert extending the front of the train, the coupling had not connected to the front car. Otherwise, their train would have faced a similar fate. The dark tunnel was illuminated by sparks, and Shao Ming saw that the front car was almost horizontally stuck in the tunnel, being pushed forward. Shao Ming left the roof and crouched down, suddenly falling from the elevated platform. He covered his aching and dizzy head and got up, reaching out to try to wake the unconscious Lambert. The tunnel began to turn again, and the front of the car was almost lifted off the ground, scraping against the top of the tunnel and exploding the emergency lights one by one. Shao Ming desperately shook Lambert. He reached out to check Lambert's nostrils, and the latter's breathing had started to slowly recover. Light came from the end of the tunnel. The exit was not far away. Seeing that he couldn't wake Lambert after a while, Shao Ming had no choice but to pull Lambert's hand away and pull the lever down all the way. But even this was too slow. The curve continued, and once they lost the obstruction of the front car, they could very well regain high speed and fly off the tracks. Shao Ming noticed the red button next to the control panel and slammed it down hard. The emergency brake was activated, and the train's wheels screeched on the tracks as the braking system finally started to slow down. The front car had already left the tunnel, crashing heavily onto the tracks, but since the end of the tunnel was still curved, the front car was completely pushed off the tracks. Chapter 06, the last line of defense. Paris, France, Arc de Triomphe, 2 weeks after the mutation began. Although it was night, the area around the Louvre was ablaze with gunfire. The fierce fighting in the city had persisted for 10 days and nights, with over 10 million mutants gathered in Paris. The defending troops were running low on ammunition and supplies. The battles over the past 10 days had eliminated nearly 4 million mutants, almost double the entire core population of Paris. Helicopters were constantly taking off and landing, transporting ammunition from nearby military bases into the encircled area and evacuating survivors to safer southern regions. All young people had gone to the front lines. Men, women, everyone aged 16 to 65 had picked up weapons. Thanks to ample preparations before the disaster, the entire Paris city area held out for 10 days. However, by today, hundreds of tanks and armored vehicles have been abandoned in the middle of the road due to running out of fuel and ammunition, and only a few field guns and mortars remained firing near the Arc de Triomphe. The eastern and northern defenses were continuously breached, and the defending forces were retreating. The mutants kept pouring in. From the first day, the army fired shells into the city. Today, a situation had already been determined. The mutants in the city were drawn in by the sound of artillery fire, followed by those in the suburbs, the towns closest to the city. The roars of mutants in the towns would attract even more from further away and the surrounding countryside. Along with the impact of counter-urbanization, a large number of mutants had also gathered in the towns around the suburbs. Soon, all the mutants within 100 kilometers surged toward the city center like a tide. Unlike the British army, the French army had to hold their ground in the city until everyone was safely evacuated. They had to withstand wave after wave of mutants. These mutants surged into the city just like their ancestors did centuries ago. Only, while the ancestors sought riches and glory, these mutants craved a feast of flesh and blood. Fortunately, More than 20,000 civilians have been evacuated via helicopters, boats, and convoys, leaving only a rear guard of over 3,000 soldiers and young people in the city. Albert hurried into the underground catacombs. Before the mutation occurred, the government had never opened the area of the catacombs north of the Seine River. After the disaster, it became the best refuge. More than 20 meters above ground, artillery shells fell, kicking up clouds of dust. He turned down a corridor, and, at this moment, the skulls on either side looked so benign. In one catacomb, a dozen French soldiers in uniform were anxiously communicating with the outside via radio. A soldier who appeared to be the commander turned to Albert as he entered and said, "Major, the evacuation helicopters will arrive in 15 minutes, and the fleet will arrive in half an hour." "No, that's not it," Albert replied. "Our ammunition supply is nearly depleted. The artillery can only hold out for a few more minutes." "What about the tanks?" the commander asked. "Send a tank platoon out. The tanks can't move anymore. Only 5 are still defending the Arc de Triomphe, but they're out of fuel, only shells left. The helicopters will bring some supplies," the commander said, taking a drag on his cigarette. "The nearby base has run out of ammunition too. They need to go to a further base to bring in supplies." Another shell fell, dust landing on the commander's helmet. "We are facing over 2,000 times the enemy," Albert said. "Without enough ammunition and supplies, we can't hold out." The commander threw his cigarette but to the ground and said, "There's nothing we can do. Fuel and ammo still need to be shared with the convoy trying to break out. We can only wait for them to return." Albert asked, "How do we evacuate?" The commander replied, "The last 1,500 will follow the convoy to evacuate. Helicopters and boats can take away 500 people, but as for the last 500, there are no available vehicles left." "I said it from the start," Albert shouted angrily. "We should have gathered all the armored forces to break out of the city from the beginning, not stayed here to wait for death." The catacomb fell silent as everyone turned to look at Albert. The commander pulled out another cigarette and put it in his mouth, saying, "Without our vehicles, the civilians' vehicles can't break out of the urban area at all. You've seen the numbers of those guys. They can even topple an armored vehicle when they gather together." The commander patted Albert on the shoulder and said, "That's why we are soldiers." On the ground, the mutants were squeezing into the streets, charging forward. Some mutants even stepped on the piled bodies of their companions to climb onto rooftops. Within the 10-kilometer range from the Paris suburbs to the Arc de Triomphe, only rubble remained, except for the area near the Arc de Triomphe, where the artillery had not reached. Now, these remaining buildings provided the mutants with a more three-dimensional attack method, with searchlights mounted on barriers made of containers and sandbags illuminating the area near the Arc de Triomphe. Some mutants charged down from rooftops and jumped onto the barriers. Gunfire, roars, and the sounds of artillery blended together. While human firepower was indeed formidable, after 10 consecutive days of battle, the mutants seemed to gain the upper hand through sheer numbers. The supply from helicopters was clearly far from enough to sustain the consumption rate of the artillery. Perhaps the army should have evacuated with the civilians when the number of mutants in the city surpassed that of humans. But at that time, the High Command, considering various factors, ultimately decided to establish a quarantine area within the city. On one hand, the army had built a quarantine wall in the city, controlling the crowd that had mutated from the beginning, but they did not anticipate how rapidly and severely the situation would develop. The military initially thought it was just a localized public health emergency, but it turned out to involve the majority of humanity's mutations. On the other hand, the military also did not understand the influence among the mutants. The roar of a small group of corpses gathered together could often be heard nearly 1,000 meters away, attracting even more mutants. By the time the survivors in the city began to evacuate, the number of mutants pouring into Paris had already increased several times. Perhaps holding the city saved more people inside, but now it had also left those who could not evacuate in a state of despair. No one could evaluate whether it was right or wrong to hold on to Paris. Everything could only be judged by future generations. Chapter 07, The Last Line of Defense. 2. Paris, France, Arc de Triomphe, 2 weeks after the mutation outbreak. Bang, bang, bang. 3-2 are 2 M120mm mortars fired in succession, their shells tracing a perfect arc in the sky, accurately landing in the tide of corpses charging at the forefront. The movement trajectory of the corpse tide was not difficult to calculate. since they had almost lost their pain response and did not feel fatigue. They were basically sprinting with all their might. Moreover, due to the obstruction from various buildings and debris in the city, the path of the corpse tide toward the Arc de Triomphe was also fixed. For the French forces holding the Arc de Triomphe, the biggest problem now was the insufficient ammunition supply. Furthermore, the previous wave of the corpse tide had broken through the defense line, causing some casualties to the defenders. Several soldiers dragged a fainted injured person down from the front line. Half of his leg was bitten off by a mutant, with bones exposed through the remaining flesh. Albert, along with a few soldiers, rushed out from the entrance of the underground cave, running toward the front line of the defense. This round of the corpse tide had ended. Since the mutants were attracted from different places outside the city, their arrival times at the Arc de Triomphe varied. The last remaining defenders got a temporary rest, gathering leftover supplies and rescuing the wounded. A lieutenant ran toward Albert, his face covered in dirt and blood, filled with exhaustion. "Sir," the lieutenant reported to Albert. "Take a head count and prepare for evacuation," Albert said. A hint of relief finally appeared on the lieutenant's face, but he immediately returned to a state of alertness. After all, the battle was not over. "The helicopter will arrive soon." Albert looked toward the horizon, where some fires ignited by incendiary bombs were still spreading outside the city, turning the pitch-black night sky into a fiery red. "They will bring some supplies. All operational helicopters will come to assist in the evacuation." The lieutenant and Albert walked toward the edge of the defense line together. "How many people can we take?" "Super horses, cougars, servals. The whole fleet can probably take 500 people. 2 super horses can fit 100 people," the lieutenant said. "What about the rest?" "The convoy will come back," Albert replied, "but some people might have to sit on the roof." The lieutenant was taken aback, replying helplessly, "Having a vehicle is already good. I thought the convoy had retreated south. They volunteered to come back." Albert's tone was somewhat elusive, suggesting he did not want the convoy to return. He would rather die here than let his comrades come in to die. "The biggest problem is that we still need to prepare ammunition to cover the convoy. Without the cover of those few 155mm howitzers, it will be difficult for the convoy to enter the city," Albert said, looking at the more than 10 silent 155mm artillery pieces. There were originally a total of 40 155mm howitzers in the front line of the Arc de Triomphe. But even with rotations for firing, the continuous high-intensity combat had rendered most of the artillery inoperable. The sound of helicopters came from the distant sky. A few people looked in the direction of the sound and saw a group of helicopters illuminated by firelight flying toward them with supplies. "Clear the landing zone." The lieutenant immediately sprang into action, shouting, "Hurry! Get the severely injured up first." Albert glanced at the time. It was already late at night, and the howling of a new wave of the corpse tide could be heard from afar. The helicopter group and the corpse tide surged toward the Arc de Triomphe from 2 different directions, one bringing hope and the other bringing death. The battle would continue. A few hours later, the sun rose from the east, casting sunlight on the streets filled with corpses and flesh. The mutants surged over the remnants of human resistance, madly charging toward the last few fallen soldiers. They fought and clawed at each other for the bodies of these soldiers until one mutant managed to rush up and take a bite. The entire Paris had no living person left. Chapter 66, arriving in Calais, the train in front rolled over in the vast parking lot until it crashed into 2 other trains before finally coming to a stop. The train that Shao Ming and the others were on also managed to brake, ceasing its forward motion. Shao Ming breathed a sigh of relief. "Open the driver's cab door to let the air circulate." They couldn't stay here for too long, not to mention whether there were any surviving mutants in the front train. The noise from the crash was no different from cannon fire. What Shao Ming didn't know was that the exit of the underwater tunnel in France was a large train station. There are not only trains parked here, but also many cars waiting to be transported to the UK. Of course, there were also a large number of people. Not long after the door opened, the 2 unconscious individuals began to wake up, but a large number of mutants appeared in front of the train. Without thinking too much, Shao Ming slapped Lambert across the face. The pain was indeed effective. Lambert groggily opened his eyes. "Drive." As soon as Lambert opened his eyes, he saw Shao Ming slapping himself, and he groggily covered his face, asking what happened. "Get up and drive. We are in France." Shao Ming climbed onto the machine gun on the roof of the car and started shooting at the approaching mutants. The 12, 7mm caliber bullets could pierce through several piled-up mutants at once. But unfortunately, these creatures could still move forward even with their intestines hanging out. Ugh! Lambert covered his head and got up, only to see a hellish scene. The trains that had been knocked down, the mutants rushing over. What was happening? Lambert was still trying to recall what happened when he was in the tunnel. A bullet casing fell from the roof, hitting Lambert on the head and burning him. This completely woke him up. Lambert shook Feng Yusheng, who had just opened his eyes, and the latter crawled up from the floor, holding his head. Fortunately, the train had been moving very fast in the middle of the tunnel. The few of them had only been completely deprived of oxygen for a short while, and they hadn't inhaled too much toxic gas. Shao Ming continued firing at the wave of corpses, but soon, the machine gun made a click as it ran out of ammo. Lambert realized they couldn't stay on the train any longer. He grabbed the shotgun lying on the ground and pulled Shao Ming down. Shao Ming glanced at Lambert and, stumbling, grabbed the machine gun on the right door to start shooting again. Lambert realized that Shao Ming completely misunderstood his intention. He meant for him to run away, not to tell him there was still a machine gun below. The wave of corpses was approaching the front of the train, and the crashing sound and train noise not only startled the mutants inside the train yard, but also attracted mutants from the surrounding towns. Suddenly, a rocket flew out from a small hill behind the train, exploding in a wave of corpses. The sudden explosion startled Shao Ming before he could react. A girl's voice came from outside the car. "Still fighting? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Shao Ming turned around to see a girl with an Asian face standing next to the car. However, she spoke in French with a Japanese accent, which Shao Ming couldn't understand at all. Watching the approaching mutants, the girl seemed a bit anxious, and she spoke again in English. Go, hurry." Although it was accented English, Shao Ming understood a bit this time. Feng Yusheng had also regained consciousness, and the two inside the car were clearly surprised by the sudden appearance of the girl outside. "Let's go." Shao Ming continued to cover the two inside the car with a machine gun. "Hurry." Feng Yusheng pulled up the still unconscious Gordon, carrying the dog on his back. Lambert hurriedly went to help support Gordon's rear, and the two followed the suddenly appeared girl as they ran towards the back of the car. Shao Ming glanced back, wondering why he was the only one firing a gun. He pulled the pin from a grenade and threw it into the wave of corpses, then turned to catch up with the others. The grenade did not explode like in movies. There was almost no visible fire, just a bunch of shrapnel that knocked down a group of mutants nearby. An off-road vehicle came rushing down the hillside, and the unfamiliar girl was the first to jump into the car. A burly man in military uniform emerged from the driver's seat, with a low-recognition French flag patch on his arm. The burly man raised in 416 Hong Kong dollars and fired at the mutants behind Shao Ming. Even with Lambert's help, Feng Yusheng's pace gradually slowed down due to carrying the 60-pound Gordon on his back. Shao Ming turned around, crouched down, and raised his L-85A1 to shoot at the pursuing mutants. As expected, after just a couple of shots, the gun jammed. The gun taken from a mutant was far from well-maintained. Shao Ming pulled the bolt to eject a round, and finally, he could shoot again. The Japanese girl seemed to feel a bit out of place sitting in the car. She hurriedly jumped down to help the two lift Gordon into the vehicle. "Kid, it's time to go," the burly man shouted. Shao Ming stowed his rifle and ran over to the passenger seat of the car. The burly man pulled back and stepped on the gas, leaving the parking lot. "You guys are amazing," the burly man said, gripping the steering wheel. "You're the first group I've seen leave England alive in the past few days. Is it just us after so many days?" Shao Ming asked. "Most people probably suffocated in the underwater tunnel," the burly man replied. "I'm Astier Kosman, a second lieutenant in the 13th Parachute Dragoons of the French Army." Astier continued. "This is Yamada Ryo, a Japanese student from the National Music Academy of Calais. Her English is not very good." "Yamada Ryo?" Lambert asked, "The one from Lonely Rock?" Seeing that he found a kindred spirit, Yamada Ryo was very excited. Yes, just like that." "All right," Shao Ming thought. Chinese, French, British, Japanese. The off-road vehicle shook off the wave of corpses and drove along a country road. "You guys are lucky today," Astier said. "We went out to look for supplies and heard such a commotion down here, so we came to see. Otherwise, you would have had a hard time escaping." Shao Ming nodded and said, "Thank you." He turned back to look at Feng Yuxing, who was staring blankly while holding the unconscious Gordon. The dog will be fine. Shao Ming comforted. It's so strong, and besides, the tunnel was actually quite quick. Feng Yuxing nodded, patting Gordon's head. I believe in it. It still has breath and a heartbeat, just tired, I guess. The off-road vehicle turned into a forest and stopped in front of a small cabin. We're here. Astier opened the car door. Make yourself at home. Shao Ming nodded and looked around. This cabin in the woods was far from the town and main roads, and through the gaps in the trees, they could still see the coastline. He greedily breathed in the precious fresh air. Chapter 67, A Deal. Several people worked together to carry Gordon into the room and laid him on the dining table. Gordon's belly still rose and fell, but he remained in a coma. Feng Yuxing stood by Gordon's side, observing his condition. The cabin in the woods had 2 floors in total. The first floor had a relatively spacious living room, with various animal head trophies hanging over the fireplace. The kitchen was separated from the living room by a bar, and on the bar, besides a pile of canned food, there were also a considerable amount of fresh fruits and meats. As for the second floor, Shao Ming couldn't see it, but generally, the second floor was filled with bedrooms and the like. What about my home? Ashji took down his assault rifle and placed it on a nearby table, saying, there is some food in the kitchen, and there are quite a few small animals in this forest. Shao Ming followed Ashji closer and saw that the meat on the table was a rabbit that had already been skinned and another squirrel that had been similarly processed. Aren't these animals infected? Shao Ming asked. Your dog wasn't infected either, Ashji replied. As far as we know, this virus is the same as the pandemic from 6 months ago. It only infects humans. That sounds like some kind of biological weapon, Shao Ming said. That's what they said when I was still in the team, Ashji said, throwing the rabbit onto the cutting board and starting to process the carcass. But those are just rumors. No one has time to study the virus now. Shao Ming asked, what about your team? They were scattered, Ashji said. When a mutation first occurred, we were sent to assist the Fabi in the lockdown, but later the troops involved in the lockdown turned into monsters themselves. Ashji sliced open the rabbit's belly, cleaning out the insides. I met her on the way to retreat to Amiens, Ashji said, nodding towards the living room where Yamada Ryo was chatting animatedly with Lambert. At first, there were more than 200 people in the team, including civilians and soldiers. Later, the number kept dwindling. Some mutated, while others were captured by those who had mutated. Ashji scooped a ladle of water from a bucket to wash the rabbit's body. Later we learned that Amiens had also fallen. The troops there mutated even before the civilians. Hearing this, Shao Ming sighed. It seemed that the situation in France was not much better than in the UK. About a week ago, I completely lost contact with the troops, but before that, I received news that Paris was still resisting. Some troops had cleared out part of the city to accommodate survivors. Ashji set the rabbit aside and started cleaning the squirrel. Squirrel meat isn't very tasty, Ashji said, glancing at Yamada Ryo in the living room. Sometimes she reminds me of my daughter. What about your daughter? Shao Ming asked. After I divorced her mother, she stayed in Paris. We originally lived in Calais, which is why I have this little house here. As Ashji mentioned his daughter, his movements slowed down. I wonder how she is in Paris. Shao Ming asked in confusion. Why don't you go find her? There are piles of zombies outside Paris. Ashji replied. It's not far from here to Paris, but there are countless villages and towns. Even if I could get past these layers of lockdowns, I wouldn't be able to enter Paris. Saying this, Ashji paused his actions, turned to Shao Ming, and asked, your train looks very sturdy. Can take me to Paris? We're going to Germany and then back home, Shao Ming replied. We probably won't pass through Paris. Are you going back to China? Yamada Ryo in the living room asked. Can I come along? Of course, Lambert answered eagerly without waiting for Shao Ming to speak. Ashji pulled Shao Ming aside and whispered, this is a request, or rather a deal. I believe that given the current situation, you definitely can't get back to the train. Ashji looked at the group's gear. If I'm not mistaken, all your stuff is on the train, right? Shao Ming bluntly asked, so your bargaining chip is our train? I can help you get the train back. Shao Ming walked into the living room and called Feng Yuxing and Lambert over. This soldier hopes that we can take him to Paris to find his daughter on the condition that he can help us get the train back. Lambert said, he looks like he can fight. You forgot about a couple of days ago? Feng Yuxing said, he was also a soldier who looked very tough. Yes, he looks like he can fight, Shao Ming said. We could get the train back without him, but what I'm thinking is to keep him with us. In fact, Shao Ming was considering that if he didn't find a capable person to join the team soon, he would be exhausted, especially if Yamada Ryo was to join the team as well. I don't want to talk to him. Feng Yuxing asked. Will he come with us? After thinking for a moment, Shao Ming said, if he can cover us to get the train, the initiative will be in our hands. We can run or take them with us. He paused for a moment and continued, there are no walls in Paris. I don't think the chances of his daughter surviving inside are very high. I just heard your conversation, Feng Yuxing said. He said there's zombies all outside of Paris. Otherwise, why wouldn't he go himself? And this will slow down our progress, Lambert said. The best way is to breach the deal and get the train and leave. We can't do that. Shao Ming shook his head. Just because we were abandoned doesn't mean we should abandon others. Either agree to him and work with him, Shao Ming said, or don't agree to him, and we can stay for one night and think of a way ourselves. The three discussed for a while and ultimately decided to agree to Ashji's proposal. If you can help us get the train back, we will take you to Paris. Shao Ming said, but there are two additional conditions. First, if there are too many zombies outside Paris, we won't take you into the city. Ashji nodded, no problem. Second, if we enter Paris, regardless of whether you find your daughter or not, you have to leave with us after we exit Paris. Ashji remained silent for a while and asked, if I find my daughter, can I take her with me? Then you'll have to add another carriage to the train. Shao Ming said, the two cabs can't fit that many people. You can add it in the cargo area from earlier, Ashji said. I could buy you at least 2 hours. Shao Ming extended his hand and said, pleasure doing business. Chapter 68 Rest and Recovery. Let's eat first, Skill said. You need to rest a bit. After dinner, we'll set off tomorrow. Although Shao Ming could tell that Skill was eager to leave right now, he still decided against going out in the pitch-black night. Shao Ming knew that even though there were troops in Paris, delaying for another day meant another day of danger. Thinking this way, he admired Skill a bit. At least he was better than Wellington, who didn't even know where he had flown off to. Where did the rough-haired guy go? Yamada Ryo asked. To get our stuff back from the zombies, Shao Ming replied. Skill returned to the kitchen to prepare dinner. And after a while, he took all the ingredients outside. Why is he taking it outside? Lambert asked, confused. The sweet fuel is used up. Yamada Ryo continued in her heavily accented English. He only knows how to make a fire outside. Shao Ming shook his head. He was really trying to listen to every word Yamada Ryo said. Gordon finally woke up, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, with Feng Yuxing especially delighted. However, the dog seemed to have lost some brain cells after fainting from lack of oxygen for half a day. It was biting an old pillow and shaking its head wildly. Completely unmanageable. What a good German shepherd, and now it was turning into a husky. Feng Yuxing finally managed to drag the pillow out of its mouth, only for it to immediately bite down on the nearby sofa. After finally calming Gordon down, Feng Yuxing walked over to Shao Ming, who was checking his assault rifle. Are you all right? She asked. Shao Ming thought to himself, I almost suffocated in the underwater tunnel, got caught by a zombie, bumped my head on a machine gun, and my palm still hasn't healed. He replied, what'd be wrong with me? You're not still feeling dizzy or anything, right? Feng Yuxing asked with concern. Not anymore, Shao Ming said. How about you? Much better, that was really close, she replied. Yeah, Shao Ming recalled how he had been seeing stars in the tunnel. Feng Yuxing took Shao Ming's hand, unwrapping a bandage as she said, I just wanted to say thank you. Shao Ming couldn't help but reach out to pat Feng Yuxing's head, saying for what? I'm waiting for you to come back home and treat me to spicy hot pot and rabbit heads. Eskil's cooking was indeed quite good, and the three of them praised it endlessly. Even if it wasn't that great, it was the first decent meal they had eaten in several weeks. It was truly delicious. You must have been a cook in the army, right? Lambert joked. The cooks in my unit aren't as good as me. Eskil replied with a smile. Your English is really good, Feng Yuxing said to Eskil. You both aren't bad either. Eskil pointed to his insignia and said, see this? Special Forces. Shao Ming cut a rabbit leg and placed it on Feng Yuxing's plate. Yo, cutting rabbit legs, Lambert said. I drove a train all the way here and you didn't cut me any. Shao Ming replied quietly, get lost. Everyone laughed. It had been a long time since the atmosphere had been so relaxed. Shao Ming interrupted, saying, all right, let's get down to business. What's your plan? Shao Ming tore off a squirrel leg and stuffed it in his mouth. It really didn't taste good. I will activate the air raid sirens in Calais, Eskil said. The sound will be enough to attract all the zombies within dozens of kilometers. But didn't the power go out? Feng Yuxing asked. That's a secret, Eskil said, placing a finger in front of his lips. I have to keep a trump card. You just need to know that the time I bought for you is enough for you to adjust the track and attach another car. Good, Shao Ming said. Then we'll follow your air raid sirens. I know what you're thinking, Eskil said. Crossing all of Europe is a long and dangerous journey, and you need me and my gun. Shao Ming nodded and said, From what we know, the situation in our country is better, so you won't be at a loss coming with us. Gordon poked its head out from the dining table, drooling over the roasted rabbit on the table. I know, Eskil said. That's why I agreed, right? After dinner, the sun outside gradually set. Eskil lit the candles in the room and pulled down all the curtains. If you want to wash up, there is a bucket of water behind the house, Eskil said. The bedroom is on the second floor. One room for the 2 girls and one for the 3 of us. Gordon, holding a pillow, spun around at Eskil's feet as if asking, What about me? Eskil patted Gordon's head and said, You little guy can sleep on the couch in the living room. After everyone got ready, Eskil locked the door. Yamada Ryo sat cross-legged on the sofa, holding a bass guitar, and began to sing. The deep sound of the bass, combined with the girl's melodious voice, relaxed everyone. The night fell amidst the song. The next morning, Shao Ming and Eskil started packing their gear. Eskil glanced at Shao Ming's L8501 and said, Junk gun. It really is a junk gun. Do you have a better one? Shao Ming asked. Eskil went upstairs and, after a while, came down with a sniper rifle. Shao Ming recognized it at a glance as a FR F2 sniper rifle, which used 10 rounds of 7.62 NATO standard ammunition and had an effective range of up to 800 meters. Can you use it? Eskil asked. Shao Ming took the sniper rifle, admiring it. As a light weapons enthusiast, he realized there would be plenty of guns to play with on this journey. He set up the bipod and positioned the sniper rifle on the table, starting to calibrate the scope. Very professional, Eskil said. Have you been in the army? Shao Ming shook his head and replied, Just a VIP at the Manchester shooting range. Then I suggest you shoot at distances within 200 meters first, Eskil said. This gun is very accurate, but don't waste bullets. Is this for me? Shao Ming asked, surprised. Just borrowing it for you to use, Eskil said, until you find a better long-range weapon than a shotgun and that assault rifle. Half an hour later, Shao Ming, Eskil, and Lambert stepped outside. You two stay here with Gordon. Shao Ming turned to the 2 girls and said, We'll come back to get you after we move the train to a safe position. Eskil walked over to Yamada Ryo and handed her a note. If I don't make it back from Calais, make sure to find a way to deliver this to my daughter. I will, Yamada Ryo said firmly. I believe you. Chapter 69. Reclaiming the train, I'll drive you guys to the vicinity of the parking lot, Ashji said as he tossed a backpack into the SUV. How long will it take? Shao Ming asked. Maybe 3 or 4 hours, Ashji replied. It should definitely be resolved before noon. No problem. The SUV turned around and drove out towards the woods. Let's go. Feng Yuxing patted Yamada Ryo on the shoulder. They'll be fine. Above the parking lot. Remember there's a small hill at the top of the exit? Shao Ming nodded. Of course he remembered. After all, it was just yesterday. You just need to wait for my signal at that hill. Lambert asked, So after we drive the train away, where will you find us? Do you have a map? Ashji asked. There S1 in the train, Lambert replied. That S good then, Ashji said. There's a station called Pia not far from the tunnel. You can wait for me there. It's a small station. There shouldn't be many zombies. If you don't want to drive inside, just wait outside. I'll come find you. Shao Ming looked at the strong man beside him and asked, Isn't Calais a small city? Can you handle it alone? That's my home. I know every street in the city like the back of my hand, Ashji said. Besides, when I was stationed in Afghanistan, the Taliban's bullets were a lot faster than zombies. The SUV quickly arrived at the hillside near the parking lot. Shao Ming got out with his sniper rifle. Take care of my gun, kid. Ashji stepped on the gas and drove off into the distance. Lambert looked at the shotgun in his hands and sighed deeply. Don't worry, Shao Ming said. Isn't this satisfying your anti-gun ideology? The two walked towards the hill, and soon the wide parking lot appeared before them. The parking lot was still the same as yesterday, filled with overturned trains and countless mutants. These mutants seemed to have not left, Shao Ming thought to himself, wondering if it was due to the different national conditions of England and France. He found a spot to lie down and set up his sniper rifle for observation. At a glance, everything seemed fine, but Shao Ming seemed to have discovered something that shouldn't be there. Some train cars had insulation layers made of clothes, blankets, leaves, and branches. Shao Ming tapped Lambert to let him take a look through the shotgun scope. Lambert also lay down and propped his shotgun on his elbows. Looking into the train yard. Did zombies build this? Lambert asked. Shao Ming shook his head. I don't know. I don't remember seeing this yesterday. You were all foolish yesterday. Lambert shook his head. Could it have appeared overnight? Shao Ming looked back through the scope. The mutants were all standing there, motionless. But besides the mutants, who else could build an insulation layer among the corpses? Hibernation. Shao Ming recalled what a group of biology students had told him in England. It seemed this hibernation was different from animal hibernation. Lambert turned the gun and aimed the scope at their train's front. The front door was wide open, parked among dozens of mutants, and it was uncertain if there were any mutants inside the cab. When we go down, I'll back the train up, Lambert said. After we reach the first fork, you move the lever to switch the tracks. Shao Ming nodded, seeing the fork Lambert mentioned through the scope. Once I get the train onto the right track, I'll switch it back and back the train up. Shao Ming roughly understood and asked, Are you connecting to the carriage behind? The carriage Shao Ming referred to was one that was parked on a parallel track to their front, and it seemed to be specifically for transporting cars through the underwater tunnel. Unlike most fully enclosed carriages used for transporting cars in their country, the carriages used for transporting cars in the Channel Tunnel were semi-enclosed, with steel frames only on the left and right sides for support and obstruction. In simple terms, it wasn't suitable for conversion into a passenger carriage. Lambert nodded. That way we can take one or even several cars. Shao Ming then asked, Where will the people sit? Lambert shook his head. The passenger carriages in this parking lot all have fronts. It's hard to get off. Shao Ming continued to search with the scope and pointed to a train parked at the end of the tracks, saying, There, that one with the front facing inward. The back doesn't have a front. We can back in and connect it. You're a genius, Lambert said. The two lay on the hill for 2 hours, and Lambert was almost falling asleep. Shao Ming was still observing the corpses. It seemed no mutants had left the group to look for materials to build the insulation layer. They either sat on the ground or leaned against the train, all with their heads down and motionless. I hope Ashji is okay, Shao Ming murmured. Although they had known each other for less than a day, this muscular special forces man left a good impression on him. Good physique, high combat ability, great cooking skills, and a good personality. If he missed out today, it would be hard to find such a perfect person on the way. I think he is fine. Lambert turned over and sat up, saying he has been on the battlefield and is familiar with home turf. He'll be fine. What's wrong? Shao Ming asked. Aren't you afraid he'll run away today? Suddenly, a sharp air raid siren sounded from the north, startling a flock of birds in the dense forest. Of course, it startled the mutants in the train yard as well. The mutants all woke up and ran towards the north. He succeeded. Lambert said, Great, let us hurry down. Wait a moment. Shao Ming set a countdown of 1.5 hours on his watch and started the timer. After confirming that all the mutants had disappeared, the two followed the slope down to the parking lot. Lambert was the first to board the train, and the interior looked the same as when they left yesterday. Shao Ming kicked out all the shell casings inside the carriage, and Lambert pulled out the keys from his pocket and started the train. This kid is becoming more reliable, Shao Ming thought, remembering how he had stopped the train and pulled the keys yesterday during that situation. Following Lambert's instructions, they quickly connected the passenger carriages. Shao Ming looked at the time. Half an hour had already passed. By the time the second carriage, specifically for transporting vehicles, was connected, 1.5 hours had passed. Next, they had to adjust the track's direction to get the train out of the parking area. Lambert opened his tablet. All right, let me see how to proceed. Chapter 70. Departure again. The track is electrically controlled. Lambert hurriedly ran from the train yard to Shao Ming and said, Isn't there a lever or something like that? Shao Ming asked, Aren't there some in the yard? Lambert shook his head. Although this track can be operated manually, we would need to find a specialized switch lever at the locomotive section. Some junctions require a limit switch after manual operation, and we don't have any of those. Shao Ming looked around. In the vast train storage yard, there was only a solitary warehouse standing at the entrance for cars. It didn't look like a track dispatch center at all. All right, Shao Ming asked, if there's no electricity, how can we change the train tracks? Just then, the timer on Shao Ming's watch went off. 1.5 hours had passed. "We need to speed up," Lambert said, leading Shao Ming along the track to a junction. He pointed to a small box on the ground next to the track and told Shao Ming, "This small box contains the control system for the track. If I'm not mistaken, like the railways in the UK, it also has 2 hydraulic rods to control the tracks. So, if we can manually push the rods?" Shao Ming asked. "Theoretically, yes," Lambert nodded, "but without the hydraulic system in place, I'm afraid manual force might not be enough to push it to the lock's limit position, and the track could loosen when the train passes. Let's open this first," Shao Ming suggested. "If it doesn't work, we can find a stone to jam it." Lambert hesitated. He was worried that the hardness of the stone wouldn't withstand the vibrations when the train passed. However, at this point, they had to make do and try. Although Lambert had changed clothes, his tool belt was still at his waist. He pulled out a pry bar and began to force open the box containing the hydraulic device. Click! The lid popped open, revealing a mechanism that was not too complicated. Shao Ming crouched down and tried to pull the hydraulic rod. It didn't budge. "We need to disable the hydraulic system first," Lambert explained. "It's currently pulling the track." After saying that, Lambert motioned for Shao Ming to step aside and raise the pry bar to strike down. After several strikes, Shao Ming saw the hydraulic rod move slightly. He crouched down again and tried to pull the hydraulic rod. This time the track really moved. Lambert quickly set the pry bar aside and joined Shao Ming in pushing the hydraulic pipe. The air raid siren was still wailing, indicating that they still had some time. "We need to perform this operation 4 times in total," Lambert said, turning the map along the railway until we reach a small station. "Then we won't need to worry about it anymore. Is a road ahead okay?" Shao Ming asked. Lambert checked the map again, nodded, and said, "Yes. And it's a straight path all the way to Le Trocadero in Paris." Shao Ming shook his hands and said, "Then let's get to work." Lambert took another look at the map and sighed. This is much simpler compared to the railway system in the UK. The two adjusted all the tracks and returned to the front of the train. Lambert started the train and drove towards the first junction. Although Shao Ming had jammed a lot of stones under the tracks to block the hydraulic rod, Lambert's heart was in his throat. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. The train slowly passed the first junction without any issues. Shao Ming looked at his watch. It had been over 4 hours since Ashy left. The air raid siren in the city continued to sound, and he wondered how Ashy was doing. A lone soldier charging into a city, although Ashy seemed confident. Shao Ming couldn't help but feel uncertain. As the train safely passed the second junction, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Then came a third and fourth. The train safely passed all junctions and headed towards the road to Paris. "We did it," Lambert said, unable to contain his joy. "We got the train out. I hope Ashy is okay." Shao Ming said. The train turned a large bend and began to ascend slowly. The fields of France appeared flatter, and the sunlight shone on the green grass, showcasing a scene full of life. Lambert stopped the train in a field, and Shao Ming could see a small town basking in the sunlight not far away. It seemed this was the rendezvous point Ashy mentioned. "This place is quite suitable for retirement," Lambert said as he opened the door. The wind blew from the direction of the sea, sweeping over treetops and mountain peaks. "When humanity reclaims the world, you can live wherever you want," Shao Ming said. "After all, there won't be many people left then." Shao Ming climbed onto the roof of the train, holding onto the machine gun as he looked back. That was to the north, and the air raid siren still came from that direction. Shao Ming silently prayed for Ashy, hoping that this kind soldier would be okay. Perhaps the prayer was effective. Not long after, a blood-stained off-road vehicle burst out from the woods. "He-S here. He-S here," Shao Ming shouted to Lambert inside the train. The off-road vehicle stopped next to the train, and the two jumped down to see Ashy inside the vehicle. Ashy opened the door and practically rolled out. The two hurried over, but to their surprise, Ashy waved his hand and leaned against the engine hood, vomiting. Shao Ming noticed that Ashy's military uniform was covered in mud and exuded a terrible stench. There were even some indescribable substances in the crevices. "Damn it," Ashy cursed, standing straight. "These things are tougher than I thought." Shao Ming wanted to check if Ashy was injured, but the stench was unbearable. It was even more nauseating than a rotting corpse. "I need to go back and take a shower," Ashy said, opening the trunk and pulling out a towel to wipe off the dirt. "Those zombies followed me all the way into the sewer, relentlessly pursuing me." Ashy continued speaking to himself, taking back the sniper rifle from Shao Ming. "Here you go, kid." Ashley said, "I'm really sorry. I wanted to let you play with it a bit longer, but my gun ran out of bullets." "As long as you're fine." Shao Ming said, "Let's go. We need to go back and get them." Lambert pinched his nose and muttered 2 words, "Tough guy." The 3 drove back to the cabin. Shao Ming really wished his nose had malfunctioned in the underwater tunnel, watching the 3 return safely. The 2 girls who had been waiting at the door finally sighed in relief. Feng Yuxing ran up to Shao Ming and hugged him tightly. "Why did it take you so long to come back?" Shao Ming was taken aback by the sudden hug and quickly said, I'm fine. There wasn't much danger over there." Yamada Ryo saw that Ashi had returned safely and quickly took him to wash up behind the house. "Would you said Mud will be fine," Yamada Ryo said. "Mud is so filthy," Lambert said, standing alone by the car. He glanced at Gordon, and the dog turned its head and walked away. Chapter 71, The Coastal Railway. Once Ashi had washed up, Shao Ming couldn't help but ask him, "Did you really go in alone?" "I'm not that great. I wasn't driving an armored vehicle," Ashi replied. "I parked the car outside the city, entered the air raid shelter through the sewer, and started the generator." The generator is the emergency power supply for all the air raid alarms in the city, so I didn't need to activate each alarm one by one. I was planning to return the same way once I figured you guys were ready, but unexpectedly, some zombies came rushing in. Shao Ming said, "I thought you charged straight in." Ashji smiled bitterly. "Do you think I'm Superman? If I had that ability, I would have made it to Paris by myself long ago." "That's still impressive," Shao Ming replied. "I wouldn't have the guts to do that." The sewer, Shao Ming thought. How did he not think of that before? It was indeed a way to avoid the zombie tide. With the intelligence of those mutants, they definitely wouldn't think of how to open a manhole cover. In any case, Shao Ming felt he had struck gold. However, he remained cautious, given Ashji's level. It would only take a moment for him to hijack the train. While it's true that one should not harbor ill intentions, one must also be wary. What Ashji didn't say was that even just a second before getting into the off-road vehicle, he was contemplating whether he could survive long enough to find his daughter. Even with entry through the sewer, he faced considerable danger, relying solely on years of special operations experience to navigate through. If he had lingered for just 2 more minutes back then, he wouldn't be here talking to Shao Ming now. Ashji wiped his hands and said, "All right, kid. Now it's your turn to do your part. Pack your things." Shao Ming said, "If we move quickly, we can reach near Paris before dark." The group stuffed all the useful items they could carry from Ashji's room into the off-road vehicle and headed towards the train. It must be said that the supplies from Ashji's home replenished the food reserves and daily necessities on the train. For instance, they could now sleep under blankets on the train. On the train, Lambert couldn't help but ask, "What do you think are the chances of you finding your daughter in Paris?" Ashji fell silent for a moment and replied, "The hope is slim, but I still want to go and see." The vehicle fell quiet, with only the sound of tires grinding against gravel. "I won't drag you down," Ashji said. "If there are too many zombies, I'll leave with you." Shao Ming looked at Ashji. He didn't know what this man was thinking at that moment. Perhaps if there were too many mutants in Paris, not going might leave him with some hope that his daughter and other survivors might still be alive somewhere. The group boarded the train, heading towards Paris. The cockpit couldn't fit more than 5 people and a dog, so apart from Lambert, everyone else returned to the passenger cabin at the back. Clearly, Lambert was very satisfied with the French railway, and Shao Ming felt he noticeably increased the speed of the train. Yamada Ryo was sitting beside Ashji, comforting him, while Feng Yuxing and Shao Ming were still packing things. "Actually, I don't have much," Ashji said. "I just want to see if there's still hope." "The military is very powerful," Yamada Ryo said. She witnessed the combat capabilities of a complete human army, and it was during that time that Ashji saved her. "I know better than you," Ashji chuckled again. "Perhaps before you guys came, I had already given up hope. Paris is indefensible. With just our military's firepower, we might have to fight against millions of zombies. But you haven't given up hope, have you?" Yamada Ryo said. "Otherwise, we would be on our way to Germany now." The train hadn't been moving long when it wound along the railway towards the coast. The waves of the English Channel violently crashed against the cliffs, which had witnessed wars both big and small, never collapsing. Now it was their turn to witness humanity's final battle. Shao Ming looked out the window. The weather was nice today, and he could even see the island of England across the water. "It's beautiful, isn't it, the sea?" Feng Yuxing found a spot to sit down, gazing out the window. I always wanted to see the sea. We kids from the inland feel that way, Shao Ming said, sitting down across from Feng Yuxing. Asked Ji. Feng Yuxing lowered her voice. Do you trust him? Which aspect are you referring to? Shao Ming asked. I don't know whether he will join us or betray us. So far, I think he can be trusted, Shao Ming replied. It seems he has no reason to betray us. If he wanted to, he could have acted while we were sleeping at his place. Shao Ming continued. He could actually have entered Calais alone, activated the air raid alarm, and then taken our train away. I don't think Lambert would have much willpower to pledge loyalty to us under Ashji's gun. Gordon jumped onto the seat, squeezing in next to Feng Yuxing. Shao Ming checked the time. They could have lunched the next time they changed tracks. The train hadn't traveled along the coast for long when, after passing through a small town, a larger city appeared ahead. Lambert slowed down. He saw mutants pouring out of the city. The urban structure in northern France is centered around large cities, with various villages and towns scattered in between, usually no more than a couple of kilometers apart. This was the reason Ashji had not set off for Paris. Every town had mutants, forming a tight blockade. Lambert reduced the speed, heading towards the mutants. The modifications at the front of the vehicle once again proved their effectiveness, turning the obstructing mutants into a mushy mass of flesh. Ashji stood up and picked up the gun he had placed on the table. Don't worry. Shao Ming waved his hand. At this speed, they can't climb up. They can only be swept under the vehicle. Shao Ming noticed that the streets in France were vastly different from those in England. Leaving aside architectural styles, the streets in France were filled with barricades made of various garbage and sandbags and barbed wire set up by the military. It seemed the French had resisted for longer than the British. However, no matter how well these obstacles were set up, if people had turned into mutants, they were just decorations. The train passed a platform and gradually moved deeper into the city. The mutants followed the train relentlessly, but unfortunately, even though Lambert slowed down, they couldn't keep up on two legs. After crossing a large bridge, the group clearly felt a decrease in the number of surrounding mutants. It seemed they had reached the edge of the city. This should be Bruay, Ashji explained beside them. The first city the railway departing from Calais will pass through. Chapter 72. Plangy the train pulled out of Branay, rounding a large bend and stopping under an overpass. Lambert ran over from the front of the train and met Shao Ming, who had just gotten off. The walkie-talkie, Shao Ming thought they really needed this thing. Just ahead was Lu Tuquit Paris Plangy. Lambert handed a tablet to Shao Ming, adding that it was out of battery and needed to be charged in the back seat. You're a local. You take the lead, Shao Ming said to Ashji. Plangy, Ashji thought for a moment and said, It's not a big city, not many people, but there's an airport to watch out for. By the way, the beach there has a unique beauty, Ashji added. Lambert pointed at the map and said, I think I'll stop the train near the marshlands at the estuary, and then we can get off to check the junction. No problem, Shao Ming nodded. Let's go get some gear from the carriage. Shao Ming and Ashji retrieved some weapons and ammunition from the rear carriage and returned to the driver's cabin with Lambert. The train started moving again, passing through two towns. This would undoubtedly attract quite a few mutants. Some would give up after a while, while others would continue to chase the train out of the city. These mutants seemed to have developed a kind of awareness, not relentlessly pursuing the fast-moving train, and it appeared that a group of mutants had their own territories to patrol. The train had no rear-view mirrors, and the three inside the cabin were unaware of this situation. As Lambert was opening the door to get out, he saw dozens of mutants chasing from the city in the distance. Zombies are coming. Lambert quickly pulled back and said to the other two inside the cabin, Should we move forward a bit? Shao Ming asked. No, Ashji replied. If I remember correctly, moving forward would bring us very close to Plangy, and then we would be surrounded. The two towns were about 3 kilometers apart, and the train was currently stopped in between them. Ashji also opened the door to take a look. The mutants were still a bit far away. It's hard to deal with them without guns, Ashji said. There are probably 4 or 5 dozen. Shao Ming pushed the door open and said, Then let's deal with them directly with guns. We've been stopped here for a while, and the noise from the train is considerable. If there were zombies nearby, they would have shown up by now. He ran to the side of the rear carriage and knocked on it, and 3 heads poked out from the window. Stay inside, Shao Ming said. We have some paps to deal with. Ashji set up his sniper rifle and quickly fired, taking down one mutant. Through the scope, Shao Ming estimated it was about 200 meters away. Lifting his gun, he hit the target with ease, almost like shooting at a target range. Looks like I really struck gold, Shao Ming thought. With Ashji, a sharpshooter from a special forces background, the 40-odd mutants fell to the ground as corpses before they even got close to the train's rear. Wow. Shao Ming ejected the last shell from his shotgun and got up from the ground. Your marksmanship is quite good, kid. Ashji patted Shao Ming on the shoulder and said, keep practicing. You have the potential to be a sniper. Hearing such high praise from Ashji made Shao Ming's mouth curl up in a smile. All right, it's time to get down to business, Ashji said. We'll go with you. Feng Yuxing stood by the door and said, keep an eye on the train. Shao Ming replied, we'll be back soon. The junction was in the city, and having more people wouldn't necessarily help against the numerous mutants. Fewer people would make it easier to act stealthily. Besides, it was much safer inside the train than outside. The three moved north away from the train. Although the station was on the outskirts of the city, it was on the east side, while the train was currently on the west side. So the three had to first move north, then circle around through the woods outside the city to the east side where the train station was. It looks like you've been resisting for a while, Shao Ming said, looking at the various obstacles made of debris piled on the road. Better than England, I suppose. Ashji nodded as he walked ahead. Our people mutated a bit later, but still couldn't escape. Shao Ming sighed and said, there's nothing you can do. No matter how good the defense, it can crumble from within. Although there was still a kilometer or two to go, the woods weren't difficult to traverse. The group passed through a cemetery and came into view of the city ahead. It was a standard European town made up of blocks with sparse houses and plenty of green spaces scattered throughout. Shao Ming raised the scope and saw some shadows moving in the windows on both sides of the street. Let's move a bit further, Shao Ming said, and see where there are the fewest zombies. The three continued moving east under the cover of the woods until they encountered a multi-purpose sports center. Through the gaps in the gymnasium, they saw a school being built not far behind the sports center on the street. And behind the school was the train station with the junction. Let me confirm, Shao Ming asked Ashji beside him. The government also implemented lockdowns, right? Of course, Ashji nodded. Shao Ming then asked, so that means the sports center and the school have been closed? That's right, Ashji said. No one would go to school or exercise in the kind of situation we had a week or two ago. The three made their way to the side of the sports center, which consisted of a large stadium, a swimming pool, and an indoor gym. Shao Ming hid behind the gym and peeked out. Ahead was the swimming pool, and between the two buildings was an open area that served as a badminton court. How's the situation? Lambert asked. It's fine to go this way, Shao Ming said, but the central court is quite open and lacks cover. So we need to be quick and light, Ashji said. Shao Ming nodded. The three quickly slipped past the tennis court and made it safely to the side of the street with the swimming pool for cover. The school was at the end of the street, but there were quite a few apartments lining both sides of the street. If they walked down the street, they would definitely alert the mutants inside the apartments. There, Lambert pointed to an apartment across from the swimming pool, where a row of scaffolding was set up next to it. Climbing the scaffolding would allow them to access the rooftop of the apartment, which was a good idea. The three climbed to the rooftop, but then encountered a new problem. Unlike the row houses in England, there was a significant distance between the apartment buildings here. Ashji took a couple of steps back and, with a running start, jumped onto the roof of the adjacent apartment building. Shao Ming leaned against the wall and looked down. The height of 6 or 7 stories was still daunting. All right. Shao Ming took a deep breath and leaped onto the roof of the neighboring building. Oh, damn. Lambert's legs started to shake when he saw the other two jump over, thinking he should have signed up for long jump in college. Chapter 73. Rooftop Crisis. Lambert ran forward a couple of steps, climbed onto a half-height wall, and jumped towards another apartment building. He leaped into the air, reaching out to grab the roof of the adjacent apartment. But he jumped a little too low. Oh no! Lambert involuntarily exclaimed. Just as Lambert was about to fall, Shao Ming quickly leaped forward and grabbed him. Lambert slid down with Shao Ming, nearly falling to the ground below. Ashji also rushed to help, firmly gripping Shao Ming's body and pulling him back. Lambert's legs kicked against a window below, and a mutated creature's voice could be heard from inside. No, no, no. Lambert was on the verge of tears, hanging 6 stories high, with 2 mutated creatures charging toward his lower body. Shao Ming and Ashtij pulled hard together and finally managed to drag the nearly pissing his pants Lambert back up. Fortunately, Lambert had a relatively average build. If it had been a heavier person, they might have been doomed. The surrounding mutated creatures were all alerted, and Shao Ming turned to see creatures across the street roaring at them from inside a house. "We'd better hurry," he said, dragging the collapsed Lambert up. Okay. Lambert trembled as he got up and followed the pace of the two. After just 2 steps, his legs gave way again, and Shao Ming had to support him to keep moving. Not far ahead on the rooftop, the school came into view for the 3 of them. Many mutated creatures had already burst out of the apartment they were in, rushing toward the 3 below. Shao Ming looked down and saw dozens of mutated creatures had reached the bottom of the apartment building, banging against the front door. "What do we do now? There's zombies everywhere downstairs," he asked. "I have a rope on my back." Ashtij turned around and presented the back of his tactical vest to Shao Ming. It was a standard JPC-2.0 tactical vest with a MAL system, the same as the FCPC tactical vest Shao Ming had stripped from SWAT officer, which allowed for many attachments. Ashtij had a bundle of descent rope hanging from his back. Shao Ming took the descent rope down and handed it to Ashtij. Ashtij quickly unraveled the rope and tied it to a nearby ventilation duct. Then he tied the other end around Lambert's body. "Listen up, guys," Ashtij said. "You don't have any hooks on you, so I can only lower you down like this. Once you hit the ground, be on high alert. The zombies can't see what's behind the building." "Is this secure?" Lambert asked, trembling. "Of course," Ashtij replied as he led Lambert to the edge of the rooftop. "We'll hold on tight," Shao Ming said, squeezing Lambert's shoulder. With the descent rope, Lambert was successfully lowered to the ground. Next, Shao Ming landed safely. Finally, it was Ashtij's turn. He swiftly slid down the rope. This was the back street of the apartment building, while the mutated creatures were all piled at the front entrance. "Let us go." The 3 managed to slip to the side of the school, using the parked vehicles on the street as cover. The mutated creatures were still clustered below the apartment building, only hearing the noise from above. Lambert had regained some strength. His legs finally felt steady again. The 3 of them entered the school and made their way to the train station nearby. There were no mutated creatures inside the train station, and the entrance had been sealed off by the police. Shao Ming spotted a police car with its door open and said to the other 2, "You guys go change the tracks. I'll check if there's a walkie-talkie in the police car." "Be careful, kid," Ashtij warned. Shao Ming patted the shotgun on his back, saying, "If there's danger, this will protect me." The 3 split up, and Shao Ming crouched low as he ran toward the police car. As expected, there were no guns or ammunition inside. But fortunately, he found 2 spare walkie-talkies in the glove compartment of the passenger seat. Just as Shao Ming was about to leave, he saw 2 mutated creatures stumbling out at the intersection. He quickly crouched down. The 2 creatures looked somewhat familiar, being part of those that had just surrounded them downstairs. The 2 mutated creatures seemed to be wandering, not yet aware of Shao Ming inside the car. Shao Ming slowly took the shotgun off his back and cradled it in his arms. He cautiously moved his body towards the car's exterior, placing his finger on the trigger. At that moment, Ashtij and Lambert emerged from behind the train station. The 2 mutated creatures suddenly had a target and charged toward them. Ashtij raised his gun, but saw Shao Ming waving from inside the police car. Understanding the situation, Ashtij pulled out his knife. The mutated creatures rushed past the police car, and Shao Ming quickly slid from the driver's seat, swinging the shotgun stock to smash one creature in the back of its head. Ashtij also rushed out from behind the wall, directing his knife at the head of the other mutated creature. The creature charged at Ashtij, who bent down to dodge the attacking creature and slashed the knife across its abdomen. Then Ashtij spun around, driving the knife firmly into the back of the creature's head. Meanwhile, Shao Ming was repeatedly smashing the creature he had knocked down with the shotgun stock, hitting it hard on the head again and again. The creature covered its head with its hands and crawled forward, angrily trying to turn around, but Shao Ming firmly pinned it to the ground. It wasn't until the creature lying on the ground stopped moving that Shao Ming finally ceased his assault. The wooden stock had even cracked from the blows. "We're done," Ashtij said as he pulled out the knife and wiped the blood off on the creature's clothing. "Let's go back and get the train." Wait, Lambert said as he stepped out from behind the wall. "Are we going back the way we came?" Shao Ming replied, "Unless you want to cross through the town center along the railway." The 3 retraced their steps. and the mutated creatures that had originally gathered at the bottom of the apartment building had dispersed, wandering along various streets. Since they weren't clustered together anymore, it became much simpler. The three worked together and silently took down all the mutated creatures on the two paths they needed to traverse. In total, there were only 5. As they returned along the same route, the three unexpectedly saw a scene they hadn't anticipated. The area around the train was surrounded by mutated creatures. Chapter 74. Bite What's Going On. The three hurriedly scattered and hid behind a tree to avoid being discovered by the mutated creatures near the train. Shao Ming was sweating nervously, but it seemed that the train car had not been breached. He raised a shotgun and looked inside the car, but he did not see the 2 girls nor any mutated creatures entering the car. The gunfire by the train had indeed attracted more mutations, but they only arrived near the train after the 3 had left. It appeared that these mutations had not completely entered a dormant state. While they remained still, they were still moving their bodies intentionally or unintentionally. "What do you think, kid?" Ashi slowly moved to Shao Ming's side and asked. "I don't see them." Shao Ming said, "It looks like they're not in the car." "We need to deal with the train first," Ashi replied. "There are quite a few." Shao Ming observed the situation near the train again, estimating there were over 100 of them. Directly attacking would definitely not work. Ashi agreed. Even if the 3 of them had guns, it would be impossible to engage the mutations in a direct firefight in this terrain. Once the mutations entered the woods, their hit rate would drop dramatically. Even Ashi, who had undergone Special Forces training, couldn't guarantee he could take down over 100 mutations. High individual quality wouldn't make it that extreme. What about grenades? Lambert, who was nearby, focused on the 2 grenades at Ashi's waist. Using them directly would be too inefficient. Ashi shook his head, and besides, they are too close to the train. "I don't know if using grenades would damage the train with shrapnel. What do you think?" Shao Ming asked. "We definitely need to lure them away," Ashi replied. "I'll go. You guys look for the 2 girls. "You're going alone?" Shao Ming asked incredulously. "There are no sewers for you to crawl through here. It's easier to avoid them alone." Ashi said, "I'll say it again. No matter how fast you run, it's not faster than a bullet. There is no other way right now." So Shao Ming could only tell Ashi, "Come back in one piece." After Ashi left, Lambert moved to Shao Ming's side. He wouldn't just run away because there were too many zombies. Shao Ming glanced at Lambert and said, "You got PTSD from that pilot, right? Don't worry. He still needs us. Besides, do you want to lure the zombies away?" Lambert shook his head. After that, the 2 of them cautiously moved toward the other side. Not long after, a gunshot rang out from the woods, and a mutated creature by the train fell to the ground. The mutations were immediately startled and rushed into the woods. After most of the mutations had left, Shao Ming and Lambert ran toward the train. "Get ready to start the train." Shao Ming threw a walkie-talkie to Lambert. "Press the biggest button. I've already tuned the channel on the way." Lambert nodded and climbed into the driver's cabin. Shao Ming hurried to the passenger car and opened the door. It was indeed empty inside. Even Gordon was nowhere to be seen. Just as Shao Ming was about to leave the train, 2 girls ran out from the nearby swamp with Gordon. Seeing Feng Yuxing safe and sound, Shao Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Yuxing dove into Shao Ming's arms. Her voice choked with tears. "As soon as you left, zombies ran over from the city. We had to hide in the swamp over there." Shao Ming gently patted Feng Yuxing's back and said, "It's fine as long as you're okay, it's fine." The 2 girls and the dog were all wet, so they must have been hiding in the swamp. "You're really lucky," Shao Ming said while cleaning the dirt off Feng Yuxing. "Why didn't you run into the woods? What if you got stuck in the swamp?" "No, we didn't Feng Yuxing quickly explained. "The swamp over there isn't continuous. We went around the edge to the seaside, and quite a few zombies got stuck in there." Shao Ming looked at the swamp. In fact, the swamp here looked more like a series of small lakes, making it easy for people to distinguish the real swamp. And if you were standing at the other end of the swamp, you wouldn't be able to tell which areas were safe and which were dangerous with the mutations charging straight at you. "Very clever." Shao Ming held Feng Yuxing tightly. "It's good that you're okay." Yamada Ryo looked around and asked, "Where's Ashi? Why don't I see him?" Another gunshot rang out from the woods, answering Shao Ming's question. The few of them ran to the window and saw a figure in the woods. Ashi was limping toward the train. and there were still quite a few mutations running behind him in the woods. "Cover him," Shao Ming shouted while propping the shotgun against the window. Shao Ming couldn't shoot properly as the tree trunks blocked his view and bullets. Ashi finally ran out of the woods, and Shao Ming grabbed the shotgun and jumped off the train to run toward Ashi. Yamada Ryo and Feng Yuxing quickly ran over to support Ashi. Shao Ming aimed at the first mutated creature that burst out of the forest and pulled the trigger, blowing it in half. The three of them covered Ashi as he boarded the train, and Shao Ming hurriedly notified Lambert over the walkie-talkie to start the train. The train gradually accelerated, leaving the mutations behind. Shao Ming approached Ashi, only to see a bloody wound on his leg. It was a bite mark. Seeing Shao Ming come over, Feng Yuxing looked up at him with a complicated expression. "How could this happen?" Shao Ming asked. "I need to admit something," Ashi said. "Some of those creatures can indeed run pretty fast." Shao Ming gripped the gun handle tightly, ready to put his finger on the trigger at any moment. "I can understand." Ashi noticed his anxious expression and said, "Kid, if I turn, give me a bullet to the head." Yamada Ryo started to cry, and Shao Ming took a deep breath and squatted down. The wound on Ashi's leg wasn't too deep, but the flesh was already torn out. Shao Ming recalled all the zombie movies and TV shows he had seen. Almost all of them had a pattern. If bitten, there was no hope of survival. "Didn't I tell you to come back in one piece?" Shao Ming said. Ashi laughed. It seemed the mission had failed a little. "Lambert," Shao Ming pressed the walkie-talkie. "Stop the train." "I want to give up on you," Shao Ming said. "We don't know if this virus will mutate if bitten. But just to be safe, I need to lock you up." "I understand, kid." Ashi nodded. The others bandaged Ashi's wound and locked him in the empty driver's cabin at the front of the train. Lambert closed the door and said to Shao Ming, "We should have gone with him to lure the zombies away." Shao Ming shook his head. If two people had gone, it's possible that there would have been two people locked inside. Chapter 75. Paris Cemetery. The door to the driver's cabin was slammed shut, and inside, enough food, water, and medicine for 7 days had been prepared for Ashi. "Are we still going to Paris?" Lambert asked. Shao Ming replied firmly, "Yes. Of course we are, but in his condition." Lambert lowered his voice and leaned closer to Shao Ming's ear. "Let's not even talk about whether he can hold on until Paris. Even if we get there, what are the chances his daughter is still alive? He saved us." Shao Ming immediately responded, "And he saved us more than once in just these 2 days." I know, Lambert quickly explained. "What I mean is, even though he's fine now, if he changes, someone always has to make sacrifices." Shao Ming shouted, "One day this will happen again. You'll die, I will die. We all might die. This is no longer the world it used to be." He continued, "Now Ashi has been bitten. Next time it will be my turn. If he really changes, I will shoot him in the head." Shao Ming paused for a moment and then added, "This isn't the first time I've done this. If it happens to me, I hope you would do the same. But right now, he hasn't mutated. He is still a human." Lambert looked at the college student a few years younger than himself, feeling an indescribable emotion. "I'll drive," Lambert said. The train started moving again, heading towards Amiens. The three inside the carriage built a makeshift stove using various scraps and an alcohol stove. There was still a pack of alcohol blocks left, so they could at least have hot meals for the time being. Unfortunately, they hadn't found a dining car or sleeper car in the parking lot that day, or it would have saved them the trouble of improvising. Everything was normal. The train sped past, with the mutants relentlessly chasing them, only to be left behind again. However, slowly, the few people in the car began to notice something was wrong. The train passed through several towns, and the mutants pursuing them were dwindling. It wasn't that the mutants had become smarter, but rather that there were fewer mutants in the towns. The intercom crackled to life, and Lambert's voice came through. "Amiens is approaching. Do we need to switch tracks?" Shao Ming picked up the intercom and asked, "We do need to, but it doesn't seem like we need cover." "What do you mean?" Shao Ming asked. "There are no zombies here at all." The train slowed down as it entered the city of Amiens. Outside the window appeared various houses, barricades made of debris, abandoned vehicles, a scene of desolation. Yet, there wasn't a single mutant in sight. Shao Ming picked up the intercom and said, "Stop the train." The train came to a halt, and Shao Ming opened the door and jumped down. Gordon followed him out, frolicking on the empty street. Ryota Yamada and Feng Yuxing got off the train, and the silence of the street was terrifying. Aside from the birds on the power lines, Shao Ming saw no other living beings besides them, but he found it strange. Every household had intact doors and windows. Could the mutants really pass through walls to leave their homes? Or could it be that people mutated only after leaving their homes? As Shao Ming walked past the front of the train, he heard Ashji knocking from inside the cabin. "Where are we?" Ashji asked. "Amiens," Shao Ming replied. "Amiens." Ashji thought. They were very close to Paris, just over 100 kilometers away. The fewer mutants outside Paris meant more in the city. Moreover, with such a large Amiens, the absence of any mutants suggested how dire the situation must be in Paris. "We don't need to go any further," Ashji suddenly said. Shao Ming stepped on the pedal, and Ashji's face still looked relatively normal in the driver's cabin. Communicating through the door was a bit cumbersome, so Shao Ming opened it. "Aren't you coming?" Ashji was leaning against the wall, slowly sitting on the floor of the driver's cabin, looking at his injured leg. "It's okay." Ashji's eyes dimmed. "I wasn't really holding out much hope anyway." Shao Ming placed his hand on Ashji's shoulder, unsure of what to say. "Thank you for taking the detour to bring me here," Ashji said. "This is enough. If we go any further, we might encounter a horde of zombies." "But your daughter?" "Maybe she evacuated with the troops," Ashji said. "Besides, in my current state, returning to the team would probably just mean being executed." While they were speaking, the others gathered around. Shao Ming said, "Think it over. Once we leave, we won't be coming back." Ashji closed his eyes. Perhaps he had already accepted the fact that he would never see his daughter again days ago. "We could go a bit further," Feng Yuxing said. "We can see what the situation in Paris is really like." At that moment, the man's heart was in turmoil. That was his own flesh and blood, and not wanting to search for her was certainly a lie. But now with an injury on his leg, he didn't even know if he could survive, and the hope of finding his daughter was even more elusive. If he really turned into a mutant, there was no need to take the remaining few to their deaths. Moreover, if Paris really had hundreds of thousands of zombies, even with a train, it would be difficult to charge into the city. "I'm not going," Ashji shook his head. "Even the zombies in Amiens have surged over Paris. I originally thought the situation might be a bit better. Even if only the remaining military could handle the zombies in the city, it's just too many." Shao Ming patted Ashji's shoulder and said, "Then we really have to head back." Ashji nodded, tears flowing from the eyes of this tough man. Shao Ming jumped off the train, and everyone looked at him. "Let's go see if there's anything useful." The group scattered towards the shops along the street, while only Ryota Yamada climbed back onto the train, coming to Ashji's side. "Are we really just leaving like this?" Feng Yuxing asked as he and Shao Ming entered a convenience store. He made the decision. "We are fulfilling our promise." Shao Ming shrugged and said, "To put it bluntly, for us, isn't it better that he doesn't go to Paris with us?" Feng Yuxing asked, "What about his leg injury?" "At least there haven't been any issues yet." Shao Ming turned back, seeing Ryota Yamada sitting next to Ashji. Comforting him, "We'll observe. It's just right for us to figure out if a bite leads to mutation." "All right," Feng Yuxing nodded. The convenience store had long been ransacked, and even the warehouse had not been spared. Fortunately, there was an entire city of Amiens for the group to search for supplies. Chapter 08, Top Secret Prion 20 Virus File. Dear Declassified, Sir. I am Dr. Shelton from the CDC. I believe that by the time you receive this email, our country and even the entire world will be in turmoil. Before Declassified, we submitted a report regarding the Prion 20 virus to the Declassified department, but unfortunately, the Declassified department did not take this report seriously enough. As early as Declassified, when the first case of the Prion 20 virus, hereinafter referred to as P virus, appeared in Northern California, my department had already started research on the P virus and its potential sequelae. According to the experimental reports submitted by the Declassified laboratory, we have made the following estimates regarding the effects of P virus sequelae. Of course, I will try to explain the issues related to the P virus in a simple and understandable way. First, unlike other prion, the P virus is larger and can cause immune effects in the body, which means that a considerable number of lucky individuals infected with the P virus may develop antibodies. Secondly, compared to the conventional prion's method of completely destroying the human central nervous system, the P virus produces a dangerous control mechanism. The P virus can take complete control of a person's behavior by fully taking over the human central nervous system, driving them completely insane and causing them to attack other living beings. This aggressive behavior does not stem from a need for virus transmission. The P virus is similar to ordinary prion in that it has no nucleic acid. Instead, it uses its protein structure as genetic material for massive replication. Additionally, the P virus can completely block the commands issued by the brain's nerves to the body's tissues through declassified. In simple terms, humans infected with the P virus will be unable to control their behavior while fully conscious. For example, test subject D01, after being fully infected with the P virus, still had a highly active state of thought in its cerebral cortex, while its behavior exhibited uncontrollable rage. Research indicates that the P virus can only infect humans and cannot infect organic life forms outside of humans, such as animals and plants. At the same time, the P virus has an incubation period of up to 6 months after entering the human body, during which the virus enters a dormant state, and the patient remains completely normal without any discomfort symptoms. When the virus concentration reaches declassified, the virus in the body will completely awaken and take over the human central nervous system within a time frame ranging from 24 hours to 168 hours. Almost all test subjects exhibited a significant increase in their physical abilities after being infected with the P virus. We unanimously believe that this enhancement effect is due to the release of the body's own protective mechanisms. Of course, this also means that the enhancement effect is related to the physical condition of the subjects before infection. The good news is that, as I mentioned earlier, a considerable number of infected individuals developed antibodies after being infected with the P virus. In 2 controlled experiments we conducted at Declassified, we found that subject A, after developing antibodies and being re-injected with the P virus, still had the virus eliminated by the antibodies in its body. The antibodies remained effective during the 2 stages of the virus's mutation. However, due to insufficient observation time, we cannot rule out whether the antibodies maintain resistance to the virus after the 2 stages. Moreover, the vaccine produced during the widespread outbreak of the P virus has been confirmed to be ineffective by the declassified department located at Declassified. For infected individuals with a virus concentration reaching declassified, this vaccine would further catalyze the mutation of the virus in the body, producing a completely new subspecies. As the declassified department has been completely destroyed, we can only temporarily name this subspecies P biological. Finally, we hope your department can contact the declassified department, as we suspect that the emergence and widespread outbreak of the P virus are related to the biological weapon research conducted by the declassified department. Chapter 76. Anti-aircraft gun after dinner. The group decided to stay a while longer in Amiens and leave tomorrow. However, to be safe, they first took the train back outside the city, as no one knew if the mutants heading to Paris would return home in the middle of the night. Although the seats in the carriage were narrow, they were still more comfortable than lying on the floor. Moreover, Ashji had brought several blankets from home, making Shao Ming sleep very sound. The next morning, the 4 drove towards the city center. Many street barricades had been erected in the city, and the SUV had to squeeze through narrow alleys several times to continue. Fortunately, the mutants were still gathering in Paris, and the city was as quiet as it had been the day before. Food, water, and most importantly, water, Shao Ming said. We also need some tools and ammunition. Just load everything you think is useful back into the car. As he spoke, he felt like laughing. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. An entire city lay empty, waiting for them to scavenge. The French soldiers fighting in the city probably never expected their defense to have this effect. The SUV stopped at a fork in the road, and the group got out, splitting up to search. Remember, return to the car by noon. We don't know when the tide of corpses will return, so be careful and quick, Shao Ming told everyone. We'll leave France this afternoon. Shao Ming didn't want to linger too long on this unplanned route. They were heading in the opposite direction of home. Lambert was looking for a hardware store in the city. The cutting blades brought from the fire station were already worn out, and the welding gun was out of fuel. Various tools were essential for continuing their train journey. Feng Yuxing and Yamada Ryo were searching for food and water, as well as some books on agriculture and machinery from a bookstore. The knowledge in their heads was evidently insufficient to cope with the increasingly harsh environment. Maintenance and repair of trains and cars also required the specialized knowledge found in books. There were many auto repair and appliance repair shops on either side of the fork where the SUV was parked. Further back, There was a large bookstore and a gardening center, which was why they decided to stop at this intersection. As for Shao Ming, he focused on searching for weapons. Civilians in France were allowed to possess shotguns, so 22 caliber bullets should still be relatively easy to find. Moreover, it had become evident during their travels that the French government had set up checkpoints in major cities, making it possible to find some military weapons and equipment. As Shao Ming wandered through several blocks centered around the SUV, a zoo appeared before him. Clearly, this was not the time to visit a zoo, but he could still see the conditions inside through the fence. He raised his shotgun, just in case a mutated animal suddenly sprang out. Looking through the fence, he saw that the area closest to the wall was littered with bones. It seemed these animals had become meals for the mutants. Peering deeper into the zoo, he noticed it was eerily silent. Even if there were any animals separated by cages, they had likely starved to death inside. Leaving the zoo, Shao Ming continued towards the city center. There were indeed many auto repair shops in this area, with one visible every few steps. However, with Lambert around, Shao Ming felt no need to search for anything inside. Walking alone on the deserted street was a unique experience. Shao Ming climbed over a row of blocked cars, revealing a patch of greenery ahead, more accurately described as a patch of red. The streets on either side of the green area were splattered with blood. Even after so many days, the rain had not completely washed away the stains. Near a sandbagged defensive wall, shells and firearms were scattered everywhere. Several trucks and armored vehicles were huddled together, with a military green waterproof tarp set up as a tent in the middle. One corner of the tent had collapsed, suggesting that 2 or 3 vehicles had already been driven away. Clearly, this was a military forward operating base. Shao Ming felt his heart race. This was like hitting the jackpot. To be safe, he raised his gun. The tent was empty, containing only some empty ammunition boxes and a few portable tables and chairs lying on the ground. The back door of the armored vehicle was open, revealing it to be just as empty inside. Shao Ming lowered his shotgun. It seemed Amiens was indeed devoid of corpses. He picked up a Fama's rifle from the ground, but the magazine was empty with no bullets inside. He continued to pick up several guns from the ground, all of which were in a state of being fired out. Shao Ming's mood at that moment felt like winning a prize, only to be told it was a pile of air. He threw the 416 Hong Kong dollars rifle he had just picked up to the ground and began searching for ammunition boxes. Bullet boxes, grenade boxes, shell boxes, every box was empty. It seemed the French army had taken all usable weapons and ammunition when they retreated. It can't be this clean, Shao Ming murmured as he climbed into the passenger compartment of a VEIC armored vehicle. There were no useful weapons inside, either, but Shao Ming picked up a map from one of the seats. The map was marked in French, with several red circles drawn on it, appearing to indicate survivor gathering points, one of which was Amiens. It seemed this map was somewhat outdated, Shao Ming thought, as he continued to look down. The remaining gathering points were Paris, Lyon, and Bordeaux. Paris was out of the question, but perhaps there were still survivors in the further south Lyon and Bordeaux. Shao Ming put down the map. France was not his final destination, but Ashji's daughter was likely among these survivor gathering points, if she was lucky enough. Shao Ming did not plan to tell Ashji this news. Perhaps for this man, having no hope at the moment was the greatest hope. Moreover, he had his own selfish motives. If Ashji knew his daughter might still be alive, would he still feel at ease crossing the Eurasian continent with them? The keys to the armored vehicle were also not here. It was just a pile of scrap metal now. Shao Ming crawled out of the VDC, circumvented the vehicles forming the defensive line, and arrived at the center of the green area. Here, he was met with an unexpected surprise that he had not immediately noticed due to the vehicle's obstruction. It was an anti-aircraft gun. More precisely, it was a Swedish-made Bofors GDF 35mm anti-aircraft gun. Clearly, this fixed weapon had not been removed by the French army in time. Likewise, the 35mm shells that could only be used by this anti-aircraft gun were all intact beside it. Shao Ming was so excited he could almost jump up. This truly was a grand prize. At noon, Shao Ming waited by the SUV with 2 boxes of 35mm shells. Lambert approached, carrying a fully packed backpack and 2 gas cans. "Look what I found," Lambert exclaimed, lifting the gas can in his hand. Seeing Shao Ming sitting beside the SUV, smiling with empty hands, he asked, Did you find anything? Shao Ming laughed. A big discovery. You'll know soon. Chapter 77 returned to Calais. Food and water have been replenished. But there is no place to store the anti-aircraft gun that the off-road vehicle dragged back. The transport vehicle's compartment has a roof supported by beams, which prevents the anti-aircraft gun from being placed directly at the rear, as it would block access to the off-road vehicle. Now, the off-road vehicle cannot even drive back into the compartment, let alone with the obstruction of the anti-aircraft gun. We can add a flatbed trailer at the front, Lambert said. With one, it can carry the anti-aircraft gun, and two, it can protect the front of the vehicle. Shao Ming looked at the front. The flatbed trailer is relatively low, so we don't have to worry about the protruding iron plate blocking the connection. Then let's go find one, Shao Ming said, while there are no zombies now. There must be a freight train in such a large Amiens. The two drove the off-road vehicle again, following the map to the train station in Amiens. After passing 2 stations, they finally found a train with a flatbed trailer. After a busy half-day, they managed to haul away a flatbed trailer, but a new problem arose. The height of the flatbed trailer was not suitable for the anti-aircraft gun to be loaded directly, so they had to move the train and the anti-aircraft gun to a freight warehouse, using a platform that was about the same height as the flatbed trailer. They finally managed to drag the anti-aircraft gun onto the flatbed trailer with the help of the off-road vehicle. Problems kept coming. The fully deployed anti-aircraft gun would cause serious overwidth on both sides when placed horizontally on the trailer. Shao Ming walked around the anti-aircraft gun and said, "I think we need to let Ashi out." "Let him out?" Lambert asked, in his current state. Shao Ming pointed at the anti-aircraft gun and said, "Can you understand this thing?" "No way." Yamada Ryo hurriedly said, "Ashi will be fine." Lambert looked at the two and said nothing more. "What's going on, kid?" Ashi, supported by Yamada Ryo and Shao Ming, walked out of the cockpit. "Wow." He immediately spotted the anti-aircraft gun on the flatbed trailer. "This is a good item. Where did you find it?" "Your outpost," Shao Ming replied. "They took away all the weapons, leaving only this. This is not easy to move. A heavy artillery piece weighing 6 or 7 tons. Ashi limped toward the anti-aircraft gun and said, "These large boxes on both sides can be removed." He pointed at the 2 boxes and said, "They contain the automatic loading system and fire control system, which are unnecessary to carry. Just take them all off. After all, for us now, having a sight is enough." "Don't want the automatic loading system?" Shao Ming quickly asked. Ashi looked at the ammunition piled nearby, shook his head. "With this little ammunition, we wouldn't need an automatic loading system at all. Moreover, what S removed is just the additional auxiliary ammunition boxes used for quick ammunition switching." Ashi then asked, "You pulled the gun back in this state all the way?" "Yeah." Shao Ming nodded. "Anyway, I see the 2 wheels can be lowered." "Impressive," Ashi exclaimed, turning back to continue studying the anti-aircraft gun. "But I haven't used this model before. It's not our unit's responsibility." Shao Ming saw Lambert standing behind Ashi, the gun in his hand slightly raised. "Take it easy." Shao Ming hurried to Lambert's side, pressing down the gun in his hand and whispering, "Do you see his spirit now? Is he about to mutate?" Ashi turned back and asked, "Screwdriver. Do you have a screwdriver?" Shao Ming quickly released Lambert's gun, patted his shoulder, and said, "Screwdriver. Go get a screwdriver." Lambert glanced at Shao Ming and nodded. Ashi took the tool belt handed over by Lambert, and after some tinkering, finally removed all the overwidth parts. Now, this anti-aircraft gun was left with just the main body of the gun, which was wide enough to be perfectly mounted on the flatbed trailer. With the help of Lambert's new welding gun, the anti-aircraft gun was fixed at the very front of the flatbed trailer. Shao Ming patted the 35mm caliber barrel, and a happy smile unconsciously appeared on his face. "It would be great if it could be modified to be remotely controlled," Shao Ming said. "It's still a bit troublesome now. It's best to secure the support frame again," Ashi said. "I don't know if this train-S strength can withstand the vibrations produced when firing." The group found some iron sheets and heavy object from the construction site across the warehouse, and with Lambert's welding, they secured the anti-aircraft gun. "Good, very good." Lambert took off his protective mask and asked, "Is there anything else to add? While the zombies haven't returned home yet, we still have time. I have a suggestion." Feng Yuxing suddenly spoke up. "Since the flatbed trailer is still half empty, I saw some extra iron sheets at the construction site across. Why don't we make a nursery?" "A nursery?" Shao Ming thought of those sprouting potatoes. It didn't seem impossible to plant on the train. Is it feasible? Shao Ming asked. In the train environment. Feng Yuxing replied. I think it's pretty much the same as planting in the ground, right? We brought back a lot of seeds. Yamada Ryo said we can give it a try. I agree, Lambert raised his hand. Let us do it. The group ran another trip and with iron sheets. They awkwardly built a nursery on the flatbed trailer. After dinner, the modifications to the flatbed trailer were finally completed. Now, in addition to the original front, passenger carriages, and transport vehicle compartments, an additional flatbed trailer with an anti-aircraft gun and a small field was added at the front. After helping out, Ashi voluntarily returned to the cockpit to lock himself in, but in Shao Ming's mind, the possibility of him mutating was already minimal. After all, a day and night had passed. Ashi's condition had improved quite a bit. There were no signs of infection in his wounds, and no fever or confusion symptoms appeared. Moreover, he still had a good appetite, so everyone gave him more food. However, for safety's sake, he still locked himself in the cockpit. Gordon seemed very interested in the newly built nursery. He ran over to the seeds that Feng Yuxing and Yamada Ryo had just planted and lifted his leg. Hey! Feng Yuxing quickly stopped Gordon. This is not your toilet. Everyone laughed, and Shao Ming said with a smile, what is the big deal? Just consider it organic fertilizer. After a night's sleep, except for Lambert and Ashi, Shao Ming took the two girls into the city to gather more supplies. At Amiens Station, Lambert used the tracks to turn the train around and headed back the way they came. The dense buildings outside the window gradually disappeared, replaced by small housing areas that were not connected. Since they had already traveled this route once, Lambert increased the speed on the return journey, and before noon, the train returned to the vicinity of the entrance to the underwater tunnel. Moving forward, it would be Calais. The train finally started moving toward home again. Chapter 78, returning to the parking lot, the train sped along the tracks, with Shao Ming and Lambert standing in the driver's cabin. We can't go back the way we came, Lambert said. This guy just activated the air raid alert a couple of days ago. There are definitely a lot of zombies in Calais. So how should we go? Shao Ming asked. Looking at the map, Lambert picked up the tablet and said, we should detour at the parking lot, bypass Calais and Dunkirk, and head straight for Lille. Shao Ming wasn't very clear about where Lille was, but he did know Calais and Dunkirk. It was impossible to change tracks within Calais. They could only detour inland at the parking lot, away from the two coastal cities. Belgium is right ahead, Lambert put down the tablet and said. From Lille, we can go directly to Brussels. Wait a minute. Shao Ming remembered something and took the tablet, zooming out the map a bit. Lille, Brussels. He zoomed in on the map to confirm the route. From Lille to Brussels. There is almost no forest or grassland visible on the map. It was all covered by housing blocks. I don't think that's a good idea, Shao Ming said. This route is basically all densely populated urban areas, and the road network is quite complex. It might be hard to get through. That's indeed a problem. Lambert took back the tablet and continued to study the map. But if we don't cross the border at Lille, we'll have to head south for hundreds of kilometers to leave France. Let's take the detour then, Shao Ming said. It's better than plunging into a sea of zombies. As you say, Commander, Lambert nodded. But we need to check the situation at the parking lot before driving the train in. I'll just walk over, Shao Ming sighed. It's too troublesome to get the SUV down and then get on the train. Besides, we're low on fuel. The train stopped at Payan Station, the place where they had picked up Askai a few days ago. Shao Ming returned to the passenger car. He initially wanted to take a shotgun, but after looking at his guy's F2, he decided to take the sniper rifle instead. Askai, Shao Ming knocked on the driver's cabin door. Can I use your sniper rifle? Treat it well, kid, Askai shouted. Shao Ming carried the sniper rifle toward the front of the train, and Lambert, leaning against the cabin door, asked, do you want me to go with you? I'll take a look and come back. Shao Ming waved the walkie-talkie, saying, keep in touch. Be careful. Feng Yuxing shouted from behind him. Got it, Shao Ming replied as he walked toward the woods. Gordon, finally free to run around, obediently sat next to Feng Yuxing, watching Shao Ming leave. The weather today wasn't great. Even though it was already 10 in the morning, the woods still looked quite dim. Shao Ming tightened his grip on the sniper rifle. The air in the woods seemed mixed with a bloody scent. If it weren't for the sound of birds, he would really think he had entered a desolate parallel world. However, this world was already not far from being desolate. As he ventured deeper into the dense forest, the sniper rifle became less useful. Shao Ming slung the F2 on his back and pulled out the handgun from his waist. The P-320 had only a few rounds left, most of which had been expended in the underwater tunnel. But considering that the other guns they had were either shotguns or had a very limited magazine capacity, Shao Ming decided to keep this illegal handgun borrowed from neighbor. All in all, he still had 1.5 magazines left. As Shao Ming walked forward, he heard some noises not far away. He hurriedly leaned against a tree, bracing his arm against the trunk while aiming his handgun in the direction of the sound. It sounded like something was running through the woods, crushing quite a few dry branches and leaves underfoot. Shao Ming took a deep breath and nervously looked into the woods. Since the forest was very quiet now, the sound, although not loud, still reached his ears. Suddenly, a shadow flashed through the woods. It was a deer. Shao Ming let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't one of those agile zombies that jump around everywhere. The deer seemed to have noticed Shao Ming. It raised its head and stared at him warily. Although Shao Ming had the impulse to shoot the deer in the head, he still controlled his finger. After all, this trip was just for reconnaissance. Hunting would be more suitable in a better place with the SUV. A patch of woods between a few cities? Clearly not appropriate. The deer stared at Shao Ming for a while, but seeing that he remained motionless, it ignored him and lowered its head to graze. Just as Shao Ming was about to continue on, another sound of running came from further away. This time, he was sure it wasn't a small animal because he heard the growl of a mutated creature. It sounded like the noise from the deer startled this mutated creature, prompting it to chase after. Immediately, the deer lifted its head and ran away in fright. Shao Ming saw a mutated creature speedily pursuing it. Its speed was incredible, weaving through the woods. For a human, being able to match a deer's speed in the forest was truly frightening. However, Shao Ming noticed that this mutated creature was different from the agile ones he had encountered before. It didn't seem to rely too much on pouncing or ambushing. Instead, its behavior appeared to be purely based on endurance and speed for hunting. Several times, the mutated creature had almost caught up to the deer, and although the trees obstructed his view, Shao Ming was sure that the creature was just continuing the chase, without making any pounce to pin down the deer. It couldn't be said that the mutated creature was showing goodwill towards the deer. Was it possible that he had encountered a new variant? Fortunately, the deer completely captured the mutated creature's attention, and after they had run a distance, Shao Ming seized the opportunity to continue toward the parking lot. The direction they were running was toward the slope behind the parking lot, forcing Shao Ming to move further down the hill. He passed through the woods until a small station appeared before him. Shao Ming recognized this station. It was the first station outside the parking lot. Using the cover of the platform, he set up the sniper rifle to look toward the parking lot. Due to the obstruction of warehouses, he couldn't see the situation inside the parking lot clearly, so he had to continue along the road to get closer to the parking lot. But just a few steps later, as he arrived at the roundabout near the parking lot, Shao Ming witnessed an extremely terrifying scene. About several hundred mutated creatures were resting in the parking lot, appearing in the tracks, inside the carriages, and in the buildings. Fortunately, they hadn't noticed Shao Ming. He quickly lowered his footsteps and began to back away slowly. It seemed that those mutated creatures that had been lured away by a sky had all returned. Chapter 79, Making Plans. Shao Ming returned to the side of the train along the same path. Fortunately, there were no noises coming from the woods this time. He preferred the quietness of the forest. When a few people by the train saw Shao Ming emerge from the woods, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. "How's it going?" Feng Yuxing asked. "Not good. Not good." Shao Ming shook his head. "The zombies have all returned, and the parking lot is full of them." He paused and continued. "Also, I found a mutated creature in the woods. It runs very fast and seems to have good stamina. You have the walkie-talkie." Lambert pointed to the walkie-talkie on Shao Ming's tactical vest and reminded him, "You should let us know earlier next time." Shao Ming slapped his forehead. Sorry. I was just thinking about checking the situation in the parking lot, and I forgot to inform everyone about such an important thing as the mutated creature in the woods." "What should we do now?" Feng Yuxing asked. Is it necessary to go through the parking lot?" Lambert nodded and looked at Shao Ming. "We need to have a small meeting," Shao Ming said as he opened the driver's cabin door. Shao Ming briefly explained the situation to Ashi, who had a worried expression on his face. Ashi shook his head and said, "With the ammunition we currently have, It's not enough to support the anti-aircraft gun for 30 seconds of fire. He added, moreover, we've removed the auxiliary box for the fire control system and automatic feeding device. So we need to manually load the shells back into the ammunition box. Lambert raised his hand and asked, then why did we remove it in the first place? We couldn't load it onto the train without removing it. Shao Ming glanced at him. Don't you know since you did it yourself? Lambert asked again, can we restart the air raid alarm to lure them away? Like last time? Impossible. Ashley immediately dismissed Lambert's idea. That was an emergency diesel generator. Think about how many times it can be used for the air raid alarm for the whole city. What about using the off-road vehicle? Feng Yuxing asked. It can attract quite a few zombies, right? That might not work either, Yamada Ryo said. The west side of the parking lot is the sea, while the east and north sides are urban areas, and the south side is right here. Shao Ming realized that after listening to Yamada Ryo's Japanese English for 2 days, he could understand quite a bit. So we only have one option left. Shao Ming asked. The group fell into silence, and this one option naturally referred to forcing their way through. Actually, it's not impossible. Lambert was the first to break the silence. Last time, Shao Ming and I broke the hydraulic control system of the tracks, so we should be able to switch tracks quickly this time. Using the train to grind back and forth? Feng Yuxing asked. That's too slow, Shao Ming said. We need to finish before the zombies in the city are attracted by the sounds of the vehicles and gunfire. It's the sound of the cannon, Ashi spoke up. Help me down, I want to check what kind of shells you brought back. The group helped Ashi out, and he limped towards the anti-aircraft gun at the front of the train. They helped Ashi climb onto the flatbed, and he smiled, saying, I didn't expect to enjoy the treatment of an 80-year-old at 40. 40? Shao Ming looked at Ashi's build and face. They say Westerners look older, but he looked no more than in his early 30s. The dual-barrel anti-aircraft gun still had quite a bit of ammunition in the side boxes, and Ashi estimated that there were about 100 rounds combined. He then looked at the 2 ammunition boxes nearby, noting that for a 35mm anti-aircraft gun, one ammunition box would typically hold 50 rounds. Isn't there anything else? Ashi asked. Your off-road vehicle could barely drag this thing back, and besides, we need to bring other supplies, Shao Ming said from under the flatbed. You can make another trip, kid, Ashi said, but it should be enough. He took his position as the main gunner of the anti-aircraft gun, stretching his head to look into the ammunition box. Mixed ammunition chain, huh? Ashi said, I don't know if this thing hurts when it hits a person. Most types of ammunition aren't designed for dealing with flesh and blood. Isn't that better? Shao Ming asked. Not necessarily. Ashi explained, as far as I know, the armor-piercing shells of this anti-aircraft gun might go straight through a human body without exploding. The proximity fuse might not work either. He continued, moreover, there's another problem. These anti-aircraft shells have special pressure feeders, right? I swear to heaven, I absolutely didn't see any pressure feeders, Shao Ming hurriedly said. You might just not recognize them, kid, Ashi said. I don't know the specifics either. Each profession has its own expertise, especially in the military. Wait, Lambert quickly interjected. Can you use this gun? Ashi began to rotate the gun body, answering Lambert with action. I have received training. Okay, so we decided to force our way through. Shao Ming said to everyone, we'll first move the train outside the parking lot, and then Ashi and Yuxing will operate the anti-aircraft gun to clear the zombies on the surrounding tracks. Me? Feng Yuxing pointed at himself and asked. Shao Ming continued. Yamada Ryo will drive with Lambert, and Lambert will get down to switch the tracks. All right, good arrangement, Lambert quickly said, but then he put away his smile and asked, and you? I'll drive the off-road vehicle to clear the zombies directly in front of the train, Shao Ming said. The anti-aircraft gun can't directly bombard the tracks we need to pass through. Ashi stroked his chin. It sounds barely feasible. Now I need to go back up the hill again, Lambert said. We can't tell which tracks we need from the map. I'll go with you, Shao Ming said, just in time to observe the terrain inside the parking lot. Come on, miss, Ashi said, placing his injured leg into the seat. Your husband has given us a mission. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuxing's face turned so red it reached her neck. He's not my husband. Right, Shao Ming quickly explained. Don't misunderstand. What about the nest? Yamada Ryo asked. You come with me, Lambert said, moving closer to Yamada Ryo. I'll teach you how to drive the train, so we can keep the train moving while switching tracks. Gordon, Feng Yuxing suddenly shouted. I told you not to pee in my field. Gordon's ears drooped. and he shrank his head as he jumped off the flatbed. All right, let's start preparing. Chapter 80. The eve of battle, Shao Ming was loading bullets into all the firearms in the carriage when Feng Yuxing climbed up from the car door. What's wrong? Shao Ming asked. She walked over and sat down in the seat opposite him, saying, I want to go with you. Go where? Shao Ming asked. To drive the off-road vehicle and fight zombies? No way. Shao Ming immediately rejected her. You stay in the car and help Ashji operate the cannon to protect the carriage. Seeing Feng Yuxing looking a bit reluctant, Shao Ming continued, It's too dangerous to drive nearby. It's much safer to stay on the train. Feng Yuxing wanted to say something, but Shao Ming stopped her. Be obedient. Just stay in the car and cover me. Ashji watched Feng Yuxing climb back onto the flatbed carriage and said to her, It's okay. Actually, you wouldn't be of much help if you followed us. Thanks, Feng Yuxing replied. You're good at comforting people. All right, let me teach you how to reload. He took out a row of magazines, 7 rounds of shells quietly lying on top. Huh? Ashji looked a bit surprised. This is different from what I thought. It's not belt-fed? How would I know? Feng Yuxing said. I've never used this thing before. Ashji continued to speak to himself. I received anti-aircraft training 20 years ago during training camp, and I haven't touched any large anti-aircraft equipment since then. So? Feng Yuxing asked. So no wonder that kid said he had never seen a bullet feeder, Ashji said. This magazine can be loaded by hand. Feng Yuxing feigned realization. Oh, I see. Ashji, while stuffing the magazine back into the ammo box, said, So what I took apart wasn't an automatic feed system. It should just be the fire control system and its power supply. Feng Yuxing nodded thoughtfully. Yeah, that makes sense. What you said is right. On the grass, Shao Ming was walking towards the parking area with Lambert. Ashji. Lambert, seeing they had left the train a considerable distance, said, Have we left him out for too long? I think he's doing fine. Shao Ming glanced back at the position of the anti-aircraft gun and replied, Don't you notice he seems to have recovered quite well? But we don't know. All right. Shao Ming interrupted Lambert. Let's not argue about this anymore. Okay. I'm just worried about our team's safety. Shao Ming said, Do you think if you pointed your gun at him like yesterday, he wouldn't know? Even if we assume a living, experienced special forces soldier versus a mindless zombie, which one would you rather deal with? Lambert raised his hands and said, I get it. I get it. Shao Ming said, Stop talking. Pay attention to the woods. Lambert whispered, I hope that zombie you mentioned has left. The two raised their weapons and walked toward the woods. Just like half an hour ago, the woods were still eerily silent. Shao Ming didn't believe that the mutant would leave the woods at this moment. The only thing that might drive it out was that deer that ran out of the woods. The two cautiously held their guns, surveying their surroundings. Shao Ming chose to carry a handgun, while Lambert brought a double-barreled shotgun. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the surrounding environment became increasingly complex. This way, Shao Ming patted Lambert on the shoulder. As they walked up the slope, some noise suddenly emerged ahead. They quickly hid behind a bush, and Shao Ming peered through the gaps between the trees. Just as they were nearing the top of the slope, the mutant from half an hour ago was gnawing on the carcass of the deer. Don't shoot, Shao Ming whispered to Lambert. We're too close to the cargo area. Gunfire will alert other zombies. Lambert nodded and pulled out a metal rod from his waist. This mutant was blocking their path to the high ground overlooking the parking area. To observe the situation inside the parking area, they had to either eliminate or divert it. What do you want to do? Lambert asked quietly. There's no way we can outrun it, Shao Ming said. Having just witnessed the mutant's terrifying endurance and speed, it couldn't even outrun a deer, let alone 2 modern people living in the city. Their only advantage was that there were 2 of them. Remember how we dealt with those jumping zombies in the warehouse? Shao Ming said, We have 2 people. Before he could finish, a roar came from the direction of the mutant. Shao Ming leaned out, only to see the mutant charging towards them with its arms outstretched. Damn it. The mutant was incredibly fast. Before the 2 could react, it was already upon them. Without thinking, Shao Ming instinctively raised his handgun and pulled the trigger. Bang! What endurance! It was just a matter of a single bullet when it charged right into the gun's muzzle. The birds in the woods were startled and flew away. Of course, it wasn't just the birds that were startled. Hundreds of mutants in the parking area were also alerted. Didn't you say not to shoot? Lambert shouted. I didn't have time. Shao Ming replied. Who knew would spot us? I wanted to launch a surprise attack. Now we're the ones under attack. Lambert pulled Shao Ming. as the distant sounds of mutants' roars began to approach. Run! The two immediately turned and ran back, with Shao Ming pressing the intercom button and shouting, "We've been discovered. Prepare for battle. Prepare for battle." Ashji's voice came through the intercom, received. The two ran desperately toward the edge of the woods, the sounds of mutants growing louder behind them. At that moment, Shao Ming didn't dare look back, but he knew the situation behind them couldn't be good. Fortunately, the mutants had to charge up the slope, which bought them some time. Bursting out of the woods, Ashji had already aimed the cannon at the tree line. "You go drive," Shao Ming shouted while running. "I'll go get the off-road vehicle." "Where to?" Lambert asked. "Where else? Just charge in." Before they could reach the train, mutants were already charging out from the woods. Ashji swung the anti-aircraft gun, firing at the mutants behind them. The deafening explosion echoed from behind, and Shao Ming quickly ducked and ran toward the back of the vehicle. Armor-piercing rounds swept through the woods, with two 35mm cannons unleashing over 14 shells in a second, tearing trees as thick as a person's waist in half. In an instant, the edge of the woods was a scene of devastation, leaves and branches flying everywhere. However, due to the type of ammunition, the number of mutants killed by the shells might not be as many as those crushed by falling tree trunks. Chapter 81. Full firepower. The train began to start up, and Ashji maintained a burst fire state, shooting every few seconds. Meanwhile, Feng Yuxing set up a shotgun beside him, firing at the stragglers under the anti-aircraft guns. In the driver's cabin, Yamada Ryo skillfully grabbed the M240 machine gun mounted on the right side window, disengaging the safety and firing in one smooth motion. This operation left Lambert, who was starting the train, dumbfounded. As the train started moving, not yet at full speed, Shao Ming grabbed onto a support pillar of the carriage and climbed up. He cut the ropes, binding the tires, and jumped into the off-road vehicle. Releasing the handbrake and shifting into reverse, the off-road vehicle dropped off the train before Shao Ming could even step on the gas. Under the cover of the anti-aircraft guns and machine guns, the train quickly accelerated, leaving the mutated creatures behind before they could reach the tracks. Of course, it also left the off-road vehicle behind. A manual transmission. Shao Ming angrily pressed the clutch, wondering why everyone bought manual cars. A mutated creature lunged at the off-road vehicle, crashing against the door glass. "Goodbye," Shao Ming said, flooring the gas pedal as he caught up with the train. The off-road vehicle overtook the train and drove onto the tracks ahead of it. The sounds of gunfire and explosions had ceased. The train was now far enough from the horde of corpses, no longer needing to waste precious ammunition. Shao Ming drove the off-road vehicle into the parking lot, knocking down two mutated creatures blocking the way. The massive silhouette of the train appeared around a bend behind the off-road vehicle. In a stroke of luck, many of the mutated creatures in the parking lot were drawn away by the gunfire, leaving only a few behind. Shao Ming rolled down the window and extended the shotgun out. Shooting with one hand while driving, he was not very accurate, but he was confident about hitting targets within a meter. Adjusting his stance, he firmly rested the gun against his shoulder, using his left hand on the steering wheel for support. A mutated creature charged toward the off-road vehicle. Shao Ming turned the steering wheel to the right, aiming the gun directly at the oncoming creature. A few rounds shot out, sending the attacking creature flying. The impact jolted Shao Ming's shoulder painfully. He was lucky not to have dislocated it given the awkward way he was holding the gun. Ashji rotated the anti-aircraft gun, aiming at the mutated creatures on the platform of the parking lot. With a series of bursts, the gun spat flames, and armor-piercing rounds tore through the parked train, turning it into a sieve. A barrage of shells even broke one of the support columns on the platform. A group of mutated creatures charged out from the residential area on the east side of the parking lot, rushing toward the right side of the train. While Ashji's anti-aircraft gun was still aimed at the left, Shao Ming drove the off-road vehicle across the tracks toward the group of mutated creatures emerging from the residential area. Compared to the train further away, the mutated creatures were clearly more interested in the suddenly approaching off-road vehicle. Bang! As a round was fired, one mutated creature's arm flew off. Shao Ming tossed aside the hunting shotgun, which was now empty, and pulled out a handgun from his waist. Although shooting while driving wasn't very accurate, the moving off-road vehicle still managed to draw away a lot of mutated creatures. Now the creatures were split into two groups, those charging out from the left side of the parking lot and those from the right side. The mutated creatures on the left suffered heavy casualties under the anti-aircraft gun-esque fire, with some being cut in half, while many others were crushed into a pulp by debris and fallen columns on the platform. Lambert climbed onto the roof of the train to look out, struggling to identify the tracks amidst the horde. Seeing that the area around the train was relatively safe, he brought the train to a stop and ran toward the track switch. Fortunately, most of the mutated creatures had been cleared out, and Lambert quickly managed to get the train onto the turning track. Next, they needed to move this massive machine out. Shao Ming circled around the residential area next to the parking lot and returned to the parking lot. Seeing the off-road vehicle come back, Lambert hurriedly waved to him. Shao Ming sharply turned the steering wheel, executing a drift to stop the vehicle in front of Lambert. "Get in," Shao Ming said, opening the car door for him. "What's the situation?" The last one, outside, Lambert quickly jumped into the off-road vehicle, and together they drove toward the next junction. Just as Shao Ming stopped the off-road vehicle at the last junction, his expression suddenly turned grim. Oh no! Before him was a sea of mutated creatures. The parking lot was less than a kilometer in a straight line from the city center of Calais, and the loud noise from the anti-aircraft gun had awakened these dormant creatures. If not for the obstruction of the residential area and hills, this horde would have reached the parking lot 10 minutes ago. Shao Ming looked at the train and saw Ashi and Feng Yuxing loading ammunition. It was truly a case of misfortune compounding misfortune. An even larger wave of mutated creatures was coming, and their most powerful weapon had run out of ammo. Shao Ming hurriedly got out of the vehicle, set up the sniper rifle on the roof, and started firing at the creatures on the hillside. It was hardly a drop in the bucket, but it was better than nothing. Fortunately, Lambert was also working frantically to adjust the tracks, and the two quickly returned to the off-road vehicle. Two mutated creatures flew down from the hillside, grabbing onto the rear of the off-road vehicle. The two inside were completely unaware. Shao Ming slammed the gas pedal, thinking only of how fast he could go. The two creatures were almost lifted off the ground, one of them being thrown off due to the bumps from the tracks, while the other clung tightly to the rear. "Is everything okay?" Shao Ming asked, gripping the steering wheel. Yeah, Lambert said, shaken. That was the last one. The off-road vehicle screeched to a stop beside the train's driver's cabin, and Lambert jumped out, running toward the train. The mutated creature that had been dragged along struggled to rise, but in the next second, a hole appeared in its head. Feng Yuxing lowered the hunting shotgun, panting heavily. The train roared back to life, heading straight toward the horde charging down the hillside. This put the two exposed at the front of the train in a tough spot, relying on the anti-aircraft gun. They knocked down the mutated creatures trying to climb onto the flatbed. Shao Ming also crawled out from the top of the train, firing at the mutated creatures approaching the train. "Did you see that?" Feng Yuxing shouted as he smashed a mutated creature with the butt of his gun, addressing Ashi. "I'm not just deadweight." Within minutes, the train passed through the hillside, which was teeming with mutated creatures, and turned toward the exit of the parking lot. Due to the lack of time to secure the tracks, and the train being significantly heavier than in the past 2 days, the tracks shifted as the train passed. The train slightly tipped to the side before crashing back onto the tracks. The group was nearly scared to death, feeling as though they were on the brink of derailing. Chapter 09, Top Secret, Prion, 20 Virus Archive, 2. Dear Declassified Sir, thank you very much for finally giving sufficient attention to our report, which will help the government control the situation as soon as possible. Below is a summary of all our research on the P virus over the past 3 months. Detailed research reports have been submitted in weekly reports, which you can review at Declassified. Based on our research in the declassified area, it has been proven that the infection of the P virus is irreversible, and individuals cannot return to normal by removing the P virus's control over the central nervous system. The subject groups, declassified and declassified, lost all vital signs immediately after we forcibly cleared the P virus from their bodies. Detailed experimental records can be found in the attachments. We are still working to discover how the P virus accomplishes this. Regarding the sequelae transition population, we have named them P01 infected individuals. The known characteristics of the P virus and these infected individuals include 1. Infected individuals can achieve almost zero metabolic level through a dormant mechanism. This dormant mechanism is achieved through the P virus's control over brain neural signals, and a specific method is still under investigation. The main manifestations are that both nails and hair stop growing, and brain activity nearly ceases, only ensuring the most basic life-sustaining functions, such as blood circulation and respiration. At this stage, it is very difficult for us to determine medically whether the person is alive, which reminds me of a term from movies, the living dead. However, it is very strange that the auditory and visual systems of infected individuals in a dormant state remain normal and can quickly restore bodily functions to normal levels under the activation of the P virus after being disturbed. When the energy within the infected individual becomes too low, preventing the P virus from maintaining its concentration at declassified, through proliferation, the individual will be reawakened. 2. Due to the impact of the dormant mechanism, infected individuals will still enter a state of natural death in the long term if they are unable to obtain energy supply. Here, death means that the P virus's own division and proliferation are completely lost, and it loses control over the human body. This also causes the P virus to be unable to provide energy to the human body with its own protein properties, ultimately leading to complete death. Furthermore, the longer the dormant period, the greater the chance of brain necrosis. Infected individuals with excessively long dormant periods may completely lose consciousness, with all bodily functions controlled by the P virus. 3. The retention of consciousness in infected individuals is inversely proportional to the duration and frequency of dormancy. In the early stages, especially when the P virus first gained control over the human body, the infected individual's brain was in a completely awake state. As energy within the body decreases and P virus concentration increases, the infected individual's brain gradually loses consciousness. 4. Infected individuals may resort to cannibalism. In our experiments conducted and declassified, several infected individuals were confined together in the same foodless laboratory, and they exhibited cannibalistic behavior to sustain their energy consumption. 5. Infected individuals will develop various unpredictable subspecies over time. Currently known subspecies of infected individuals, aside from P organisms, are caused by the lifting of the P virus's restrictions on human capabilities. For example, some infected individuals exhibit enhanced reflexes or mobility, but we do not consider this a true subspecies. Research shows that infected individuals will exhibit unlimited proliferation after sufficient feeding. This proliferation is reflected not only in the rapid reproduction of the P virus within the body, but also in symptoms such as the development of sarcomas and a significant increase in muscle density. Some infected individuals' muscle tissues have become deformed and mutated upon merging with the P virus, but due to the limitations of the human skeletal system, there have not yet been any individuals that completely surpass human limits. It cannot be ruled out that completely detached subspecies from human tissue structures may appear in the future, and whether more variants exist is still under investigation. This point requires extra attention. Combining predictions from other studies, we believe that infected individuals may not naturally perish within a few years. Rather, there may be a significant number of subspecies emerging in densely populated areas. 6. Experiments using P virus extraction factors for human enhancement have all ended in failure. Antibodies cannot simply eliminate the infection factors in the virus to achieve symbiosis. 99% of natural antibody carriers exhibit complete immunity to the P virus. We cannot find other methods to control the P virus within the human body in a short time. 7. The P virus remains infectious to pure individuals who have not produced antibodies. Many survivors with significant mutations are those who narrowly escaped virus transmission during the pandemic phase. These individuals still face the risk of reinfection by the P virus. Research shows that the transmission method of the P virus during the major mutation phase differs from that during the pandemic phase, as it can currently only be transmitted through blood and saliva. Whether the virus in the current major mutation phase still has the potential to cause sequelae is still under study. We are currently applying to the declassified department for more pure individuals who have not been infected by the P virus and have not produced antibodies for further research. 8. Some infected individuals have exhibited varying degrees of territorial awareness. According to intelligence from some frontline military and satellite maps, some infected individuals may have developed territorial awareness. Some maps indicate that they may have constructed structures similar to nests. It is currently unclear whether this is a retention of habitual behavior from the infected individuals' lives or if they have regained some consciousness. If this characteristic is confirmed, our understanding of the P virus will be shrouded in further mystery. Infected individuals completely controlled by the virus should exhibit unconscious behaviors to maintain bodily functions, such as hunting and feeding, and should not display territorial awareness. 9. The P virus resembles an artificial virus. We have ample reason to suspect that the P virus is a product of biological weapons experimentation. Firstly, its targeted nature solely against humans means it cannot infect other species, including those genetically similar to humans, such as orangutans, pigs, and white mice. Secondly, its irrational proliferation and targeted control over the human nervous system have entirely exceeded the rules of natural evolution. We hope your department can strive to establish contact with the declassified department. If the declassified department has already fallen, please send a team to collect data, as this will greatly assist us in our research on the P virus. Also, our base does not have a self-destruct button that even our leaders are unaware of, right? I do not want to end up like the people at the declassified base, sent to the sky by a leader who is kept in the dark. Attachment 1 declassified, attachment 2 declassified, chapter 82. Heading south, the train burst out of the parking area, heading straight for the German-French border. About 5 kilometers after leaving the parking area, the train stopped beside a patch of woods. Shao Ming also drove the off-road vehicle to the front of the train, and Ashley climbed down from the front with the help of Feng Yuxing. "Not bad, kid," Ashley said to Shao Ming. Lambert jumped down from the driver's cabin, mumbling, "Time to eat, time to eat." Shao Ming looked at the time. It was indeed time for a meal, especially after a morning spent in a highly tense environment. The train had stopped next to a forest, with an open field on the other side, and a small town a kilometer or two away. It was relatively safe to take a break here. "Finally, it's time to eat," Ashley said, limping toward his vehicle. "Hey," Lambert suddenly called out to Ashley. "Are you staying to eat with us?" Ashley shook his head. "Forget it. I have plenty of canned food." The few of them watched Ashley's limping figure, and Lambert turned to look at Shao Ming, as if to say, "This is not my problem." The makeshift stove in the passenger car was heating up again, a small pot simmering with beef and luncheon meat. "We still have several densely populated areas to pass through," Lambert said, looking at the tablet and planning the route. "Lille, Charleroi, Liège, Cologne, all big cities. It'll be better after this stretch," Shao Ming said. "This area has too many people, and the cities are all connected." Feng Yuxing stirred the food in the pot and asked, "Isn't there any other way to avoid this area?" "There is," Lambert showed the tablet screen to the others. "After Charleroi, head southeast into Luxembourg, then north to the east side of Cologne. This way, we can avoid the densely populated areas as much as possible. But it's a detour. Luxembourg has many winding mountain roads, which will greatly slow down the train's speed. With our current firepower, it's better to take the detour," Shao Ming said. "We just used up a lot of ammunition dealing with a few hundred zombies. It might be hard to find an opportunity to change tracks once we get into the city. Let's eat, and then check our supplies," Feng Yuxing reminded. "To see what we're short on." Off-road vehicle, Yamada Ryo, who was petting the dog, suddenly said, "We can't take the off-road vehicle with us." Shao Ming looked out the window. There was no way to drive the off-road vehicle onto the train here. He nodded regretfully and said to Lambert, "Is there any way to have a ramp like a truck that allows us to load and unload?" "This is a train," Lambert replied. "Loading cars requires specific steel frame ramps. Otherwise, they can only be driven in from the platform." Yamada Ryo asked, "So we can only throw one vehicle away?" No, Lambert hurriedly explained. "If we have enough tools and time, we can definitely modify a ramp ourselves." Feng Yuxing served a bowl of soup from the pot and handed it to Yamada Ryo. "Thank you," Yamada Ryo said, taking the soup and standing up to head outside the car. "Where's she going?" Lambert asked. "To bring food to Ashley," Shao Ming shrugged and replied. "Don't be jealous," Feng Yuxing said with a smile. "She saved her life, and you still have a long way to go." "A loli with an old man?" Shao Ming asked. "I don't think they are a match." Feng Yuxing shook her head. "I don't feel that vibe." "You better be telling the truth," Lambert said with a gloomy face. "Oh, here." Shao Ming handed a bowl of soup to Lambert. Eating is the most important thing. After lunch, Lambert and Shao Ming began to check the supplies on the train. They couldn't say their trip to Paris was fruitless. Although they had to turn back halfway, they managed to get quite a bit of supplies in Amiens. This included enough food and water for several people for a week, some small gardening tools because Yamada Ryo and Feng Yuxing thought normal-sized tools were unnecessary on the train. Additionally, there were some fertilizers and seeds. Besides that, most of the remaining items were what was left from the previous journey. Shao Ming was surprised to find that the biscuits he had originally brought back with Li Long still had a few packs left. It seemed they really weren't very tasty. Thanks to the train always being in motion, Shao Ming and the others didn't need to worry about supplies being completely scavenged in any particular place. Even if canned goods or other necessities were depleted in a future town, they only needed to move on to the next town. After all, most bottled water and canned food have a shelf life of about 2 years or even longer. And Shao Ming didn't believe that this train wouldn't reach home in 2 years. In terms of firearms, they could basically ensure that everyone had 2 guns. Except for Ashi's 416 and F2, the rest were civilian firearms. Fortunately, the Stanag magazine from the L-85A1 Shao Ming picked up was compatible with the 416, and Ashi still had 2 magazines available. There were only about 100 rounds left for the anti-aircraft cannon. This thing has a high demand for ammunition due to its firing rate. If one isn't careful and presses the button for a couple of extra seconds, all the rounds in the ammo box would be gone. Next time we go to collect food and water, we should be in Germany, right? Shao Ming said. If we keep this pace, yes, Lambert nodded. 4 to 5 days should be enough for us to reach Germany. In front of the train, Feng Yuxing and Yamada Ryo were crouched together, studying the seeds in the nursery. Do we need to loosen the soil? Yamada Ryo asked, flipping through a book about planting. I don't think so. Feng Yuxing thought for a moment and said, the bumps of the train should be enough to loosen the soil. Yamada Ryo flipped through the book in her hands, saying, the book doesn't mention how to plan on a train. Gordon followed Lambert and Shao Ming to the nursery. In just a few days, it had completely learned how to climb the ladder onto the train like a human and was quite skilled at it. However, as soon as it climbed onto the flatbed, Feng Yuxing pushed it down. Get out of here. I told you not to come up here and treat this place as a toilet. Gordon ran back to sit behind Shao Ming, who looked up at Feng Yuxing and said, how are the carrots and potatoes you planted doing? The potatoes are doing well, Feng Yuxing said. Those had already sprouted, and the carrots were only planted 2 days ago. Shao Ming thought about it. It was still April, which seemed to be the planting season for potatoes. In 2 or 3 months, they could harvest more potatoes. Of course, it would be best if they could reach home in 2 to 3 months and not have to live like this anymore. A rumbling sound seemed to come from the sky, and a few of them unconsciously looked up. It was an airplane. Chapter 83, Emergency Landing of the Aircraft, to be precise. It was an A400M transport aircraft. The plane was not flying at a high altitude. From its paint scheme and the direction it came from, it could still be identified as a transport aircraft belonging to the French Air Force. As for its low altitude, it was better described as plummeting at high speed. The 2 engines on the left wing were emitting thick smoke, and as the aircraft flew over the heads of the crowd, Shao Ming noticed that those 2 engines were completely out of commission. He looked closely at the plane and seemed to see one of the engine blades wedged between the other engine. Am I hallucinating? Lambert asked, looking up. The plane passed over everyone's heads and was soon obscured by the trees. Without thinking, Shao Ming jumped off the flatbed truck and ran toward the off-road vehicle. Lambert hurriedly jumped out and grabbed Shao Ming, asking, what are you doing? Of course, I'm chasing the plane, Shao Ming replied. Didn't you see it's going down? Are you crazy? Lambert said, I know it's going down, but why should we chase it? What if there are survivors? Feng Yuxing asked from the train. Shao Ming said, and it's a military transport aircraft. It might be carrying something valuable. Lambert hesitated for a moment and then got into the off-road vehicle with Shao Ming. The prospect of valuable goods was indeed more enticing. Given the rapid descent of the plane, it was unlikely that anyone could survive in good condition. With their current medical capabilities, they could manage a wounded Ashji, but if they encountered a seriously injured person, it would only slow down the team's progress. After all, this was about survival, not charity. Fortunately, the off-road vehicle had not been abandoned yet. Shao Ming quickly started the engine and drove toward the direction where the plane was crashing. Since the plane flew over the treetops, The off-road vehicle could not pass directly through the woods and had to go around in a large circle. Shao Ming couldn't help but press the accelerator a bit harder. The woods were much larger than he had anticipated, but soon a gap appeared ahead, allowing the off-road vehicle to pass quickly. Thanks to the relatively flat terrain, after rushing out of the woods, they quickly spotted the transport aircraft in the sky. At that moment, it was very close to the ground. The A-400M transport plane shaking and descending, showing that the pilot was trying hard to control its attitude, but the aircraft was clearly beyond saving. Logically, even a 4-engine passenger aircraft could barely maintain flight with 2 engines out of commission, but this military transport aircraft was plummeting toward the ground, which puzzled Shao Ming. He couldn't help but think of scenes from movies where the military transported experimental subjects in aircraft, and then the subjects broke free on board. A loud rumble came from the distance, even louder than the sound of the 4-rotor transport aircraft passing overhead. Shao Ming saw clouds of dust and mechanical debris rising nearby. After crossing a small dirt slope, the wrecked plane appeared before them. The aircraft did not explode or catch fire. Aside from the completely destroyed wings and engines on both sides, the main structure was relatively intact. Its rear cargo door was wide open, though it was unclear whether the pilot had intentionally opened it or if it had been forced open during the emergency landing. A long, deep trench appeared on the grass behind the plane, with landing gear and some debris scattered nearby. Shao Ming stopped the vehicle on the dirt slope and set up his sniper rifle to look toward the transport aircraft. The left wing of the plane seemed to be leaking fuel, while the 2 engines on the right wing were completely smashed. Through the open cargo door, Shao Ming saw that the cabin was completely empty. Vehicles, supplies, survivors. Nothing was inside. Should we get closer to take a look? Lambert asked, holding onto the car door. Are there any survivors? Shao Ming glanced at the horizon. Through the scope, he could see mutated creatures running toward them from a town a couple of kilometers away. They had about 10 minutes. Let's take a look, Shao Ming said, putting away the sniper rifle and sitting inside the vehicle. The off-road vehicle drove along the trajectory of the plane's emergency landing or crash and soon arrived beside the transport aircraft. The 2 jumped out of the car and retrieved shotguns from the back seat. A faint smell of aviation fuel wafted around the aircraft. It seemed Shao Ming's judgment was correct. The left wing of the plane was indeed leaking fuel. As they walked into the cabin, the huge space was empty, and the seats on both sides were all folded up. Lambert asked, "Who would fly an empty plane out now? Coming from the direction of Paris?" Shao Ming replied, "Maybe they were trying to escape." Regardless, the crash of this plane was far from logical. The mutated creatures didn't have anti-aircraft missiles. So how could they take down an aircraft in the sky? The height of the aircraft's rotor blades was also sufficient to avoid the issue of mutated creatures being sucked into the engines and causing an explosion. Unless someone had shot it down, or there was some problem with the aircraft itself that forced the pilot to take off. Go check the cockpit, Shao Ming told Lambert as he ran outside the cabin. What are you going to do? Lambert asked. Shao Ming searched for the wreckage of the engine outside the cabin and soon found a large piece of debris not far away. Judging by its size, it should be the plane's engine. From Shao Ming's knowledge, this engine did not appear to have been attacked, but he couldn't be sure what had happened. How strange, Shao Ming thought as he looked at the wreckage. Why have planes been falling from the sky lately? He turned and walked toward the main body of the plane, where Lambert was already back at the cabin door. What's wrong? Lambert asked. I'm not sure what happened to this plane, Shao Ming replied. What about you? Any findings? Lambert shook his head. All 3 crew members are dead, but there's someone very familiar inside the plane. Seems like a high-ranking official. I've seen him on the news. Is he still alive? Shao Ming followed Lambert into the cabin and asked. He's dead too, Lambert said, but he really looks familiar. You should go take a look. Shao Ming climbed into the cockpit, where the scene was chaotic. The immense impact had completely deformed the cockpit, which was still relatively intact. The 2 pilots were in a gruesome state. Shao Ming turned his head and immediately saw a man in a suit with his head hanging down nearby. He focused and was shocked to see that it was the president of France. No wonder Lambert said he looked familiar. How could he not recognize him? It now seemed that this aircraft was not shot down intentionally. The roars of mutated creatures were already coming from the distance. It was time to leave. Chapter 84. Oil crisis, how's it going? Feng Yuxing asked as the off-road vehicle returned. A wasted trip, Shao Ming replied as he got out of the vehicle. It's empty. No cargo at all. Everyone is dead, Lambert said, and there's one person I recognize. All right. Shao Ming hurriedly interrupted Lambert. No need to say more. The train was restarted and left before the mutated creatures attracted by the transport planes could discover them. Lambert had replanned a route at the parking lot, which was a fast track that bypassed most towns along the way, allowing direct access from Calais to Lille. Not long after the train started moving, the intercom on the table rang. Shao Ming, Shao Ming? Lambert's voice came through. Shao Ming, who was chatting with Feng Yuxing, picked up the intercom and asked, "What's the matter?" Lambert paused for a moment and said, "The train might be low on fuel." "How could that be?" Shao Ming asked. "We just changed to this train not long ago." "It's been a little while," Lambert said, "but that's not the main issue. The main problem is, if we need to detour around Luxembourg, we'll inevitably have to go through a long stretch of mountainous roads, and the fuel we have left may not support that." "What should we do?" Shao Ming asked. "You know about trains? Think of a solution. We can only go to Lille. That's the only place with a large train station to refuel." Feng Yuxing, who had been listening nearby, asked, "Diesel used by diesel locomotives is the same as that used by large trucks, right?" "Yes." "Then why do we have to go into the station? Can't we just find a gas station and siphon some fuel out?" "In theory, that could work, but there's a problem." Lambert paused and continued. "The fuel nozzle for cars is too different from that of trains. Perhaps the interface of a fuel truck could match the refueling pipe for the train, but the fuel nozzle won't work." "Looks like we need to find a fuel nozzle," Shao Ming said. "Lille is a must, right? We need to switch tracks there." "Yes," Lambert replied. "We can only make the train head towards the French border from Lille. One team will search for gas stations and fuel trucks, while the other team will go into the city to adjust the tracks and retrieve the nozzle." Shao Ming looked at Feng Yuxing and Yamada Rio. "What do you think?" "No problem." Feng Yuxing nodded and said. "I have a question," Lambert asked. "We only have 4 people who can move. Will splitting into 2 teams make it difficult to handle the zombies in Lille?" "For guns won't be enough," Shao Ming said. "Look at the map and see if there's a river in Lille." "What do we need a river for?" Lambert asked. "Astrid's method," Shao Ming replied. "The sewers." "There are a few small ditches," Lambert said, "but there's a problem. I need to stop the train." Lambert seemed to measure it and then said, "It has to be more than 10 kilometers away from the city. The railway along the outskirts is full of houses." "That's too far," Yamada Rio said. "There's no choice. We'll leave the vehicle behind," Lambert said. "I plan to stop near 2 small towns, and we can see if there are fuel trucks or gas stations." "There should be gas stations," Shao Ming said. "There seem to be quite a few fuel trucks." Lambert said, "There are many fuel trucks on the road, but not all of them are filled with oil, and they might not all be diesel," Shao Ming corrected. "How do we split up?" Feng Yuxing asked. Everyone fell silent. "Ah, damn it," Lambert said. I know. Only I can find where there are fuel nozzles. And only I know how to take them off. I'll go into the sewer." "I'll go with you," Yamada Rio said. "Oh, wow," Lambert stammered. "Really? Then you go alone?" Yamada Rio asked. Lambert hurriedly said, No, I just meant that the city is very dangerous." "I'm not afraid," Yamada Rio said. Lambert wanted to say, "But I'm afraid." "Then Yuxing and I will go to the town to find fuel trucks and gas stations," Shao Ming said. "Everyone get ready." To be honest, it's hard to say which of the 2 teams is more dangerous. Although getting fuel trucks is in a small town, if the fuel trucks are empty, we still need to stop to fill up. The noise from the truck won't be small either. The biggest threat for the 2 going into the city is the complex sewers, while the area used for refueling trains at the train station is generally quite open. And if there's a train parked inside to provide cover, that makes it easier. As long as we don't shoot, everything will be fine. It's a life on the edge. As per usual, Shao Ming slung Astrid's sniper rifle on his back and strapped on the only 5-round shotgun at his waist. Feng Yuxing only took her hunting rifle and held a metal rod in her hand. The train slowly stopped in front of a small town. This was the quietest parking area Lambert could find in this region. Yamada Rio went to explain the situation to Astrid, who took off his handgun from his chest and handed it to her. Then, Yamada Rio walked with Lambert towards Lille. "Stay safe," Shao Ming said to Lambert. "You too." Lambert waved the intercom in his hand and said, "Contact us anytime if there's a problem. But let's not communicate once we enter the city." The 4 of them split into 2 groups and headed off in different directions, while Astrid sat at the door of the cockpit, stroking Gordon beside him. The small town that Shao Ming and Feng Yuxing were going to was not hard to find. They could see it at the end of a field shortly after heading south from the train. Shao Ming found a patch of grass to squat down, using the barrel of his gun to push aside the weeds blocking his scope. It began to drizzle lightly, and the overcast weather finally released rain. Fortunately, it was just a light drizzle, which didn't significantly affect visibility or movement. Through the scope, Shao Ming was surprised to find that there wasn't a single mutated creature in this small town, whether at the town entrance or in some of the houses. There were no signs of any mutants. "Did you see any movement?" Shao Ming asked. Feng Yuxing lowered her hunting rifle and shook her head. "This is strange." Shao Ming thought, could this be a ghost town? Were the mutants attracted away, or did these people leave their homes when the disaster struck? Chapter 85. The Body Party, what do you think? Shao Ming asked. "Good news, right?" Feng Yuxing replied. "Isn't it a good thing that there are no zombies?" "Just." Shao Ming said, "It's a bit strange. There doesn't seem to be anything here to attract them. Should we still go in?" Feng Yuxing asked. "Let's go take a look," Shao Ming suggested. The two left the hiding spot in the grass and walked towards the small town. Although they had not yet discovered any traces of the mutated beings, they decided to approach the town cautiously through the fields. After all, they had only seen the edge of the town. Perhaps there were still plenty of mutated beings in the town center. They climbed over the ridge and onto the road, and the entire town exuded an eerie atmosphere. "That over there is the commercial street." Feng Yuxing pointed to the street on the left. "The main road should be over there," Shao Ming said. "The gas station should be along one of those main roads." As they walked towards the commercial street, the streets of the town were completely deserted, not even a single small animal in sight. The layout of the town was not complicated. A wide main road ran east to west, with a small road going north to south that intersected it, while most of the houses were distributed on both sides of the main road. Standing on the main road, one could see straight through the town. However, in such a small town, there was not a single trace of a mutated being. "Logically speaking, there should be quite a few zombies here," Shao Ming remarked, looking at the empty street. "Isn't a town like this, somewhat distant from a big city, but not too far, a prime choice for people fleeing? Maybe when a mutation spread here, the people ran away?" Feng Yuxing suggested. Shao Ming shook his head. "There are still many cars on the street. Would you choose to escape on foot? There is only this small town within a few kilometers." "Something bad must have happened," Feng Yuxing said. "That doesn't have much to do with us now," Shao Ming replied, scanning the houses and shops on either side. "For us right now, having no zombies around is indeed a good thing. Should we go see if there's anything to eat?" Feng Yuxing asked. "Since we're here, we might as well take what we can," Shao Ming said. The two entered a small supermarket by the street. Feng Yuxing went to gather supplies while Shao Ming pulled out a map from a shelf by the door. "The gas station." Shao Ming searched the map. "If we keep going north along this road, there's a gas station just a kilometer away. There's still quite a few things left here," Feng Yuxing said while grabbing items from the shelves. "It seems like these people just ran away. Let us fill up and leave," Shao Ming said. "Finding fuel is important. It'll be dark soon." They returned to the street, and Shao Ming looked down at the map. There were things marked on it that weren't indicated on online maps downloaded on tablets. It seemed to be a tourist map, marking not only the locations and names, but also the population and nearby attractions. Steinwick. A population of 10,000? It should be in this area. Shao Ming read the information. This small town would be impressive if it could house a few hundred people. "The information is outdated," Feng Yuxing said. "I see a population of 0 here now. Not even a zombie left," Shao Ming said. "Oh!" Feng Yuxing suddenly exclaimed, and Shao Ming quickly turned to look. She was facing a small alley where a corpse was hanging. Shao Ming looked down at the map, having just missed that alley. From the freshness of the corpse, it was definitely a mutated being that had died not long ago. Of course, it could also be a human. Who hung it up here? Shao Ming wondered. They looked up along the corpse and saw a hook piercing through its neck, suspending it between two two-story shops. The body appeared to be a young man in his 20s, dressed in a police uniform, but the sidearm at his waist was missing. "Why would they hang it up?" Feng Yuxing asked. Shao Ming followed the hook's line of sight to the walls on either side, where some ropes and mechanical devices that clearly did not belong to the walls were visible. Shao Ming furrowed his brow, thinking for a moment before saying, "This is a trap." Feng Yuxing began to examine the nearby mechanical equipment, but it looked like no one lived here. They continued walking forward, but soon they discovered another corpse in the alley. This time it wasn't hanging but was impaled by a sharp iron rod from head to toe, nailed to the ground. Who did this? Feng Yuxing murmured. Through the gap beside the corpse, Shao Ming spotted a solitary house standing amidst a green field. Coincidentally, a somewhat old fuel truck was parked next to the house. The two really didn't want to walk past the gruesome corpse, so they took the small road beside the main road towards the house. This is too strange, Feng Yuxing complained. Normal people wouldn't walk this way. If this small town still had a bit of liveliness, the house wouldn't seem particularly odd. After all, it was just a small manor house. But in the current silent environment, it felt somewhat eerie. Shao Ming turned back to look and said, "This is the closest place with a fuel truck. Could it be haunted? What could be scarier than a zombie suddenly popping out?" As they approached the house, it appeared just as deserted. The fuel truck was quietly parked beside the small house. Although it looked a bit old, it seemed operational. A rumbling sound came from the nearby barn, sounding like some machinery was running. "I'll go check what's in the barn," Feng Yuxing said. "Wait," Shao Ming said. "I'll go with you." Feng Yuxing opened the large barn door, and a mix of rust and blood hit them in the face. What the hell? The scene before them left both of them speechless in shock. Various traps were piled up in the barn, all in a semi-finished state. Pitchforks, chainsaws, various iron rods, blunt instruments, sharp weapons, gears, and machinery. They truly felt like they had stumbled upon a horror movie set. Even for mutated beings, this was excessively cruel. They tiptoed into the barn, afraid of stepping on some trap and losing their lives there. "Look at this," Feng Yuxing said. An operational diesel generator was sitting at the back of the barn. "Looks like someone really does live here." Shao Ming raised his shotgun and glanced at the various murder traps piled around. But it seems like not someone to mess with. Chapter 86. The cannibal. The two walked out of the barn and headed towards the house. Shao Ming signaled Feng Yuxing to hide behind the truck while he went to check the situation by the window. Feng Yuxing reached the front of the fuel truck, placing his shotgun on top, allowing him to aim directly at the front door of the house. Shao Ming crouched down beside a tightly closed window and could vaguely see the situation inside through the gap in the curtains. The layout of the house was typical of a rural dwelling, looking very ordinary. If he hadn't seen the pile of traps in the barn beforehand, he might have pushed the door open right then. He circled the house and found that all the windows and doors were tightly shut, with only one window on the second floor near the roof of the first floor left open. This wasn't much of a concern. Few mutated creatures could jump high. But coincidentally, there was a ladder placed right under this window. Shao Ming picked up the ladder and propped it against the roof of the first floor. He climbed up the ladder, and the window on the second floor was directly facing the top of the ladder. Drizzling rain made the roof slippery, and Shao Ming carefully climbed to the side of the window. Although there was a diesel generator in the barn, the inside of the house was pitch dark, and with the poor light from outside, Shao Ming couldn't see clearly. He took out his pistol, fished out a flashlight, and climbed into the house. This room was clearly a secondary bedroom, containing a small bed and a dressing table. Although it appeared uninhabited, it was very clean. Shao Ming returned to the open window on the second floor and waved to Feng Yuxing. She climbed up the ladder and squeezed through the window into the room. The two pushed open the door and entered the hallway. Although it wasn't completely dark outside yet, the windows were blocked by curtains, leaving the room in total darkness. Combined with the sound of the light rain outside, it felt ominous. Shao Ming turned on the flashlight, raising it up. At the end of the hallway was a door, and on the other side was the staircase. The beam of the flashlight shone down the stairs, illuminating the room Shao Ming had just seen from outside. Although he couldn't see clearly from outside, he noticed that everything inside was neatly arranged, and the sanitary conditions were quite good. They descended the stairs to the first floor and saw a crossbow placed on a rack directly facing the entrance. The crossbow was secured with some items, and the trigger was pulled to the doorknob with a rope. Once someone opened the door, the crossbow would be activated. It was indeed not that simple. Fortunately, they had prepared in advance. If they had just pushed the door open, an arrow would have already been lodged in their throats. Thinking of this, Shao Ming couldn't help but feel a chill. "Look," Feng Yuxing said. Shao Ming shone the flashlight around and saw animal traps placed under every window. As they descended to the first floor, the furnishings in the house gave off an unreal feeling. If one had to describe it, it felt like a model home. Everything was clean and neatly placed in its respective position, with not a speck of dust on the table or floor. This was clearly a sign of someone living there. But even for a neat freak, it was too tidy. Fortunately, many items appeared old, giving off a hint of liveliness. On one of the shelves, there were several certificates and trophies. Neither of them understood French, so they couldn't make out what was written on them. This place is so creepy, Feng Yuxing said. Shao Ming agreed. Let's find the keys and get out. Feng Yuxing tried to turn on the lights, but found that none of them worked. That's weird, she said. I saw the generator connected inside. Shao Ming walked behind the staircase and noticed a faint light coming from behind a door. The power must only be supplied here, he said. When Feng Yuxing reached the door, Shao Ming stood by the door and gently turned the doorknob. With a click, the door opened. They looked inside and, after confirming there were no traps, walked in. Inside the room was a small chandelier, and the dim light barely illuminated the entire space. The most striking feature was the 4 large freezers in the room. Shao Ming peered into one of the freezers, and once again, he was shocked. Inside, human arms and legs were neatly arranged, while another freezer was filled with human heads. Feng Yuxing also saw this scene, but mainly noticed human torsos and internal organs. She couldn't take it anymore and turned to the outside, dry heaving. Shao Ming counted as best he could, seeing at least a dozen heads, with more piled beneath. Even after killing numerous mutated creatures along the way, he still felt nauseated from the sight. What kind of person would store so many human corpses in their house? Shao Ming quickly exited the room and closed the door behind him. The two soon discovered the reason for so many bodies inside the house. They turned around the staircase to the kitchen and saw a row of dried human hands hanging by the window. It was clear that this person used these things for food. Suddenly, they heard the sound of a car outside. Feng Yuxing instinctively looked for a place to hide, while Shao Ming raised a shotgun. Shao Ming suddenly realized a problem. The ladder propped outside on the first floor hadn't been removed. It clearly indicated to the house's owner that there were intruders. The car stopped at the front door, followed by the sound of a door opening and closing. Shao Ming realized that the person wouldn't come in through the front door and quickly took Feng Yuxing to the second floor. Using the door frame for cover, Shao Ming aimed a shotgun at the window. A deep male voice came from the stairs, speaking in French, which neither of them understood. Shao Ming glanced at Feng Yuxing and shouted outside, "Do you speak English?" "Who are you?" the man outside asked in broken English. Shao Ming thought for a moment. "We are just passing through. How dare you enter my home without permission?" The man said, clearly angry. "Sorry, we were just hiding from the rain," Shao Ming replied. "You? Who else is there?" the man asked. "Crap," Shao Ming thought, inadvertently revealing information. Unexpectedly, Feng Yuxing spoke up at that moment. "Me?" Seemingly calmed by the sound of a woman's voice, the man's tone softened as he asked, "When did you arrive?" Shao Ming didn't answer and continued, "Can you come up and talk?" To his surprise, the man actually climbed up. He appeared to be an ordinary European white man, dressed in farmer's clothing with a stubbly beard. He looked nothing special. Shao Ming noticed he was holding a compound bow in his hand. Compared to the weapon he had, it didn't seem like much of a threat. "We just arrived," Shao Ming said. Chapter 87. Trap House. The man's expression gradually softened as he said, "If you want to enter my home, you need to be careful." "Yes, I noticed," Shao Ming replied, still not stepping out of the doorway, keeping his gun aimed at the man. "I mean no harm," the man said slowly as he began to take off the compound bow from his body. Shao Ming had already placed his finger on the trigger, confident that the man's hand would not pull the string faster than he could pull the trigger. Fortunately, the man set the compound bow on the roof, seemingly wanting to show that he meant no harm. "Those traps, I use them to deal with monsters," the man said, his voice possessing a natural charm that made one feel at ease, especially in today's world. "If you've survived this long, I believe you can understand." Shao Ming asked, "Then you better explain to me what those hanging pieces of human flesh in the kitchen are about." "They're for eating," the man answered without hesitation. "You know, it's hard to find food in this world." Feng Yuxing leaned closer to Shao Ming and whispered in Chinese, "The convenience store in town has food. How could there be none?" Shao Ming recalled that aside from the human flesh and a bit of vegetables, he hadn't seen any other food in the house. As a suburban farmer, having some chickens, ducks, cattle, or sheep shouldn't be too difficult. The latter half of what this man said was a lie, but the first half was likely true. He eats people. There are indeed creatures in this world that are more terrifying than mutants. Shao Ming asked, "Don't you have any other ways to find food?" With such a large piece of land, Is there no other meat? The man seemed a bit annoyed, his courteous demeanor fading as he shouted inside the house. I don't know what you're doing here, but you're in my house now, so get out immediately. After saying that, the man pulled out a revolver from behind and fired several rounds at the window. This is my home. The world has collapsed. I can eat whatever I want. Shao Ming almost simultaneously pulled the trigger and instinctively dodged the incoming bullets. Though he successfully hid behind the doorframe, avoiding being hit, it caused the shotgun's muzzle to rise, and the bullets went off course. Shao Ming quickly pulled the shaken Feng Yuxing a couple of steps into the house, and the gunfire outside stopped. The man seemed to have left the stairs. Shao Ming peeked out quickly and saw that the rooftop outside was empty. Not even the compound bow was in sight. After a few gunshots, the world seemed to return to calm, and he could hear the sound of rain outside again. Recalling the man's image, the tidy furnishings of the house, the cabinet full of awards and trophies, the thought of a seemingly humble yet dark-hearted cannibalistic killer appeared in Shao Ming's mind. If possible, he definitely needed to check the news to see if there were frequent reports of missing persons in the area. In the past, Shao Ming would have run away without a second thought, but things were different now. Shao Ming raised his shotgun. It was his talisman. He signaled for Feng Yuxing to stay in the corridor and not move while he went out to check the situation. We can't leave here without taking him out, Shao Ming said. Right now, he is in the dark, and we are in the light. I need you to guard this entrance until I return, okay? One of the benefits of bringing a compatriot along was being able to encrypt communications, opening a team voice chat, without worrying about the ill-intentioned locals overhearing anything. I want to cover you, Feng Yuxing said. If you want to find an opportunity on the first floor, Shao Ming replied. Yes, outside, and you're safer inside. And also look for the keys to the oil tanker, Shao Ming added. Feng Yuxing hesitated for a moment, but nodded. Shao Ming raised his shotgun and moved to the window on the second floor. The stairs used for going up and down had already been kicked down by the man, leaving the two inside with no choice but to exit through the front door. The back door had been sealed off by the man, leaving no escape. Suddenly, an arrow shot up from below, and fortunately, Shao Ming hadn't T-poked his head too far out, narrowly avoiding disaster. Bang! Shao Ming fired a shot, knocking off 2 bricks from the exterior wall of the house. The man dodged and disappeared from sight, prompting Shao Ming to hurry and chase after him along the rooftop. Due to the rain, the rooftop was extremely slippery, and he nearly lost his footing several times. This was a video game or a superhero movie. Shao Ming didn't dare to jump from a height of 1 story. After all, he had no professional training. Falling from this height could lead to a sprained ankle or worse, a fracture, both of which would be deadly in the current situation. Fortunately, he quickly spotted the man's back, who seemed to be running toward the barn. However, the man's figure did not appear near the barn. It looked like he was still outside a window on the first floor. Shao Ming circled the rooftop to check around, but found no trace of the man. Just then, a scream from Feng Yuxing echoed from inside the house. Shao Ming's heart sank. They say a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. How could a psychopath possibly leave just 1 exit in his house? He hurriedly followed the sound into the house, reaching the corner of the stairs, where he saw the man furiously pinning Feng Yuxing to the ground on the first floor, stabbing her with a sharp knife about 10 centimeters long. Feng Yuxing was desperately trying to block the man's blade with a hunting shotgun. Fresh human meat. You, with your delicate skin, must be tastier than those monsters. Without thinking further, Shao Ming quickly drew his pistol and fired at the man. In the urgency of the situation, he didn't aim carefully, and the bullet hit the man's left arm. The man clutched his arm and, seeing the situation was unfavorable, immediately ran toward the living room. Shao Ming fired 2 more shots, but they were blocked and failed to hit. He quickly chased down the stairs, seizing the last shooting window to fire 3 more shots. 1 bullet hit the man's leg, causing him to stumble a couple of steps, but unexpectedly, he stepped onto a bear trap positioned under the window. The man screamed in agony, dragging the trap as he staggered a few more steps, crashing right into the rope of a crossbow set at the front door. The collision caused the trigger to release, shooting the bolt through the man's neck. Chapter 88 Gas Station. Shao Ming looked down at the man's corpse on the ground, cautiously holding his handgun as he approached to confirm he was dead. Fortunately, the dead wouldn't turn into mutants again, and the man who had been pierced through the neck by a crossbow bolt wouldn't move again. To be safe, he shot the man in the forehead once more. Shao Ming turned around and saw Feng Yuxing was almost in tears. She rushed forward and hugged him tightly, tears streaming down her face. It's okay, it's okay. Shao Ming gently patted her back and said, "We need to go. It's going to get dark soon." The girl quickly composed herself, brushed her hair back, wiped her tears, and released Shao Ming. "Let's go," Feng Yuxing said. She took a key from the rack by the door, seemingly the key to the fuel truck next to the house. "I'll go try the vehicle," Feng Yuxing said before turning and hurriedly leaving the room. Shao Ming pulled the crossbow bolt out of the man's neck, blood immediately gushing out, startling him to step back 2 paces. This unfortunate guy had plunged his own crossbow bolt into his carotid artery. However, he had to thank him. Shao Ming took the crossbow from the rack by the door. Just when he was worried about not having any quiet ranged weapons, this one came along. Moreover, it delivered both the bow and the crossbow in one go. Shao Ming wasn't very familiar with bows and crossbows, apart from recognizing that this was a compound bow. He couldn't tell much else. He also pulled a revolver from the man's waist. It seemed all his equipment was for hunting before the apocalypse. However, this revolver was also .22 caliber. At first glance, Shao Ming couldn't identify whether it was a Ruger LCR revolver or a Smith Wesson Model 43C revolver. Both had an 8-round capacity and a compact appearance. Fortunately, there was a Ruger logo on the gun. He opened the cylinder to check, finding 2 rounds left. From the color, they were 29-grain personal defense ammunition. A rumble of a truck engine came from outside the window, and he gathered all the spoils he had found and stepped outside. He initially wanted to search the man's vehicle for supplies, but unexpectedly found 2 corpses tied in the back seat with seatbelts. It seemed to be the results of this man's hunting today. Furthermore, looking through the window, there didn't appear to be anything worth taking inside the vehicle. So Shao Ming decided to abandon the search. Feng Yuxing was already in the driver's seat, starting the fuel truck, and thick smoke was billowing out of the exhaust pipe. Shao Ming circled the fuel truck. Aside from looking a little worn on the outside, the vehicle was in good condition, including the fuel pump equipment. However, the pressure gauge and other devices next to the tank seemed somewhat damaged and were not functioning properly. He was curious why this man's house had a fuel truck. Why would a farmer park such a dilapidated fuel truck at home? Shao Ming glanced at the vehicle the man had driven back, aside from a bit of mud. It looked quite clean overall. In contrast, the fuel truck looked dirty and worn, with mud all over the front and tank, flowing down to the ground from the rain. Remembering the tidy arrangement inside the house, this fuel truck didn't seem to belong to the deceased owner, but rather looked like it had been stolen from somewhere. Shao Ming climbed onto the tank to check if it was empty. When he opened the lid, a strong smell of blood wafted out. He quickly shouted to Feng Yuxing, "Stay in the truck." "What's wrong?" Feng Yuxing asked. Shao Ming returned to the ground and said, "Just don't get out." He then took off the hose and pointed the nozzle toward the rear of the truck. Opening the valve of the fuel pump, blood plasma immediately gushed out. The thought that this was likely human blood made Shao Ming's heart race. He glanced at the nearby water tower, unable to imagine whether it contained water or blood. Fortunately, the supply in a fuel truck wasn't too much. It all flowed out in a short while. Shao Ming put the hose back and returned to the driver's seat. Feng Yuxing had already vacated the driver's seat for him. "What's that in the back?" Feng Yuxing asked. "I don't know." Shao Ming shook his head. "And it's probably best we don't find out." The fuel truck started up and headed toward town. Feng Yuxing looked at the map to guide Shao Ming, and the two quickly arrived outside the gas station. The fuel truck ran over a hapless mutant standing at the entrance of the gas station, driving all the way to the back of the gas station. 4 or 5 other mutants charged at the fuel truck, and Shao Ming jumped out, drawing the revolver he had just acquired. "What are you doing?" Feng Yuxing quickly stopped him. The gas station. Shao Ming hurriedly tucked the handgun back and took the iron rod Feng Yuxing tossed him. That was close. Ever since the mutation, he had thrown aside the safety protocols of human civilization. He weighed the iron rod in his hand, swinging it to strike the first mutant that came at him. Shao Ming felt like he hadn't used close combat in a long time. Ever since getting a gun, he had been wasting ammunition, which wasn't good. The mutant he struck had its face distorted but still struggled to charge at Shao Ming. Fortunately, the wound on his hand had mostly healed, and he swung again, hitting the mutant squarely in the chin. At this point, Feng Yuxing had also exited the truck, holding the crossbow. A bolt was fired. taking down a mutant charging at her. This thing was much easier to use than a bow, and at less than 10 meters. The bolt hit the mutant squarely in the face. The sharp bolt pierced through the mutant's cheek. However, since Shao Ming had only found one bolt, Feng Yuxing quickly discarded the crossbow and took the compound bow from the truck. Shao Ming knocked down another charging mutant, but another mutant followed closely behind. He didn't have time to retract the iron rod and had to draw a small knife from his waist to stab. The mutant's hand had already reached Shao Ming, but his knife also pierced into the mutant's neck. Ignoring the blood spurting out in front of him, Shao Ming turned and raised the iron rod to smash down on the mutant lying on the ground. Feng Yuxing pulled back the bow and shot an arrow. But that arrow went who knows where. Seeing the last mutant about to reach Shao Ming, she hurriedly grabbed an arrow, charging at the mutant and directly stabbing it into the mutant's head. Both of them were panting heavily, looking at the pile of corpses around them. "Thank you," Shao Ming said. "No problem," Feng Yuxing replied, picking up the compound bow from the ground. "I owed you that." Normally, the tank of a fuel truck needs to be cleaned, especially for a vehicle like this one. Conditions didn't allow for it. They couldn't even use the most basic high-pressure water gun for cleaning, let alone other methods like high-temperature steam or dry cleaning. 2. Shao Ming really didn't want to face this fuel truck again. If it weren't for the train needing the fuel truck to refuel, he would have wanted to blow this fuel truck up along with that perverse house. Chapter 89 in Pure Diesel. 2 people drove a fuel truck filled with diesel back to the train. Astridge was sitting next to the open door of the driver's cabin, cleaning his 416 Hong Kong dollars rifle. When he saw the fuel truck approaching, he set the rifle aside. "Ah, you guys are back early," Astridge said to Shao Ming. Then turned to Gordon. "You lost the bet. You won't have canned food for dinner tonight." Gordon, who had originally excitedly run towards Feng Yuxing, drooped his ears. "Aren't they back yet?" Shao Ming jumped out of the vehicle and asked. Astridge looked at the sky. It was getting dark. He shook his head and said, "Not yet. They are probably having difficulties over there." After dinner, Shao Ming climbed to the opening at the front of the train alone. "Go to sleep," Feng Yuxing said from below the train. "They'll be fine." "It's okay," Shao Ming replied. "You go ahead and sleep. I'll keep watch here." Feng Yuxing still climbed up to the top of the train, and Shao Ming shifted a bit to make room for her. "Thanks for today," Feng Yuxing said as she sat beside Shao Ming. "I don't know what he was thinking," Shao Ming said. "Maybe he underestimated your combat ability." Feng Yuxing chuckled and said, "So can you take me out again next time? I don't want to just guard the train. I'm useful too." "Sure," Shao Ming said. "If you go to sleep now, I'll take you out." "Pinky swear, you can't lie to me," Feng Yuxing said, extending her pinky towards Shao Ming. "Pinky swear." Shao Ming hooked his finger with hers. "We'll get home safely." Feng Yuxing left the top of the train, and only Shao Ming remained, gazing at the starry sky. The stars were twinkling, if it were before. He might not have been able to see such a sky. He couldn't help but think of home, of his parents far away on the mainland, and he wondered if they were doing okay. He touched his bulletproof vest, where Li Long's letter lay still. "We'll get home." Shao Ming's eyelids were getting heavy when suddenly, the figures of 2 people finally appeared in front of the train, illuminated by a beam of flashlight. One of the taller figures was carrying something on his shoulder. It must be Lambert and Yamada Ryo. Fortunately, they both returned safely. Shao Ming turned on the flashlight to light their way. Yamada Ryo excitedly waved to Shao Ming, while Lambert beside him looked exhausted. Shao Ming hurriedly climbed down from the train and ran towards them. The sewer duo emitted a unique aura, but considering their brave venture into the city, it wasn't too surprising. Nozzle, Lambert said. "Quick, try to see if it fits." Shao Ming took the item Lambert was carrying and pinched his nose, saying, "You guys go rest. We'll check it out tomorrow morning." Early the next morning, Lambert got up to study the fuel truck. Shao Ming chewed on a biscuit as he jumped down from the train. Lambert was connecting the nozzle to the fuel truck's hose. Yamada Ryo was watching beside him, while Feng Yuxing was feeding breakfast to Gordon. "Pretty good," Lambert said. "This nozzle fits tightly with the hose. But I always feel there's a bloody smell coming from this truck. Is that normal?" This question caught Shao Ming's attention. He called Lambert over, saying, "This fuel truck has probably carried maybe human blood." Wait, Astridge, sitting at the cabin door, said, "What did you say this tank carried before?" "Blood." Lambert's mouth dropped open involuntarily, his face showing a look of surprise. He asked, "Sorry, did I hear that wrong, or?" "It's definitely blood," Shao Ming glanced at the fuel truck, the images of human limbs he had seen before resurfacing in his mind. Lambert said, "How could someone put blood in a fuel truck?" Shao Ming shook his head and replied, "I want to ask that too. Nowadays, all sorts of monsters can pop up." Astrid said, "It's not too strange." Lambert looked at Shao Ming and after a moment of silence said, "But if impurities are mixed into the diesel, it could affect the engine's performance. So what do we do now?" Shao Ming asked. "I don't know," Lambert replied. "I've never tried it, and even if the blood concentration isn't high, it will still affect the engine." Feng Yuxing asked, "But we can't clean the fuel tank properly, right?" Lambert nodded and answered, "Yes, even if we could fill the tank with clean water, we can't separate the oil and water. Plus, under our current conditions, we can't completely dry out the inside of the tank. So what about this barrel of oil?" Shao Ming inquired. "Let's give it a try," Lambert said. "I haven't studied what happens when blood mixes with diesel." Shao Ming looked at Astrid again. The latter shook his head and said, "I don't know either. We definitely haven't studied this. Normally, such a situation shouldn't happen. If it doesn't work, let's just try it. It's better than nothing," Shao Ming suggested. "Can't we find another tanker?" Feng Yuxing asked. "I really don't want to use this oil. The key is to find another tank," Lambert said, "even if we find one. If it's filled with gasoline or some other liquid, it'll have the same effect. Anyway, we won't be able to move," Yamada Ryo said from the side. "Adding this oil might not stop us from moving, but not adding any oil will definitely stop us." "All right, then let's add it." Lambert connected the fuel truck's hose to the train's refueling port and turned on the fuel pump. Everyone present fell silent, just watching the fueling hose. No one knew what the effect would be once this tank filled with impurities was added to the train. Shao Ming was already prepared to find 2 more vehicles. Moreover, just thinking about the fact that this diesel was mixed with human blood made even a seasoned veteran like Astrid feel uneasy. The tank was quickly filled, and Lambert climbed into the driver's cabin while the others, except for Astrid, took 2 steps back. The train's engine started with a groan. The engine emitted a strange noise, then gradually stabilized. Lambert poked his head out of the driver's cabin and waved at the others, saying, "Seems like there's no problem." Just then, the engine began to shake violently again. Everyone was startled, but fortunately, the engine calmed down again. Chapter 010. The Good Man Lance Before the Great Mutation Occurred. Lance was a man highly praised by everyone. He lived in a small town with only a few hundred residents. And like all the positive characters in films and dramas set in the countryside, he was cheerful, kind, and helpful. He genuinely loved the town he lived in. He enjoyed gatherings, liked helping others, and loved giving away the vegetables and fruits he grew in his fields to the townspeople. He liked to hunt, often going into the woods around the town to catch rabbits or hunt field mice. Occasionally, if he managed to hunt a deer or some larger animal, he would share the meat with his neighbors. He also had a passion for mechanics, using his skills to help the townsfolk repair their agricultural machinery and household appliances. Additionally, Lance had a powerful voice that naturally made people feel at ease, trust him, and rely on him. He also had a wall full of honors, many of which were awarded for his bravery. Others recognized him for extending a helping hand to the weak, and he had trophies from the town's major farmers. If he had any flaw, it might be his bad temper towards those who provoked him, if that could even be considered a flaw. Overall, the townspeople really liked this man who moved there 30 years ago. They all believed that he radiated a personal charm from within. Indeed, Lance was not originally from the town. At least, he wasn't 30 years ago. No one knew where Lance came from or where his family was. Not even his beloved wife knew. His wife and others only knew that this land belonged to Lance's grandfather. Beyond that, the townspeople had various theories about Lance's origins. However, compared to the mystery of his own background, Lance harbored a more unspeakable secret. He wanted to taste human flesh. He wanted to eat people. The reason was not because he watched Hannibal, but because he accidentally saw a video of cannibalism online. Although that video was quickly deleted and confirmed to be a fake designed to attract attention, the thought of cannibalism left a mark in his heart. Later, he did everything he could to join a cannibal club on the dark web. These people shared their experiences of cannibalism on forums, made plans, and even arranged to meet for dismemberment. Lance felt an itch in his heart. He often watched live streams and videos on the forum when he was alone. While watching, he fantasized about the wonderful taste of human flesh. But this was already a civilized society, and he didn't have the courage. The evil thought remained suppressed in his heart. In front of everyone, he was still the good-natured Lance, the kindest neighbor in town. Until that day came. After the great mutation occurred, Lance was the first person in the town to figure out what was happening. His wife, suffering from the recurrence of her illness, was moaning in pain before him, begging him to end her life. Lance agreed. After shooting an arrow through his wife's skull, he looked out the window and realized that this small town would never return to its former tranquility. Not just this town, but the entire world had collapsed. Lance sat next to his wife's corpse for an afternoon, eventually walking to the kitchen and picking up a cleaver. How troublesome could it be to cut up a human body? It was not much different from animals. He was intoxicated, enjoying the experience as he chewed and swallowed his wife's flesh, which ultimately fell into his stomach. Lance fell in love with this feeling. An unprecedented sense of satisfaction enveloped him. The taste of human flesh was not delicious. God designed humans to have a natural aversion to cannibalism. But when he thought that what was in his mouth was his wife's finger and saw the cooked remnants on the table, a strong emotion surged within him. He thought it was love. But it was not just love. He also felt a sexual impulse. He suddenly realized something. He truly loved this town and all its residents. Indeed, he had shown great love for this town in the past, and the townspeople had also loved him because he was kind and good-hearted. But this love was different. Perhaps it was an excuse to deceive his heart into accepting that dirty and inhumane thought. But he accepted this excuse. He also believed he was a destined lucky one, able to survive the great mutation while everyone else turned into mindless monsters. He felt the need to make them all one with him, like his wife. He began setting traps to hunt down the mutated beings in the town. As a hunting enthusiast, he treated the mutants as large animals. Decades of hunting experience proved useful, and he creatively devised various traps. He generally only ate the thighs and arms of the corpses, occasionally cooking the organs. As for the other parts, they would become bait for luring other prey. He even brought back a tanker from the town to store the blood released from those corpses. However, after capturing 2 more mutated beings, he recognized them. They were the 2 brothers who had sold him seeds before. Lance found that the meat in his mouth was no longer as tasty. He thought it was because of these 2 brothers, but after tasting more mutants, he realized that regardless of age or gender, none could satisfy his taste buds anymore. Lance thought perhaps the meat was not fresh enough. So he trapped a mutant in a pit in the field and cut off one of its arms while it was still alive. It was Mrs. Maria, the only doctor in town. Lance recognized every one of them. It still wasn't tasty enough, although the meat of the mutants was still human flesh. Lance couldn't understand why it tasted less and less appealing, becoming harder and harder to eat. He racked his brains, trying to figure out why he no longer found it delicious. Lance discovered the reason. He wanted to eat living human flesh. But with the world in such a state, where could he find a living human? He also didn't want to give up his land. He had set too many traps here and had hundreds of mutants available for him to feast on until death. Until that day, Lance went to check his traps as usual. When he returned home with his spoils, he found that the stairs leading to the 2nd floor had been barricaded. Lance knew that the opportunity he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Chapter 90. Crossing the zombie tide. This doesn't sound good. Shao Ming said with his hands on his hips. Astrid nodded in agreement and said, "Otherwise, you can just throw me off." Lambert, standing next to the driver's cabin, shrugged and said, "There's nothing we can do, but it looks okay for now. At least it's stabilized. We'll only know for sure when we start moving." Astrid replied, "I think we can start preparing to change to a new vehicle." The sound of the train's engine smoothed out, seemingly not much different from before. It could be that there wasn't much blood left in the tank, so the concentration wasn't high compared to the full load of diesel. It might also be because the density of the blood was heavier than diesel, leading to a higher proportion of mixed blood in the diesel that had already entered the train's fuel tank. In any case, the engine had calmed down. "Get on board," Shao Ming said. "Let's set off and see the situation." "Take the fuel nozzle with you," Lambert said. "This can still be cleaned up, in case we need to refuel outside the station later." Shao Ming looked at the distant horizon, which was in the direction of Lille. He murmured, "I don't think we have much chance to refuel at the station." The train started moving again, getting closer to home. Although the engine was running relatively smoothly, Lambert could still feel a noticeable decrease in the train's power. He could only silently pray that the train wouldn't encounter any issues while crossing the zombie tide. Yesterday, Lambert and Yamada Rio had circled a few times in the sewers of Lille, but they ultimately surfaced through the subway tunnel. Even though they slipped into the train station unnoticed under the cover of parked subways and trains, the sheer number of mutants outside the station exceeded his expectations. He didn't want a train to face issues with insufficient power or even an engine stall when confronted with a zombie tide. Thinking of this, Lambert couldn't help but increase the train's speed. At least this way, they could coast a significant distance with inertia. Inside the carriage, Yamada Rio was animatedly sharing their experiences from their rush into Lille with Feng Yuxing. Shao Ming was sitting beside them, checking all the firearms and ammunition. He really coveted the 2 military firearms in Astrid's hands. But whether it was the 416 or the F2, they could only exert maximum lethality in Astrid's hands. That F2 had only been fired twice in the parking lot since he got it and hadn't been used again. Shao Ming thought he should first sort out this pile of civilian firearms. He glanced at the compound bow on another table. Perhaps mastering it wouldn't be a bad idea. He sat down at the table with the compound bow and picked it up. Like most compound bows, this one was made of a pulley system and futuristic bow limbs, along with a unique release mechanism and a dedicated sight. Additionally, the quiver contained 12 arrows with tungsten steel tips. Shao Ming inspected the bow carefully and indeed found a manufacturer's logo and a line of small text on it. The brand was in French, which he didn't recognize, but he did recognize the weight of 65 pounds. Shao Ming knocked an arrow and tried to draw the string. This 65-pound compound bow was indeed more powerful than he had imagined. It took a considerable amount of effort to pull the string back. No wonder Feng Yuxing's shot at the gas station was weak and directionless. The force required to draw the string was substantial. It was impressive that she managed to pull it back enough to shoot. Shao Ming felt his arms trembling, but still hadn't managed to pull the string fully. Before he could get the string in position, he lost his grip and the arrow shot out like a wild horse. With a loud bang, the arrow ricocheted off the wall and fell to the ground. The sudden noise startled the 2 girls, who turned to look at Shao Ming in unison. "What are you doing?" Feng Yuxing asked. Nothing." Shao Ming awkwardly walked to the wall and pulled the fallen arrow out. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am Lambert, the conductor of this train." Fortunately, Lambert's voice came over the intercom, easing Shao Ming's embarrassment. "We are approaching Lille Station. Please do not disembark. The train will not stop here." Outside the train windows, numerous houses had appeared, indicating that the train had entered the city's outskirts. This would be the last major city the train would pass through before reaching Luxembourg. Lambert shouted through the intercom, "Ladies and gentlemen, the road ahead is in poor condition, so please buckle up." The 3 people in the carriage readied their weapons and quickly took their seats. The train charged into the city of Lille, and many buildings with a strong European style appeared in the windows. Of course, there are also many mutants rushing out from the houses and streets. "Well," Lambert in the driver's cabin said as he patted the control panel, "let's see how you handle some bad fuel." Right in front of the train, a small car was half parked across the tracks. It seemed that the unfortunate driver had slammed to a stop on the tracks after bumping into a utility pole next to the railway. Lambert didn't slow down. He steered the train straight into it. Fortunately, the front of the train was equipped with a 6-ton anti-aircraft gun that held the flatbed down firmly, preventing it from being flipped over by the small car. With a shower of flying metal shavings, the car was shoved off the tracks and rolled several times before landing upside down on the road beside the railway. Relieved, Lambert carefully recalled the situation in the station last night. He remembered that a train was stopped on their route. The train rounded a bend, and Lille Station came into view. Sure enough, there was a train stopped on the tracks ahead. All right, Lambert said to himself, watching the mutants rushing toward the platform. "You can do this. You've done it before." The train gradually slowed down and gently bumped against the rear of the train in front. They would need to push the obstructing train out of the way once again. The train speed noticeably decreased, and Lambert pulled the lever to accelerate again, pushing the front train forward toward the station exit. Since the train wasn't moving fast, a group of mutants climbed onto the flatbed car and charged toward the driver's cabin. "Here we go again," Lambert said as he increased the train's power once more. Although he didn't know the condition of the engine, the train still pushed forward with all its might. The inertia caused the mutants to lose their balance, and several mutants standing at the edge of the flatbed fell off. Due to the dim light last night, Lambert didn't know how many carriages the train ahead had. He could only estimate it to be about 12 carriages long. Fortunately, the train's engine hadn't malfunctioned yet. It was still powerful. Or rather, he couldn't feel any weakness in it at the moment. Mutants surged toward the train from all directions. But no matter how many there were merely the souls lost beneath the train's wheels. The blue passenger carriages were almost stained bright red, and the smell of blood filled the air. Chapter 91 Valentina, the front of the train, pushed the previous train forward. But Lambert clearly felt that the train was struggling to accelerate. It wasn't that there was a problem with the engine. According to the information displayed on the control panel, the engine was running well. Although the train was still moving at a speed of over 20 kilometers per hour, it struggled to move forward except for that sudden acceleration earlier. Lambert quickly realized that there were iron shoes underneath the train. The so-called iron shoes are small devices placed in front of the wheels on the tracks to prevent the train from rolling backward when it stops. Since these trains were likely ordered to stop by the government at the beginning of the Great Mutation, the railway workers here probably tightened the iron shoes. The sudden acceleration earlier might have loosened the iron shoes, but they hadn't come off the tracks and were still pressed against the wheels. This forced the train to exert more power to push the previous train and gave the mutants a chance to jump on. Lambert had never felt the platform seem so long. The situation inside the carriage was equally grim. The height of the carriage was significantly taller than that of an average person, but the platform's height was now level with the carriage. The mutants rushed over, crashing into the train windows. Dozens of mutants squeezed outside the window, their faces distorted by the train's movement. The three people inside the carriage huddled together on the other side, unsure of which one to aim their guns at. Shao Ming said quietly, "If we get the chance, we must put a layer of iron sheet on the windows." "I agree," Feng Yushin replied. "I also agree," Yamada Ryo added. "We could also add some iron spikes on the outside." Although the train speed wasn't high, its weight made it quite deadly. Fortunately, the railway they were traveling on didn't have to go through the city for too long. The connected train station was only a few hundred meters away. Most of Lille, or rather, much of Europe, was not composed of densely packed cities, but rather metropolitan areas made up of suburbs, small towns, and central cities. Therefore, even as the train left Lille, the houses outside didn't diminish. The continuous buildings were mostly constructed along the railway line, and this remained true even outside the city. The 4- or 5-story European-style buildings were gradually replaced by modern factories and some commercial buildings, and the number of mutants had decreased somewhat. Shao Ming was getting quite annoyed by the sounds of the mutants outside. Now, there's a problem," Lambert said through the intercom. "We basically adjusted the tracks in Lille last night, but the train is about to reach the next town." "Where?" Shao Ming asked. "Valentina." Valentina is also a city located on the northern border of France, with a long history and a population of only 40,000. "Then let's do it again," Shao Ming said. "The problem is I can't find a good stopping point. I can only look for a district that seems to have the least people nearby to stop. But it will definitely alert the zombies." Shao Ming sighed and loaded his gun. The train stopped near a farm. Although the train was still over 300 meters away from the farm, the massive sound of its brakes still reached the ears of the mutants. The mutants on the farm ran towards the tracks. This was not a family farm, but a commercial experience center. Using the cover of the train, Shao Ming set up his sniper rifle. He placed his finger on the trigger, finally able to test this gun. He held his breath and looked towards the small ditch not far from the train. Due to the water plants obstructing the view, he couldn't see the situation on the opposite bank directly from the train. Shao Ming could only wait patiently. Once he got past the water plants, he could see the pointed roof of the farm's barn. The mutants would definitely come. Before long, accompanied by roaring sounds, a mutant burst out from the water plants. Then came the second and third. For these moving targets 100 meters away, Shao Ming had no confidence in hitting them. Instead, the scope became a burden, preventing him from quickly tracking the moving targets. 5 mutants rushed out of the water plants. It seemed that this was all of them. Wait, Shao Ming shouted. "There aren't many. Don't use your guns." The 2 people beside him exchanged glances and put away their guns. To be safe, Yamada Ryo still continued to aim his shotgun, in case a few more mutants rushed over. Shao Ming opened the train door. The leading mutant had already reached the door. He raised his crossbow and aimed at the mutant's head, releasing the shot. The mutant collapsed to the ground, no longer moving. For left, Shao Ming tossed the crossbow aside and grabbed the fire axe. Using the momentum of jumping off the train, he swung the fire axe down hard at one mutant's head. At this moment, Lambert also ran over from the front of the train and knocked over a mutant with an iron rod. Shao Ming pulled out the fire axe and swung it at another rushing mutant's head. The fire axe directly severed the mutant's neck, sending blood and flesh flying. Feng Yuxing struck the head of the last fallen mutant with the iron rod until it completely stopped moving. Fortunately, these mutants were quite stupid and showed no inclination to retreat from the incoming weapons. Shao Ming pulled out the crossbow bolt embedded in the mutant's forehead just as Ashi opened the door. "I want to come out and fight too," Ashi said, sitting by the door. "I can get out of here once my leg is better," Yamada Ryo said, having lost a large chunk of flesh. "You'll have to take care of the train for a couple more days." Shao Ming wiped the crossbow bolt on the mutant's clothing, saying, "We need to go to the next town to adjust the tracks." "Go ahead," Ashi said. "Be careful, kid." Lambert looked at the tablet and said, "The good news is that Valentina only has 2 railway junctions." "And the bad news?" Shao Ming asked. Lambert handed the tablet to Shao Ming and said, "The bad news is that the junctions are on the other side of the city." Shao Ming took the tablet, glanced at it, and after figuring out their location, he found that they were still quite far from Valentina. "Why is it so far?" Shao Ming asked. "About 10 kilometers?" Lambert nodded awkwardly and said, "There's no way. Further ahead, the railway is lined with houses, so we can't stop at all." Shao Ming scrolled through the map and said, "It seems we are separated from Valentina by another city." "Exactly," Lambert nodded. "I'm not sure if this district belongs to Valentina." "All right." Shao Ming returned the tablet to Lambert. "It looks like we still have quite a distance to go." Chapter 92 Shopping Mall. Shao Ming climbed onto the sniper rifle, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and picked up the fire axe in his hand. He picked up the compound bow, thought for a moment, and decided to put it back. It would be better to practice archery a bit more before taking the bow out. The other 3 also prepared their gear and brought food for lunch and dinner. Although they had walked a long way since morning, it was still not time for lunch. "Ping his back," Ashi said, patting Gordon's head while sitting by the door. The 4 bid farewell to Ashi and headed towards Valence. "We need to cross this small town first before continuing on," Lambert said. "Once we pass through a patch of woods about 5 kilometers long, we will reach Valence." "Let's take a detour," Shao Ming said. "It's still a country road, but it shouldn't be too difficult to navigate. This area is flatland, and even if there are small hills, they aren't high and can be easily crossed." An hour later, the group climbed up a small hill. What came into view was a vast field, dotted with a few windmills and barns. "This feels very European," Feng Yuxing said. Shao Ming nodded in agreement, saying, "It fits my impression of the French countryside." "England has similar scenery," Lambert said somewhat discontentedly. "Don't you go see it while living there?" "If I ever go back." "I will," Shao Ming replied. Lambert remarked, "Once all the zombies starve to death, I'll take the train back." Lambert looked around, confirming their location by checking a few landmarks. "We've bypassed the obstructing urban area," he said confidently. "Just 5 more kilometers ahead, and we'll arrive." "Then let us keep moving," Shao Ming said. After a simple lunch in the woods, they continued on their way. Soon, a large shopping mall appeared before them. The mall was located behind an overpass with urban areas on both sides, but only to the southwest, where Shao Ming and the others were, was there a green space. Shao Ming found a stone and rested the sniper rifle on it. There didn't seem to be many mutants around. Although numerous abandoned vehicles were piled up under the overpass, it looked like their owners had long since left. Only a few mutants could be seen standing in the square in front of the shopping mall, seemingly in a dormant state. With a spirit of "since we're here," the group unanimously decided to go in and scavenge a bit. It was only about 5 kilometers back, and they had plenty of time to send some supplies back first. Once they adjusted the tracks in Valence, they could also pick up a lot of supplies on the way back. Shao Ming recalled the classic phrase from the map in Left 4 Dead 2. "It's not just the price that's cut." 8 mutants were cleared out in 3 minutes by the 4 of them. They quickly arrived at the open entrance of the shopping mall. Like most stores, it showed clear signs of having been ransacked. Doors lying open, shattered windows, discarded advertisements, collapsed shelves, and very few remaining goods. Before entering the shopping mall, Feng Yuxing remarked from behind Shao Ming, "It's a bit strange that there are so few zombies here." Shao Ming raised the fire axe in his hand and said, "There shouldn't be too many zombies here." The roof of the shopping mall had a row of glass windows for lighting. It was noon, and sunlight streamed through the windows, allowing the group to see the interior of the mall without needing any artificial light. Below the windows were flower beds of various sizes, which were meant for decoration and to provide resting places for customers. However, all of this exquisite landscaping had lost its meaning, and the flowers in the beds had long since withered. Shao Ming turned on his flashlight and surveyed the shops that weren't illuminated by sunlight. Dust filled the air, floating in the light and sunlight before their eyes. Lambert seemed to suddenly see something. He walked over to a shop and stopped. "Look at this," Lambert said as he pulled up the roll-up door and squeezed into a store. Shao Ming looked up and found that the store's name was prominently displayed as DJI. This wasn't a very large store, nor did it only sell drones. Rather than a dedicated DJI store, it resembled an electronics goods store. The DJI sign at the entrance was merely a FAAD. Lambert rummaged through the shelves for a while and pulled out a charger. "Aha, this is it," he exclaimed, waving the charger in his hand like a child who just received a toy. "Is this a drone charger?" Shao Ming asked. Lambert corrected him, saying, "It's a specialized drone charger from DJI. Do you use DJI too?" Shao Ming inquired. "Of course. Can't you tell?" Lambert replied, while stuffing the charger into his backpack. Shao Ming shook his head, uninterested. Lambert picked up another charger and said, "I thought every Chinese person had a DJI." Feng Yuxing chuckled and asked, "Where did you get that stereotype from?" "TikTok," Lambert replied matter-of-factly. "Do you want to learn how to fly?" Lambert said, taking a box drone off the wall. "It's very simple. Take it, Shao Ming thought, believing that having it was better than not having it. It might come in handy one day. "Look," Yamada Ryo said, standing in front of the shopping mall's directory. "The large supermarket is at the other end, and there are many daily necessities shops on the first floor." "The first floor is definitely out of the question," Shao Ming said, surveying the chaos around him. "There's still the second floor," Yamada Ryo quickly added. "There are quite a few outdoor supply stores, clothing stores, and some vending machines. Those places might still have something," Shao Ming said. "And there are warehouses." He recalled his experience in the UK during the initial outbreak, when most people rushed to grab visible supplies, neglecting the treasure trove of warehouses. "Guys," Lambert said as he walked over to the safety passage, pulling on the door handle. "The way to the second floor is blocked." Shao Ming also approached the safety passage. He looked at it and said, "This lock has almost no dust." He estimated the time since the outbreak began, which was about a month ago. Logically, even if the lock didn't have thick dust, it should at least have some. But this lock was as clean as new. It seemed that someone had been using this door all along. Chapter 93. The attacker, Shao Ming, stepped back a few paces and came to the center of the hall. The entire hall was designed with a hollow structure, allowing a direct view from the first floor to the top of the fourth floor. There seemed to be no sign of activity in the corridors on either side. It felt as if this place had been abandoned for a long time. It was quite strange. Could he have been mistaken? Shao Ming looked down at the ground. But unfortunately, the dust on the floor wasn't thick enough to reveal any footprints. "Is there really anyone living here?" Feng Yuxing asked. "I don't think so," Yamada Ryo said. "If someone lived here, wouldn't we have noticed after being here for so long? Regardless, we should check it out," Shao Ming said, returning to the sign to see if there were any other routes to go up. Feng Yuxing also came over to look at the sign and said, "This shopping center has another venue. Maybe someone is living on the other side?" It was then that Shao Ming noticed that the sign also depicted another venue. But it was on the other side of the sign, and both he and Yamada Ryo had missed it at first glance. "There are 2 more floors here," Shao Ming said, "just in the adjacent venue. Is it necessary for us to see if there are any survivors?" Feng Yuxing asked. Shao Ming was reluctant to check for survivors. Firstly, he wasn't sure if there were actually survivors up there. Even if there were, it would surely complicate things if they wanted to follow them. Secondly, he had no idea if the survivors would be friendly or hostile, especially after what happened yesterday. Moreover, they had been in this venue for half a day and hadn't seen a single living person. Even if someone lived in the adjacent venue, it didn't necessarily mean they would notice them sneaking in. Compared to living people, finding a couple of bags of chips would make Shao Ming happier. "We're not going," Shao Ming said, looking at the notice board. "Let's go to the second floor and collect some usable items before leaving." He left the notice board and walked around the hall, saying to everyone, "I know how to get up there." Approaching the elevator shaft, Shao Ming tried to pull open the elevator doors while saying, "The emergency exit doors can be locked with chains. This one can't." Yamada Ryo asked, "How do you know we can climb up here? Isn't that how it's done in the movies?" Shao Ming replied matter-of-factly. At that moment, he noticed Lambert still inside the drone store and called out to him, "Lambert, what are you doing? Come over and pry the door open." Hey. Lambert leaned out of the store, raising the drone in his hand. "We have a drone now. Let me see if I can send it up to take a look." Lambert was holding a small quadcopter in one hand, and the remote control in the other was already lit up. The three of them returned to Lambert's side and huddled together to look at the screen of the remote control. For the four of them, the small screen on the remote was indeed a bit inadequate, so Feng Yuxing and Yamada Ryo moved to the store entrance to observe the situation outside. Lambert set the drone outside the store and advised the two girls, "You should come inside. If the propellers hit you, it could take off a chunk of flesh." "Propellers?" Feng Yuxing asked. Lambert didn't explain further and continued, "Although it's unlikely to happen, just be careful. It's just a little safety tip." Once the two girls were inside, Lambert started the rotors. The small drone took off, ascending to the height of the second floor. Lambert rotated the camera so it could capture most of the shops on the second floor. From the footage transmitted back by the drone, Shao Ming noticed that the second floor was indeed relatively well preserved. Perhaps it was because the second floor sold outdoor sports goods when the disaster first began. No one probably thought about these items. There, Lambert directed the drone toward the corridor. It seemed the drone could fly directly through this corridor into another venue. "Let us fly in and take a look," Shao Ming said. This corridor was actually a glass skybridge spanning between the second floors, providing decent lighting. However, the other end of the skybridge was a dark area, making it impossible to see what was inside. The adjacent venue was mostly enclosed, although Shao Ming had caught a glimpse of a glass curtain wall on the other venue before entering the shopping center. It seemed the curtain wall was still a good distance from the skybridge. "Don't you have night vision goggles?" Shao Ming asked. "Not this one," Lambert replied. "The one I had on the train, the upgraded Mavic 2, has night vision." "So advanced?" Shao Ming asked. Lambert, while maneuvering the drone deeper into the venue, said, "It was provided by the company. Having this gadget makes our track inspections easier." The drone hovered in front of the door leading to the other venue, where it was still possible to see a bit of the situation inside, thanks to the sunlight. "You can fly a bit to the right. There should be some light coming through there." Before Shao Ming could finish his sentence, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of the camera, knocking the drone down. The two hadn't reacted yet when they saw the display screen jump back to the disconnected status. "Huh?" Lambert exclaimed, "My drone." "Someone else coming," Shao Ming said, raising his sniper rifle and being the first to arrive in the hall. It would take a moment for the person who knocked down the drone to approach. Shao Ming found a billboard to hide behind, using the corridor extending from the second floor as cover, carefully peeking out. Suddenly, he saw a head peek out from the second floor, look around, and then quickly retract. It was a black man. Fortunately, they were not peeking from the same position. Otherwise, they would have locked eyes. "It's a person. There really is someone," Shao Ming quickly whispered to the others. "I saw a black man." The others exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. Just then, a voice came from upstairs. "I told you, you're not welcome here. Hurry up and leave." Shao Ming glanced at the others and quickly spoke up. "Hey, we mean no harm." "How do I know you mean no harm?" the person asked. Shao Ming quickly thought it over and made a decision. He signaled Lambert to move forward to take his place while he lowered his sniper rifle and stepped outside. Feng Yuxing, who was hiding in the corridor, quickly shook her head at him. So far, she was the only one who had faced a life-threatening situation from survivors. However, Shao Ming did not stop his movements. Instead, he took 2 steps outside so the person upstairs could see half of his body. He did not raise his hands. Instead, he spread his arms from his waist to the sides, ensuring he could quickly draw the handgun holster behind him. Seeing this, Lambert raised his shotgun and positioned himself on the opposite side of Shao Ming. If anything went wrong, he could shoot directly at the person upstairs from there. Chapter 94 Black Brothers. There was silence upstairs for a while, and Shao Ming was already preparing to reach for the gun at his waist. Fortunately, A black man leaned out halfway from upstairs, and he had no weapon in his hand. The black man looked tall and big, and the railing, which was as high as Shao Ming's chest, seemed to barely cover his belly in front of this man. "You're not one of those people, are you?" the black man asked. "Who?" Shao Ming retorted. "What people?" The black man remained silent for a moment, observing Shao Ming, before he spoke again. "There's a group of people in military uniforms robbing supplies around here. You don't seem to be one of them." While he was speaking, another black man leaned out. Compared to the first, this one was noticeably shorter, but he looked extremely similar to the other black man. It could also be that Shao Ming thought all black people looked alike. "We just got here," Shao Ming said. "So who are you?" "I'm your dad, Asian monkey," the shorter black man replied. Shao Ming felt his temper rising, and the taller black man quickly said, "Sorry, this is my brother. Lacks manners." Saying this, the taller black man dragged the shorter one aside. "Not the only ones?" the tall black man asked. "How many of you are there?" "4, Shao Ming replied. If it weren't for the tall man's politeness, he would have pulled out his gun right then. "Just wait a moment," the tall black man said, then pulled his body back into the corridor. "I don't like that brother of yours," Liang Tian said. Shao Ming simply said, "Load the bullets." After a while, the tall black man emerged from another security passage in the mall. This guy was indeed tall. Shao Ming estimated he was nearly 2 meters tall. The tall black man said to the group, "Come up and talk. It might not be safe downstairs with zombies around." The 4 followed the tall black man into the security passage, and he locked the door after everyone entered. Shao Ming noticed that Lambert's finger was still on the trigger. He didn't stop Lambert, but moved his gun to a more convenient position. "Is it just you 2 here?" Shao Ming asked. "There were quite a few people here before." The tall man said, "But that was several weeks ago." Before they had exchanged a few words, they had already reached the 2nd floor via the fire escape. The shorter man was standing at the door waiting for them. "Aha, Asian monkey and white pig," the shorter black man said as he finished speaking, and then saw the 2 girls behind him. "Wow, Thailand." The tall man punched the shorter one in the stomach. "Haven't you caused enough trouble?" The shorter man doubled over, taking 2 steps back, covering his stomach and stepping aside. "I'm really sorry." He spoiled and a bit uncivilized. The tall man turned to the others and said, "I'm Adam Gonzalez, and this is my brother, Thailand Gonzalez." "Who are you?" Shao Ming asked. "Our parents are Tanzanian. We were both born in France." "Good," Shao Ming thought. At least they could find out where their dad was. He glanced at Thailand, who exuded a sense of delinquency, looking like someone who sold grass by the roadside. Fortunately, he was now just sulking to the side after being scolded by his brother. "What about you?" Gonzalez asked. "We came from the UK, heading back to Asia," Shao Ming replied, introducing the names of the others. "UK?" Gonzalez quickly asked. "How did you come?" "By train," Shao Ming shook his head. "That's impressive," Gonzalez marveled. "You should roll back soon," Thailand said. Lambert retorted, "You're the one who should roll back." Gonzalez shot Thailand a glare, and the latter shrank back. "How did you end up here?" Shao Ming asked. "And what about that group you mentioned?" "I'm a local firefighter," Gonzalez said as he led them to the other side. "After the disaster broke out, we were helping the military evacuate people, but later, all the military retreated." "Back to Paris?" Shao Ming asked. Gonzalez nodded. "Not just Paris. I heard there are other places too." "What happened next?" "After the military left, we continued trying to control the situation with the local police, but it was too late. I was originally here to take this kid home. A friend of mine at the police station told me he was stealing here." Gonzalez pointed at Thailand. This was the largest shopping mall in the city. At first, when people were scrambling, there was no way to stop it. Later, the police controlled it, and supplies were limited. "I didn't see any police deployments," Lambert asked. "Because the police left later," Gonzalez replied. "Either they showed symptoms or their families did. No one wanted to maintain order anymore. So it was just me and a few brothers left to keep the peace, and then it was just us 2. Shao Ming had doubts about Gonzalez's words. He always felt that this seemingly honest firefighter wasn't telling the whole truth. Just then, Thailand turned back to Feng Yuxing and Liang Tian and said, "Hey girls, have you ever tasted a man's flavor?" Lambert couldn't hold it in any longer. He raised his shotgun at Thailand. Unexpectedly, the latter also revealed a short-barreled gun from his waist. This gun left Shao Ming speechless. It was originally a long-barreled sporting rifle, but the stock and barrel had been brutally sawed off, leaving only the basic firing structure. However, he quickly drew his pistol and aimed it at Thailand's forehead. Even in this condition, The small caliber sporting rifle was still deadly at this distance. The tall man immediately stepped in front of the three. Calm down. Calm down. The atmosphere on the scene became tense again. Want to try touching it? Tylen clearly was fearless or perhaps not mentally stable. Any sane person would have thrown their gun away by now. But Tylen kept speaking, pushing the gun's muzzle closer over his brother's body. Don't move. Such arrogance. You'd better think it over, Shao Ming said, tilting his head, signaling the man to drop the gun on the ground. Feng Yuxing and Liang Tian naturally couldn't stand for this, raising their guns as well. We have 4 guns. You only have 1. Chapter 95. Gonzalez. Hey. Gonzalez hurriedly stood in front of several gun barrels, casually pushing his brother's gun aside. We mean no harm, Gonzalez said. Shao Ming tightened his grip on his handgun and spoke. I would trust what you say more if he puts down the gun. Gonzalez turned around and snatched the gun from Tyron's hands. How do we know they're not in cahoots with those people? Tyron said angrily after losing his gun. If we get robbed and killed today, you'll know. After saying that, he walked toward another building, ignoring them. You'll get us killed like this. Gonzalez threw the gun to the ground and said, White folks are liars. Tyron shouted back, and yellow folks even more so. Gonzalez helplessly turned around and raised his hands. I'm really sorry, he said. Shao Ming holstered his handgun while Lambert also lowered his shotgun. Tell your brother to watch his mouth, Lambert said. If he says another word or does something out of line, I guarantee I'll smash his head just like I would those zombies outside. After saying that, Lambert pulled the friend and a bullet fell to the ground. He might have been scared by that group from a while back. Gonzalez said, I'm really sorry. Let's talk inside. Gonzalez turned around and continued, leading everyone forward. Yamada Ryo quietly picked up the bullet that Lambert had dropped. Gun control advocates, huh? Shao Ming whispered to Lambert. This thing is useful in a pinch. Lambert's face fell. Stop joking about me. Shao Ming signaled for the 3 behind him to stop and decided to check the situation inside with the 2 black brothers first. The visibility here was actually much better than what the drone footage showed. They could generally see what was inside. This venue seemed to be a large supermarket. And on the second floor, near the floor-to-ceiling windows, there was a platform with a CAF and a fast food restaurant. Both shops were open, and on one of the CAF tables that could catch some sunlight, there was a steaming cup of drink. Tyron was sitting in the fast food restaurant fiddling with something. When he saw Gonzalez leading Shao Ming in, he just glanced over without saying anything. We've been living here for a month, Gonzalez said. It's relatively safe, but there's no electricity. Shao Ming raised his flashlight and looked around. There were only the 2 of them in the entire venue, and he didn't see any other places to hide. He then looked towards the supermarket on the first floor. The shelves still had plenty of goods left. Enough for you to eat for several years, Shao Ming said. What's the deal with that group you mentioned? Through the glass window, Shao Ming saw that the area outside the venue was filled with the corpses of mutated creatures, some of which had already started to rot. It seemed they had been guarding this place in the past. I don't know where they came from, Gonzalez shook his head. They were in military uniforms, but they didn't have any guns. A group on motorcycles tried to break in, and we drove them away. Are they roaming around here? Shao Ming asked. Gonzalez shook his head. I don't know. They only came once. They might have just been passing by. Shao Ming nodded, indicating he understood, and thought to himself whether he should inform Ashji later. Even if he had a special forces background, he was now in a compromised state. If they encountered mutated creatures, they had the train as cover, but it would be a different story if they ran into people. Gonzalez noticed Shao Ming's concerns and, after confirming he had finished checking the venue, said to him, Can I invite your friends in? Oh, of course. Shao Ming turned around and shouted towards the entrance. Come in, it's fine. The other 3 walked in and joined Shao Ming. Gonzalez said to everyone, There's still quite a few packaged foods on the shelves downstairs. You can take some if you need. Hey, bro. Tyron shouted. Shut up. Gonzalez yelled back. Shao Ming said, Thank you, we won't take too much. That's fine, Gonzalez replied. Over there is where we usually stay, in that clothing store. If the girls need anything, keeping clean is important for survival. Shao Ming turned around and found Feng Yuxing and Yamada Ryo looking at him. Go ahead if you want, Shao Ming said to them. We don't have enough clothes to change into, and summer is coming. The 2 girls nodded and took their hunting rifles as they headed downstairs. I'm going too, Lambert said. Following the 2 girls, Shao Ming took off his backpack and handed it to Lambert. So, Gonzalez led Shao Ming towards the CAF. Are you guys planning a drive all the way back to Asia? Shao Ming nodded and replied, going home. I want to go home too, Gonzalez said as he sat down, a hint of sadness in his eyes. Shao Ming also sat down opposite Gonzalez. Our parents are still in Tanzania, Gonzalez said. 2 months ago, they went back to take care of Grandpa, and we haven't heard from them since. We can give it a try, Shao Ming said. No matter what, don't lose hope. When faced with problems, find a way to solve them. You'll succeed eventually. You have a great mindset, Gonzalez admired. To get this far, your initiative is also commendable. He took down a teapot that was being heated on a small stove and poured a cup of tea. The nearly 2-meter tall black man, towering over Shao Ming by a head, was almost holding the teacup with just 2 fingers, which was quite a funny sight. You should play basketball, Shao Ming blurted out. Try it, Gonzalez handed the teacup to Shao Ming. Isn't it just like your tea? I saw the packaging, says it's from Yunnan, China. Although not every Chinese person drinks tea. Shao Ming raised the teacup, but thank you for the hospitality. Gonzalez laughed. Not every tall person should play basketball either. Just then, Shao Ming saw Feng Yuxing hurriedly running up the stairs. Excuse me for a moment, Shao Ming said as he approached Feng Yuxing. What's wrong? Feng Yuxing leaned in close to Shao Ming and whispered in Chinese. There's a prison uniform. A prison uniform. Shao Ming's heart suddenly tightened. The prison uniform could only belong to these 2 brothers. It couldn't possibly be something sold in the mall. He couldn't help but glance at Tyran, who was still fiddling with something in the fast food restaurant. I understand, Shao Ming said. Be careful and stay alert. Feng Yuxing tilted her head and said, I've never let my guard down. Chapter 96 Farewell. To 2 Shao Ming sat back, down in front of Gonzalez. Not placing his hands on the table, but instead gripping the pistol at his waist under the cover of the table. What's wrong? Gonzalez asked. Nothing. Shao Ming leaned forward, blocking the small movement of his hand. Were we just now? I wanted to ask you, Gonzalez said, what's your route back? If all goes well, we'll be leaving through Russia, Shao Ming replied. Will you be passing by the coast? Gonzalez asked. I was thinking I could find a boat there. Drifting back to Africa is not very realistic. Shao Ming was about to continue, but calculated for a moment before asking again, if you want to come with us? He paused and said, then you better tell the truth. What? About you and your brother. Shao Ming glanced at Tyra, who was still in the fast food restaurant, wondering what was going on. Gonzalez was clearly not the kind of person who could keep secrets. He looked in the direction where Feng Yuxing had come from and sighed. I did take advantage of the chaos to rescue him from prison, Gonzalez said, shaking his head. I'm 10 years older than him, and he hasn't studied much since he was a kid. It's not that our family didn't let him study. It's just that he couldn't focus. He started hanging out with gangs as a teenager. Our parents are quite old, and my fire station is not local, so no one could keep him in line. They called it a gang, but it was just a bunch of young kids getting together to steal. Later, we found out he started using drugs, smoking marijuana. The government didn't care, so my parents and I cut off his money. As a result, he started robbing with those bad friends. This time the government finally took action and arrested them, sentencing him to 2 years. The older brother's face showed a look of sorrow as he spoke. We thought everything would be fine once he was in prison. It had already been over a year, and he was supposed to be released in a few months. Who would have thought the world would fall apart? He continued. After the disaster started, all the guards ran away or were reassigned, leaving them in prison to wait for death. So you went to the prison and rescued him? Shao Ming asked. Gonzalez nodded. The rest is pretty much the same as what I just said. The 2 fell silent for a moment. Shao Ming looked at the polite black man in front of him and could only lament their family's misfortune. So you guys? Gonzalez didn't finish his sentence. Looking at Shao Ming. We need to discuss it, Shao Ming said. We'll come back here this afternoon or tomorrow, and then we'll give you an answer. Thank you very much, Gonzalez said. Can I ask where you're going? We need to go into the city to adjust our route, to avoid densely populated areas as much as possible. It's very dangerous in the city right now, Gonzalez said. There are thousands of zombies in the city. You need to adjust your route in the downtown area, about 4 to 5 kilometers from here. Our plan is to go through the sewers, Shao Ming said, to enter from beneath them. The sewers, very clever, Gonzalez said. I should have thought of that earlier. He thought for a moment and added, but the city's sewer system is quite complex and what? Shao Ming asked. Gonzalez replied, the train tracks are on the other side of the river, and you'll need to figure out a way to cross it. If I remember correctly, there's also a lake right across from the train junction, very open. This city? Shao Ming asked, does it have a subway? Gonzalez shook his head, no. Without a subway, the difficulty of going underground increases exponentially. Last time, Lambert and Yamada Rio managed to successfully sneak into Lille City only because they were lucky enough to walk into a subway tunnel, which led them to the train station's location. Without GPS, it's already very difficult to determine direction several meters underground, let alone successfully emerge near the train station. Perhaps sensing Shao Ming's concerns, Gonzalez said, some manhole covers have markings underneath. You can also check the layout map at the city hall or the water plant. Thank you. I'll consider it, Shao Ming said. Do you have a map? Gonzalez asked. We have a map, Shao Ming replied. Gonzalez nodded and extended his hand to Shao Ming. Good luck to you. The few people downstairs had basically gathered their things, and Shao Ming stood up to bid farewell to Gonzalez. Sorry I can't go with you, Gonzalez said. Shao Ming waved his hand and said, it's okay. We need to return the supplies to the train first, and we'll come back. There's a sewer entrance in the parking lot right at the door. Gonzalez said, you can go down there when you return. Gonzalez opened the door to the secure passage and let the group out. Back in the forest, Shao Ming then asked the three, what do you think of those two? Like a dream. Feng Yuxing replied, it feels unreal, but they are indeed there. What do you mean? Shao Ming asked. Feng Yuxing bluntly said, it's hard to imagine they are from the same mother. Lambert suddenly interjected, some people are just born bad. The older brother seems like a good guy, Yamada Rio said. He seems all right. Shao Ming did not continue the topic, nor did he tell them about Gonzalez's request. For him, there were already enough people on the train, and there was no need to bring two more. Moreover, he didn't believe he could separate the two brothers. The positive effect the big black man brought to the team was far outweighed by his brother's mouth. Besides, his brother was a drug addict with a robbery record, a thug. All these factors were simply too much. Shao Ming could not afford to have such a ticking time bomb on the train. Most importantly, the train would no longer pass by the coast. For the two brothers, staying here offered a much higher chance of survival than going to the coast and drowning at sea, compared to his plan to cross the Eurasian continent. Crossing the Mediterranean Sea, traversing the North African desert, and crossing the Ethiopian plateau, there was simply no significant chance of realization. Even if they followed the train for a while, they would look for the nearest place to the coast to get off. To give an inappropriate example, no one would raise a dog that bites, even if it can't be trained. The group transported all the collected supplies back to the train, and it was already 4 in the afternoon. Although they had delayed for most of the day, they still managed to bring back quite a lot of items: food, water, daily necessities, 2 tents, and a compass. With each person now equipped with a windbreaker, they had reached the stage where they could completely leave the train and survive in the wild. Chapter 97. Underground Network. At this time, it was neither too early nor too late, so the group decided to set off early the next morning. The night was extremely deadly for survivors, as human perception was far weaker than that of the mutated creatures. If it was getting dark, long-distance travel should not be attempted. Lambert stood in front of the train, looking left and right, and said, I think we need a water collector. A water collector? Shao Ming asked. Where would we install it? On the roof of the train, Lambert replied. What I mean is, we should install a mobile shower. As he spoke, he raised his arm to smell his armpit, and his face immediately scrunched up. Go find a ditch to wash yourself. Shao Ming laughed. Now we have natural rivers without industrial pollution. Hey guys. Ashji approached the two with a cane. It was a simple wooden cane, made by wrapping tape around a thick stick. Where did you get that? Lambert pointed at the cane in Ashji's hand. I made it myself. Pretty good, right? Ashji said, you should have parked the train here a long time ago. The wood here is really sturdy. I worked all day to make this. Hey Ashji. Yamada Rio, having organized her things, jumped off the train car and walked towards the three. I have a surprise for you. She saw the cane in Ashji's hand, and the thing she had been hiding behind her back suddenly revealed itself. It was a trekking pole. All that effort for nothing, Lambert said from the side. After dinner, the group gathered to watch a downloaded TV series on the tablet for a while before going to sleep. In the apocalypse, being able to have a full meal and watch TV, their little lives were quite good. Perhaps due to the absence of human activity, the nights in the suburbs felt even cooler and more comfortable. With the protection of the train car, everyone fell asleep peacefully. The next day, as soon as it was light, the four packed their gear and set off. Just before leaving, Ashji called Shao Ming over and pulled out 4 glow sticks from his bulletproof vest, placing them in Shao Ming's vest pocket. Kid, take this. It's very useful for crawling through the sewers. With the experience from yesterday, today's journey was smooth, and it didn't take long for them to return to the shopping center. Gonzalez was already waiting at the entrance of the shopping center. I'm sorry we came over today, Shao Ming said to Gonzalez, who opened the door. No problem. Safety first, Gonzalez replied. Where's your brother? Shao Ming asked. Sleeping in the tent, Gonzalez said. Have you guys made a decision? Shao Ming looked at Gonzalez, feeling a bit at a loss for words. On one hand, the impression the big black guy left on him was indeed good, and he had provided them with a lot of supplies. On the other hand, they were all wanderers far from home, which created a sense of mutual sympathy. Gonzalez understood everything just by looking at Shao Ming's expression. He looked a bit disappointed. It's all right. Maybe you guys should wait a bit longer and look for an opportunity. Shao Ming comfortingly said, now that the best time to leave has passed. There are too many zombies outside. You're right. Gonzalez sighed. In this world, if you want to make such a long journey, you have to be well prepared. I will think about it some more. Shao Ming patted Gonzalez's shoulder and said, you guys are in a much better position than I was back then. Find a vehicle to modify, and it will be much better to detour around the Mediterranean from Turkey and Egypt. Thank you, Gonzalez said. I'll take you to the sewer entrance. The group followed Gonzalez out of the shopping center, and a strong stench of rotting corpses hit them. Previously, they couldn't smell such a strong odor from the other side of the shopping center. Now, standing in the midst of it was simply nauseating. Shao Ming quickly covered his mouth and nose, but his eyes caught sight of a decaying corpse that had maggots crawling over it, feeding on the rotten flesh. The group could no longer bear it and quickened their pace. Corpses are the easiest source for the spread of plague, Shao Ming thought. Fortunately, the train was constantly running, so they didn't have to worry about the mountain of corpses. However, it wouldn't be pleasant if there were other survivors in the city. Shao Ming saw a fallen police officer with a police belt around his waist. He held his breath, covering his mouth and nose with one hand, while using the other to remove the belt from the corpse. The handcuffs, baton, flashlight, and spray were all still there, but the handgun in the holster had already been taken by someone else. Nevertheless, it was just enough to hold Shao Ming's P320. He fastened the belt around his waist, and Gonzalez had already pried open the sewer cover. For the tall and strong man who used to be a firefighter, he didn't even need a crowbar. He easily lifted the manhole cover with his hands. Lambert led the way, climbing the ladder first to enter the sewer. Shao Ming was the last one, saying goodbye to Gonzalez. Be safe, Gonzalez said. I'll wait for you to come back here. The group climbed into the sewer, gasping for breath. Compared to the pile of corpses on the surface, the air in the sewer felt so sweet at this moment. Shao Ming raised his flashlight to look around. Contrary to his imagination, the sewer was very wide, with paths on both sides for maintenance personnel. There were many pipes laid along the walls, including water pipes, sewage pipes, heating, gas, and various other lines. The middle of the pipe had flowing water about 3 to 4 meters wide and not too deep. Let us go. Lambert saw that everyone was ready and raised his compass. We just need to keep heading southeast. Shao Ming said, I hope these pipes are connected. Don't be a jinx. Yamada Ryo and Feng Yuxing simultaneously turned back to say to Shao Ming. The group began to walk forward in the sewer. The deep sewer, along with the occasional sounds of rats, still made them feel scared. Not long after, a fork in the road appeared in front of them. Lambert looked at the map, then at the compass, and said, turn right. Wait. Shao Ming called out to everyone, pulling out one of Ashji's glow sticks from his bulletproof vest. There were 7 glow sticks in total. Besides the one Ashji gave him, there were originally 3 in the vest. Shao Ming held the flashlight in his mouth and snapped the glow stick, but there was no reaction. He snapped it again, but still no response. Then he realized this glow stick had already been used by Ashji. Shao Ming sighed and carefully placed the glow stick on the ground, with the hook side facing the direction they were coming from. Having marked it, he stood up and walked forward with everyone. Chapter 98. Feinting east while attacking west, turn left. Turn right. Turn right. Go straight. Turn right. No, turn left. The group had lost track of how long they had been turning in the sewer without finding the exit, despite Shao Ming stretching the frequency of throwing glow sticks to every 2 or even 3 intersections. There was only one glow stick left for marking. Just as Shao Ming was about to drop the last glow stick, Lambert, who was at the front, suddenly ran back from a corner. "We can get out by turning left, and then right ahead." Upon hearing this news, the others hurriedly quickened their pace, running towards the exit Lambert mentioned. Sure enough, after turning a corner, Shao Ming saw a light not far away. Uncertain of whether there were any mutants outside, they lowered their footsteps and moved towards the light. It was the exit of a drainage channel sealed with iron railings, leading to the lake described by Gonzalez. It seemed they had come to the right place. The group arrived at the sewer entrance and looked out through the railings. Rather than a lake, what lay outside resembled a park. The sewer was not directly connected to the lake, but was slightly elevated above the water surface, more like an emergency drainage passage. On the opposite shore of the lake, there were 2 small buildings and 2 sports fields. They did not see any mutants on the other side, but overhead was likely a main road, and they were unaware of the situation above. There was a small door in the iron railing, secured with an iron bolt. Shao Ming pulled on the iron bolt, but found it unmovable. To his surprise, the bolt's lock was on the outside of the railing. The workers had secured the lock to the railing and the bolt together. After pondering for a moment, he raised a fire axe and aimed at the iron bolt. The other 3 watched him, their eyes seemingly questioning whether he was sure about this. Shao Ming gestured for the other 3 to hide around the corner. To him, forcibly splitting it open seemed to be the only option now. The bolt wasn't particularly thick, and the fire axe should be able to break it. The door opened outward, and based on Shao Ming's understanding of these mutants, their intelligence was not sufficient to comprehend the action of pulling. Once the 3 had moved to hide behind the corner, he raised the fire axe and swung down. The massive metallic impact echoed throughout the sewer, making all 4 of their hearts race. The roar of mutants came from outside the sewer, followed by the sound of running. Shao Ming quickly ran back, almost rushing back behind the corner within seconds. The first mutant to charge down stood confused at the sewer entrance, peering inside. Just as it was about to run into the sewer, it was knocked down by another charging mutant. The first mutant, angered, got up and bit into the second mutant. The latter, unwilling to back down, turned and fought with the first mutant. Other mutants arrived at the sewer entrance, but were distracted by the fight between these 2, losing their target. The 4 inside the sewer exchanged glances, only hearing the continuous roars and sounds of fighting from outside, uncertain of what was happening. They waited for a while until the sounds outside faded. Shao Ming cautiously peeked out to take a look. What appeared before him was a mutant gnawing on a corpse. Shao Ming swore to the heavens that he hadn't seen a corpse on the ground just moments ago. Now, they could only wait for the mutant to leave on its own. Shao Ming pulled his head back. Although the previous chop had successfully split the bolt, it had also caused a dull pain in his hand. He couldn't help but cover his hand. Fortunately, the fire axe did not bounce back too high from the impact. Otherwise, his skull might have already shattered into pieces. "What's the situation outside?" Lambert asked quietly. Shao Ming waved his hand, saying, "Wait a bit, or look for another route." Feng Yuxing gently took Shao Ming's hand, saying, "Don't do that next time. It's too dangerous." "It's nothing," Shao Ming said awkwardly. "Just a bit of shock." Lambert said, "We should find a saw or something." "So what do we do now?" Yamada Ryo asked. Shao Ming peeked out again. He too didn't know when the mutants would disperse. "I'll look for other exits," Lambert said. The remaining 3 leaned against the wall of the sewer and sat down. No one speaking further. Feng Yuxing helped Shao Ming gently massage his hand, and he did not refuse her kindness. After a while, Shao Ming peeked out again and found that the mutant had disappeared, leaving only half a corpse on the ground. He turned his head, made a shushing gesture to the other 2, grabbed the fire axe, and slowly walked towards the door. The corpse on the ground was completely dead, but its blood-red eyes were still open, staring at Shao Ming. Cannibalism, Shao Ming thought, realizing that waiting for the mutants to starve to death in a short time was not realistic. He tried to push the railing door. Thankfully, it did not make too much noise. Shao Ming held the fire axe and peered outside. He saw a slope leading to the road, with mutants standing on it. As long as he didn't make a sound, he wouldn't attract their attention. He carefully closed the door, planning to wait for Lambert to return before deciding what to do. Before long, Lambert returned at a jog. "I checked 2 places," Lambert said. "They all lead to main roads." He shook his head. "It's too dangerous to go out from there." "The main road." Shao Ming pondered. Is it far from here? Lambert replied. Not far at all. Otherwise, I wouldn't have returned so quickly. I have a plan, Shao Ming said. It's not a new idea, but it's effective. A few minutes later, Shao Ming followed Lambert to a manhole cover. This is it, Lambert pointed above. If you push the cover up a bit, you can see outside. Shao Ming nodded, handed the fire axe to Lambert, and climbed up the stairs leading to the street. He tried to push the manhole cover. Although it was heavy, it was not impossible to move. He pulled out his pistol and used his arm to push up one side of the cover. Thanks to the mud, the manhole cover made almost no noise. Shao Ming maintained the position of holding the gun over his head while gripping the wall with his other hand. He randomly shot at the leg of an unfortunate mutant. Shooting in such an awkward position was unlikely to hit, but Shao Ming's intention was not to hit that mutant. The gunshot startled the surrounding mutants, who rushed towards a manhole cover. Chapter 99, Crossing the River, Shao Ming quickly withdrew his head as the manhole cover fell down. The mutated creatures rushed towards the manhole cover in the middle of the road, with the closest ones searching for the source of the sound on the ground. However, they were immediately trampled by other mutated creatures rushing in. Shao Ming climbed down the ladder, hearing the angry roars of the mutated creatures above. They wouldn't understand, Shao Ming said to Lambert. The two quickly returned, taking Feng Yuxing and Yamada Ryo with them as they exited the sewer through the fence gate. As expected, the mutated creatures were drawn away, allowing them to run towards the two buildings by the riverbank with peace of mind. The soft, muddy ground by the lake was quiet, and the group turned back every few steps, fearing that the mutated creatures would return to their previous resting spots. When Shao Ming turned to observe the situation with the mutated creatures, he noticed a strange phenomenon. Some windows of the houses seemed to be blocked by blankets and small debris, resembling the kind of buildings seen in a train yard. These could not possibly be the work of humans. They looked more like nests constructed by animals. The word nest left a deep impression in Shao Ming's mind. Could it be that these were nests built by the mutated creatures? But now was not the time to ponder this question. There was still a long way to go to the opposite side of the lake. This lake, located in the city center and adjacent to the river, was 500 meters wide. The northwest side was entirely urban, while the south side was a fast road running across the city. The area with the most mutated creatures, the northwest urban area, was already lured by gunfire, allowing the group to advance towards the riverbank under the cover of the green belts on both sides of the fast road. Moreover, since not much time had passed, the mutated creatures were still pondering why they kept hearing noises without seeing any people. After reaching the sports field on the opposite side of the lake, they hid in the restroom, leaning against the wall and gasping for breath. Yes, the two buildings next to the sports field were two restrooms. How can we cross that river? Feng Yuxing asked. Shao Ming looked at the river and said, It's us. You stay here to support us. Oh no. Thinking about support, Shao Ming realized it was a bad idea. If everyone was by the riverbank, there would be no one to attract the mutated creature's attention at the manhole cover. A gunshot cannot allow the mutated creatures to stay in the city for too long. He quickly peeked out from behind the restroom to observe the situation. Due to the obstruction of trees by the lake and the height of the slope being higher than the lake surface, Shao Ming could not see if the mutated creatures had returned. Seeing Shao Ming's serious expression, Feng Yuxing quickly asked, What's wrong? Shao Ming replied, We've all come over. If the zombies come back to the sewer entrance, how do we get back? Then I'll go back first, Feng Yuxing said without hesitation. You guys cross the river to adjust the track. I'll support you here. It's too dangerous to go back alone, Yamada Ryo said. The two girls looked at the two boys, and Shao Ming quickly thought it over and could only nod. He hadn't planned to take the two girls across the river. The intersection on the opposite side of the river was in an urban area, which was even more dangerous. You remember, if you can't force the manhole cover open to shoot outward, just shoot directly in the sewer to make a commotion, Shao Ming said. Safety first. If we haven't returned by dark, or if the zombies find the way in, you go back by yourselves. Lambert suddenly asked, How will they know we are back? Shao Ming slapped his forehead. This was indeed a problem. He had been thinking about rushing across the lake while the zombies were distracted, without considering any details. Use this. Feng Yuxing took out a small mirror from her pocket and handed it to Shao Ming. The mirror looked like it had been with her for a long time. And due to their tumultuous journey, The surface was already shattered. You guys find a place on the opposite side of the lake to use the mirror to create a signal to notify us, Feng Yuxing said. I have a shotgun, and I can quickly see the reflection with the scope. Smart. Shao Ming took the mirror. Go quickly. If we wait any longer, the zombies will be back. The two nodded and ran back from the restroom. They watched Feng Yuxing and Yamada Ryo leave for a while. After confirming their safety, Shao Ming began to take off his bulletproof vest. Although the river was not wide, he still wanted to reduce the weight on his body as much as possible. They had already walked a long way today, and physical strength was even more precious in the urban area on the other side of the river. Even though the bridge of the fast road was right next to them, they did not dare to cross it. Firstly, they did not know if there were mutated creatures at the bridgehead, and secondly, moving along the bridge would make them an obvious target. The best option was to swim slowly under the bridge. The two made preparations and carefully entered the water along the riverbank. Although it was early April, the water in the river was still exceptionally cold, and they did not dare to swim quickly for fear that the mutated creatures on the other side would hear the sound of the water and discover them. The icy river water stimulated Shao Ming's nerves, and he had to control his movements to avoid making too much noise. The two of them safely swam from under the city-south fast road bridge to the opposite side of the river. Shao Ming grabbed the ladder and climbed up, then turned back to pull Lambert up. They were drenched, and the water dripped onto the ground, making a pattering sound. The two waited for a while, confirming that no mutated creatures had discovered them, and then took off their clothes to wring them out. Since the sound of swimming out of the water had not attracted the attention of the mutated creatures, the sound of wringing out clothes was even less significant. If they did not wring out their clothes as much as possible, the water would not only increase the weight of the clothes, but also seriously accelerate the loss of body temperature. They could afford to waste this little time. After tidying up in less than 2 minutes, they cautiously made their way along the riverbank towards the urban area. Lambert held up 4 fingers, indicating there were 400 meters left. Although he had left the flat panel on the opposite side of the river, he was already very familiar with the route to the intersection. Shao Ming nodded, and Lambert pointed to the buildings ahead. It was a baseball field, and across from the baseball field was a building that looked like a school. This side is relatively safe, Lambert whispered. There aren't many zombies around the sports field and school. The intersection is a bit dangerous. There are residential buildings. The two made their way along the river towards the sports field and school, and it was indeed safer here, with very few signs of mutated creatures. Even if there were a few, they were standing near the school and had not noticed the two of them. However, as they moved forward and approached the sports field, Shao Ming discovered a very significant problem. Just now, they'd been blocked from view by the outer wall of the sports field next to the river, and the riverbank was lower than the sports field, so they had no line of sight. Now that they were closer, he realized that there were quite a few tents set up inside this baseball field. The military or government had likely established a temporary base in this baseball field. This raised a big question about how many mutated creatures might be inside. Chapter 100. Escape from the city, the two hurriedly lowered their bodies, almost crawling towards the tracks. The baseball field's outer walls were composed of partially airtight concrete walls and the common wire mesh walls found in stadiums. Its design was quite strange. Perhaps the designer wanted to show off his skills, as he had sealed nearly half of the surrounding wall with concrete and placed the wire mesh wall above it, while the other side consisted entirely of high wire mesh. The two remained at the slope outside the stadium, unable to see what was happening inside, and likewise, those inside could not see the two crawling outside. As long as they stayed away from the edge of the baseball field, they would remain unseen. Unfortunately, there were no trees on the slope for cover. Fortunately, the absence of trees meant that there were hardly any dry branches or leaves on the ground to make noise. The soft grass was the best soundproofing, and since both were trying to control their footsteps, they almost silently made it to the side of the tracks. Shao Ming stayed in the shadow of the tall building at the stadium entrance to cover Lambert, who stealthily made his way towards the train tracks. Seizing the opportunity, Shao Ming quickly surveyed the surroundings. On either side of the tracks were the baseball field and a residential area. There were several sandbags, anti-riot walls, and wire mesh obstacles at the stadium's entrance. Additionally, there was a police car and a military armored vehicle. At the entrance of the stadium, he could vaguely see 2 armored mutants in military uniforms sleeping, only about 40 meters away from them. The small building providing cover was merely a two-story office building, while the other side of the stadium entrance featured a large grandstand, which seemed to be the main competition area. Lambert hadn't walked far before he turned back and hid next to Shao Ming. Not good, not good, Lambert whispered. The fork in the road is still further ahead. I miscalculated the distance and need to move forward a bit more. Shao Ming poked his head out to take a glance and said, "So we have to pass right in front of them?" Lambert nodded. Shao Ming weighed the fire axe in his hand. It didn't seem suitable for dealing with a horde of corpses. Moreover, the axe was already dull in some places. He recalled seeing something at the fire station. Perhaps he could have taken a breaching tool back then, which would have made things easier than relying solely on brute force. The two exchanged glances, thought for a moment, and decided to bypass the baseball field by the river. Although there was only a narrow path along the riverbank on one hand, the side of the baseball field near the river was lined with 2- or 3-story high wire mesh, making it somewhat difficult for the mutants to climb over. On the other hand, the riverside path was considerably lower than the baseball field, which could obstruct their line of sight. Furthermore, if anything went wrong, they could always jump into the river. Whether the mutants could swim was one thing. How fast they could swim was another. The two returned along the grassland of the path, thankful that there were no mutants near the wire mesh. Otherwise, they would have stood out like big black rats. They walked along the path towards the other side of the baseball field. A cold wind blew, and their clothes, still damp, clung to their bodies uncomfortably. The thought of having to jump into the icy river soon made Shao Ming uneasy. The path wasn't too long, and the other side of the baseball field opened into a grove of trees. Fortunately, they successfully reached the railway fork. This time, Shao Ming hid in the woods and got a clear view of the situation inside the stadium. There were about 10 large military and medical tents set up in the center, with 2 trucks parked next to the grandstand. It was evident that there were quite a few weapons and ammunition left behind by the military in this small camp. The camp was crowded with mutants. From a state of the sandbags and the gate left at the grandstand, it appeared more like an infected control zone rather than a safe area. In the tents of the camp, Shao Ming also noticed strange phenomena. Some tent flaps were not closed, as if the mutants had built nests inside. Lambert quickly returned, a look of surprise on his face. The direction of the tracks is correct. No need for further adjustments. This was indeed a contradictory situation. The nature of trains needing to run along the tracks dictated that they had to check if the track direction was correct. However, it was very likely that the fork in the road they risked so much to cross was normal. But since the track direction was correct, what was wrong with that? The two hurriedly retreated along the same route. Like their arrival, they faced almost no obstacles, except for the cold river water. They returned to the restroom to gather their gear. Shao Ming pulled out a mirror as they approached the baseball field. The lake was wide, and the entrance to the sewer was quite far. However, apart from the green plants on both sides of the lake, there were hardly any obstacles to block the view. The weather was nice today, with good visibility. Shao Ming found a patch of grass from which he could see the sewer entrance and raised the mirror high. After adjusting the angle, a beam of light reflected off the mirror, creating a small signal in the grass. Unfortunately, the small compact mirror was too tiny for effective directional guidance. Fortunately, Feng Yuxing had a rifle with a scope. She had been patrolling the grass. Shao Ming didn't hold the mirror up for long before a faint gunshot echoed from afar. Although the lake surface was flat and unobstructed, the shooting location was over 800 meters from the lakeside. Additionally, since it was a small caliber rifle, there were plenty of trees and buildings along the way that muffled the sound, making it very faint by the time it reached Shao Ming. The two waited for a while before sprinting down the highway towards the sewer. The mutants fell for the trick again, which seemed to give them a bit of insight. The two could hardly believe how fast and lightly they could run, and they quickly returned to the iron gate in front of the sewer, where Yamada Ryo was waiting for them at the entrance. "Whereas Feng Yuxing?" Shao Ming asked. "Over there," Yamada Ryo replied, pointing to the side where Mu had just fired. The three hurried over, and Feng Yuxing sighed in relief when she saw the two return safely. She pulled Shao Ming left and right, confirming he and T lost a piece of flesh before she felt at ease. "Let us go quickly," Lambert urged. "It'll all be dark by the time we get back." The four regrouped safely and retreated along the sewer towards the outskirts of the city. Thanks to the markers left by Shao Ming, they had no trouble returning to the entrance. Of course, he didn't forget to retrieve the glow sticks. However, His clothes were still damp, and wearing a vest over them was truly uncomfortable. The group returned to the manhole cover beside the sewer entrance, and Shao Ming handed the fire axe to Lambert before climbing the stairs leading to the surface first. He struggled to push the manhole cover open just a bit, but what he saw before him left him in shock. Chapter 011. Blood Red Feast. A few survivors in the town of Biller have been feeling quite depressed recently. Depressed to the point of physiological death. The cause was a train speeding through the center of their town. They had hoped to escape this cursed place with the train, but to their dismay, the train didn't even see them. It was bad enough that they were overlooked. They had fortified a house in town that could withstand the onslaught of mutants and serve as a base to gradually clear the entire town. The problem was that they chose a building next to the railway. There was no choice. The owner of the house was also the leader of this small group of survivors, and before the Great Mutation, he could only afford this little building that was plagued by noise. The train attracted a horde of mutants, which wasn't a big deal. Those who had survived until now probably understood the habits of the mutants. If nothing continued to tempt them, they would gather together for a while before dispersing. The key issue arose. The speeding train left behind a large number of mutants crushed into meat paste. There were countless others with shattered heads, half-bodies, broken legs, and so on. The railway tracks were stained blood red. The benefit was that this greatly accelerated their progress in reclaiming the town, and at first, they were quite happy about it. But in recent days, accompanied by waves of foul odor, this group of survivors could no longer hold on. How long would it take to clean a 2-kilometer stretch of railway? None of them knew. And how could they wash the tracks when surrounded by mutants? Although occasionally there were starving mutants picking up bits of corpses to eat, it was merely a drop in the bucket compared to the entire railway. Maggots and flies quickly paid a visit. This 2-kilometer stretch of blood and flesh was practically their buffet. Anyone could tell that these bodies had started to rot. The stench from the decay stimulated the survivors' nasal passages, and worse, the decomposition produced large amounts of toxic gases and liquids, which contained a plethora of deadly viruses. What happens when you live next to a pile of rotting corpses? This group of survivors provided the answer. The water had long stopped. Having anything to drink was fortunate enough, let alone maintaining hygiene for their bodies and clothes. As for excretion, that was even more problematic. After all, they couldn't just relieve themselves like the people on the train, walking along and doing their business. The viruses from the Great Mutation may no longer be infectious to the survivors, and the sealed doors and windows might keep the mutants' sharp teeth and claws at bay. But this world is not just inhabited by mutants. A plague quickly spread throughout this tiny camp. Accompanied by high fevers, bleeding, and various inflammations, these survivors, who only had basic medical knowledge, began to fall one after another. When they realized that the massive number of rotten corpses on the tracks needed to be cleared, it was too late. No one had the strength to get out of bed anymore. The enormous pathogens on the railway had bred countless viruses, and the terrible sanitary and medical conditions in the survivors' camp accelerated the spread of the virus, with each person that died from illness. Another breeding ground was added to the army of decay below. In less than a few days, the tiny camp of fewer than 10 people became a reserve for Death's achievements. Soon, the mutants lost interest in the building. There was no more movement inside. Flies and maggots moved into new rooms, and their feast of blood and flesh would continue. Chapter 101. Ransacked, a large hole was smashed into the glass curtain wall of the mall, and 2 motorcycles lay overturned in front of the shattered glass. The shelves in the supermarket were also knocked over, but there were no vehicles or mutants in sight nearby. Shao Ming completely pushed open the manhole cover and emerged onto the ground. After confirming the area was safe, he signaled for a few people to come up first. The others covered their mouths and noses as they walked through the stench of corpses toward the mall. They crawled through the large hole in the glass curtain wall and entered the mall, which was beyond chaotic. A large area of shelves had collapsed, and the closest row of shelves to the hole showed clear signs of impact. The shelves that had once held many products were completely ransacked, with food, water, and daily necessities all taken away. Without the barrier of the glass curtain wall, the stench from the corpses drifted directly into the mall. What happened here? Feng Yuxing whispered. What else could have happened? Lambert replied, it was looted. Shao Ming remained silent, gripping his fire axe, and quickly he made his way up the stairs to the second floor. in the very spot where they had drunk tea just yesterday. The body of a large black man lay quietly. It was Gonzalez. His head had been severed, and his hands and feet were bound to a chair. The others who followed behind also saw this tragic scene and quickly turned their heads away. Just hours ago, this man had been guiding them into the sewers. Now he had been murdered, lying in the chair. His brother was also missing, with no trace of him, leaving his fate uncertain. Shao Ming recalled the gang of bikers Gonzalez had mentioned. They might have found better equipment. The two brothers had been guarding the mall with other police and firefighters, distributing supplies to the residents. From that time on, a group of petty criminals had set their sights on this place. Later, others gradually mutated. Some died outside the mall, while some may have sought to end their lives elsewhere. The number of guards at the mall dwindled until only the two brothers remained. Regardless of the initial circumstances or motivations, the fact was that the two had amassed a lot of supplies. The unmutated petty criminals found the military's forward outpost, but since the military had taken all the weapons to Paris, they only found some abandoned military uniforms. The petty criminals formed a biker gang and were repelled after their first attack on the mall. It might have been due to a lack of firearms, or perhaps it was just a test. Otherwise, the mall would not have remained so intact, at least when Shao Ming and the others arrived. The glass curtain wall should have already been shattered. The biker gang lived outside for a while, found vehicles and firearms, and stormed into the mall to loot supplies. Such a commotion would naturally attract mutants, and after quickly loading the supplies into their vehicles, they left the mall, taking along the mutants that had come in response to the noise. This operation had one prerequisite. The biker gang had to be numerous. There were plenty of supplies in the mall, and if they had been fewer in number, they wouldn't have been able to leave before being overwhelmed by the mutants, unless they had found an armored vehicle. Of course, all of this was Shao Ming's speculation. The death of Gonzalez served as an alarm for the group. The world had changed significantly from before. The group quickened their pace, returning to the train before sunset. Fortunately, they still saw Eskil sitting next to the front of the train, and Gordon was running toward them with an excited look on his face. Shao Ming said to Lambert, "Start the train. Let's leave here first and rest later." Lambert nodded and climbed into the driver's seat. "What's wrong?" Eskil asked, noticing the worried expressions of the others. "The biker gang has started to act," Shao Ming said. "The mall was looted, and the black man is dead." Yamada Ryo shook his head and said, "What a good person." "I can guess," Eskil said. "In this environment, there's more to deal with than just zombies." The group hurriedly boarded the train, and with everyone's unanimous agreement, Eskil returned to the passenger car. According to Lambert, the route ahead was mostly a straight line with not much to do. The train sped along, stopping near Sedan before the sun completely set. This area was filled with forests and hills, and the population density had decreased significantly compared to before. The train was still 100 kilometers away from Luxembourg. The group got off the train to start fire and cook. After a month of survival, Shao Ming had grown accustomed to the soreness in his body, which had also invisibly increased his physical fitness. Today, the cold river water had indeed made both him and Lambert feel a bit unwell. Sitting next to the fire, the two felt particularly warm. Even after changing clothes, he still felt a bit uncomfortable. Eskil returned to the fire with Feng Yuxing and Yamada Ryo, each carrying a stack of firewood. "This was good. The kind we used before was too wet," Eskil said, leaning on his cane as he walked. Feng Yuxing placed the firewood aside and sat next to Shao Ming. Noticing that Shao Ming looked unwell, she asked with concern, "What's wrong? Is it because of the black man?" Shao Ming shook his head. "It might be because I went into the river today and walked a long way in wet clothes." "I'm so stupid." Feng Yuxing hurriedly stood up. "I should have thought of that." "Wait here. I'll go find some medicine." "No need." Shao Ming hadn't finished speaking before Eskil interrupted. "Don't be stubborn, kid. I don't want to add 2 more people to fight over my sickbed." Lambert said with a face full of despair, I want medicine too." Yamada Ryo glanced at him and followed Feng Yuxing back into the passenger car. Lambert's face first showed surprise, then excitement, and finally settled into happiness. The sight made the remaining 2 want to punch him. After taking the medicine, the group sat around the fire, chatting while waiting for the food in the pot. "The heat wave is still 2 months away," Eskil said. "Around June is the hottest. I hope by then we have enough supplies to stay in the train and enjoy the air conditioning." The others nodded in agreement. Shao Ming stared at the hot soup in the pot. The sight of the severed limbs and broken arms no longer affected his appetite. However, the tragic state of Gonzalez was still vivid in his mind. Chapter 102. Hunting. Perhaps it was the medicine, the warmth of the fire, or a good sleep. But Shao Ming felt pretty good the next morning. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Ashi sitting across from him. "You're up, kid," Shao Ming said, rubbing his eyes. "What time is it?" Ashi looked at his watch and replied, "It's 10 o'clock. Get up already. If you keep sleeping until this time every day, you'll be eaten by zombies." Shao Ming sat up and looked at himself, saying, "I don't see any missing arms or legs." "The missing leg. I brought it back for you," Ashi joked. Feng Yuxing handed Shao Ming a cup of hot drink. "How do you feel today?" "Great," Shao Ming replied, taking the drink and inhaling the rich aroma of coffee. "That's good to hear," Ashi said. "Do you want to go hunting today?" "Hunting?" Shao Ming asked. "There are plenty of forests and hills to the south of this area," Ashi explained. "It's perfect for hunting." "Hunting? I'm interested," Yamada Ryo chimed in. "We haven't had fresh meat for several days. Going hunting sounds good. Although our progress home is a bit slow now, everyone has been on high alert for several days. It would be nice to hunt some small animals and clear our heads." Shao Ming glanced at Feng Yuxing and then slapped Lambert, who was still snoring. Lambert sat up abruptly, looking around and asking, "What is going on? What happened?" "It's 10 o'clock. Get up and see if a zombie has bitten off one of your legs." After they all had breakfast, they gathered in the compartment to hear Ashi explain how to hunt. Ashi picked up a shotgun and said, "Searching, tracking, ambushing, and killing are the 4 key points for us in hunting. This is my personal summary. First is searching. Different animals leave different tracks in the woods. These tracks include footprints, droppings, and signs of broken grass and branches. The difficulty in searching lies in the need for a lot of knowledge. You don't need to distinguish every type and genus, but you should at least know whether it's a large animal or a small one, and whether it's carnivorous or herbivorous. Of course, being able to identify common prey like rabbits or deer is best. Next is tracking. For me, this is the most challenging part. After identifying the prey, you need to track it. Tracking may not just mean following footprints to immediately find the prey. Finding places where the prey is likely to appear again, like water sources or dens, is equally important. Once you've determined the prey's activity trajectory, it's time to ambush. Whether you discover the prey at that moment or have identified its activity area, you need to set up an ambush. After spotting the prey, you need to quickly find cover and kill it without alarming it. If you haven't spotted the prey, you need to set a trap near its activity area. Overall, this is the part that requires the most patience, and you must remember not to be anxious. Finally, there is encirclement. We have enough people, so after identifying the prey, we can surround it. One hunter can initiate the chase, while the others follow to encircle the prey. It sounds simple when explained, but it's complicated in practice. Ashi handed the shotgun to Shao Ming. "Now it's time to put into practice. Be aware that there just might be wolves around here. Wolves might have expanded their territory, right?" Feng Yuxing asked. "If there are already many forests nearby and human activity is minimal." Ashi nodded and continued. "My instinct is that a single wolf is not as hard to deal with as a group of wolves." "A single wolf is not hard to deal with?" Lambert asked. "Wolves are not like zombies. They just look similar to you, and you feel scared. They can't run as fast as wolves, nor do they hunt in packs like wolves, and they ambush you. Remember, those creatures are intelligent." "Wow," Lambert said, suddenly feeling less eager to go. "Don't rush." Ashi waved his hand. "I need to first scout the area, see what prey is around, and check for dangers. Naturally, I won't let you rookies go recklessly." "What about the mudlegs?" Yamada Ryo asked. Ashi patted Shao Ming's shoulder. "This kid will come with me." Shao Ming felt a bit exasperated. He would rather lie back in the compartment and sleep, waiting for them to bring back some meat for roasting. Gordon was spinning around nearby, and Ashi patted its head, saying, "Don't worry, you'll have your moment to shine later." The two changed into darker, more concealing clothes and tightened their cuffs. Then they each took a shotgun and headed into the woods with Gordon. It was a sunny day, and sunlight filtered through the gaps in the tree canopy, with the occasional bird song echoing from above. Compared to the city, the vibrancy of this place was truly relaxing. Gordon wandered through the woods, occasionally lifting a leg to mark a spot. Shao Ming looked back and saw they had already moved a fair distance from the train, only able to catch a glimpse of it through the trees. After taking a few more steps, they reached an open area without trees, with deep grass that made it hard for a large dog like Gordon to do anything but stick its head out. Their prey nearby. Ashy suddenly crouched down at the edge of the grass, inspecting the ground. Shao Ming tilted his head and looked for a moment, asking, "I don't see anything different." Here. Ashley pointed at the grass. These spots have signs of being broken, and there are depressions in the ground that look like deer footprints. Shao Ming crouched down, parted some leaves, and indeed saw the footprints. Some grass might have bounced back after the animal walked by, thus covering the footprints on the ground. This footprint, Ashley said, is a bit strange. The front of the soil is deep, and the back is shallow. It seems like the soil has been pushed back to the latter half of the footprint. It feels like this deer was startled. Wolves? Shao Ming asked. Ashley shook his head, not sure. He observed the tracks for a while and said, "This deer likely ran out of the grass and reached this edge before turning back." "That doesn't make sense," Shao Ming said. "If it was chased here, why would it turn back?" Ashley replied, "We'll find out once we catch it." Suddenly, Gordon, who had been entertaining himself, stopped and lifted his head, staring intently to the left of the two. Shao Ming was about to stand up when Ashley grabbed him. He whispered, "There's a person over there." Shao Ming followed Ashley's gaze and indeed saw a young man in military uniform smoking a cigarette as he walked toward the train through the grass. The two exchanged glances, and a thought simultaneously crossed their minds. Biker gang? Now we're the prey. Shao Ming tightened his grip on the gun and asked, "How do we break the deadlock?" Chapter 103. Hunter or Prey? It's uncertain. Astrid whispered, "The hunter hasn't found us yet. It's still unclear who the prey is. Let's catch one alive to ask." "Your leg?" Shao Ming asked. "What do you think I brought you out for?" Astrid replied, "And don't treat me like a cripple. I just lost a piece of meat that hasn't healed yet." "I can't deal with real people," Shao Ming said. "With zombies, you just go all out." "Kid, what do you think that shotgun in your hand is for?" Astrid asked. "Your woman knows how to use it. The wooden gun body is indeed good for bashing people." "Stop talking nonsense. Kid, hurry up and move." Taking cover in the grass, Shao Ming quickly moved towards the direction of the person. The area where the trees grew was slightly higher than the tall grass, creating a natural slope that defined the tree line. He crouched low, trying to avoid the branches and grass around him, using the slope to shield his body. Although it was supposed to provide cover, the gentle slope and minimal drop couldn't conceal a person's silhouette. All he could do now was pray that the person wouldn't turn around. The person had just stepped out of the grass and into the woods when Shao Ming quickly thought through the situation in his mind. At this distance, it would only take a few seconds to rush up and knock him down. If he tried to approach quietly, he might step on dry branches and leaves, making noise and giving the other person time to prepare. The person had his back to the grass and had just stopped to throw a cigarette but on the ground. Shao Ming's heart was in his throat. There was practically no cover here, and if he turned his head even slightly, he would see Shao Ming hiding below the slope. There was no time to hesitate. Shao Ming jumped up from the slope, taking 2 steps to close the distance to the young man in military attire. The latter heard the noise, turned his head just in time to see someone swinging a gun at him. Although Shao Ming ran quickly, he was still slower than the young man's reflexes in drawing his handgun. Just at that critical moment, a shadow leapt out from beside the young man in military attire and bit down on his hand. The young man screamed in pain, dropping his gun to the ground. It was Gordon. Ever since he fainted from lack of oxygen in the underwater tunnel, the dog had been acting strangely and was full of energy. Now that he had this opportunity, he was shaking his head vigorously while biting the young man's hand. The strength of an adult large dog is astonishing. The young man was even dragged along the ground by Gordon's grip. Shao Ming snapped back to reality. It had been too close. He hurried forward to call off Gordon, while the young man's screams echoed throughout the woods. Gordon released his grip, revealing the young man's mangled arm. To be precise, only a small piece of flesh was keeping the arm and hand connected to the bone. After all, Gordon wasn't a professional police dog. He was just following his instincts and biting down hard. Shao Ming crouched down, tearing off a piece of fabric that Gordon had shredded and stuffing it into the young man's mouth. He pressed the handgun against the young man's chin and said, "Stop screaming. If you scream again, I'll kill you." The young man clutched his mangled right arm with his left hand, crying and nodding frantically. biting down on the torn cloth in his mouth. Even so, he couldn't stop the muffled sound from escaping. This gruesome sight made even Shao Ming, who was used to seeing dismembered limbs, turn his head away. After all, this person was still moving and pleading for help. Ashtuch hobbled over with his cane and said to Shao Ming, "I told you, kid, hunting requires patience." "I couldn't approach him quietly," Shao Ming explained. "That's what you think," Ashtuch replied. "You have many ways to avoid the noise-making debris on the ground instead of charging him like a brute." "Yeah, maybe," Shao Ming said. Ashtuch glanced at Shao Ming, then squatted down with the help of his cane. He picked up the gun that the young man had dropped and tore the rag from the young man's mouth. "Please, please don't kill me. Don't kill me. You're not soldiers." Ashtuch pressed the gun against the young man's forehead, his tone laced with anger. "Do you know what this uniform means?" I'm not. I'm sorry. I'm not." The young man shook his head wildly, tears nearly bursting from his eyes. "Tell me where your friends are," Ashtuch asked. "Maybe we'll help you bandage up and spare your life." "Please, they have a few near your train, and more, several kilometers away. Please, I'll tell you anything you want to know. I don't want to die. I'm still young." Hearing the young man say he was still young, Shao Ming couldn't help but glance back. He indeed looked like a teenager, pale and sweating profusely. It was a miracle he hadn't passed out from the pain. Without bandaging, he might not last long. Ashtuch pulled a tourniquet from his vest and quickly bandaged the young man's wound. "You're very cooperative. This is your reward." After finishing the bandage, Ashtuch continued to ask, "Now, tell me the exact location of your friends." For corners, we were just scouting. There are about a dozen. In a nearby town." "Which town?" Ashtuch asked, moving the handgun to the young man's wound. The young man hurriedly said, "West." "West?" Shao Ming turned his head back. The interrogation techniques trained in special forces were a bit frightening. Good. Ashtuch took a syringe of morphine from his vest and injected it into the young man's arm. The young man writhed in pain on the ground, while Gordon tried to lick the blood from the wound. "You didn't do well today." Ashtuch grabbed Gordon, stood up, and said to Shao Ming, "If Gordon had been even a second slower, it would have been you on the ground." "I know," Shao Ming replied. Ashtuch's teaching was actually reasonable. He had just faced the gun himself. "What about this guy?" he asked. Ashtuch pulled a nylon tie from Shao Ming's vest and bound the young man's left hand and left foot together. It was an extremely awkward position. The young man could only move his right leg now. "I gave him morphine and bandaged him," Ashtuch said. "Whether he can escape alive depends on his own ability." Shao Ming really wanted to ask Ashtuch how the young man was supposed to run like this. Moreover, the young man's wound was covered in dirt. He might not have had time to escape before he got infected and died. "All right," Shao Ming said. "What about the remaining 3? Ashtuch said, "Return to the train and wait for them to walk into our guns." No. "Wait, don't leave me. Please." Shao Ming shook his head, pretending not to hear the young man's desperate screams, and walked back with Ashtuch. Chapter 012. Hope Report, Dialogue with Research Director on Reclaiming Homes. A long way to go as the evacuation work proceeds in an orderly manner. The construction of survivor camps has entered a new phase. According to reports, by the time of publication, 1 airport and 15 various factories have successfully been restored at the Western Camp, and 360 hectares of new residential areas have been established. Internally, the people's lives are basically stable. Externally, the capacity to accommodate survivors has significantly increased. With a further expansion of the camp, how to deal with the infected population has become an unavoidable topic. Recently, our journalist conducted an exclusive interview with Dr. Shao, the director of the Camp Research Center, regarding the issues surrounding the infected population in the occupied areas. Journalist: There is now a general consensus that the mutations are directly related to the pandemic from 6 months ago. May I ask, will we be infected by the virus again? Dr. Shao: This will definitely not happen. The antibodies generated during the pandemic are still effective against the currently circulating prion 20Z strain, which is essentially the same as the strain that was prevalent 6 months ago. It should be noted that there are a very small number of people who did not acquire antibodies during the pandemic, and this group may experience mutations if they come into contact with a virus carried by the infected individuals. Journalist: There are rumors that if we just stay in the camp for a year or 2, the infected will naturally die out. Do you think this claim is feasible? Dr. Shao: Based on our current research and communication with foreign survival research institutions, it may not be as simple as we think. The infected population, when lacking food, will hunt other animals to maintain their energy expenditure. Although their energy consumption is very low when in a dormant state, given the large number of infected individuals, this remains a significant problem. First, this could very likely trigger a widespread biological extinction, leading to an ecological disaster far more terrifying than the loss of autonomy of 6 billion people. Second, the number of animals in cities and their outskirts is limited, and they will soon be hunted to extinction by the infected, which would lead to an expansion of their living range. I must especially remind you that many survivors are hiding in mountainous or suburban areas, and we should best launch search and rescue operations for this group. Lastly, foreign research institutions have pointed out that when food runs out, the infected may resort to cannibalism, leading to a survival of the fittest scenario, where the remaining infected in the cities may possess some special abilities. Journalist, what do you think is the best way to deal with the infected population? Dr. Shao, this is actually quite simple. Most of the survivors we are currently receiving or who have fled to the camp should already know. The most common method is to attack the head to completely destroy the nervous system. However, there is currently a misconception that we can only attack the head. This is not the case. The weaknesses in the human body are also weaknesses for the infected population. Attacking the heart or causing them to bleed out can also completely kill the infected. Journalist, do you think firearms or melee weapons are more suitable for combating the infected? Because we have not yet resumed the production of guns and ammunition. Dr. Shao, for small-scale infected populations, melee weapons are most appropriate, especially in small towns. If we could deploy dozens of warriors, heavily armored, with spears and large shields, it would be quite easy. However, for large-scale infected populations, melee weapons and armor are not advisable. The endurance of the infected is extremely high. Many of our cities have infected populations in the millions or even tens of millions. And no matter how thick your armor is, they can easily crush you, and you will tire out. Even if the infected cannot bite through the armor, they can still tear off your limbs with their hands. Journalist, you mentioned that the infected population will move into rural areas and even mountainous regions. Do you recommend that we reclaim lost territory? When will be the appropriate time? Dr. Shao, reclaiming lost territory is definitely necessary. The infected and normal people have already become irreparably opposed. It's a matter of life and death. As for when, this is actually